Ah!
Zhou Chu screamed sharply and sat up quickly from the bed, drenched in sweat. The pain of skin being peeled and bones being broken haunted her constantly.
Ha!
She took 2 deep breaths and suddenly froze. There was no feeling of suffocation or terror. She touched her nose, still there, breathing smoothly, comfortably. She hadn't breathed this freely in a long time. Since her nose was damaged and removed by those people, she could only get a little air when she struggled desperately. It was so uncomfortable, but now, breathing freely and easily felt so good. Her nose was still there, such a relief. Her eyes gradually focused, and she saw a pair of delicate, fair hands. My hands! She almost cried with joy. Her hands had been cut off, and those cruel people refused to let her wounds heal, leaving her wrists exposed with bone showing and pus constantly oozing. Her skin had long been damaged and looked terrible from the experiments. But now, her hands were back, and her skin was smooth and white. That feeling of being covered and protected by skin, no longer exposed to the air and feeling like thousands of needles stabbing her. So wonderful. Her nose was still there. Her hands were intact. What about other parts? Thick, cloud-like black hair, emitting a faint fragrance. It hadn't fallen out from the toxin injections. Her face was smooth like a peeled egg, free of twisted veins and tumors. Her neck was delicate and graceful, not swollen like a toad. Soft curves, a slender waist, long legs. All still there, all returned. Most importantly, she was healthy now, inside and out, organs intact. This was what she had longed for during countless midnight dreams. Everything was back. She leapt up, walking and jumping excitedly, running a few steps quickly. Excited, thrilled. She touched her eyes with her hands. She could see. She could see. No longer eternal darkness. No longer lying like a mutilated person on the experiment bed, subjected to endless tests. No more endless suffering. She silently shed tears of joy, wiping away the falling tears. Even tears felt so precious. Only after losing something do you realize how valuable it is. Looking around, she saw 4 small cabinets made of rosewood, a bed covered with soft silk blankets, and a dressing table made of golden nanmu wood, filled with a dazzling array of expensive cosmetics. This is a scene she treasures in her memory, the moment from that day when she opened the door to her home that no longer belonged to her.
She realized something.
Have I been reborn? The great joy from having her body intact made her delay for 15 minutes before she understood this. Then, a wave of happiness like the tide overwhelmed her. I have been reborn. With this realization, her eyes widened. Being reborn meant that everything she had lost might still be there. Those things she initially looked down on, despised, or hated, her in-laws, her children, and him, they are all still here. She never wants to lose them again. This time, no matter what, she will survive the end times with them, united as a family, working together to get through the tough times. She will never make the mistakes she made in her past life again. Zhou Chu ran out of the room barefoot, calling out 2 names that made her heart tremble.
Lin.
Chi. Her 2 children, twin boy and girl, are 4 years old. She once saw them as burdens, as nuisances, and grew to dislike her husband, which made her dislike her adorable children. The entire villa was empty, with no response. Only the sensor lights flickered on because of her running footsteps. Lin, Chi, where are you? She opened each room, but there was no sign of the children. A huge panic gripped her heart again, making it hard to breathe. Had she come back too late? Had her 2 children already gone to the countryside with their grandparents? Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. She rushed back to her room, grabbed the phone trembling, and saw the date on the screen. September 23rd, 2035. 1 month before the end of the world. She remembered. On this day, she had a big fight with her husband, Qin Ziyuan. He was so angry he left for the company. Her in-laws, worried she would get upset, took the children to a luxury apartment to stay temporarily and called her to check in. But in her past life, she was reckless. She saw the phone ringing again and again but didn't answer. Now, she answered immediately.
Mom.
The other side seemed surprised she picked up so quickly, since she usually didn't like to talk to them. Their voices were cautious. Zhou Chuchu's defenses broke again. How long had it been since she last heard her mother-in-law Lu Julin's voice? 5 years, maybe. Her mother-in-law had bravely gone to distract the zombies to protect Lin, and she never came back.
Mom.
She called out sincerely. Lu Julin truly treated her like her own daughter, more than her own daughter. She was always very understanding of her bad temper. She is like a fairy grandmother. But at that time, she was naive and gave her elders a hard time. Thinking of this, she slapped herself twice. She was reckless. The person on the phone was startled. "Man, what's wrong?"
Don't be sad, my dear.
Later, I will teach that naughty boy a lesson. Grandma had the speakerphone on and Grandpa, listening nearby, quickly grabbed the phone. He was worried but spoke softly. "Manhwa, don't think too much. Your grandma and I don't want to make you upset." Then his tone turned serious. "If that brat dares to bully you, I will go back and give him a good spanking with a belt." Zhou Chuchu was overwhelmed. She felt valued and treated with care. Since her in-laws were away, she had no one to rely on.
Dad.
She cried, tears falling uncontrollably.
Hey.
"Hey, Manhwa, don't cry.
Don't cry.
Oh, please don't cry." The call shifted, and the voices of her 2 children came through.
Mom.
"Mom, what's wrong? Mom wants to hug you." Zhou Chuchu's chest heaved. She cried even harder. Her children, her 2 kids, calling her so sweetly, were her only salvation during the days she was tortured and barely holding on. Even though she had done many wrong things before, when she was crying, her children chose to forgive her and comfort her. In her past life, after this big fight, she threatened her in-laws to take the children back to the countryside. Then the apocalypse came. A scorching summer with temperatures reaching 58 degrees Celsius outside, causing vehicles to break down in the heat and all transportation to halt. Even if she wanted to bring the children later, the long distance made it impossible. 5 years into the apocalypse, her in-laws used the children to threaten her and brought them over. Thinking of those events, her heart ached deeply. In this life, she would never allow her children to leave her side. She wanted to make up for everything. "Mom and Dad, Lin, Chi-Chi, Mom is fine. Mom just misses you so much. Can you come back tomorrow?" The 2 little ones cheered happily. "Oh, great. We're coming back tomorrow. Mom, I miss you too." Her in-laws also hurriedly agreed. "Yes, we're coming back tomorrow." Zhou Chuchu held the phone tightly, sniffing hard. "Mom and Dad,
I'm sorry.
it was all my fault before." This apology had weighed on her heart for many years, so many years. Her in-laws suddenly panicked and quickly said, "Manhwa, you're not at fault. All the mistakes were because of that naughty boy. You are her wife, and he surprisingly doesn't show you any respect. That's really unfair." Zhou Chuchu forced herself to smile through her tears. "Qin Ziyuan, what did he do wrong? It's all her fault. She's sorry for him." Zhou Chuchu spoke briefly with her in-laws and children, then reluctantly hung up the phone. Her excitement gradually cooled down. In 1 month, a black hole drifting into the solar system will explode, and dark matter will spread and hit all the planets. The end of the world will begin. Hot weather, cold spells, earthquakes, tsunamis, animal mutations, zombies. One wave after another, and it won't end until she dies. In this life, she must prepare supplies early and find ways to survive. Not just for herself, but for her family. Everyone must be safe and organized. First, supplies are very important in the end times. Food, water, and various equipment will be essential for survival. The first wave of the end times will bring extreme heat, drought, and crop failures due to lack of water. Many people will die, and society will quickly fall apart. Then, electricity and transportation will be cut off. All supermarkets and cooling devices like air conditioners and refrigerators will stop working, causing food to spoil. Thinking about such chaos and terrifying scenes makes Zhou Chuchu feel anxious. There's a saying, after being bitten by a snake, you fear the well rope for 10 years. And she has experienced more than just snake bites. She's faced many stages and layers of attacks, from outside to inside. This gives her a strong sense of insecurity. She must stock enough supplies and ensure safety so her family can survive smoothly through the end times.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully checking in. You have received 50 million yuan in cash and 1 unlimited storage space. Since today is your first check-in, you also get a special welcome gift. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoes in her mind. She feels a surge of joy.
System.
Brother Tong. Brother Tong.
Great.
She's been through so much suffering. It can't be for nothing. Finally, a necessary tool for rebirth. The rebirth benefit has arrived. First, 50 million yuan in cash, instantly transferred to her account. Next, an unlimited storage space. With a thought, she disappears from her original spot and appears in a vast, deep, endless storage area. Inside are countless shelves stretching as far as she can see. But these shelves are empty. How much can I store here? Zhou Chuchu is very happy. But how do I put supplies inside? As she thinks about this, her gaze falls on her dressing table, which suddenly appears in the storage space. Is it that easy? She looked around the bed, wardrobe, and both entered the storage space. She felt playful and scanned the table, chairs, and benches, then the refrigerator. All easily entered the storage space. But there was a limit. She couldn't disassemble and fit complete large objects. For example, the walls of a house, the wall-mounted air conditioner, or the house built on the ground. However, if they were already disassembled into parts, they could be stored. Come out. With a thought, these stored items could appear anywhere within her sight, in the quantity and manner she desired. She continued testing. She cooked a bowl of hot noodles, measured 96 degrees Celsius, with an infrared thermometer. She put the pot into the space, took it out after an hour, and it was still 96 degrees. She wore her Patek Philippe lady's watch into the space, looked at it, and saw it had stopped moving, indicating the time inside was in a state of eternal stillness. Whatever she put in came out in the same condition. This was amazing. It laid the foundation for her to stockpile supplies in a big way. Combining these two features, she suddenly had an idea. If she put heavy objects into the storage space and then threw them out in her desired way, wouldn't that become a powerful attack ability? She ran to the garden. She lived in a detached villa with a large garden. Originally, it was planted with various flowers, but she found them too troublesome to maintain, so she pulled them out and planted beans, carrots, green onions, cabbages, mushrooms, mint, chili peppers, pumpkins, potatoes, and corn. There was also a big peach tree. Because of this, her in-laws were mocked by the people in the surrounding villa area for a long time. But this was one of the few right things she did in her previous life. After the apocalypse, she relied on these vegetables to survive for a long time. Now, looking at these small plants, she felt very close and even wanted to say hello to them. There were some stones in the garden, used for creating artificial mountains and landscape features, now piled chaotically. Because she didn't like Chinese-style gardens, she changed the landscape into a swimming pool, leaving only these stones behind. Looking at the stones, she had an idea. One large stone was transported into the space, then thrown out from her imagined location.
Boom. A loud explosion.
Fortunately, her house was a private estate. Otherwise, such a loud noise would surely attract complaints. This trick is pretty good. Whether used to smash people or zombies, it's quite useful. Zhou Chuchu stored all the stones in the storage space, stacking them in a designated area. Since the space was large enough and the stones sturdy, they might even be reusable. By the way, I haven't opened the big sign-in gift pack yet. Zhou Chuchu saw a shiny gift pack flashing in the storage space. She thought this sign-in system is quite smart, knowing to put it in the storage. She was curious about what rewards might be inside. She asked the system, but there was no response. That's okay. She decided to explore on her own. Open the gift pack. Congratulations! You have obtained an S-rank abilities master. Zhou Chuchu's eyes widened with excitement, her heart pounding. An S-rank ability.
Wow.
In the second year of the apocalypse, people began awakening abilities one after another. Abilities are ranked from weak to strong. G, F, E, D, C, B, A, S. There are rumored to be even higher levels beyond S, but she had never seen them before her rebirth. An S-rank ability is enough to shake China, capable of defeating thousands with just one person. She had seen a powerful person with S-rank fire abilities unleash a blazing fire that could burn mountains and boil seas, turning tens of thousands of zombies into ashes. In her previous life, she only had a B-rank water ability, but still became a key fighter in her team. Now, S-rank. A green aura surrounded her, filled with life energy flowing into her body. In an instant, she seemed to hear many voices whispering, rustling. It felt strange, but very warm and familiar. She stood there, and the vegetables in the garden gently swayed toward her. Look at me. Come see me. I look really good, huh? Of course, the plants couldn't actually speak. She could just hear their voices. Is this what a master plant control does? If all I can do is hear plants' voices, it doesn't seem worthy of an S rank. Zhou Chuchu looked at the plants, finally focusing on a peach tree. Maybe because it was big and old, this 200-year-old peach tree, brought back from the mountains by her grandfather Qin Zhuangming, was special. Because it bore large, sweet, juicy peaches, she didn't cut it down. Now, it expressed itself very clearly. Give me some candy. Give me some candy. I can evolve.
Candy?
Zhou Chuchu looked at her hands, which were faintly glowing with green light. Small clusters of light, like green fireflies. Is this candy to it? She didn't find it strange. After all, she had seen many abilities in her previous life. It seems there are endless possibilities. Nothing is impossible. There are so many abilities. The special energy produced by abilities might be what they call candy. Zhou Chuchu tried to toss 2 glowing clusters over. The peach tree immediately absorbed the energy. Then, under her watch, the leaves visibly turned greener, the branches thickened, and the bark became harder. Snap, snap. One by one, the tree's insects were squeezed out, falling to the ground, then absorbed through the roots. It's easy for this old peach tree to attract insects, but it is carefully cared for and regularly sprayed with insecticide. However, some clever bugs hide inside the trunk where the spray can't reach. They gnaw at the trunk, causing the tree to secrete sap. Sap is a good thing for humans, but for the tree, it's like blood. Now, with 2 glowing orbs, the tree has learned to fight off insects on its own. It even uses the bugs as nutrients. Amazing! Zhou Chuchu gave the peach tree 2 green lights, clearly feeling a connection with it. She had a sense that she could now control which branches the tree moved, which parts it grew, and even influence its evolution. Turns out this is what a plant master is. As long as I use my powers to make plants evolve, I become their ruler, guiding their growth. It felt pretty impressive. But she had never heard of this power before and didn't know how to develop it. She could only experiment step by step until she mastered it completely. Right now, her best test subjects were this peach tree and the small vegetables in the fields. First, give half of my powers to this peach tree. Second, evenly distribute the other half among these vegetables. I won't set a specific direction for their evolution now. I'll see how they choose to develop, then focus on nurturing them. Zhou Chuchu made up her mind. With a burst, dark matter exploded, and the universe faced its end. Amidst all kinds of disasters, everything was evolving and fighting to survive. She believed that plants, simpler than humans, knew better how to adapt and evolve in harsh environments. Even if their evolution wasn't exactly what she wanted, her power could help them withstand extreme heat and cold, providing a steady supply of food. After all, fresh vegetables would be worth their weight in gold during such times, precious beyond measure. So she acted immediately. She reached out to the peach tree and transferred half of her power into it. A faint green glow poured into the tree like water, making it emit a gentle green light. The peach tree was unusually happy, swaying its branches and leaves, constantly thanking her. "Thank you, great master. I'm so happy. Thank you, great master. Lots and lots of candy. I want to evolve to be the strongest, the strongest. Thank you, great master." Zhou Chuchu felt a bit shy when it was called great master by it. Even though she was the only one hearing it, she still felt a little embarrassed. Then, the light clusters evenly covered the beans, radishes, green onions, cabbage, mushrooms, mint, chili peppers, pumpkins, potatoes, and corn. She had planted many vegetables, and with each wave of her special power, each plant received 2 or 3 small light clusters. The plants happily and rustlingly expressed their thanks.
So sweet.
"Thank you, master. Candy, delicious.
Happy, happy.
The small vegetables in the garden were not as steady as the big peach tree. After all, compared to the 200-year-old peach tree, they had only grown for about a month. After feeding these small vegetables, she also established a shallow connection with them. A command, roughly, was enough to make them crawl out of the mud and dance on the ground. Thinking of this, a prominent bundle of leaves appeared in the bok choy. 2 leaves peeled back the soil, pulling out the white roots, and then it jumped in front of her. "Zhou Chuchu. You're good, you're awesome." She casually fed the remaining light clusters to it, and the bok choy happily bounced on the ground.
Suddenly,
a flashlight beam shot in. Security guard Old Feng saw her staying in the garden late at night and asked with concern, "Ms. Zhou, I heard some noise here just now. What happened?" Zhou Chuchu glanced down. The bok choy had already pulled back into the soil and was quietly lying inside. "Hey, quite clever." She quickly said, "I'm fine, uncle, just can't sleep tonight." She respected this security guard very much. After the end of the world, everyone had to protect themselves, and many dark sides of human nature appeared. But he still maintained his honesty and kindness, giving his last precious food to a mother and her child in the neighborhood, and he himself starved to death. She admired such a person, and he was one of the few in this wealthy community who showed her kindness. Because of her family background, she was often mocked and looked down upon by the wealthy ladies in the neighborhood. Even other security guards sometimes followed suit, often enjoying bullying her. For example, making her wait outside the door for 10 more minutes, or saying that others' cars or bags were better right in front of her, or dismissing her requests carelessly, and so on. Of course, her past life was also quite bad. Honestly, her mischievous behavior was indeed unlikable. Old Feng looked at her with concern and advised sincerely, "Girl, don't cause trouble. Your man is a good person. Living a peaceful life is better than anything else. He doesn't have much education and doesn't speak well. He cares deeply about Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan's situation. In his view, the young couple is a perfect match, talented man and beautiful woman. The man is the boss of a large company, worth billions, and many women want to marry him. But she is never satisfied and often argues with her husband. Today, they argued again, and the man left for work, while his parents took the child and left. Your life is so good, even gods envy it, better than many others. If you keep acting up, your luck will run out." Old Feng's accent is strong, but his words come from the heart. Their colleagues find their fights amusing. Look at that. Even rich people's lives are full of trouble. The wealthy women also gossip about her every day. It makes him upset because he knows Zhou Chuchu is a good girl. Others look down on him as a security guard and ignore him. But every time she comes back from outside, she brings him a small gift. The young couple can get through anything, fighting at night, making up in the morning. Zhou Chuchu listens carefully. In the past, she would have lost patience. But since being reborn, she is especially grateful for these kind gestures. Because in the end-of-the-world scenario, such kindness is as precious as diamonds. "Thank you, uncle. I understand. I won't argue with my husband anymore. I'm fine here. You should go to bed early." Old Feng nods and turns to leave. That's good, that's good. Zhou Chuchu watches his back and suddenly calls out, "Uncle." The weather outside has been bad lately, with a typhoon landing. The neighbors are doing well, so maybe stock up on some food. That's all she can warn him about. After all, end-of-the-world stories are common in novels, but who believes them in real life? It sounds too unbelievable, and she doesn't want to end up in a mental hospital before her big plans are done. If she has to talk about the end of the world, it should be only to her closest people. Back in her room, Zhou Chuchu smells a fishy odor on her body. She looks down and sees a layer of black dirt. Wiping it off, it's sticky, smelly, and gross. Is this dirt? She is very surprised. In her previous life, when she awakened her B-level supernatural ability, she also had this process, but the impurities were few, just a faint layer. In the end-of-the-world scenario, with no water or electricity, there was no way to bathe. These impurities mixed with sweat and dirt, and she just wiped them off with dirty clothes. Now, this layer of dirt has covered her skin's original color. It feels like a layer of black mud covering my body. At first, I thought she had applied a mud mask. This is no longer a simple wipe-off situation. I must take a shower. Thinking about the shower, I hurriedly rushed to the bathroom. I haven't used this in 10 years. I almost forgot how to do it. I twisted the faucet several times before it finally turned on.
Splash.
Water poured down, and I shouted with joy because it felt so good. It's been 10 years since I last enjoyed such a refreshing shower. Being soaked by water like this is truly wonderful. I lathered myself with rose-scented body wash and enjoyed a half-hour wash. Then I stepped out smelling nice. Passing by the mirror, I paused. Did I become more beautiful? I'm not sure. I looked again. Getting closer to the mirror, I realized it wasn't my imagination. I really looked more beautiful. I am naturally a stunning beauty with striking features and a tall figure. But upon closer inspection, there are many flaws. First, my skin isn't very smooth. It's a bit rough and needs expensive moisturizer to stay hydrated. There are some spots on my face that need concealer. Plus, my irregular sleep schedule has caused dark circles under my eyes, which are very noticeable after removing makeup. Although my hair is thick and full, it lacks shine and needs regular treatment with hair masks. But now, my skin is moist, smooth, delicate, and white, like fine sheep fat jade or peeled boiled eggs. All the spots and dark circles under my eyes have disappeared. My big eyes are black as obsidian, and my eyebrows are thin and long. My hair is dense and shines with a pearl-like luster. I look like I am glowing in the dark. If I was a great beauty before, now I am a super beauty. Is this really me? I feel a bit disbelief. After 10 years of hardship in the apocalypse, I didn't really care much about becoming more beautiful. Because in the end times, strength matters far more than looks. Pure beauty isn't necessarily good. It can be a tragedy. But becoming more beautiful might help me win back my husband. Zhou Chuchu nervously thought, unconsciously gripping her hand tightly. Snap! A bottle of toner broke in her hand. Zhou Chuchu was stunned. She hadn't squeezed too hard. Could it be that the glass bottle was too fragile and fragile? She tried again. She picked up another bottle of luxury cream. Squeeze. Snap. It broke again. The shards in her hand caused no harm. She was sure now. It wasn't the bottles that were fragile, but she had become stronger. That must take at least 200 kilograms of grip strength to do this. Oh my goodness, have I become a strong person? Zhou Chuchu shook off the image of a muscular hero tangled in her mind. It was too frightening. She glanced at the 500-kilogram sandalwood coffee table in the living room. She thought for a moment, then walked over, calming her breath. Lift. She grabbed it and tried to lift it. Zhou Chuchu was stunned. She had truly become a strong person. Then she felt excited again. That's better. With this strength, those troublemakers dare to bother me. I'll beat them until they're all toothless. She clenched her fist. In her past life, she was broken into by terrible neighbors who stole her supplies. She wanted to stop them, but was powerless. If her husband hadn't found and brought back supplies, she would have starved. Later, She awakened water-related abilities, but they were only supportive powers with weak attack strength, so she was easily controlled and used as a water generator. No one knew how strong her desire for power was. Is my strength increasing because of the S-grade ability itself, or because I'm causing plants to evolve and they're feeding me power? She felt it was probably the latter. Tomorrow, I'll feed them the light orbs again and see if they recover fully. In just a short time, the light orbs she had fed earlier had regained some energy. She thought that by tomorrow, they would be completely restored. Then she could try feeding them again. After considering the evolution, she started thinking about stockpiling supplies. After all, stockpiling was just as important. Both were equally vital. I remember I still have 50 million in my card, plus another 50 million from check-ins. I'll use all this money to buy supplies. No, that's not enough. I need to ask my husband for more. He's rich. Her husband, Qin Ziyuan, was wealthy. He was a true billionaire CEO, with businesses all over the world and 15 listed companies. Thinking about her capable and handsome husband, she slapped herself twice again. So her past life was a mistake. She ignored such a good husband and chased after that heartless scumbag. She deserved her ending. She accepted her karma. But her parents-in-law, her children, her husband, what wrong did they do? Why should they bear such a tragic ending? Zhou Chuchu's beautiful eyes flashed with a deep, icy coldness. She was reborn to undo everything, to turn everything around. In this life, she wouldn't allow anyone to hurt them. As for her past mistakes, she would spend her life making up for them. And her husband, Qin Ziyun, in her previous life, he chased after her until he turned into a corpse king, yet he still protected her. This lifetime, I will switch with her. Last time, after a big fight, he worked non-stop at the company for a month. When the apocalypse arrived, he was so exhausted he ran a high fever and developed health problems. Now, their relationship is icy cold. But brave Chu Chu is not afraid of difficulties. She took out her phone and looked for her husband. Seeing the note Qin's scoundrel, her eyelids trembled. She quickly changed the note to Dear Husband. She sent a voice message. Dear husband, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I will listen to you from now on. She waited 5 minutes, but he didn't reply. This was expected. Any man would be angry after what Qin Ziyuan did. Especially such a proud man. His anger is normal, and if she were him, she'd be angry too. She now wishes she could beat her past self 300 times. She sent another message. Dear husband, don't work too hard. Rest well. The world is big, but you're bigger. Take care of your health. Another 5 minutes passed, still no reply. In her past life, she would have been angry. But now, she isn't upset at all. Her husband isn't replying because he's busy. Focus on making money. Stock up on supplies. She glanced at her wardrobe, filled with luxury items. Some she bought herself, some were gifts from her parents-in-law, and some were from him. The cheaper items are worth tens of thousands. The more expensive ones are worth hundreds of thousands, like a Salvatore Ferragamo crocodile bag worth 2 million. Most of her clothes haven't been worn or even unwrapped, just stored there. With the apocalypse, the gas pipelines burst from the heat, cutting off natural gas. The household items that could be burned are used up, and these valuable clothes and bags turn into firewood. Sell them all, sell everything, and exchange for practical supplies. Just one small bag worth 100,000 could be traded for a lot of coal. Thinking about her past wastefulness, she felt heartbroken. She quickly posted these items for sale on social media. Brand new Dior autumn dress, original price 200,000, now only 150,000. Brand new high-end Chanel suit, original price 520,000, now only 300,000. Brand new Givenchy silk dress, original price 180,000, now only 80,000. Brand new Salvatore Ferragamo crocodile bag, original price 2 million, now only 1.3 million. As soon as she posted these clothes and bags, responses flooded in on WeChat. Most of her items were new, and she hadn't worn the bags many times. Her used clothes were sold at a significant discount. However, the few people who came to ask for prices were very picky about her clothes and bags, and they kept lowering the prices at will. Zhou Chuchu saw that they weren't genuinely interested in buying, so she simply ignored them. WeChat buzzed again. Lin Shuang. Chuchu, what's wrong? Why are you selling those clothes and bags? Seeing this name, Zhou Chuchu's eyes suddenly narrowed and a cold, hateful light flashed in her eyes. Lin Shuang was her childhood friend in her previous life, but a very toxic one. She had always envied her because she married Qin Ziyuan, who was handsome, cool, and extremely wealthy. She even tried to tempt him several times while Lin Shuang argued with her husband. Her husband warned her that Lin Shuang was not a good person, but she was stubborn and stubbornly opposed him, thinking he looked down on her social circle and instead got closer to Lin Shuang. What was the result? Not to mention before the end of the world, she had cheated and stolen a lot of money from her. After the end of the world, she used her as a stepping stone, first betraying her children's whereabouts, then betraying her own. When she was chained and mutilated on the experimental bed, she arrogantly appeared in front of her, shamelessly mocking, insulting, and revealing everything she had done, making her bleed with pain. Why didn't she cry? Because her tears had already dried up. Do you think I want to be friends with a fool like you? If it weren't for your billionaire husband, would I, a noble young lady, bother with you? Qin Ziyuan is such a perfect man. He's blind to love you. I even tried to him several times and failed. Look at you now, I'm really happy. The pain of losing both children isn't easy, is it? I told you where they were hiding. Oh, they were so miserable being tortured by me, crying out for their mother. Those two little brats still love you at this point.
What's so good about you?
If they recognize me as their mother, I'd let them go. Do you know who made you like this? I'd rather die than live. These words gnawed at her every day, filling her with hatred so intense that her blood seemed to surge backward. Even seeing this woman's name made her twitch with spasms. She wished she could cut her into 1,000 pieces. But she couldn't let her die so easily, so painfully. She put in great effort to control herself. That 5-year-long hellish torment had given her extraordinary resilience. She picked up her phone, and her mood gradually calmed. If not for the deep-seated hatred still burning in her heart, even she wouldn't be able to see her own resentment. She replied, looking at these clothes and bags just makes me dislike and get annoyed. The things that person bought for me make me feel sick. Sorry, husband, I was just pretending to lure the enemy, all acting, not because I don't love you. Just like Lin Shuang understands her from her past life, she also knows Lin Shuang well. She has always envied herself, wishing she could replace herself. Everything she has, she must have the same. But her family background is much worse than the Qin family, so she can't afford such expenses. No choice, she buys fake luxury items instead. In any case, she must keep herself ahead. Now she sells these high-end luxury items. Who knows what she's thinking or how happy she is inside? Surely she thinks her husband can't stand her and will want a divorce? Sure enough, another message came in, each word carefully thought out. Could it be that he made you angry again? As a CEO, he's cold and ruthless. Be patient. If you really can't stand it, threaten him with divorce. Zhou Chuchu sneered coldly. Indeed. She had often whispered in her ear to divorce, saying after divorce, she'd be gentle, wealthy, and a diamond king's wife. Saying after divorce, her second husband would pamper her like a princess. That a woman's value isn't dependent on men, but her own strength is her greatest asset. He doesn't love you at all. He just sees you as a tool for having children. And she was indeed foolish back then, easily swayed and brainwashed by these words, often picking fights with Qin Ziyuan, and every fight would lead to threats of divorce, making her husband furious and furious. His temper was so fierce that it was terrifying, seeming to prove Lin Shuang's words. She also didn't think, if her husband truly didn't love her, why would he send millions every month for her to spend? Why would he stay silent when he realized he scared her? Stay calm. Stay calm. I'm fishing now. can't act impulsively. Zhou Chuchu's long fingers quickly tapped on her phone. She proposed divorce, but he refused. How do you think you can get rid of him? It seemed she was silently showing off, and after a while, she replied, why not pretend to have an affair and give him a green hat? Any man would be unable to tolerate that. When Zhou Chuchu saw this message, her eyes flashed with cold light. Such a vicious idea had come out. Well, in her past life, she had also come up with similar ideas. Luckily, she still had some brains then, and didn't do it. She replied, no, I can't do that. Otherwise, I would be at fault and wouldn't get any of the property after the divorce. The other side was unwilling. Then why don't you give me these clothes and bags, say you sold them, and irritate him? Zhou Chuchu was so angry, she almost slapped her. How dare she have such a big face? Not to mention, she wanted to exchange these clothes for money, or give them away. She wouldn't give them to a beggar. Since she wanted these clothes, she should sell them to her. Selling to others made her feel a bit guilty, but selling to her would be helping the community. No, it's not possible. Someone already wants the clothes and bags, and the money has been transferred.
Let's stop talking about this.
She was worried she might sell to someone else. Wait, Chuchu, if you're selling, why not sell to me? Zhou Chuchu playfully asked. Sell to you? Does your husband have that much money? At another villa, Lin Shuang saw Zhou Chuchu's message and angrily punched her bed. She didn't want to wake the fat, lazy old man sleeping beside her. The old man got up and slapped her. Staying up late at night, chatting with some wild man? Lin Shuang covered her face, showing her disgust for the old man, but she obediently snuggled closer. Master, I wouldn't dare chat with any wild man. It's my best friend Zhou Chuchu and her husband arguing, and they're busy selling clothes. Hearing Zhou Chuchu's name, the old man's mind flashed a beautiful image. He smiled mysteriously. Your friend is really pretty. No wonder she can attract a man like Qin Ziyuan. All right, go to the guest room to chat. Don't disturb my sleep. Lin Shuang forcefully kissed the fat man's face and quickly grabbed her phone to the guest room. She looked at Zhou Chuchu's social media pictures, growing more jealous and angrier. What was she lacking compared to that foolish woman? Why could she have such a perfect, amazing husband, while she only married an unpleasant old man? Why did she have so many luxury clothes and bags so easily, while she had to work hard for just one? Why did she never have to do anything and still get endless money every month? She was so jealous. She was so jealous. If only those clothes were on her, how great would that be? And carrying that platinum crocodile bag to her friend's gathering, wouldn't they all envy her to death? Give me all those clothes and bags and give me a discount. Zhou Chuchu had been waiting for her to say this. All right, those clothes and bags total 40 million. I'm giving you this price because you're my good sister. 40 million. Lin Shuang froze. Where did she get so much money? Just as she was about to argue, she received another message from Zhou Chuchu. No way, no way. You've been married to Old Song for many years. He probably didn't even give you this money, right? Lin Shuang clenched her fists angrily, nails digging into her skin, causing blood to flow. That old has always guarded her, prefers to give money to his ex-wife rather than her. But she finally succeeded in gaining status, and she won't give up the wealth and honor she is now. Of course.
Of course she has it.
Chuchu, wait a moment. Lin Shuang started borrowing money, mortgaging her property, and applying for online loans. Zhou Chuchu sent away a few people trying to buy clothes, waiting for Lin Shuang to transfer her money. With her personality, she will do everything possible to get this money. This is the limit she can reach. She doesn't have it herself, so she must use some special methods. If things get exposed, she will be ready to watch the show. Moreover, once she drains Lin Shuang, she won't be able to prepare supplies before the end of the world. But don't worry, this is just the beginning.
Ding.
Your dear husband has sent a message. Pinned and starred as a reminder, Zhou Chuchu immediately opens her phone. Qin Ziyuan's message carries overwhelming anger. Am I bankrupt or can't support you anymore? Why are you selling clothes on moments? Zhou Chuchu immediately tries to comfort him pitifully. Dear husband, I really need money. Can you give me some money to spend? Qin Ziyuan pinches his forehead, feeling intense pain in his head. Fragments of strange scenes keep flooding his mind, making his brain feel like it's being split apart. All these images involve Zhou Chuchu, but they are not good at all. They are so terrible that they make people furious. She forced him to send his parents and children back to their hometown in the countryside. Then the apocalypse arrived. He was framed, became disabled, and lost limbs. His parents died. His child died. She had a fierce argument with him, and during a zombie attack, she was bitten while he protected her. He transformed into a zombie king. She no longer recognized him and attacked him with enemies. The more scenes flood in, the colder his face becomes. His aura grows stronger and more terrifying. Zhou Chuchu, how dare you deceive me like this? The things happening in those scenes are unbelievable, but he has a gut feeling that maybe they are true. With her personality, she might really do such things. Thinking of those tragic scenes that drive him crazy, he can't help but feel a deep, violent rage. The person he cares about most was killed, and he wishes he could cut his enemies into pieces. Being betrayed and treated like that causes him pain that seems to spread through every part of his body. It was clearly something that never happened, yet it felt as real as if it had. He sat quietly in the shadows, looking as intimidating as a demon king. Luckily, the company employees had already left work, or seeing him like this would have scared them all. However, Qin Ziyuan remained calm. He quickly pieced together what had happened. These scenes came out of nowhere but left a deep impression. It was strange. Whether he believed it or not depended on whether Zhou Chuchu acted as shown in the scenes. From what he saw, her actions matched her personality. She argued with him because she found the kids annoying and disliked how his parents meddled, shouting for them to leave. She was obviously disgusted with him, avoiding him, thinking he was cold and heartless. She believed Lin Shuang, the tea girl, blindly, but wouldn't listen to a word he said. Her heart was clearly elsewhere. But what if? What if? Qin Ziyuan felt a sharp pain in his chest. He admitted he wasn't good at making women happy, not even his wife. He was busy with work and lacked time with her. He tried to adjust, to go home early, to bring the kids more often, even took on chores sometimes. But she still hated him, refused his touch, and saw him as a beast. If everything in those scenes was true, and the end of the world came, and he protected her with all his might, and it ended like that, then he should cut ties, agree to her divorce, and go separate ways forever. He would take the kids and his parents and survive in the end times.
Ding.
Your wife sent you a message. Qin Ziyuan sneered. Was she asking for a divorce? He promised to agree immediately, draft a divorce paper, and make her sign and leave. He grabbed his phone. Open the message. Dear husband, I'm sorry. Please don't be mad. I'll listen to you from now on. Qin Ziyuan was stunned. What was she up to now? Would she speak to him in this sweet, coquettish tone? Wasn't her usual way of talking cold, harsh, and questioning? Or was she trying to get something from him again? He stared coldly at his phone and didn't reply. 5 minutes later.
Ding.
Your wife sent you a message. Dear husband, don't work too hard. Rest well. The world is big, but not bigger than you. Take good care of yourself. Silence, silence, silence was tonight's quiet. Qin Ziyuan stared at his phone with a strange expression. Something feels wrong, very wrong. This woman must have taken the wrong medicine. She's acting so strangely. She actually cares about herself? What is she really trying to do? She opens her social media, looking for clues, but instead she sees a flood of posts showing her selling clothes and bags. All those clothes and bags were bought for her by him and her parents. He silently and coldly smiles. Really? To divorce him? She's resorting to this? And before they even divorce, she's already cashing out? Is she in such a rush to leave him? Fine. He'll support her decision. A fierce, almost tangible, murderous aura rises around Qin Ziyuan. His eyes glow red, but he doesn't realize it himself. He frowns and sends a message. Have I gone bankrupt or can't support you anymore? Why are you selling clothes on social media? He promises that if she doesn't give him a proper explanation, this will be their last message.
Ding.
Your wife has sent you a message. Dear husband, do I really need money? Before he can get angry, another ding. Can you send me some money, please? Then more notifications keep coming. Husband, come back tomorrow. I miss you. I can't be without you. I promise I won't argue with you again. You're the father of our child. I'm the mother. We are a loving family. If you don't give me money, that's okay. I'll find a way to get it myself. Whether you come back tomorrow or not, I'll wait for you. If you don't come back, I'll come to your office to find you. More than 10 messages in a row. Qin Ziyuan's expression grows more serious the more he reads. This has never happened before. She's never sent him messages so frequently. Before, their only exchanges were his transfers and her receipts. Has she really changed? Zhou Chuchu finishes sending a series of messages, but there's no response from the other side. She feels a bit disappointed, but she quickly pats her face and steels herself. Zhou Chuchu, in your past life, you owed him so much and did so many terrible things. A little hardship now, what's the big deal? Keep going, stay strong. Zhou Chuchu plans to send a few more messages, but then Lin Shuang's transfer arrives. 36.84 million. Her eyes narrow sharply. Lin Shuang. Chuchu, I'm sorry. I can only come up with this much money. Why don't you just give me all those clothes and bags? Playing this game? Lin Shuang, I'm sorry, I want to divorce him. In the future, I will need money for various things. The money you gave me is all I can use now. For the rest, I will find a few wealthy women who asked for clothes earlier. Lin Shuang clenched her lips. Stingy, miserly person. What's wrong with those clothes? Isn't their friendship worth millions? I remember I still have over 3 million in my bank account. I will transfer it to you now. Lin Shuang angrily transferred the money. After receiving the money, Zhou Chuchu smiled happily. Thanks, my good friend. Don't worry, I will use this money to buy supplies and use them to help myself survive the end of the world. And you'll just be watching helplessly. This time, even if you beg me on the ground, I won't give you any supplies. On the other side of the phone, Qin Ziyuan was still waiting for Zhou Chuchu to send a message. She sent about 10 messages and then stopped. He sneered. As expected, she can't hold on and gave up. Even if she asks me for money, she should at least have some awareness of asking. Thinking about the money being used for their divorce, anger boiled inside him. But ding. Your wife has sent you a message. Husband, it's late. Take care of yourself, sleep early. See you tomorrow. Qin Ziyuan's cold eyes opened, like a beast lurking in the darkness. He irritably tore off his tie. Just then, moonlight shone through the window, illuminating his sharp jawline, his delicate yet strong collarbones, making him look dangerous and charming in the flickering light. Zhou Chuchu, you'd better not play tricks on me. If you betray me again, you will pay the price. After saying goodnight to Qin Ziyuan, Zhou Chuchu lay on the bed, feeling the silky comfort of the silk quilt. She immediately jumped out of bed and packed all the silk and velvet quilts in the house into her space. Then she jumped back onto the bed, ready to sleep well. The peacefulness before the end of the world was too rare. It's good to sleep well now because once the end comes, deep sleep will be hard to find. Not to mention the high temperatures earlier, nights were sleepless, sweat pouring down, hot and restless, making it impossible to rest peacefully. In the end of the world chaos, human nature was degraded. For food and drink, people would kill and commit arson, nothing surprising. Even a small disturbance could make people panic like startled birds. Just as she was about to fall into a deep sleep, a notification sounded from WeChat. Special attention, Sun Qixuan. Chuchu, are you asleep? I miss you. Zhou Chuchu's face turned completely cold, filled with killing intent. Her good mood for sleep was instantly shattered. Sun Qixuan, this scoundrel. If she wished she could cut Lin Shuang into 1,000 pieces, then she hated Sun Qixuan even more, wishing to drink his blood and gnaw his flesh. She longed to send him to the deepest, to suffer eternal torment. But since there is no in this world, she would become her own, take up the knife herself, and give him all those punishments to vent her hatred. Because the ultimate cause of her tragedy was him. She and Sun Qixuan were college classmates. At that time, she was invisible at school, while he was a rising star. He came from a good family, was very capable, handsome, and polite to girls, so he gained many admirers. She was then a beautiful girl, but some girls isolated her, and he reached out to help her, showing a different attitude from others. She was a girl just beginning to fall in love, naturally attracted to him, and confessed her feelings. But he neither expressed nor rejected her, staying ambiguous. If she was a bit more active, he would distance himself, saying they were just classmates. When she wanted to end this unclear relationship, he would send flowers and messages, teasing and tempting her. She had no idea that this was just his way of chasing women. She was just a silly fish in his pond. And not a very valuable one at that. His real target was Lin Shuang, but unfortunately, Lin Shuang didn't even look at him. Until Zhou Chuchu, for special reasons, got engaged to Qin Ziyuan, and the Qin family held a grand engagement ceremony to show their sincerity, inviting the city's elite. Sun Qixuan was also invited. When he saw she was Qin Ziyuan's fiancée, his attitude suddenly became very enthusiastic. She was deceived and repeatedly wanted to break off her engagement with Qin Ziyuan. If not for that drunken night, when she clumsily had a relationship with Qin Ziyuan and ended up pregnant with twins, she would have definitely broken off the engagement. But since she was pregnant, the Qin family refused to accept the breakup, showing her great tolerance, spending 100 million to marry her grandly. Her wedding was celebrated as a legendary event in the city, never surpassed. Yet, Sun Qixuan still kept dangling her, playing with her feelings. After she got pregnant, she didn't want to be in such a confusing situation anymore. She cut off contact, but he came to her crying and saying he couldn't lose her, that he would die if she left. She was confused again and reconnected with him. Later, he persuaded her to ask Qin Ziyuan for many projects, making the Sun family very wealthy and prosperous. A declining third-rate family suddenly became a new noble family after Qin Ziyuan exposed a few secrets. It seems she only has kindness, not hatred, towards Sun Qixuan. But what was the result? She paid an unbearable price for her foolishness. After the apocalypse arrived, because this wealthy neighborhood had good security and high-quality villas, Sun Qixuan asked her to take them in. Thinking there was plenty of space at home, she agreed. But it brought in a family of wolves. Sun Qixuan didn't come alone. He brought his family to live with them. Qin Ziyuan was furious, angrily accusing this family of having wild ambitions. The two old members of the Sun family knelt on the ground, begging her. She argued loudly with Qin Ziyuan, and they slept in separate rooms. Before the apocalypse, Qin Ziyuan worked too hard and was very weak from a high fever. That night, he fell from the second floor with a loud bang. Since then, he was unable to walk properly. He fell because Sun Qixuan pushed him. And later, she can't think about it anymore or she'll go crazy. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into the silk sheets. A bright green light sphere appeared around her. After a long time, she revealed a charming yet sinister smile, like a bloodthirsty demon. She felt disgusted just thinking about that name, so she blocked him immediately. Ding ding. The phone rang. It was him again. He was relentless. She blocked him again and went to sleep. Because of this unlucky thing disturbing her, Zhou Chuchu couldn't sleep well all night. In her dream, she saw all the trouble caused by the Sun family moving in, like a nest of birds taking over the house. They first ate her stored food, then gave her and her husband spoiled meals. They made her do chores, and if she was even slightly dissatisfied, they scolded her. Qin Ziyuan kept resisting, trying to drive them out, but he was too weak. He was so malnourished from eating spoiled food that he looked like a skeleton, and he was pushed down the stairs by Sun Qixuan, breaking his leg and unable to get proper treatment. Surviving was already a miracle. They beat him repeatedly, leaving him bloodied, with a scarred face and every part of his body battered. She hated them. She hated herself for being blind and foolish. In this life, she would never repeat her mistakes. She would make them all pay. She didn't sleep well and got up at 6 a.m. Her in-laws sent a message early. Something small happened. We'll be home by 4 p.m. okay? Take care and be safe. After replying, before the children arrived home, she decided to go shopping for supplies to fill the storage space. The end of the apocalypse is uncertain, and there are many things to prepare. Every aspect must be considered. Time is very tight, and no second can be wasted. Zhou Chuchu immediately left to go to the garage. Just then, she saw Grandma Luo standing at the door, peering inside. Seeing Zhou Chuchu rush out in a hurry, the old woman rolled her eyes, and her high cheekbones looked sharp enough to hurt someone. She sarcastically said, "You can't handle the fine stuff, and yet you have such a good yard, but you're planting all these lowly vegetables. It's laughable. You're not even capable of being a young lady. No wonder you argue with your husband every day." Grandma Luo is not a proper owner in the community. Her daughter is married and has a family, and she is secretly hiding in this luxurious house. Her daughter brought her here to take care of her, and she considers herself a noble lady. This woman is very talkative, always gossiping, and somehow found out about her husband's background. She shamelessly brought her daughter to visit several times. Fortunately, Grandma Lu Jilin, her mother-in-law, was not polite to her and had security drive her away. But she was not willing to give up and kept coming back every few days. Whenever there was any movement at her home, this old woman was never far away. Her villa is at the back of the community, separated by a wall, and it takes at least half an hour to walk there. She is quite persistent. In her previous life, Zhou Chuchu treated Qin Ziyuan badly, but she was patient with older people and never spoke harshly to them. However, her kindness was taken for granted. Some people were not good in their youth, and they only got worse with age. Now, in this second life, she would not spoil them anymore. Where did this shameless old hag come from, spewing foul words and stinking up the air? Good dogs don't block the way, get lost.
Wow.
Zhou Chuchu scolded sharply, causing the old woman to be stunned. But this old lady was no pushover. She was used to insulting others and bullying people. She wasn't afraid of Zhou Chuchu, a delicate young woman who looked soft. She was worried her skills had nowhere to be used, and when she met someone stubborn like Zhou Chuchu, she immediately started cursing. "You little troublemaker, I'll shut your mouth." Zhou Chuchu didn't hold back either. She pushed open the yard gate and slapped her quickly and firmly. Smack! The old woman was knocked to the ground. She could be polite and respectful to elders, but only to those deserving respect. People like this, who are as bad as animals, are not worth wasting words on. Note: this is a story. For the plot, please do not imitate. If you encounter unkind elders in real life, do not fight but stay away and call the police. Grandma Luo was slapped unconscious and fell to the ground, crying and shouting, "Help! Someone hit me. This is so unfair." Zhou Chuchu couldn't be bothered with her and simply walked away. But the grandma wasn't willing to give up and reached out to grab her. However, Zhou Chuchu dodged her, her cold gaze fixed on her. "Do you want another slap?" The grandma's hand trembled, and Zhou Chuchu, who was quick to act, delivered a heavy, painful slap. The grandma was scared. Zhou Chuchu got into her car and drove away directly. Grandma Luo stared with fierce eyes at Zhou Chuchu's departing figure and spat angrily. "That little brat, if she falls into my hands, I won't let her go." Thinking of Grandma Luo, Zhou Chuchu's brow furrowed tightly. She felt her home was not safe. In her past life, Grandma Luo had climbed over the wall to steal vegetables from her yard. Not only did she steal, but she also damaged things, breaking what she couldn't take. No, I need to find a way to make my home a strong fortress. First, rent a temporary storage. Then head straight to the farmer's market. Food is the most important. No one knows how long the end of the world will last, maybe forever. So she must prepare for the long term. Buy enough food. She had no psychological burden. If she didn't buy it, all the food would spoil in the heat and go bad. After the heat wave ended, she followed a team to look for food, opening warehouses and cold storage to find massive amounts of rotting grain.
It was heartbreaking.
So, she would buy as much as she could. Money was most valuable now. In the end of the world, money quickly loses value and becomes worthless paper. Society's order was reshuffling. What use was having a lot of money then? She started a crazy shopping spree. Rice, flour, sorghum, yellow rice, corn, soybeans, green beans, red beans, lentils.
Glucides.
Salt, brown sugar, white sugar, various seasonings. Peanut oil, soybean oil, corn oil, olive oil, walnut oil, rapeseed oil. In the farmer's market, there were many neighboring grain and oil shops. Her usual move was to walk in, glance around, and then wave her hand. And she bought everything. The shopkeeper was surprised. "Young lady, you're buying so much grain. Will you finish it all?" Zhou Chuchu casually lied. Xinchen Group is hosting a large banquet across 100 cities, taking turns in each city. I'm responsible for buying the food. Xinchen Group was famous, and it belonged to her husband. She felt justified using it. The shopkeeper nodded and gave a thumbs up. Xinchen Group has good benefits, high wages, and a strong sense of social responsibility. Truly impressive. Zhou Chuchu smiled happily, feeling proud. "Why do you need these seeds?" "Oh, bringing seeds to the countryside." Trucks loaded with grains were packed and sent to a designated temporary warehouse. After the transportation was complete, Zhou Chuchu entered alone and stored them in her space. Looking at the shelves full of food, Zhou Chuchu felt very happy inside. Spending 50 million yuan, she bought about 20,000 tons of grain. If only for eating, it could feed 40,000 people for a year. She continued to stockpile. Spending another 50 million yuan, she swept through the vegetable markets. Various carrots, radishes, mustard greens, cabbage, turnips, and kale. Green onions, garlic, onions, yams, lotus roots, lettuce, yams, potatoes, sweet potatoes. Chinese cabbage, bok choy, lettuce, spinach, chives, celery, endive, oilseed greens, okra, water spinach, chrysanthemum greens. Cauliflower, broccoli heads, enoki mushrooms, needle mushrooms, shiitake, king oyster mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, snow fungus, lion's mane mushrooms, porcini. Both dried and fresh. Wild and cultivated, marine varieties, frozen, pickled, canned. She bought everything. Including seeds, she bought and bought. Spending another 50 million yuan, she bought 18,000 tons, loaded everything onto trucks, and transported it to the warehouse, then moved it to her storage space. In just half a day, Zhou Chuchu hadn't even eaten, and she spent 100 million yuan like flowing water. Wow, money is so easy to spend. Don't say 100 million. I could spend 1 billion too. With enough food, she felt confident. But just having food wasn't enough. Let's go to the supermarket. She headed to Yonghui Supermarket, the largest in Haisher. She went straight to the cashier. "Call your manager. I want to shop." The cashier said, "Ma'am, you can just go inside with a shopping cart and buy things." Zhou Chuchu replied, "That might be a bit difficult, since such carts need to be filled with at least 10,000 items." The cashier doubted. "Miss, did you say? How many carts?" Zhou Chuchu clarified, "At least 10,000 carts." "All right, ma'am, please wait a moment. I'll go call the manager." Soon, the manager of Yonghui Supermarket strode over, seeing Zhou Chuchu as if she were a treasure. He was accompanied by 30 staff members, all arriving in a grand procession. "Miss, you are buying a large quantity of goods. I need to know the purpose."
Can you tell me?
Zhou Chuchu again mentioned her husband. Xinchen Group is organizing a charity delivery event to rural areas. "This is my husband's phone number. You can ask him directly." Everyone knows who the CEO of Xinchen Group is. The manager wouldn't dare call him, but once they confirmed Zhou Chuchu is his real wife, they became more eager to help. "Hurry, push the shopping carts and follow Mrs. Qin." Zhou Chuchu is in charge of directing. First, they clear out the food section, packing all kinds of instant foods. instant noodles, sausages, chocolates, milk tea, milk, yogurt, ice cream, and water, 100,000 bottles. In the end of the world, you can't buy even a single pack of instant noodles with money. In the scorching heat, a cold yogurt or ice cream can be a lifesaver. In the living area, various toiletries, shampoo, body wash, cleanser, face cream, masks. Even in the apocalypse, she wants to look good. She's tired of smelling bad all the time. In the clothing section, avoid expensive but impractical items. Focus on lightweight, breathable clothes and warm, thick clothing, preparing for both extreme heat and cold. For parents, in-laws, her husband, and children, now and as they grow, she needs everything. Not many, just a few tens of thousands of sets. In the home appliances section, refrigerators, freezers, washing machines, air conditioners, TVs, coal stoves, rice cookers, gas stoves. A few hundred sets of each. Power outages? No fire? Manager, find a way to get me 10 sets of diesel generators, 10 sets of gas generators, 10 sets of wind turbines, and 10 sets of solar panels. Plus, 10,000 liters of diesel, gas, and natural gas, and 5,000 tons of coal. If you can do this, I'll give you a commission of 2 million. The manager said, I can get these items, but it will take about 7 days. The total cost is estimated at 15 million. I need a 5 million advance. Zhou Chuchu immediately transferred the money. Also, get me 10 sets of cold weather clothing, 10 snowmobiles, 100 sleds, 10 kayaks, and 10 small yachts. After the heat comes the cold, and after the cold, heavy rain. When the city is frozen by snow and ice, you need warm clothes, sleds, and snowmobiles. During floods caused by heavy rain, you need kayaks and yachts to escape. If possible, also get me 100 hunting rifles, 100 curved swords and heavy swords, bulletproof vests, grenades. In the end of the world, human nature is depraved, morality is low, and everyone fights desperately to survive. Starving and desperate, people often take extreme actions like stealing or fighting, just like drinking water. She must get weapons to protect herself and her family. Later, zombies run rampant. The manager becomes more and more suspicious. Wait, Madam Chin, I can't get those for you. It's illegal. I can at most help you get practice bows and arrows. I can find a practice sword and heavy sword. Crossbows might be possible, but bulletproof vests, hunting guns, and grenades are really impossible. Zhou Chuchu also anticipated this possibility and didn't push the manager too hard. She asked the manager to deliver the items she bought to the warehouse, then move them to her storage space. She checked her balance. Less than 2 million left. Money is too easy to spend. Sigh, I guess I have to ask my husband for more. She looked at her watch. 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Zhou Chuchu immediately drove to the restaurant, ordered a large bowl of beef noodles with extra meat, and ate 3 bowls in a row. The hot, steaming beef noodles eased her deep hunger. She felt satisfied and patted her belly, burping happily. She was so happy. She ignored the strange looks from others. A glamorous woman running into a small noodle shop to eat 3 bowls. How could that not seem odd? Zhou Chuchu was lost to her thoughts, constantly calculating. No, I must store enough meat. In the apocalypse, meat is a luxury. In the intense heat, various livestock and poultry couldn't withstand the high temperatures, and many died. Those lucky enough to survive mutated and evolved into dangerous creatures. Forget eating them, just avoiding being eaten by them is a challenge. Meat stored in cold storage everywhere would spoil completely if the power went out in the heat. Eating meat in the apocalypse is too hard. But to store meat, she needs money, enough money. Boss, pack 5,000 servings of beef noodles and deliver everything to this address. Zhou Chuchu gave the address to the boss. The boss was shocked. 5,000 servings of beef noodles? I can't make that now.
Can you do it in a day?
200,000 yuan, pay 100,000 upfront, add more meat, and pay the rest upon delivery.
Got it.
Zhou Chuchu left and saw a balloon seller on the street. She thought her 2 children liked balloons, but had never bought any for them. She felt a pang of sadness. She immediately bought all the balloons from the vendor. Then she went to a toy store to buy a bunch of toys and a maternity and baby store for various children's foods. After spending 200,000 yuan, she returned full of supplies. Back at the villa, her in-laws and children hadn't returned yet. She felt a little disappointed, but luckily, the system's pleasant notification sounded again.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully signing in. You received 50 million in cash and a high-speed alloy steel fence. Zhou Chuchu's account has increased by 50 million, and her storage space now contains a high-speed alloy steel fence. The high-speed alloy steel fence is a 30-centimeter thick fully enclosed fence made of high-speed steel alloy. Click to install it, giving you a strong sense of security.
Wow.
Zhou Chuchu exclaims in surprise. High-speed alloy steel is widely used in submarine and aircraft manufacturing. A 30-centimeter thick fence can withstand even bombs. With this 30-centimeter thick fully enclosed alloy steel fence, Mom no longer needs to worry about anyone sneaking in. She wants to install it immediately, but fears her in-laws and children might be scared if they come back. Just click to install it, and she can do it later, before the end of the world. Additionally, she needs to help her husband, parents-in-law, and children gradually accept that the end of the world is coming and start preparing early. And her distant parents and younger brother. Thinking of them, Zhou Chuchu's face darkens. In her past life, her parents strongly demanded she marry Qin Ziyuan. She couldn't understand and cried loudly, protesting and refusing to eat. Later, her parents, citing their business failure, forced her to marry him, with Qin Ziyuan offering help. She agreed but also resented her parents. Her mother tried to persuade her, saying Qin Ziyuan was trustworthy and worth trusting for life, while son Qishuan was not. She couldn't listen and cursed them for seeking fame and fortune at her expense. Her younger brother initially supported her but was later influenced by Qin Ziyuan after meeting him once, and he advised her to live a good life. Angrily, she cursed her brother and cut ties with her family on the spot. After marriage, she became cold and stopped contacting her parents and brother. Her parents looked for her, but she avoided them until the end of the world. Later, she regretted it deeply and wanted to contact her family, but they were gone. 5 years into the end of the world, she saw her brother beside a leader. He had grown into a powerful, capable person, but by then, he was cold and distant toward her. He hated her for being cold and ruthless. Her parents called her repeatedly, but she ignored them. Before they died, her parents kept mentioning her. Zhou Chuchu felt heartbroken and full of regret. The relationship with her brother could never be repaired. Now, before the end of the world, there is still time. Thinking this, she dialed the number she had thought about countless times but never called. Beep. The phone was answered immediately. It was her younger brother, Zhou Xingyang, and his voice was very loud. Big sister. It's your call. Mom and Dad, come quickly, big sister is calling. The call was transferred, and her father, Zhou Xiaoyuan, answered. Near. Just one word, and Zhou Chuchu burst into tears. Thinking about her father's care, she remembered how he used to let her ride on his shoulders and repeatedly ask, Near, is it fun, Near? Zhou Chuchu's crying was heard by her mother, Lin Yunxi, who quickly grabbed the phone. Get lost, old man. Look what you've done. Made Near cry. Her mother's gentle voice comforted her. Near isn't afraid. Whatever happens, I am here.
Don't cry, don't cry.
Did Qin's boy bully you? Don't worry, if things get too tough, we'll come back. Mom and Dad can support all 3 of you. Zhou Chuchu shook her head, tears flying. It's not that. He treats me very well. You chose a good son-in-law. A really good one. I realized I was wrong. I shouldn't have been angry with you, ignored your calls, or refused to see you. Mom, Dad, little brother, I miss you so much. I miss you all. On the other end of the phone, her mother also shed tears. Near, we don't blame you. Maybe we were too strict back then. She couldn't say any more. As parents, they could never blame their daughter, only feel heartache. Zhou Chuchu's heart ached and swelled with emotion, tears flowing more fiercely. These are her parents, her close family. Even though she was clearly in the wrong, they couldn't bring themselves to scold her. Her brother snatched the phone and said casually, "Mom and Dad, what are you doing? It's a good thing they're called. Near, don't worry, we are doing very well. We've claimed 20 hills here in Gue City, and our sugar oranges are almost ripe. We're about to get rich. After we sell the oranges, we'll come see you." Her brother's cheerful voice was free of any resentment. Hearing this, Zhou Chuchu quickly wiped her tears and said seriously, "Zhou Xingyang, listen to me. I will transfer 50 million yuan to you right now. You must do exactly as I say." Her brother Zhou Xingyang thought Zhou Chuchu was joking. He chuckled happily. "Sister, it seems your husband treats you well. He gives you plenty of pocket money." Zhou Chuchu's heart moved. Qin Ziyuan treats her very well, and he gives her enough pocket money. Does the 50 million yuan in her account have something to do with this? She still needed to verify that, but right now her main concern was her parents. Living in the mountains, her parents and brother had endured extreme weather, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other natural disasters, but life was probably tough. Hearing her brother's casual tone, Zhou Chuchu took on her big sister role seriously. "Zhou Xingyang, I am not joking with you." A sense of ancestral pressure made Zhou Xingyang shiver. His father slapped him and said, "Be serious. Your sister probably has something important to tell you. Listen carefully." Got it, got it," Zhou Xingyang replied, trying to sound obedient, but then he genuinely became serious. "Sister, tell me what to do."
Good.
Zhou Chuchu took a deep breath and said, "Use this money to buy enough supplies. Food, water, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, enough for 10 years. Generators, coal, diesel, and gas, enough for 50 years. Cold weather gear, polar clothing, sleds, snow vehicles, heating equipment, heaters, enough for 50 years. Kayaks, speedboats." The more Zhou Xingyang listened, the more suspicious he felt. Finally, he couldn't hold back and shouted, "Sister, are you serious? Food and generators are understandable and cold weather gear makes sense, but what's with the kayaks and speedboats? I'm on a mountain." That sounded too unbelievable. Zhou Chuchu understood her brother's doubts. If she hadn't truly experienced the end times, hadn't endured those hardships, and if her memories weren't so vivid and detailed, she wouldn't believe the end was near. Right now, strange weather is happening everywhere, disasters and calamities. Australia's wildfires, America's black storms, India's plague, Sakura country's nuclear waste. We need to prepare just in case. Zhou Xingyang scratched his head, his handsome face showing confusion. "But, sister, these countries are so far away from us." Zhou Chuchu's voice was deep and serious, maybe far, but have you thought about what would happen if these disasters came here? How would we handle it? Have you noticed how unusually hot the weather has been lately? Hearing this, Zhou Xingyang felt a little nervous inside. She added more fire to the situation. Think about it. What if there's a 3-year drought with no rain? 10 years? Zhou Xingyang was startled. "Sister, don't scare me." It was enough to make him even doubt his hometown dialect. Even if he didn't believe, he would still prepare something. But he still felt uneasy. Buy supplies, transport them carefully, don't let anyone know you're buying, and don't let them find out where you hide the supplies. Once I transfer the money, give you half a month to prepare. After that, come to Haishur. Bring Dad and Mom too. I need to check your shopping records and discuss something important." Before Zhou Xingyang could refuse, she hung up the phone directly. Zhou Xingyang is very careful and steady when handling things. Even if he doesn't understand the reason behind something, he will do as she says. Then he transfers 50 million yuan. Her card is a special black card issued by Qin Ziyuan, allowing direct transfers without limits. First, she asks her younger brother to prepare supplies, so they are ready for any emergency. She has 2 plans. In half a month, her parents and younger brother will come, and she will do everything she can to keep them there, so the family can spend their last days together. After finishing these tasks, she sinks into a leather sofa, waiting for her husband, children, and in-laws to return. Time passes slowly.
Talk.
Zhou Chuchu starts to feel anxious, glancing repeatedly at the door. Her phone keeps being raised and put down again. She is nervous about calling, afraid of any accidents. Finally, click.
Mom.
I'm back.
Mom.
I miss you so much. Two bright little children run toward her. Yes, Bright. Past memories flash through her mind, good and bad, mostly bad, ending in darkness. She rarely participated in their childhood and missed their early years. When she saw them again, they were strangers. But these two children, before they died, kept trying to tell her they loved her. Now seeing them, they are like shining lights, like two little angels, true angels. Her angels. A warm wave flows through her dry heart, filling her with deep love and emotion. She unconsciously stands up, hugs the two children tightly, feeling their warmth in her arms and hands, which makes her feel at peace inside. She lifts them up, filled with gratitude, tears silently falling. It's so good to see them again. It's so good to have them again. She will never lose them again. She must protect them well. Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Her daughter, Qin Yueshi, with big caring eyes, wipes her tears with her soft, chubby, white hand, her eyes turning red as she starts to cry too. Mom, don't cry. Lin will protect you. Her son, Qin Zihue, hugs her neck, acting like a little man. Zhou Chuchu smiles through her tears. She hugs the two children and takes the balloon she bought. There are 30 balloons, dinosaurs, rabbits, octopuses, airplanes, submarines, Ultraman, everything. The children instantly become happy, each kissing her. Thank you, Mom. Mom is so good. Today, they are so happy because Mom bought them balloons. Usually, she never buys them things and she rarely shows them love or hugs. They are very sad and disappointed. They asked Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom if they didn't love them. Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom said that Mom loves them, and indeed she does. Zhou Chuchu took the balloons and also brought out some toys. She had never done this before. Even if she wanted to be good to them and give them love, she seemed clumsy. Why aren't you playing with the balloons? Don't you like them? The two children shook their heads. No, Mom, we like them very much. We just want to hug Mom for a little longer. Mom's hug is so warm and Mom smells so nice. It turns out they were afraid she might only hug them occasionally and wouldn't do it again soon, so they couldn't bear to let go. Zhou Chuchu felt sad inside and kept scolding herself. She was so stupid. She thought she had been too bad before. Mom will hug you every day and kiss you every day from now on. Zhou Chuchu gently kissed each of her adorable little faces, one on the left and one on the right. The two little ones giggled happily. All right, Lin and Chi-Chi, it's tiring to be pressed down by Mom like this.
Come down now.
Lu Jilin and Qin Zhuangming looked at each other, seeing surprise and happiness in each other's eyes. It seemed that their daughter-in-law had grown up. It's okay. They like it. I'll hug them more. Zhou Chuchu held the two children and walked toward her parents-in-law. All her words condensed into two. Dad, Mom. The elderly couple's hearts trembled. Lu Jilin hurriedly responded and softly said, Have you not eaten? I'll go cook now. Mom, the food doesn't taste very good today.
Don't mind.
Lu Jilin went to the kitchen and was stunned. Where was the fridge? Such a big 4-door refrigerator. Where was it? Zhou Chuchu followed in, feeling numb. She had put the fridge in storage yesterday and hadn't taken it out. She didn't plan to hide the storage space from her parents-in-law, but it wasn't suitable to say it now. Zhou Chuchu was about to come up with an excuse to handle it when her savior arrived. Zhou Chuchu, what are you really doing? Tell me. The domineering CEO Qin Ziyuan returned, his voice cold like ice shards. But when he saw the innocent eyes looking at him, those were his unlucky wife's. Two pairs of cute big eyes gazed at him. Those were his precious children's. And two pairs of angry eyes stared at him. Those were his parents. Suddenly, the usually powerful, cold CEO with a temperature drop of 10 degrees in the company, the king of coolness, was gone. Before he could speak, Qin Zihao suddenly slid down from Zhou Chuchu and walked over to Qin Ziyuan, acting like a tiny boss. He cheerfully said, "Dad, come here for a bit. Let's have a chat, us men. Mom is a girl. How can you be so harsh to her? You need to speak nicely to her, okay? And why do you call her by her name? You should call her wife." Qin Ziyuan's scalp prickled. He was so angry he couldn't speak, but he held back his fury. Otherwise, this brat might say, "You taught me that, but you can't do it yourself," and he'd be furious. He couldn't underestimate this little guy. He looked directly at Zhou Chuchu and asked, "What tricks are you playing?" His voice was calm, but a cold, sharp aura pressed down on her. Zhou Chuchu felt even more wronged. "Humph, you mean Dad is so mean? You're not allowed to treat Mom like that. Chi-Chi won't talk to you anymore." Chi-Chi hugged Zhou Chuchu's neck, pouted, and turned her head away. Qin Ziyuan. His deep black eyes looked serious and commanding. His handsome face was sharp and intimidating, giving off a powerful aura. Unless he smiled, few people dared to look directly at him. In her past life, Zhou Chuchu was afraid of him and avoided him. Part of that was because of this. No one wanted to get close to someone so perfect, capable, and strong. Before she reached him, she was frozen by fear. But Zhou Chuchu had come back to life now, and she wasn't afraid of death anymore. She carefully looked at his face and sighed. "This is my husband. He's so handsome. His physique. What's a tiger's back and a monkey's waist? That's it. What are 8-pack abs? That's it." She wanted to pounce, to touch. Such an outstanding man. She had been blind and heartless in her previous life for not cherishing him. Feeling Zhou Chuchu's passionate gaze, Qin Ziyuan felt very strange. His memories didn't include this scene. Not to mention before. She avoided him like a snake or scorpion, as if he were a wolf or a tiger, and she could hide from him as far as possible. Why was she looking at him with such a wronged expression? If she was sad, her eyes looked hot and fiery, as if she could see through his clothes and into his body. Qin Ziyuan suddenly felt uncomfortable.
Zhou.
What do you really want? Are you short of money? Today, she spent a lot, 50 million in one day, and it was gone. A quick check showed a long shopping list filled with everyday essentials like rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, and tea. Then another 50 million was spent on various vegetables, fruits, and farm products. All bought in the name of the group. He couldn't understand what was going on. Yonghui called the secretary to verify the delivery information. Over 40 million yuan worth of shopping expenses. Just moments ago, she also transferred 50 million yuan to her brother. Isn't she the one who refuses to contact the family? Over the past 5 years, he tried to persuade her many times, but each attempt ended with her sarcastic questions. Eventually, he gave up and only secretly visited her parents, sending money to them. But every time he called, they refused to accept it. Today, surprisingly, she made a large transfer, something unusual. This was something not seen in those scenes before. He couldn't help but feel confused. He knew exactly how much money she had. The 50 million yuan was her pocket money, and the 40 million came from selling clothes and bags. But where did the remaining 100 million come from? He tracked the transfer accounts, but even the company's engineers couldn't find any useful information. This was very strange. She was hiding a secret. Just as Qin Ziyuan thought this, he saw Zhou Chuchu playfully winking at him. "Husband, I need money. Give me some pocket money." Seeing Qin Ziyuan's expression, Zhou Chuchu knew he probably guessed something. At least about that 100 million yuan. Fortunately, she had no intention of hiding it from him from the start. Qin Ziyuan sneered coldly, "You have enough money, and you still need to ask me for more?" He was hinting at that 100 million yuan. Before she could speak, her father-in-law started scolding his son. "If your wife needs money, give her as much as she wants. I don't care about other things, but don't make me on her feel wronged." Lu Jilin, holding a spatula, scolded her son alongside her husband. "I think you've become stubborn. No wonder you argue with her. It's because you've made me on her feel bad." Qin Ziyuan. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Lu Julin was so angry she swung the spatula. All right, you dare to mock your mother? Zhou Chuchu chuckled softly, worried about hurting someone's pride, then quickly put on a serious face and pulled her mother-in-law aside. Oh, Mom and Dad, you misunderstood. He gives me quite a lot of pocket money, but I've been saving some things recently and spent it all. Lu Julin had never been so affectionate with her daughter-in-law before, and her heart felt as sweet as honey. She shot a glance at her unlucky son. See that? It's your wife who cares for you and speaks up for you. And you, look at yourself. Qin Ziyuan looked very wronged. So, I'm not even related by blood? You? Blood related? Don't be ridiculous. You're just an outsider. This family rarely experienced such warm moments. 6 family members sat down for a simple dinner. During the meal, Zhou Chuchu smiled happily, patiently feeding the 2 children. 2 children were so surprised and happy that they ate 2 more bowls of rice than usual. Later, they kept insisting that Zhou Chuchu stay with them to sleep. Their grandparents advised them to leave, leaving the room for the couple. Qin Ziyuan loosened his tie and moved closer to Zhou Chuchu with sharp, scrutinizing eyes. Can you tell me now? Qin Ziyuan's presence was very strong, filling every inch of the room with his aura, making her heart beat faster. The word powerful perfectly described him. They were very close. His breath brushed down from above, touching her neck. Her neck felt itchy. Their true honesty was 5 years ago, but for Zhou Chuchu, it was 15 years ago. So familiar, yet so strange.
Bang.
Bang bang. Her heart pounded, and her face and ears turned red. Qin Ziyuan smelled the sweet scent on Zhou Chuchu and suddenly realized they were too close. In the past, she would have pushed him away at this distance. But now, Zhou Chuchu's thick, black hair shone like black pearls. Her skin was as white as milk, flawless and pure. Wearing a simple red dress, she looked stunning and captivating. Qin Ziyuan always knew she was a great beauty, but today she seemed even more beautiful. However, he quickly suppressed his thoughts, recalling her actions in the scene, and his eyes grew cold. His voice also turned icy, cold enough to cut through. In the past, when he started to release his cold aura, Zhou Chuchu would stay far away. Her warm, loving family background, her father being a caring man who loved his wife, and her ideal partner being gentle, these made her believe in false appearances. Qin Ziyuan, on the other hand, was a cold, intimidating mountain of authority capable of freezing people with just a word. His domineering and decisive style made Zhou Chuchu afraid of him rather than dislike him. But after experiencing the apocalypse, seeing the hidden cruelty behind his smile, enduring the pain of betrayal, witnessing him turn into a zombie king, terrifying in appearance but still protecting her, how could she possibly fear his cold face? His face was cold, but his heart was warm. Zhou Chuchu reached out and hugged his strong waist, touching his back. TSK, he really had strength. A dark flame flickered in the man's eyes, but he remained calm. Using seduction now. Going all out. He couldn't find out about the 100 million on his card, and he didn't think Sun Qixuan had that ability. But whenever he thought about how this woman always wanted to escape his grasp and get close to that young man, a surge of anger rose in him. Zhou Chuchu happily teased, "Is that called seduction? Did I succeed in tempting you?" Qin Ziyuan frowned deeply, sensing something was wrong. Zhou Chuchu was acting very strangely today. He tore her away from himself. Although he enjoyed the soft touch of her gentle hands, he knew he had to clarify some things. "Zhou Chuchu, have you lost your mind?" She immediately went along with it, tears in her eyes, covering her head. "Yes, I was confused before, kicked by a donkey, but now I'm awake." Yes, she was thick-skinned and tough. Qin Ziyuan was speechless and felt a headache coming on.
Fine, let's not talk about that now.
Why are you buying all those supplies? Is it the end of the world? When Qin Ziyuan finally brought up the main issue, Zhou Chuchu got excited. She grabbed his big hand and pulled him onto the sofa, pressing him down before hopping onto his lap. Qin Ziyuan was very uncomfortable with her natural closeness. He wanted to move away, But Zhou Chuchu held his hand and placed it on her waist, adjusting to a comfortable position, leaning against his strong thigh. It was a bit uncomfortable, even a little rough. Zhou Chuchu, be serious.
I'm being serious now.
Qin Ziyuan sighed helplessly. Give me a reason why you're doing all this. The end of the world is coming. Qin Ziyuan's eyes widened in shock. Hey, don't squeeze my waist, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Zhou Chuchu wasn't really hurt, but her waist was soft flesh, and a squeeze was both painful and itchy. It was nothing special. She had endured much pain and hardship before. But now, when they met again, she instantly turned into a delicate wife, tears welling in her bright eyes. Qin Ziyuan visibly tensed, then changed his touch to a gentle, wanting to apologize. But as a man, he couldn't admit weakness, and he didn't know how to handle this situation. He was confident in navigating the business world, handling billion-dollar deals calmly, and fighting fierce enemies. But when it came to his delicate wife pouting and crying, he was at a loss. Zhou Chuchu whined. Touch me. Qin Ziyuan obediently did as asked, gently rubbing her.
Soon he found he liked this feeling.
Zhou Chuchu sighed softly and then said, Husband, I have something to tell you. I had a very scary dream. I saw that in a month, the end of the world will come, with extreme heat and cold. Zhou Chuchu didn't dare to say she was reborn. After all, if she told him what she had done, he might get angry right away and stop loving her. Not only that, but even she, standing in his place, felt her actions might be unforgivable. She roughly explained what might happen in the future. Her parents dying, her children being harmed, him becoming a destructive king of the dead, and her own tragic ending. But she couldn't say it all. It was too cruel. Since these things haven't happened yet, she decided to bear it herself. She felt nervous, unsure if Qin Ziyuan believed her. If he thought she was crazy and sent her to a mental hospital, what would she do? She looked at him, but his eyes were deep and calm like the sea. She felt a little hopeless and lowered her head. Of course, normal people wouldn't believe it. Just a dream predicting the end of the world? That sounds impossible. He probably wouldn't believe her. He might think she's wasting money. Maybe he would even freeze her credit card. But unexpectedly, Qin Ziyuan didn't scold her for talking nonsense. Instead, he seemed very serious and cautious as he said, When the end of the world comes, the things you bought are far from enough. At least medical supplies and medicines are essential in the end times, but you didn't buy any. Qin Ziyuan continued, shifting slightly so she could lie more comfortably. If we're just trying to survive, food, water, heating, and security equipment are enough. But if we want to develop during the end times, that's not enough, far from enough. However, Qin Ziyuan's voice was deep and serious. In high-temperature environments, food is hard to store. We might need to spend money to build vacuum warehouses to store supplies. 1 month isn't enough. What do you suggest? Zhou Chuchu was stunned, huh?
What?
Was he accepting her idea? And starting to plan? Husband, do you believe me? Qin Ziyuan looked at her deeply, neither saying he believed nor doubted. He only asked, do you believe me? Yes, if all those scenes in her dream are real, she probably doesn't believe herself either. She must doubt herself and refuse to accept it. Qin Ziyuan asked this question, his eyes seeming to ignite with fierce flames. Inside, a terrifying wave of darkness was about to surge forth. Even if she didn't speak, just hesitated, he would turn into a ball of anger, ready to swallow her and himself. Zhou Chuchu threw herself into his arms, holding his waist, her face rubbing against his chest in a messy way. Trust me, I can doubt anyone, but I will always believe in you. Qin Ziyuan's chest moved with emotion. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Chuchu dropped a bomb. Husband, I have a secret. I think I awakened a special ability. I have a storage space. She wasn't planning to hide the storage space from him. She was just looking for a good moment to tell him, and now was the perfect time. She quickly grabbed Qin Ziyuan's big hand, silently wishing, and in the next second, they were inside an endless storage space. Qin Ziyuan had seen many different abilities in those fragmented scenes, including his own, which awakened after becoming a zombie king, some very powerful abilities. He had also seen space abilities before. When he heard Zhou Chuchu mention the storage space, he was slightly surprised because he hadn't seen her awaken this ability in any scene. She only awakened a B-level water purification ability, used to purify water sources, which later upgraded to an A-level water song, giving her attack powers. But this had nothing to do with space abilities. Seeing Zhou Chuchu's infinite storage space, with countless shelves holding only a few stored items, even he was greatly shocked. This wasn't just a storage space, it was more like a storage world. Zhou Chuchu had been paying attention to his expression. Seeing this calm man suddenly showing signs of shock, she couldn't help feeling proud.
Haha, shocked, right?
She knew very well how calm and adaptable this man was. No matter what happened, he wouldn't be surprised and would accept it quickly. Now that she finally saw a different expression on his face besides calmness, she naturally wanted to puff up her chest. But she didn't know that Qin Ziyuan was not only shocked by this infinite storage space, but also by the blank space in those scenes, then nothing about her. In those scenes, she and the current her seemed to be on two completely different paths, leading to very different futures. She looked down and caught her own small, proud expression and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhou Chuchu saw him smile, and she relaxed her mind immediately. She quickly said, "In my storage space, time is frozen. Items placed on the shelves stay completely still. Whatever you put in, you take out exactly the same. I think if I buy more supplies and store them there, even if the end of the world doesn't come, it won't hurt to sell them later. If the end of the world does come, these could become our life-saving tools." As she spoke, her mood dimmed. She truly hoped the end of the world wouldn't happen. "You're doing very well. Leave the rest to me. I will come up with a plan to make the best use of this storage space." Qin Ziyuan looked around Zhou Chuchu's storage space with deep eyes and a firm expression.
Huh?
"Is it over already?" They accepted and immediately made a plan. "Is the process so quick? Aren't there other things to say?" Qin Ziyuan indeed said more. "Don't tell others about your storage space." He looked at her deeply. He doubted that those images might not be the real future, maybe just some kind of future, or perhaps a special ability of his. The past can't be changed, but the future can be rewritten. Zhou Chuchu's storage space meant the future wouldn't be like those images, where they suffered humiliation just for a bite to eat. The children wouldn't be starving and skinny from long-term malnutrition, and their height wouldn't be affected. The parents wouldn't risk everything over a little food and end up attracting zombies. He warned Zhou Chuchu because, in the end of the world, human nature is twisted and degenerate. People will do anything for a bite to eat. Hiding the storage space is extremely necessary. I understand. I won't tell anyone except my family. Zhou Chuchu nodded heavily. Later, if there's a chance, I want to tell my parents. You need to help me. Before she finished, she was pulled into a wide embrace. Just because of the word family, she mentioned. Qin Ziyuan held her, his gaze suddenly deep and dangerous. Zhou Chuchu, remember what you said. I am starting to trust you, just this once. He couldn't finish his words because a soft, fragrant kiss was already pressed against him. After a long while, Zhou Chuchu sat on the sofa, smiling foolishly. Qin Ziyuan was busy in the study. Thinking of that kiss, Zhou Chuchu smiled happily. Her parents-in-law brought the two children out, exchanging smiles. They didn't know what had happened to their daughter-in-law, which caused a huge change in her, but it was clearly a good thing. Qin Zhuangming signaled Lu Jilin, who gracefully approached and sat beside Zhou Chuchu. Her mother-in-law was nearly 60, but looked well-maintained and elegant, appearing only 40. She handed her a card and softly said, "Manner, there's some money in this card. Not a lot, just over $1 billion. You can use it." Zhou Chuchu quickly waved her hands. "This isn't right. This is your and Dad's money. I can't accept this card." Lu Jilin pushed the card into Zhou Chuchu's hand. "Why not? We're family. There's no need to divide it like that. Our old folks don't have many expenses, so if you need money, just take it and use it." Her mother-in-law was very firm. It was the same as before, always giving everything for the children. Such kind parents-in-law, but in her past life, because of their different backgrounds, she thought they were acting superior and using money to humiliate her. They noticed her feelings and didn't dare mention money in front of her. Instead, they bought her expensive luxury items, but she thought they were reminding her of her humble origins. Back then, she was really foolish. She knew deep down that her insecurity made her see things too negatively, causing awkwardness in her relationships. She would often wrongly suspect others, leading to misunderstandings and bad consequences. Now, if she refused the money, it would hurt her parents-in-law's feelings. Plus, with the end of the world approaching, money would soon become worthless. Not using it wisely would be unfair to her parents-in-law, and she genuinely needed the money. So she stopped refusing and graciously accepted it.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad.
Oh, no need to thank us. No need to thank us. The old couple was very happy. This was the first time Zhou Chuchu accepted their money, truly acknowledging them as her parents-in-law. Mom, Dad, I've arranged to sell the big fridge at home and buy a better one. Next, I'll use this money to buy supplies for the house. And I'll use it to renovate the villa again. Zhou Chuchu shared her plans to avoid surprising them later. Lu Jilin was momentarily stunned. Her father-in-law, Qin Zhuangming, quickly said, "Take the money and do whatever you want. Don't worry about buying things or renovating the house. If you want to buy another villa, we have no objections." Qin Zhuangming signaled to his wife, who immediately agreed, "Yes, Manor, you can use it for whatever you need. We don't mind." Mom, I also have New Year's money. I can give it to you." Her son, Qin Zihao, waved his little hand happily. "Mom, and my little money all for you." Daughter Qin Yueshi snuggled into her arms. Usually Mom is very cold, but today she is so kind. They want to stay close to her all the time. Zhou Chuchu hugged two little babies, one in each arm, and kissed their soft little faces. "Thank you, my dears."
Kiss, kiss.
While playing with the two little ones, Lin Shuang entered gracefully. Chuchu. She had beautiful makeup and looked very elegant, wearing Zhou Chuchu's most expensive Chanel dress, which her parents-in-law had bought for her. Seeing Lu Jilin and Qin Zhuangming, she showed a sneaky smile. She quickly walked in and called affectionately, "Uncle, Auntie." Seeing the two kids clinging to Zhou Chuchu, she looked a bit unhappy and confused. Isn't Zhou Chuchu annoyed by these two little ones? Lin, Chi-Chi. She went over to try to pull the children out of Zhou Chuchu's arms to hold them herself. Zhou Chuchu's face darkened slightly. Lin Shuang acted so familiar and natural, as if she belonged there, like entering her own home, as if no one was around. She fawned over her parents-in-law. She deliberately pleased the children. But when they weren't around, she would say bad things about them. For example, she once wore this dress, and she was happy about it at first, but Lin Shuang saw it and sourly said that some family bought this dress for her, the humble daughter-in-law, just to mock her. Zhou Chuchu thought her parents-in-law were hinting at her, so she didn't touch that dress again. She immediately gave it to Lin Shuang. Now Lin Shuang was wearing that dress, and her intention was obvious. Zhou Chuchu held the two children firmly on the sofa, feeling as steady as a mountain. The kids didn't want to leave her arms and go to others. They didn't want to leave their mom after she finally held them. As for that auntie, they didn't like her from the start. Seeing that the two children ignored her completely, Lin Shuang was furious inside. Two ungrateful kids. I've been so good to you, but you don't appreciate it. This woman speaks coldly to you and looks down on you, yet you cling to her. Lin Shuang was angry inside, but tried to hide it. She adjusted her dress and said to her parents-in-law, "Annie, this dress was bought for Chuchu, right? You have good taste. If she doesn't like it, she gave it to me. It fits me perfectly now. Annie, do I look pretty in this dress?" Lu Jilin shot Lin Shuang a sharp look. She had seen many people like her. If her daughter-in-law weren't friends with her, she wouldn't even let her into the house. Things Chu doesn't like should go in the trash. You pick them up to wear. Perfectly fine. Lin Shuang's face suddenly changed. Was she being insulted as a beggar? Zhou Chu almost burst out laughing. Her mother-in-law understood the ways of the world. Lin Shuang didn't feel disgusted with Zhou Chu and said, "Uncle, Auntie, I'm here today to pick up some things. Chu might be facing some trouble. She even sold the clothes and bags you and Zhe Yuan gave her for 40 million yuan. I hope this money can help her a little." Lin Shuang emphasized the words "what you gave" and 40 million, making sure her in-laws heard and understood clearly. Zhou Chu looked at her parents-in-law nervously. She hadn't thought carefully and didn't tell them about this beforehand. If they misunderstood, they might think she didn't cherish their kindness. Lin Shuang's face looked proud, ready to enjoy the show. No parents-in-law like to see their gifts resold by their daughter-in-law. In small terms, it was greed for money. In bigger terms, it was disrespect. But their reaction made Lin Shuang feel jealous and gnash her teeth. Lu Jolin looked concerned and scolded Zhou Chu sternly, "You child, really. If you're short of money, just tell Mom." "No, 1.8 billion is still too little." Qin Zhuangming said, "It's a bit too little. Just take another 5 billion for manor, so some people won't think our Qin family is going bankrupt." Lin Shuang looked at the card in Zhou Chu's hand, her eyes burning with jealousy. Does that card have 1.8 billion? Her words not only didn't make her in-laws dislike Zhou Chu, but seemed to add another 5 billion to her. Lin Shuang almost spat blood. She hated it so much. How could such a foolish woman have such an outstanding man like Qin Zhe Yuan and such divine parents-in-law? Suddenly, the clothes bought for 40 million didn't seem so attractive anymore. Thinking about it made her furious. She dryly said, "Uncle, Auntie, aren't you worried that Chu might do something bad with this money?" Before Zhou Chu could react, Lu Jilin exploded. "What's wrong with you? Are you really Manor's best friend? I think you're just a troublemaker." Her mother-in-law was straightforward and only cautious around her daughter-in-law. Others? Even heaven and earth wouldn't indulge her. Coming in all pretentious, and now you're saying Chu will do bad things with money? What bad things could she do? Tell me, what bad things could she do?
Who is Manor?
Don't we already know? Even if we don't, shouldn't you know? Quickly, take the broken things she doesn't want and leave. Zhou Chu couldn't help but laugh. Mother-in-law really is her mouthpiece. It's so satisfying. Feeling warm inside, she realized that even though she acts out, she is still considered good in her mother-in-law's eyes. Lin Shuang was scolded and felt angry, but she dared not show it. Everyone in the circle knows what kind of person Lu Jolin is, a wealthy lady who dares to flip tables and curse when upset. In the past, she helped Qin Zhuangming build the Qin family empire. She was a strong, independent force. But later, she stepped back from management to focus on herself. If she truly got angry, her mother-in-law could easily use it against her, making her unrecognizable even to her own mother. "Stop talking now," Qin Zhuangming said, stopping his mother-in-law. Lin Shuang looked at Qin Zhuangming pitifully. "Uncle Qin." He didn't even look at her, holding his wife's hand. "Some people aren't worth your words, wife." Lin Shuang trembled with anger, but she still didn't leave. She was unwilling. She looked at Zhou Chu. "I didn't mean that. You know what I mean." She was actually begging her? She really thought she was a pushover. Her parents-in-law defended her, but if she defended Lin Shuang in front of them, what would she be? A complete fool. But in her previous life, she had done many such things. Encouraged by Lin Shuang, trusting her completely, she never doubted anything. She never expected that Lin Shuang had malicious intentions from the start. She asked herself, in her previous life, she wronged her husband, parents-in-law, and children, and never mistreated Lin Shuang. Yet, she hated herself so much that she tortured herself terribly. Having died once, she understood. Snakes are snakes. Kindness won't change their nature. Zhou Chu's eyes turned cold as she stood up and reached out her hand to Lin Shuang. "Give me the keys to my house. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to enter." Lin Shuang could enter freely because she had given her a spare key. The smart lock had her fingerprint and face scan. In her previous life, after the apocalypse, Lin Shuang used the key to break into the house and never left. After eating all the stored food, her true nature was revealed. This was a huge security risk, and it had to be stopped. She would never make such a foolish mistake again in this life. Lin Shuang's face turned pale.
What?
Chu, why are you asking me for the key? She stared carefully at Zhou Chu, not missing a single expression. Is it her imagination? Since last night, this fool has had a bad attitude toward her. Today, she came to visit, but instead of welcoming her, agreeing with her, or complimenting her, she and her parents-in-law are angry at her. Now, they want to take back the keys to this villa?
How can they do that?
Zhou Chu is too lazy to pretend with her. Anyway, the end of the world is coming soon, so who cares about her? Not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid they keep thinking about it. The keys are in the hands of an outsider. I don't trust that. Lin Shuang, feeling wronged, tears up. Chu, you misunderstand me. I don't have the keys right now. Is she not giving the keys? Zhou Chu doesn't bother to argue. Forget it, I'm going to change the lock anyway. Come with me, grab your clothes, and leave. Zhou Chu gives her an eviction order. Lin Shuang is eager to be alone with Zhou Chu so she can brainwash her again. This fool is usually very soft-hearted. She must have heard some news. I need to act gentle later and find out why she's treating me this way. Lin Shuang is furious inside, full of disdain for Zhou Chu, but she's not panicked or clapping her hands to leave. She will never let this fool go. Even if she has no use, her behind-the-scenes supporter Qin Ziyuan and the Qin family are enough for her to thrive if she shows even a little of her power.
Creak.
The study door opens, and Qin Ziyuan walks out with long strides. The man casually wears a black shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, 2 buttons undone at his neck, revealing 2 strawberry-shaped moles on his collarbone. After giving a series of instructions, he still carries an imposing aura, domineering and impressive. He usually handles official matters at the company and never brings work home. So Zhou Chu rarely sees this side of him. But today, Zhou Chu's shock was so great that he changed his plans at the last minute, an important plan affecting many people's futures. He had to be cautious, firm, and decisive. As soon as Zhou Chu saw him, her eyes lit up. She immediately forgot Lin Shuang and rushed over to hug his strong waist. "Husband, are you done with work?" When Qin Ziyuan was hugged by Zhou Chu, looking at the plush toy hanging on him, his imposing aura diminished significantly. He felt a bit helpless but also a bit pleased, and he casually wrapped his arm around her. "What are you going to do now?" Zhou Chu proudly took out a black gold card and showed it off. "My parents gave me 1.8 billion. Qin Ziyuan said I thought it was something important, so I gave it to you." Zhou Chu kissed Qin Ziyuan and said, "Thank you, husband." Lu Jilin teased, "Your parents gave you pocket money, and you thank this little brat?" Lu Jilin was growing more satisfied with Zhou Chu, especially after she just sharply confronted the scheming green tea girl. She thought it was fantastic. Her attitude toward Zhou Chu became even more affectionate. Zhou Chu smiled and said, "Mom, if my husband doesn't nod, I wouldn't dare spend this money." Her words pleased all 3 of them. Qin Ziyuan's gaze toward Zhou Chu softened a little. Lin Shuang watched this warm family scene, carefree and happy, but she was almost furious with jealousy. But wait, something was wrong. The situation was off. Wasn't Zhou Chu the one who hated Qin Ziyuan the most? Didn't she like Sun Qishuan? She came often, spending 8 days out of 10 at the Qin family's house, not because she liked Zhou Chu, but to build her image in front of Qin Ziyuan. But Qin Ziyuan was cold to everyone except Zhou Chu. So, she changed her strategy, constantly trying to drive a wedge between the couple. Every time she came, they argued or had cold wars. When had they ever been so close and affectionate? It was really annoying to see this scene, so obvious and irritating. She wanted to ruin it. "Chu, Brother Qishuan asked me what you've been busy with lately. He wants to see you." Lin Shuang spoke, and instantly the atmosphere cooled. She secretly felt proud. Sun Qishuan was a taboo in this family, or more precisely, a taboo for this powerful and outstanding man. Just mentioning his name made her go crazy. And Zhou Chuchu, this foolish girl, kept defending that taboo, without knowing it. Whenever she heard that name, she would become dizzy and lose her way. Sure enough, Qin Ziyuan's whole body chilled, his gentle expression vanished completely, and a cold, icy light flickered in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Chuchu, ready to withdraw the moment she showed any happiness. Yes, he couldn't forget how important that man was in her heart, her white moonlight. Even though he totally despised that so-called white moonlight, calling him a vile and shameless person, men's judgments of men were precise. Women's gazes, could they be the same? He naturally hoped she would change. But whether in the past or in the imagined future, she believed deeply in that, until he completely betrayed her, sold her out. Thinking of this, his brow furrowed tightly, and his expression grew colder and more serious. He was thinking about how secretly eliminating this scoundrel before the end of the world would greatly affect her. Smack! A loud slap interrupted his thoughts. He looked at his wife in surprise. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. Oh, this little cat who only shows her claws at him can also get angry at others. Zhou Chuchu finished hitting Lin Shuang, then turned around, pulling Qin Ziyuan's hand to hold her waist. She leaned softly against a man. Her gaze at Lin Shuang was sharp and cold, not gentle at all. What is Sun Qishuan to me? Does he even deserve to see me? If I hear that name again, it won't just be a slap. She was afraid she might lose control and hurt Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang was stunned by Zhou Chuchu's punch. First, she didn't expect Zhou Chuchu would hit her or dare to do so. Second, she was surprised by Zhou Chuchu's attitude. What's going on? Is she possessed? Or is she pretending? Lin Shuang covered her face, feeling pitiful. She looked down at Qin Ziyuan, then quickly looked away. I was wrong, Chuchu. I thought you.
I'm sorry.
Zhou Chuchu almost felt sick. After seeing Lin Shuang's true face, her pretenses and ulterior motives were unbearable. She couldn't stand to look at her anymore. But it seemed her man liked this type. She looked at her husband nervously. She used to have no feelings for him, wishing he would have something with someone else so she could divorce him, but he was just a workaholic, completely uninterested in women. Seeing her wife's small expression, Qin Ziyuan was strangely comforted. She was worried about his reaction, afraid he would be angry. Her murderous thoughts suddenly calmed down, even feeling a bit happy. As for Lin Shuang, such a dirty person, how could she catch his eye? His wife might be underestimating him a little. She needed to be punished. Darling, let her get out. Annoying. Qin Ziyuan took long strides to the children. The two kids immediately ran into his arms, laughing and playing. Lin Shuang trembled fiercely, her face turning pale, about to collapse. Her face was trampled on the ground. Zhou Chuchu. She shouted angrily, her tone more intense. In the past, when she did this, Zhou Chuchu would panic, apologizing whether she was right or wrong. But this time, she planned to glare at Zhou Chuchu with a stern look, but was frightened by Zhou Chuchu's icy gaze. Who gave you the nerve to come here and yell at me? Zhou Chuchu pouted at Qin Ziyuan. Husband, she's yelling at me. Qin Ziyuan didn't lift his head. Then what do you want to do? Zhou Chuchu smiled brightly. The old man she married isn't a good person, he's really bad. I want to make him go bankrupt. That old man made his fortune through violent means. Before the apocalypse, he got some news and bought a farm. He bought many shotguns and bows and arrows through special channels. He gathered a group of outlaws and formed a team that looted and caused chaos. With no limits, he managed to survive well in the end times. Later, he awakened an A-level supernatural power. He found Lin Shuang, who then enjoyed a luxurious life with him, becoming more arrogant. In this life, I will first make him lose all his assets and end up in prison. Let's see if he still has the courage to rule over others. Qin Ziyuan didn't move, and his deep, magnetic voice said, okay. Zhou Chuchu curved her lips into a small smile. Qin Ziyuan always kept his promises. Either he refused or he fully committed. Whatever he agreed to, he would do. Her heart felt warm suddenly. He had no real grudge against Lin Shuang's husband, but just one word from her made him agree. That's love and care. Lin Shuang trembled all over, feeling devastated. Just one sentence, and this man agreed to let Song Xiqing go bankrupt? She had no doubt that Qin Ziyuan had that ability. If Song Xiqing went bankrupt, what would happen to her debts? She had secretly used Song Xiqing's assets as collateral. If Song Xiqing went bankrupt, how could she continue her luxurious life? She was scared. She forced a dry smile and reached out to pull Zhou Chuchu, begging her. Chuchu, don't do this. Old Song, and you have no quarrel. Please don't hurt him. Fearing, she suppressed her hatred and jealousy. Zhou Chuchu took a step back, entered the room, and threw all the packed luxury items to her. Begging me is useless. This is my husband's decision. Take these things and get out quickly. Lin Shuang was struck like lightning, feeling both hatred and fear. If it weren't for you making your husband do this, would he have done it? Now, he's completely washing his hands of it. She no longer cared about the long-desired bags and hurriedly walked over to Qin Ziyuan, kneeling with a thud. If he goes bankrupt, I will have nowhere to go. After all, I am Chuchu's friend. Lin Shuang pulled Zhou Chuchu out as a shield. Chuchu chuckled, thinking, is she serious? The one trying to ruin that old scoundrel is actually herself. Now she's using her husband's name to ask for help? Where does she get such nerve? Lin Shuang's plan was good, but unfortunately, there were no elders or children around. Qin Ziyuan is a cold-faced, ruthless man, like a living, cold judge. His face showed no smile, and his cold eyes ruthlessly stared at Lin Shuang, radiating an icy aura as if it were tangible. Lin Shuang only glanced at that look, and her once passionate blood suddenly cooled. A chill ran from her tailbone to her limbs. She almost felt that if she kept kneeling here and causing trouble, she might die. With this realization, she nearly jumped up and hurriedly dragged the 2 boxes of clothes and bags, fleeing from Qin's house. Chuchu immediately ran to the door and deleted Lin Shuang's fingerprint and recognition data. Tomorrow, they would change the lock. She turned back, facing her husband's icy gaze. Husband, you're amazing. Without fear, she threw herself into his arms and even sneakily took a few bites of tofu. Qin Ziyuan finally thawed like snow melting and regained his warmth. This woman has bad intentions. Don't associate with her in the future. He had said this before, but Chuchu was angry, accusing him of looking down on people and judging them unfairly. Now she realized that her husband's words were truly correct. She nodded vigorously, raised her little hand, and made a vow. Don't say in the future. I will never associate with her again. Qin Ziyuan looked at her obedient appearance with deep eyes. If she continued to be like this in the future, he would have to completely change his plans. It's late. Go to bed early. Qin Ziyuan finished speaking and got up to go to the study. But his hand was pulled. Chu, husband, we haven't slept together for a long time. How about we? Suddenly, Qin Ziyuan's eyes shot 2 flames. Didn't you say we sleep in separate beds? Chu crossed her arms. Separate beds? Do you really believe that? Husband, are you not capable? Qin Ziyuan let out a shallow huh and showed her with his actions whether he was capable or not. He immediately wrapped his arms around Chu's waist, gently lifted her, and strode into the room. 4 hours later, Chu supported her waist as she walked out, feeling sore and back pain, regretting her decision. I didn't expect that his cold, icy personality was actually like ice. So, since her first encounter with Qin Ziyuan, she had refused and kept her distance from him for 5 years, fearing he would dislike her, even sleeping separately. Now, in her second life, that time has extended even longer. She wants to make up for it. He's been holding back for so long that he's become a bit impulsive. Thinking about the recent situation, her face turned slightly red. Her waist went soft, and she lightly hit the bed. Her husband really isn't easy to tease. Fortunately, her abilities made her stronger. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get out of bed now. First, go to the garden and see how those plants are growing. Yesterday, she gave those plants some sugar, and today her abilities are full again, so she naturally wants to give more sugar and check for any changes. In the garden, beans, carrots, green onions, cabbages, mushrooms, mint, peppers, pumpkins, potatoes, and corn, all 10 types of vegetables, are growing well. From their appearance, they haven't changed much, just grown sturdier and looked more delicious. But with a slight sensing, she could already see some initial results. Master, Master, I've grown up. I've grown up. Want to eat sugar? Eat sugar. Master, I look so good now. These small vegetables all bowed and waved their leaves toward her. Of course, some remained still and silent, not responding to her. She could tell just by sensing them that these wouldn't evolve, but they had already experienced a rapid increase in flavor, nutrition, yield, and growth speed. Since they couldn't evolve, she set them aside. As her thoughts moved, what happened next made her open her eyes wide. She saw that the small cabbage she fed with more light orbs yesterday had emerged from the soil pit. Its leaves waved as it moved, and the vegetables capable of evolving pulled their roots out of the mud, moved aside, and let the non-evolving ones out. Zhou Chuchu was stunned. That small cabbage signaled to her, so she crouched down and extended her hand. It moved its roots and climbed onto her hand, carefully brushing off the dirt from its roots to avoid dirtying her. Is this a cabbage pet? This cabbage was healthier and more vigorous than the others in the field, with jade-like stalks and lush green leaves. It showcased itself in Zhou Chuchu's hand, like a prominent pet. She smiled and gave it some extra abilities. Master, I am your great and beautiful master. A deep voice called out. It's the old peach tree. It had silently grown thicker, with branches as dark as ink and iron, and its leaves were lush and abundant. Even in September, its leaves were dense and vibrant. She alone possessed half of Zhou Chuchu's special abilities, so naturally, she evolved better than these little creatures. When their minds were connected, she noticed other changes in the peach tree. Inside its base, the areas that had been damaged by insects formed small holes, which seemed to be tiny separate spaces. Yes, Master. These are my spaces. Please take a look. This peach tree, almost like a living creature, could respond with clear thoughts to Zhou Chuchu after just one night. Then it used its branches to pick up a fake mountain stone, and in the next moment, it appeared inside one of the holes in the peach tree. Zhou Chuchu gave a thumbs up. Impressive. But just having space didn't seem very useful. Master, I have other abilities too. My bark is very hard, my branches can break stones, and I can run. The peach tree was eager to show its abilities, worried that Zhou Chuchu might give up on it. It tried to pull its roots out of the ground to demonstrate a peach tree run. However, since the tree was deeply rooted, pulling out a root caused some disturbance in the soil. Zhou Chuchu quickly stopped it. All right, you're very useful. Don't pull out your roots. She gave the peach tree half of her special ability. A green glowing orb, slightly larger than yesterday, floated towards the peach tree like a firefly. The tree welcomed the light, and a faint green glow covered it. The orb was a bit brighter than before. It seems feeding these plants is best done late at night when no one is around. Zhou Chuchu waved her hand, evenly distributing the remaining light orbs to the little creatures. Since some couldn't evolve, they received more of the light. Thank you, Master. The candy is so delicious. I want more. I want to grow better.
Wow.
It's so tasty. Hearing these voices, Zhou Chuchu smiled. In a way, these little creatures were a bit like children. Today's total ability energy has increased compared to yesterday. Feeding these plants to help them evolve, can it boost the total ability energy? Zhou Chuchu sensed the changes in her abilities. Just like yesterday, after feeding the plants, she received feedback from them. A layer of mud appeared on her body again, but it was much lighter than before. She quickly ran back to her room and took a shower. Taking a shower feels so good. For a woman who lacked resources in her previous life and hadn't bathed for years, a shower was an immense pleasure. By the way, we must store enough water to ensure that our family can still take daily showers during the end times. Although she bought 100,000 bottles of mineral water, these are precious drinking water and cannot be used for bathing. However, with the rising heat and high temperatures, her body feels sticky every day, and not taking a shower becomes unbearable. Even if she can tolerate it, how can the children endure it? First, check if there is a water storage device at home. Zhou Chuchu looked around for a while but couldn't find any water storage equipment, only a few round empty mineral water bottles. Let's fill these bottles with water first. She was about 4 meters away from the bottles when suddenly, her palm shot out a green vine that wrapped around a bottle and dragged it over. Zhou Chuchu was completely stunned, staring at the inexplicably appearing vine. Her body froze. When did she develop such a special ability? But she quickly understood what was happening.
It was feedback from the plants.
As she nurtured the plants, their evolution deepened and various feedbacks were sent back to her. With a thought, the vine's hand glowed with a bright green light, and the vine retracted. Releasing and retracting the vine was very easy, like waving an arm. It didn't cause any burden on her body. Feeling playful, Zhou Chuchu sat happily on the sofa, and the vine took the water bucket to fetch water, then easily lifted it out. It also swept the floor with a broom. It lifted a large solid wood table weighing 3 tons. It used the remote control. It opened the door, click. The vine suddenly stopped. Her husband, Qin Ziyuan, stood there with deep eyes, glancing at the green vine. The vine slowly retracted, moving sluggishly. Zhou Chuchu swallowed hard. How long had he been standing there? What exactly did he see? She wondered how to explain this incident. Husband. Qin Ziyuan took long steps, his silk pajamas swaying as he moved, revealing his strong chest and firm waist. Inside the pajamas there was nothing else. Zhou Chuchu, only then realizing, touched her nose and turned her head aside. Are you shy? I saw it just now, after all. Her face turned red instantly. She had seen it before, but she didn't expect it to be so spectacular. Qin Ziyuan asked, of a new special ability? His gaze was deep and looked at Zhou Chuchu. One is a space-type ability, and the other, plant-type ability. This was another difference from the future shown in her mind.
Huh? Oh.
Yes. Zhou Chuchu admitted openly, since there was nothing bad about it. Unaware of Qin Ziyuan's familiarity with abilities, she casually mentioned their origins. Qin Ziyuan nodded, but did not pursue her supernatural abilities further. His gaze swept over the water-filled bucket on the ground. You want to store water, but this amount isn't enough. It's late, go to sleep. He stood up and returned to his room.
Oh, okay.
Zhou Chuchu followed him inside. As soon as she entered, a voice came from her phone. China Agricultural Bank. Dear Ms. Zhou Chuchu, your bank account ending in 4773 completed a transfer of 200 million yuan at 11:26 on September 24, 2035. Your current balance is 200,034,533.32 yuan. 200 million in the account? Zhou Chuchu looked at Qin Ziyuan, her eyes shining with excitement. Husband, you transferred 200 million to me. Qin Ziyuan put down his phone. Mom and Dad gave you 1.8 billion. I rounded it up. Zhou Chuchu immediately jumped onto the bed, her head leaning against Qin Ziyuan's. But Mom and Dad said they gave me 5 billion. Qin Ziyuan silently chuckled. Do you think I gave too little? No, it's just too much. I don't know how to spend it. Qin Ziyuan said. Don't you still have many supplies you haven't bought? Zhou Chuchu's eyes lit up, her squirrel nature kicking in. She nodded rapidly, like a clove of garlic being crushed. That's right. My husband is so thoughtful. She pouted, but you really gave a bit too little. She reached out, touched the money, and felt its texture. It felt so good. Qin Ziyuan grabbed her mischievous hand. Stop messing around. I have my plans for that money. I can't give you more. He wrapped his arm around Zhou Chuchu's neck, holding her close, then closed his eyes. Go to sleep. Zhou Chuchu rested her head on Qin Ziyuan's arm, smelling his faint musky scent, feeling safe.
Yes.
With 7 billion yuan enough for now, the rest can be left for him to worry about. This man was never weak. She closed her eyes, and within minutes, she fell into a peaceful sleep. The daily pain, nightmares, and regrets that had haunted her were gone this time. Until she was asleep, Qin Ziyuan, holding her, saw the blood-red glow in his eyes gradually fade away. In his mind, images of the future kept flooding in. The more images appeared, the more his inner savagery and desire to destroy the world grew. The part of him that awakened as the Corpse King became more vivid. He knew very well that if he continued like this, he would become a terrifying existence capable of destroying the world. Perhaps before the apocalypse even arrived, he would awaken early and bring destruction. But now, children and parents were his anchors of humanity. Zhou Chuchu. She was the one holding onto these anchors. Zhou Chuchu's actions often differ from what is shown on screen. Her human side tends to grow a little more each time. Conversely, the same applies in reverse. The next morning, Zhou Chuchu woke up feeling refreshed and clear-headed. As usual, her side was empty. She wasn't surprised. Qin Ziyuan has always been a workaholic. No matter what happens, he would keep working as usual, unless the world ends. I wonder how much he believes what I said. But these funds should be enough now. She doesn't expect Qin Ziyuan to believe her words. Selling off the billion-dollar Longyan Group, which he poured so much effort into, is not something he can give up on easily. If she were him, she couldn't just walk away either. She doesn't insist. 70 billion is enough for her to prepare well. Buying supplies to last through the end of the world is a small matter. Compared to others, she is already very lucky. She takes out her small notebook, writes and sketches, planning what to buy next. Water. Water is essential. First, buy water from the water plant. We also need to buy medicine. Large quantities are hard to get because the government has strict restrictions. We have to find other channels. Grain, oil, seeds, buy more, the more the better. Fuel and coal, need to buy more. Various delicacies, can't get these during the end times, so order them now. Online shopping, this channel must be used well. She slept well through the night. In the morning, Zhou Chuchu was awakened by the heat. Qin Ziyuan was no longer beside her. This was normal, he was a workaholic. Unless the sky fell or the end of the world arrived, he wouldn't stop working.
It was the same in her past life, and it was the same now.
Strange. He didn't turn on the air conditioner yesterday. Why was it so cool last night? In September, the temperature was still around 37 or 38 degrees Celsius. Without air conditioning, it would be unbearable. But last night, her husband had held her to sleep, and she didn't feel hot at all. Could he have turned on the air conditioner at night? Outside the window, the heat was already intense, making it hard to bear even in the morning. However, this was the coolest weather before the end of the world. The temperature would soon rise sharply, soaring over 50 degrees. Time was running out. She jumped out of bed, quickly tidied up, and left the room. She didn't see her parents-in-law or children. A note was left on the table for her. Manair, I'll take the kids to kindergarten first and also cancel their school registration. I'm simmering snow fungus soup in the kitchen. We'll drink some later. In her past life, she had caused a big fuss, threatened her parents-in-law to take the children back to the countryside, or she would divorce. Despite her actions, her parents-in-law did not hold a grudge and still treated her as before. Zhou Chuchu went to the kitchen and saw a bowl of white, sticky wolfberry, and white fungus soup. She took a sip and found it sweet. She gulped it down quickly and finished the soup completely. Her mother-in-law often made these soups for her, but in her past life, she was careless and either poured them out or let them spoil, missing out on her mother-in-law's kindness. Now, in this life, she wouldn't do that anymore. After drinking the soup, she felt refreshed and very comfortable. Even the heat seemed to lessen. When she left the house, she immediately saw Grandma Luo peeking at her from the door. Seeing her come out, Grandma Luo puffed up her face and walked away proudly. She shot a glance at her, but Zhou Chuchu ignored her. She had no time to argue with her now. Once she finished preparing everything, she would deal with that old woman. After driving away, Grandma Luo stepped out from the shade of a tree and looked at her limited edition Maserati with a fierce glare, spitting angrily. Little brat, what are you so proud of? It's just because you married a rich man. What's there to be happy about? And your looks. She hesitated, but had to admit that Zhou Chuchu was very beautiful, more beautiful than her daughter. But this realization made her even angrier.
Bah.
Full of bones. And that figure. She paused again, her face looking worse because Zhou Chuchu's figure was also top-notch. After thinking for a while, she couldn't figure out what her daughter was better at than Zhou Chuchu. Humph. Being pretty doesn't matter. Men are like cats, and cats love to sniff around, Grandma Luo snorted coldly. Her daughter was a canary raised by a rich man in a cage, but as she got older, the rich man's attention was gradually shifting away from her. Although they lived in a luxurious villa, the house had nothing to do with them. If they were kicked out, they would have nowhere to go. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugal to luxurious, but hard to go back. She was used to a good life, eating delicacies, and couldn't imagine returning to the countryside to live like a bunch of country folks. She was anxious and kept wandering around the neighborhood, looking for a backup plan. She had her eye on the Qin family. She couldn't read or understand news, but she had seen the Qin family's young man in financial news once. He must be rich. After asking around, she learned that the Qin family was the wealthiest in this already rich neighborhood, and she was very satisfied. Every day, she made the 2-hour round trip to listen for any news. A few days ago, I heard about a young couple having a big fight. The older family members left with the children, and she saw this as a good chance. She planned to wait nearby, hoping to have her daughter and Qin's young relative meet by chance so she could help arrange things. But unexpectedly, this woman changed completely. Yesterday, she not only beat her up but also reconciled with the older family members and their children. "Aunt Luo, what are you doing here?" asked a graceful woman approaching her. The visitor was dressed in shiny, luxurious clothes, but she spoke softly and politely to Aunt Luo, which made her feel pleased. "Miss Fong, I'm just out for a walk," she replied, glancing toward Zhou Chuchu's garden. "Miss Fong, your garden is truly a proper big family's garden, unlike this daughter-in-law's. She doesn't know how to behave and grows these useless vegetables." Fong Monru smiled faintly, hiding her disdain, but not showing it openly. "Growing vegetables isn't bad. Uncle Qin and Aunt Lu don't mind these at all," Aunt Luo scoffed, clearing her throat. "To me, these two old folks are useless. They let their daughter-in-law walk all over them. If she were my wife, I'd beat her to death," she said angrily. Aunt Luo had a son who was lazy and always wandering the streets, hanging out with troublemakers. When he had no money, he asked her for some. Despite all this, she still thought highly of her son. Fong Monru understood all this well and hinted, "If she were your daughter-in-law, could you control her? You're really something." Aunt Luo got fired up. "Of course. If she were my wife, I'd make her regret it. If she dares to yell at me, my son would beat her to death. Even if that doesn't work, I'd kick her out of the house. My son is a very filial boy. When he was little," she started to say. Fong Monru gently interrupted her, speaking softly. "Aunt Luo, you probably don't know that in wealthy families, divorce usually means splitting the assets equally. If Zhou Chuchu and Zhe get a divorce, they'd have to split at least this much." She held up her hand. Aunt Luo gasped, "5 million? Fong Monru smiled slightly, looking down on her with a superior attitude, more disdainful. "You're underestimating. It's 500 million. "What?" Aunt Luo jumped up, counting on her fingers. "Oh my God. 500 million. If that were my family's money, we'd never spend it all in 3 generations." Fong Monru softly said one last thing, and then floated away. "Yes, she's divorced now. That 500 million is hers." "Aunt Luo, I remember your son isn't married yet, right?" Mrs. Luo initially didn't understand the meaning, but she quickly realized Fong Monru's intention. She clapped her thigh. Yes, she was only thinking about finding a match for her daughter, but she hadn't expected her son to remain unmarried. with her, having already had 2 children. My son really lost out marrying her. Forget it. Once I get her money, I'll make her leave. No need for her to ruin my son's life. Mrs. Luo looked resentful and vicious. You brat, dare to hit me. When I catch you, I'll make sure you suffer and won't get away unscathed. Fong Manru hid in the shadows, hearing Mrs. Luo's words, and she smiled softly. Ding ding ding. Her phone rang. Seeing the name Sun Qixuan, she showed a sneer and let the phone ring for a few minutes before lazily answering. Manru, I've taken a picture of a diamond necklace for you. I've sent the photo. Do you like it? Fong Manru casually swiped her phone, looked at the picture of the diamond necklace, and mocked with a look of disdain. It's okay. She dismissed Sun Qixuan with just 2 words. On the other end, Sun Qixuan was a bit anxious. Manru, are you unhappy? What do I need to do to make you happy? Fong Manru softly said, Yesterday, Brother Zay went home, and Auntie and Uncle also took the kids back. The argument you started didn't make them separate. You know what to do, right? There was a pause on the line, and he quickly explained, Yesterday, I tried to ask her about it through messages, but her attitude was strange. She not only blocked my WeChat but also blocked my phone. Fong Manru raised her eyebrows. Her delicate fingers clenched the phone tightly. Then go find her, coax her, and make her fall for you again. He replied, But Manru, I don't love her. I love you. She said, If you can't even handle such a small thing, how can you love me? She hung up. She looked toward Zhou Chuchu's house, a trace of resentment and hatred flashing in her eyes. Brother Zay belongs to me. Why do you get to occupy his heart? One day, I will make him see your dirtiness and let him know only I am worthy to stand beside him. She turned and left. Unnoticed, a peach branch silently hovered above her head, witnessing everything clearly. Excuse me, are you sure you want to buy 5 million cubic meters of water? The water plant manager checked carefully. This was a big client, and he dared not be careless. Our water costs 3 yuan per cubic meter. For 5 million cubic meters, it would be 15 million yuan. I can give you a discount, only 14.5 million yuan. Zhou Chuchu agreed, without hesitation. Okay, I need you to pack the water into tanks, each holding 10 cubic meters. The water plant manager nodded repeatedly. All right, but there will be an extra charge for the tanks. Each tank costs 50 yuan. You need 50,000 tanks, totaling 2.5 million yuan. I can charge you only 2.3 million yuan. After saying this, he looked carefully at Zhou Chuchu, worried she might think the price was too high. Zhou Chuchu immediately said the water was very cheap. In the end-of-the-world scenario, clean drinking water is very expensive. When there are power and water outages, it's worth more than gold. Money is not a problem. When can you prepare this water for me? The water plant manager replied, Your water needs are huge. It will take at least a week to gather everything. Zhou Chuchu waved her hand confidently and said, I'll give you an extra 3 million. 3 days. In 3 days, get it ready for me. The water plant manager clenched his teeth. Okay, we'll work overtime to meet your request. Do you have any other requirements? Once the water is ready, deliver it to this warehouse. I will check it and then pay the remaining amount. Zhou Chuchu transferred 10 million yuan to the water plant's official account and drove off. Where did this rich lady come from? Spending so much on water. The water plant manager's secretary said with envy and sarcasm. The manager shot a cold look at her. Mind your own business. If you had that much money, you could be as lavish as her too. In the car, Zhou Chuchu relaxed slightly. With this 500 million cubic meters of water, drinking and bathing won't be a problem anymore. Keep buying more. First, she drove to the supermarket, buying all the supplies in every store along the way. Supermarket supplies are the most basic and practical. The more, the better. A small community supermarket stock could feed a family for several years. A medium-sized supermarket's supplies could last for decades. Large supermarkets like Yonghui, Carrefour, Walmart, etc. could provide enough for a family to live for hundreds or even thousands of years. Zhou Chuchu cleared out 10 large supermarkets, one after another. Of course, her family couldn't use all of it, but she believed in not wasting, so she bought as much as she could. In the extreme heat, if these supplies aren't stored properly, they will spoil and rot. That would be such a waste. Go to a large mother and baby store again and buy all the necessary items for children from birth to age 12, including diapers, bottles, formula, rice cereal, baby toothpaste, clothing, and toys. Don't ask questions. It's for future grandchildren. So be prepared for a long-term effort. 100-year plan. Just like yesterday, using the name of her husband's Xian Chun Group makes purchasing supplies very easy and avoids many troubles. Her husband also seems to have taken action, setting up a special team to assist her with smooth approval processes. As trucks deliver goods to designated warehouses, her money in the bank account quickly decreases. She has already spent about 1.8 billion yuan out of the 2 billion, leaving only 400 million. Looking at her bank balance, she realizes for the first time how quickly money can run out. Bank of China. Dear Ms. Zhou Chuchu, your account ending in 4773 completed a transfer of 5 billion yuan at 11:26 on September 24, 2035. Your current balance is 54,343,355,363.32 yuan. With her in-laws transferring money, Zhou Chuchu feels revitalized. She continues shopping. Spending another 1.5 billion yuan, she clears out the local market again, buying 180,000 tons of grains, oils, sauces, and teas, rice, flour, corn, various beans, vegetables, and seeds. She even rented several large warehouses to keep everything hidden. After transferring everything to her unlimited storage space, she looks at the shelves filled with supplies, feeling very secure. With 3.9 billion yuan left, I need to think about how to spend it. First, spend 1.5 billion on fresh seafood and aquatic products, then another 1.5 billion on various meats. Basic food supplies like rice and flour are essential for survival, but to improve life, daily meals also need fish, shrimp, crab, and other seafood, as well as pork, beef, mutton, chicken, duck, and goose. When the apocalypse arrives, hot, cold, earthquakes, tsunamis, it's a disaster for humans and animals alike. Many animals will go extinct. Humans are too busy to care for animals, and by the time they realize, there will be no meat left to eat. Animals that survive the apocalypse will mutate into very fierce creatures. They won't bother humans unless provoked, and humans dare not hunt them. Even Zhou Chuchu, who later upgraded from a level B to a level of supernatural ability and became a powerful psychic, rarely got to eat meat. During a search for supplies, she found an expired canned meat. Although it was slightly spoiled, she and a few teammates carefully shared and ate it. Too bad I can't keep live animals in my storage space, she thought regretfully. Otherwise, life in the end times might be a bit more lively. She felt a strong sense of urgency to stockpile supplies. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach growled, reminding her that she had been busy gathering supplies and hadn't eaten breakfast. By lunchtime, she was very hungry. Her body, which hadn't experienced the hardships of the apocalypse, was used to eating 3 meals a day and felt hungry if she missed them. She patted her stomach. Time to eat. In her new life, she didn't want to neglect herself. She decided to visit the best Dayun Hotel in Haishur, a place she loved before the apocalypse. She had enjoyed meals there before, and after the end times, she often dreamed of their delicious food, but unfortunately, she never had the chance to return. Now, she wanted to make up for it. Lamb tripe and lobster rolls, premium Wagyu beef, crab and fish maw, stir-fried snow vegetables, truffle-seared cod. Buddha jumps over the wall. As she savored the food again, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This is life. She ate slowly, enjoying the feelings of happiness and beauty that the food brought her. After finishing, Manager Zhang approached her. Hello, Madam Qin. Your total bill is 8,434 yuan. You have her VIP card, so it's only 8,000 yuan. Zhou Chuchu's heart moved. After the apocalypse, the Yun restaurant didn't last long and announced its closure. It never reopened. It's truly a pity. Now, before the end times arrive, she thought it was wise to buy and store more supplies. Manager Zhang, I want to order food from your restaurant. As a VIP guest, Zhou Chuchu enjoyed the best service. Yes, Madam Qin. How much would you like to order? Manager Zhang didn't think much of it, assuming Zhou Chuchu would order just a few tables, which was common. Even dozens or hundreds of tables wouldn't be unusual. She handed over the menu, and Manager Zhang prepared to take notes. Each item on this menu, 5,000 portions. Manager Zhang's hand trembled. Could you repeat that? I didn't hear clearly. His professional composure broke, and he looked at Zhou Chuchu in shock. She patiently repeated, I said, each item on this menu, 5,000 portions. After preparation, deliver it to the address I provided. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes, no problem. Manager Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead. But Madam Qin, with so much food, it will take at least 3 days to prepare. To ensure good taste, they can't all be made on the same day. It will take at least 2 days to make them in batches. Zhou Chuchu nodded. That's fine. She can wait for 3 or 5 days. Please wait a moment while I calculate the advance payment. Okay. Manager Zhang hurried off. Zhou Chuchu sat in her seat, waiting for Manager Zhang to come back. While she waited, not far away, a young man dressed in fine clothes noticed her. In fact, he couldn't help but see Zhou Chuchu clearly. She shined brightly in the crowd, so beautiful and eye-catching. The young man nudged his companion nearby. Sun Xiao, look over there. Isn't that your loyal fan, Zhou Chuchu? She's quite pretty. I heard she's asked Qin Ziyuan to divorce him many times for you. You're really charming, the young man said with envy. Sun Qishuan smiled confidently, openly looking down on Zhou Chuchu. That woman has but no brains. Besides being pretty, she's useless. Next to him, Su Kong raised his voice slightly. Really, Sun Xiao? That's called pretty? Honestly, now I see her in person, I understand why Qin Ziyuan is so devoted to her. Sun Qishuan found it strange. Su Kong often wandered among women, so he shouldn't get so excited just seeing one. Could it be because of Qin Ziyuan, Zhou Chuchu's husband? Thinking of Qin, Sun Qishuan's face darkened. Qin Group's previous generation built their empire, and Qin Ziyuan expanded it further. With strong tactics, clever investments, and powerful leadership, he made the company the richest in Haishur in just a few years. Haishur is a city full of wealthy families. The title of the richest person there is very valuable. Qin Ziyuan is like a mountain over young people like them. Almost every child of a wealthy family can't avoid him. Many parents have lamented that their children should be like him. Sun Qishuan's ancestors once had fame, but their family declined with each generation. By his generation, they had fallen to third-tier status. They still carried the name of a noble family, but their wealth was limited. He finally saved 300,000 to buy a diamond necklace to impress his crush, but she was indifferent. His beloved girl's heart was entirely with Qin Ziyuan. But whenever he thought of Zhou Chuchu, a smug smile appeared on his face. Despite how strong and impressive Qin Ziyuan is, winning the city's top spot, his wife still follows behind me, licking my heels. Thinking this, he felt more balanced inside. Young master son, that Zhou Chuchu is really beautiful. Call her over. Su Kong nudged Sun Qishuan with his elbow, looking at Zhou Chuchu with almost drooling eyes. Young Master Su, you're exaggerating. Zhou Chuchu's beauty, Sun Qishuan was speaking when he turned his head slowly. When he saw Zhou Chuchu, he was momentarily stunned. It was still the same person, but she looked like a low-resolution versus high-resolution image. Her outline hadn't changed, but she was much more delicate and refined. Just sitting there casually, many people kept glancing at her. Only those who could dine at Deyun Hotel had some wealth and good taste, so they'd seen many beauties, yet she still attracted their attention, showing her charm. Sun Qishuan started to murmur to himself. Soon, a handsome young man dressed well and with a unique aura approached Zhou Chuchu. He suddenly felt like someone was coveting what was his. He quickly moved closer to Zhou Chuchu. Before the young man could speak, he sat down opposite her. Su Kong held his wine glass, looking like he was enjoying the show, waiting for Sun Qixuan to bring the beauty over so he could get some benefits. The young man raised his eyebrows playfully, silently retreating to his seat, but kept watching Zhou Chuchu. In the corner, a phone was raised, aimed at Zhou Chuchu and Sun Qixuan. The video was sent to Fong Monru, who then forwarded it to Qin Ziyuan, who was in a meeting. "Brother Zhe, your wife met Sun Qixuan again. Please watch over her," she said. "I'm worried she might do something bad." Qin Ziyuan saw the video, his face turning cold and icy. "Everyone leave now." Feeling the sudden cold air, everyone trembled and quickly slipped away. They knew if the boss got angry, it would be unbearable for them. After dispersing the crowd, Qin Ziyuan finally opened the video. He saw Zhou Chuchu and Sun Qixuan sitting together, her body radiating a dark, almost tangible aura, like an ancient fierce dragon wrapping around him. "Zhou Chuchu, your strange behavior. Are you doing this for him?" He forcefully flicked, a black line splashing out, hitting a porcelain cup on the conference table, which silently turned to dust. "Chuchu, what a coincidence to meet you here." Sun Qixuan appeared with a gentle, affectionate look. As he approached, Zhou Chuchu looked even more stunning and charming. It seems like she looks 10 years younger, yet she has an indescribable aura. He secretly thought this woman probably went for cosmetic surgery just to keep me. The lead doctor's taste is really unique, and their skills are excellent. Now I really want to get her into bed and have some fun. Sun Qixuan kept teasing Zhou Chuchu. Although he had previously tried to her to take photos and complete the goddess's task, she was very stubborn. She insisted that she would only sleep with him after divorcing Qin Ziyuan and marrying him. That was just a dream. How could he possibly marry her? But now, he was determined to work hard and make her fall into his arms. "Chuchu, are you upset because I've been neglecting you lately?" Sun Qixuan looked at her with deep affection and a hint of difficulty. "You know, I've been busy starting my business, working late into the night, sometimes until 1 or 2 a.m. After saying this, he waited for Zhou Chuchu's response. She must feel heartbroken hearing that, right? Seeing Sun Qixuan, Zhou Chuchu immediately thought of many ways to hurt him. Stab him in the throat, poke his eyes with chopsticks, or jab a knife into his temple. Calm down, Zhou Chuchu. We still live in a lawful society. Killing is illegal. Maybe I can take revenge after the apocalypse." She suppressed her murderous desire and appeared calm on the surface. Yes, after experiencing such brutal torment, how could she expect to have a normal mindset? Only she knew how dark and crazy she had become. She was a vengeful angel crawling out of, determined to tear her enemies apart. Her desire to kill was temporarily suppressed, but her sharp eyes betrayed her. A cold gaze swept over, making Sun Qixuan's hair stand on end, almost causing him to jump up from his seat. To see more clearly, Manager Zhang was already bringing the bill over. "Madam Qin, here is your bill. A total of 580,000 dishes, costing 180 million yuan. The prepayment is 78 million yuan. Is that acceptable to you?" Zhou Chuchu reined in her murderous intent, feeling much better. 580,000 dishes would last a long time. He Xia nodded happily and paid the 78 million yuan without hesitation. Sun Qixuan's eyes widened in shock. Su Kang's wine glass also fell to the ground and shattered. The young man nearby looked at Zhou Chuchu with surprise and admiration. Everyone around was stunned. "This is really a big spend," someone said. 58,000 dishes, totaling 150 million yuan. "I consider myself someone who can spend money, but compared to this beauty, I'm nothing. Buying 580,000 servings of vegetables is really impressive and generous. Who is this beautiful woman? Do you know her?" Zhou Chuchu kept walking straight without looking back, heading out of the hotel. She had important matters to attend to and didn't want to argue with someone like Sun Qixuan. Every second before the apocalypse was very precious to her. Sun Qixuan stopped her. He looked at her with deep affection in his eyes. Chu, why are you buying so much food? 1.8 billion yuan. How dare she spend so much? Such waste. If only this money belonged to him. Though he didn't agree internally, he appeared more gentle and loving on the outside. Since Zhou Chu had the money to buy food, she probably had even more in her account. If he could get his hands on that money, he became even more tender. Seeing her disgusted expression, he almost felt sick and cursed himself for being blind and lacking judgment in the past. How could he have been so blind to fall for such a thing? Money is mine. I can buy whatever I want. Do you have a problem with that? Sun Qixuan was caught off guard by her retort. Zhou Chu never spoke to him like that before. Usually, he acted superior to her, and she was very humble. Feeling irritated, she wanted to leave quickly, but this version of Zhou Chu was even more attractive, and his feet seemed glued to the ground. Of course, I have no problem. Lately I've been struggling with my business funds. If you have extra money, why not invest in stocks? Not much, just 500 million. No, 1 billion would be enough. When I make money, I will definitely repay you well. Sun Qixuan spoke smoothly, as if he was certain Zhou Chu would give him the money. Of course, this was just his empty promise. If Zhou Chu really handed him the money, it wouldn't be long before it was completely his. He looked at Zhou Chu with anticipation. Zhou Chu coldly stared at him, thinking of a way to deal with him, and sneered. I have money. Not much, just about 5 billion. But why should I give it to you? Hearing the weighty number 50 billion, Sun Qixuan gasped, his face flushing with excitement, not noticing the coldness in Zhou Chu's words. Chu. Sun Qixuan showed his patience, biting his lip, and took out the diamond necklace he had bought for 40 million yuan. This is a diamond necklace I bought for 40 million. I've wanted to give it to you for a long time, but I was too busy. Today, I happened to have it with me and saw you. What a coincidence. As Sun Qixuan opened his mouth, he increased the value of this necklace by 130 times. In his view, Zhou Chu came from a humble background and couldn't see the true worth of these diamonds. He usually didn't give her anything expensive, just a few hundred or 1,000 yuan, and she would be so happy she could jump. This diamond necklace would surely move her deeply. 30,000 yuan for 50 billion, it's a good deal. He was secretly calculating, planning to wait until Zhou Chu happily accepted the necklace before making further demands. But after seeing the necklace, Zhou Chu's mind suddenly lit up with insight, and her expression became meaningful. She remembered this necklace very well. She had seen it on Fong Manru's neck before. Fong Manru, the young lady of the Fong family, was said to be childhood sweethearts with her husband. In her past life, she didn't pay much attention to her husband, so she didn't react much when she heard this information, even wishing Fong Manru would take Qin Ziyuan away. Fong Manru was very hardworking. She often visited her family, bringing all kinds of luxury gifts to please her in-laws. Until her in-laws explicitly told her not to go, fearing she might overthink, she didn't go. But she still remembered the look Fong Manru gave her then, full of hatred and resentment. Later, Fong Manru even went to her husband's company, claiming to form a family alliance and demanding to become her husband's secretary. How did her husband handle it? It seemed he refused the family alliance and completely offended the Fong family. She believed she hadn't done anything wrong to Fong Manru, even giving her many chances to get close to Qin Ziyuan. Thinking about these things, she almost slapped herself. But she truly didn't feel she had a feud with her. Until her past life, when she was disfigured, nose picked, limbs amputated, covered in pus, with only her eyes remaining unblind. At that time, Fong Manru, wearing this diamond necklace, appeared glamorous and haughty, saying some meaningless words, while Sun Qixuan stood beside her holding her. And she, at that time, was the lady of the base. All the clues quickly connected in her mind. She remembered what Lin Shuang had said. Zhou Chu, don't blame me. If you should blame someone, blame yourself for offending the wrong person. She suddenly smiled, her eyes bloodshot, but her smile was very bright. So it was her. She claimed to love Qin Ziyuan, but after seeing her husband's leg was lame, she never looked at him properly again. Even when Qin Ziyuan had a high fever and she begged to visit him, asking for medicine, she refused. Did she love Qin Ziyuan? No. She only loved his high status and wealth, his position as the richest man. Sun Qishuan did not realize that the necklace he showed would make Zhou Chuchu quickly remember the main culprit behind her harm. He kept saying, "Chuchu, this diamond necklace will look especially beautiful on you. Once I succeed in starting my business, my group will definitely be better than Qin Ziyuan's. You don't like him, right? I will surpass him to show you." Zhou Chuchu sneered coldly, interrupting Sun Qishuan. He frowned. "Chuchu, what are you laughing at?" Zhou Chuchu's laughter grew louder and louder. Unable to hold back, she hugged her stomach and burst into hearty laughter. Beautiful women naturally attract attention. A wealthy beauty is even more eye-catching. A wealthy woman who laughs boldly draws everyone's gaze. After laughing, Zhou Chuchu said sharply, "Sun Qishuan, what are you? How can you compare to my husband? You're not even fit to carry his shoes. My husband's excellence surpasses you 1,000,000 times. How dare you compare yourself to him? Who gave you such confidence?" She suddenly raised her voice. "Everyone listen up. This shameless man is scheming well. He wants to use this broken necklace to steal the 5 billion in my account. This money was spent by my dear husband. He's also thinking and planning. What a piece of work. He even dares to compare himself to my husband Qin Ziyuan. That's just laughable." Hearing this, Qin Ziyuan's coldness melted away, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The boiling darkness was instantly suppressed and dissolved. The darkness inside was filled with sunlight because of her affirmation. "So, this is how she sees me." Sweetness spread through him as he looked at the delicate girl in the video, his eyes becoming gentler. In the video, as soon as Zhou Chuchu spoke, the crowd whispered among themselves. Some who knew Sun Qishuan discussed, "No way, Sun Qishuan looks like a decent guy, but he's actually so scheming. He set up a small performance company and wants to invest 5 billion? You could buy that with just 500,000. The Sun family is completely finished by his generation. Yeah, no ability and such bad character. Compared to Qin Ziyuan, this young business tycoon, he's really daring." These comments made Su Kong quietly distance himself, pretending not to know Sun Qishuan. Sun Qishuan panicked and quickly explained, "You're talking nonsense. This necklace is worth 40 million. If you want to invest, go ahead. If not, then don't. Why speak so harshly?" Zhou Chuchu truly didn't know the value of the diamond necklace and didn't pay attention to such things. But she knew one thing clearly. None of the jewelry her husband bought her was worse than this. Just as she was about to speak, the young man suddenly stood up and said, "Unfortunately, I am Liang Donglai, the young master of Lingyun Jewelry, and I happen to have some knowledge about jewelry and accessories. This necklace is actually from my family. It's a mid-range piece in our collection, worth no more than 300,000 yuan. Please do not falsely report the price, as it affects our family's reputation." Liang Donglai's casual words completely exposed Sun Qishuan's lie, making him feel ashamed and angry, unable to recover. He dared not vent his anger on Liang Donglai but instead shouted at Zhou Chuchu. "What do you mean, Zhou Chuchu? Do you want to ruin me?" He reached out to grab Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu reacted quickly, slapping Sun Qishuan across the face.
Bang!
With her current strength, this slap was powerful enough to knock Sun Qishuan to the ground, causing 2 teeth to fly out and his face to swell like a pig's. Everyone was stunned by this. Liang Donglai looked at her with admiration that he couldn't hide. He liked strong women, and Zhou Chuchu was exactly that. When Qin Ziyuan saw Liang Donglai admiring his wife through the screen, he was so angry his face turned green. Liang Donglai appeared in the images flooding his mind. A powerful psychic, awakened with an S-level gemstone that shines brightly, capable of creating stunning attack effects, using the gemstone as a weapon and turning enemies into gemstone fragments. He is highly respected among post-apocalyptic psychics and is called the King of Gemstones. His high status isn't the main point. What matters is he is very popular with women. Zhou Chuchu didn't know her husband was watching her situation through video, feeling a twinge of jealousy. She glanced at Liang Donglai, the famous S-grade psychic, after the apocalypse. They had no interaction. She didn't know why Liang Donglai was speaking up for her and wasn't interested in finding out. After beating Sun Qixuan, she walked away gracefully. Sun Qixuan was completely stunned. He was beaten badly by Zhou Chuchu, merciless and relentless. He never expected Zhou Chuchu to hit him, let alone dare to do so. Once he reacted, his anger flared. To him, Zhou Chuchu was just a dish on his plate, an obedient little lamb, a cash machine he could do whatever he wanted with. But today, that dish flipped the table. The little lamb turned into a mother tiger. The cash machine stopped working, and he couldn't accept this. He got up and blocked Zhou Chuchu. "Zhou Chuchu, do you dare to hit me?" Zhou Chuchu crossed her arms and looked at him coldly. "Get lost, you good-for-nothing. Don't block the way. If you don't leave now, I'll slap you so hard you'll see stars." She didn't rush to attack him with a knife, even though she was quite capable. Hitting him? That's nothing. A sharp glint appeared in Sun Qixuan's eyes. He wanted to hit back, but the thought of Zhou Chuchu slapping him made him nervous. How could this woman be so strong? Thinking about Zhou Chuchu's 50 billion, his tone softened, pretending to be a romantic. "Chuchu, there must be some misunderstanding between us. You've already hit me, so you should be angry now. If you're still angry, go ahead and slap me again." He tried to act deeply affectionate, but his face suddenly swelled up and turned very red, and he lost 2 teeth. His speech became slurred, and he looked quite ridiculous. Zhou Chuchu immediately started laughing. "Is that all you want? You said it yourself." She waved her hand and, before Sun Qixuan could react, slapped him again. Smack. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chuchu was really hitting him. With this slap, he lost 2 more teeth, his cheeks swelled and turned purple, and he looked like a pig's head. Zhou Chuchu shrugged. "Everyone saw it. He wanted me to hit him. I've never heard such an unreasonable request. Family, do any of you understand?" She finished innocently and gracefully, left the Daiyun Hotel. Sun Qixuan was stunned completely. Liang Donglai chuckled softly. "Haha, such a fiery temper." After everyone dispersed, Su Kong approached, seeing Sun Qixuan's miserable state, and felt a bit pleased. "Young Master Sun, you often boast that Zhou Chuchu is devoted to you, but it seems that's not entirely true. Seeing how badly she beat you, maybe I should take you to the hospital?" Sun Qixuan's face was dark, and he stared fixedly at Zhou Chuchu's back. "There are some misunderstandings between us. She's upset with me, but once the misunderstanding is cleared, she'll treat me the same way again." Su Kong secretly mocked him. Getting beaten like this and still dreaming. But he said aloud, "Qin Ziyuan treats her really well, giving her billions in funds to spend freely. Such a huge sum could buy dozens of his Su family. If he could get that money, what's a couple of slaps?" Sun Qixuan heard the implication in Su Kang's words and warned, "Su Kong, stop your thoughts. Zhou Chuchu isn't interested in you." He covered his face and walked out of Daiyun Hotel with a fierce expression. He was humiliated terribly this time. He wouldn't dare stay here anymore. Su Kong glanced at his back and spat. "Really think you're something special? Qin Ziyuan gave her 5 billion to spend, and you're just showing off with a cheap 300,000 necklace. She must be blind to choose you." In the office of Xiancheng Group, Qin Ziyuan watched the video and felt happy. Hot-tempered, really a little spicy pepper. That was a new discovery. Before, she mostly showed fear and dislike toward herself, never revealing this fiery side in front of him. Yesterday, she was charming, sweet, and gentle. Both of these beautiful sides were new to him. It made him curious. How much more does he not know about her? He called in the chief secretary. "Bring the person in for the meeting." The secretary had worked with Qin Ziyuan for many years. Seeing him suddenly kind and gentle was rare. Instead of feeling comforted, they felt a bit scared. Quickly, they went to call the person in for the meeting. Everyone noticed the change in the boss. Oh no. Usually, he's a stern, silent ruler, but now he was smiling occasionally. Midway through the meeting, Qin Ziyuan paused. All cooperation with the Sun family is terminated. Inform the legal department to sue the Sun family for unfair business practices, recover losses for our group, and seek compensation. His words were light, but everyone there broke out in cold sweat. This was what it meant to kill silently with a smile, deadly and unseen. But this move was very satisfying. The Qin Group's branch companies are upstream of the Sun family. Over the years, they've been feeding the Sun family, making them very wealthy. But instead of being grateful, the Sun family kept pushing their luck, often failing to meet targets. There were many capable companies eager to cooperate, and the CEO had helped them out of respect for his wife. Yet, the Sun family didn't appreciate it. Now, the boss was finally taking action against them. They would spit out everything they had swallowed. Regarding the Sun family, Qin Ziyuan only mentioned it briefly, and their fate was decided. Also, tell Lawyer Feng to wait for my call. General Manager Lin from the Strategy Department fully targets Song Xiqing's industries. In 3 days, I want him bankrupt and in jail. Everyone was shocked again. The Sun family was easy to handle. It was a simple matter. But Song Xiqing was tricky. He was a well-known, powerful figure in the city, involved in both legal and illegal activities. Going after him wouldn't be easy. But with the boss planning to use Lawyer Feng, it was fine. In the past few years, the boss had always succeeded when he wanted to take action against anyone. His nickname as the Deadly Ruler came from this. Dealing with the Sun family was just a matter of words. Dealing with Song Xiqing might be a bit more complicated, but just a little. Next, Qin Ziyuan carefully arranged his plans, commanding a vast army of over 1 million employees and managing assets worth trillions, to operate at full capacity. Ding! A message from Feng Manru appeared on WeChat. Brother Zhe, don't be angry. Sister-in-law definitely didn't mean to secretly meet another man. There must be a misunderstanding. I'll ask her about it. Qin Ziyuan glanced at his phone, his eyes deep and calm, and did not respond to Feng Manru. Miss, please help me. Old Song will be furious if he finds out I mortgaged assets and borrowed 40 million without telling him. After sending the message, Feng Manru held her phone in one hand and sipped her red wine with the other. She looked up and saw Lin Shuang standing across from her, watching her carefully. She silently smiled. Feng Manru knew exactly what kind of person Lin Shuang was. She wanted to compete for Qin Ziyuan's affection, so she secretly schemed to make him fall for Song Xiqing. She blamed her greed for wanting to become the young mistress of the Song family. But she didn't realize that Song Xiqing was a wolf in sheep's clothing, capable of devouring her completely. Feng Manru's glance made Lin Shuang feel like she was walking on thin ice, trembling with fear. She was truly afraid of this Miss Feng. The Feng family was a well-established, wealthy family in Haishur, with deep roots and considerable wealth, slightly less than Qin Ziyuan's. She knew that the Feng family had always wanted to marry into the Qin family. This Miss Feng was very fond of Qin Ziyuan, but the Qin family, ignoring her, married Zhou Chuchu from a modest background instead. This Miss Feng appeared calm on the surface, but was secretly furious. Only she knew how venomous this seemingly glamorous young lady really was. She was also ruthless, but compared to Feng Manru, she was like a minor wizard facing a master. That's why she was afraid of Feng Manru. As for Zhou Chuchu, she took pleasure in her misfortune, thinking that this woman probably wouldn't know how she would die someday. Otherwise, she wouldn't really believe Qin Ziyuan was such a good catch. Feng Manru ignored Lin Shuang, glancing at her phone. Seeing that Qin Ziyuan hadn't replied, she smiled like a dark night poppy flower. Brother Zhe must be furious now. No man could tolerate his woman wearing a green hat. She stood up and gracefully approached the socialite women and noble ladies. They all complimented her, flattering her. Miss, your skin is so beautiful, as white and delicate as milk. Nonsense. Just look at what Miss eats daily. Top-grade bird's nest costs $50,000 per gram. Can you afford it? The necklace Miss is wearing is at least 6 million yuan, right? This necklace is just one of Mrs. Many accessories. There are many more expensive ones. The Fong family only has the eldest daughter, who is truly loved and cherished by everyone. We all envy and resent her. Fong Manru smiled, accepting everyone's praise. Lin Shuang lowered her head, becoming even more humble. Only then did Fong Manru look at Lin Shuang.
Come here.
Yes, yes. Lin Shuang shyly stepped forward, not acting proud like she did in front of Zhou Chuchu. A wealthy lady sneered. Lin Shuang clenched her fists, trying not to show any displeasure, and looked even more obedient. Among these wealthy women and young ladies, she had the least assets and was the poorest. She had worked hard to get in, and she would never leave now. Fong Manru pointed at her and teased, "She's really the worst off among you. She doesn't even have 40 million. She secretly mortgaged her husband's business to hide it. Can anyone help her?" Fong Manru didn't hide her disdain for Lin Shuang and directly revealed this secret. The wealthy women and young ladies all sneered and mocked. "She's really useless. Just a fallen lady, only married Song Sicheng because she clung to him. She used to flirt with many men and was quite ruthless about it." Oh, what would old Song think if he knew about her past? Lin Shuang's body trembled, feeling her dignity trampled on. At this moment, a wealthy lady seemed to remember something and covered her mouth, laughing. "Doesn't she have a best friend who married the richest man in Haisher? Why not ask her for money?" Fong Manru gently swayed her wine glass, looking down from above. "You don't know. That 40 million was borrowed to buy her best friend's leftover clothes." The wealthy women burst into laughter. Lin Shuang trembled all over, her face flushed with anger. But she didn't blame these people. Instead, she hated Zhou Chuchu even more. Today's humiliation and shame were all her fault. It was all because of her. Those clothes and bags, she could have given to herself, but she chose to sell them to her. She had 7 billion yuan, yet she didn't give her a single cent. She hated. Seeing the right moment, Fong Manru, who had been raising her venomous snake, casually threw out a card. "There's 3 million inside. Find a way to ruin Zhou's reputation." She knew very well. Dogs shouldn't be fed too well at once, or they wouldn't bite. Lin Shuang knelt on the ground, trembling, and carefully took the card. Yes, miss, I will do it for you." Fong Manru's eyes were cold. She lifted Lin Shuang's chin. "Remember, it's not for me. It's for yourself. I have no grudge against Zhou, but it's you who will ruin her reputation and trap her in scandals, not me." In Lin Shuang's eyes, a deadly light flashed. "Yes, miss," she replied. In the warehouse, Zhou Chuchu shivered. "Strange. Even in this hot weather, I feel cold," she muttered. "There must be traitors plotting behind the scenes to harm me." She transferred 5,000 steaming bowls of beef noodles to her space. Then she ordered meals from well-reviewed hotels and restaurants across Haisher City. Her impressive feat of ordering 580,000 dishes at a Yunhao had already spread. As soon as each hotel received her call, they quickly arranged the orders. Their service attitude was truly top-notch. She called each place one by one, placing orders starting at 50,000 dishes per restaurant. She ordered only from menus, just reporting the quantities and costs. All the famous hotels and restaurants in Haisher set up dedicated lines for her orders. Some even secretly compared which restaurant she called first and where she ordered more, to judge her status. The more she ordered, the happier everyone was, celebrating like New Year's. But those who ordered less looked gloomy. If they didn't answer her calls, it felt like the sky was falling. News of Zhou Chuchu's restaurant orders spread to the Yunhao. The chefs there became tense, all ready to compete fiercely and not lose to others. Other chefs also showed their best skills, determined to shine in this ordering contest and win first place. The chefs went all out. Zhou Chuchu spent 500 million to order from 99 restaurants, totaling 500,000 dishes. Then she drove to the fresh market and slaughterhouses. At the seafood market, there were king, green, Australian lobsters, large prawns, various fish, grass shrimp, hairy, freshwater fish, and more, anything edible from lakes, rivers, and seas. She bought it all. She spent $2 billion on 30,000 tons of seafood and another $2 billion on 60,000 tons of pork, beef, mutton, rabbit, chicken, duck, and goose meat. In a flash, $7 billion was reduced to just $700 million. Next, she went to buy medicine, but due to purchase restrictions, she couldn't spend much. She only spent a few million on some household medicines from drug suppliers. Medical equipment was even harder to get due to strict regulations, so she couldn't get any. She felt a bit disappointed, but accepted it. There was nothing she could do about it. She opened her phone and started shopping wildly, ordering everything she could need for daily life to clear her inventory. After this round of shopping, she spent another $300 million. Save the rest for building a safe house. A safe house isn't just for the end of the world. In fact, people in every era have always prepared for emergencies. The idea of a safe house was proposed as early as the 1960s, but it was more popular abroad than in our country. In recent years, with frequent natural disasters, wealthy people in our country have started to focus on building safe houses. For example, the villa she lives in has added safety features, such as resistance to earthquakes below level 7, protection against typhoons and fires, and fireproof and cold-proof designs. However, these are not enough compared to real end-of-the-world disasters. We need to build top-level safe houses specifically designed to handle various natural calamities. After researching online, Zhou Chuchu chose a top safe house company from a beautiful country. She immediately made a call. When the call connected, Qin Ziyuan's voice came through. "Stop shopping outside for now. Come back quickly so we can discuss the design of the safe house." Zhou Chuchu was confused. "Husband? How come?" "Yeah, I'm planning to turn our home into a safe house." Zhou Chuchu quickly flattered him. "Husband, you're amazing. We really think alike, always on the same wavelength." There was a light laugh on the other end. Zhou Chuchu climbed higher on the conversation. "Husband, safe houses are expensive, right?" "Don't worry, I'm not short of money." He chuckled again. "No need to spend money." Zhou Chuchu raised her voice. "What? No need to spend money? That sounds reliable." "It's Anglorila's Safe House Customization Company, one of the foreign companies I acquired." Zhou Chuchu responded quickly. "Got it, then it must be reliable. My husband is the best." She immediately drove home and, at the villa entrance, saw Sam's Club and Hama's Seafood, her shopping instincts kicking in again. She spent $50 million directly, buying supplies including 2 6-door refrigerators. Sam's Club and Hama's Seafood sent their staff to deliver the goods to her door in a grand manner. This impressive scene naturally attracted many onlookers. But most people just mocked and ridiculed. Such a waste of money. Will she even eat all this? Really wasteful. Qin family. She's so unlucky to marry into them. Such a small family. Even if they're rich, they don't know what to buy. Instead of antiques or paintings, she buys food and drinks. Haha, before she finishes eating, these things will go bad. Zhou Chuchu rolled down the window and shot back. "No matter how fancy your clothes are, you're just gossiping women. My husband makes money. I don't spend, let it go bad if it will. I'll spend how I want. Who are you to tell me otherwise? Not happy? Then keep it to yourself." In her previous life, Zhou Chuchu felt angry and sad when she heard these words. But in this life, she decided to live freely and openly. Although those who mocked her later begged her on their knees after the apocalypse, having starved and suffered, that was in the past. Now, she wanted to enjoy her life happily. When Zhou Chuchu confronted them like this, they backed down. As long as Zhou Chuchu was the daughter-in-law of the Qin family, they dared not offend her or the Qin family. At the door, Old Phone was not there. The security guards usually blocked her, chatting and snacking in the air-conditioned room, leaving her outside, ignoring her horn. Not used to being ignored, Zhou Chuchu recorded a video and called the property management to complain. The manager hurried over, sweating under the sun, and scolded the guards loudly. "Is there a problem? How dare you block the owner? Are you tired of your jobs? If so, just get out." The security captain stepped forward, awkwardly smiling and trying to shift the blame onto Zhou Chuchu. We opened the door, but it's this owner who wouldn't go in. Without hesitation, Zhou Chuchu played the video for him. She directly spoke to the manager. I live in a luxury house worth 200 million. I pay you 300,000 yuan in property fees each year. Is this how you serve me? Think about the consequences if this video goes viral on Weibo. The manager broke out in more sweat, bowing repeatedly to Zhou Chuchu.
Sorry.
I'll handle this right away. He shouted at the guards. Apologize immediately and ask Miss Zhou for forgiveness, or pack up and leave now. The guards realized she was serious and all hurried to bow and apologize. Sorry, Miss Zhou. It's our fault. Please forgive us this time, Your Honor. Zhou Chuchu smiled. Forgive? Sure. I'll forgive you if you stand in the blazing sun for 3 days. Remember to record the video. The guards looked at each other, unhappy, but with the manager watching them closely, they dared not show their displeasure and could only keep smiling and apologizing. Zhou Chuchu initially wanted to leave some food for Old Foam, but she thought that if she did, others might take it. So, she decided to urge him to buy more supplies instead. The manager respectfully opened the door for her, and behind her, trucks loaded with goods returned home. Just as they reached the door, an old woman suddenly rushed out and blocked her car. It was Grandma Luo. Grandma Luo blocked her car, smiling with deep wrinkles on her face. Miss Zhou, you're back. She pulled over a young man with dyed blonde hair, hands in his pockets, smoking a cigarette, looking very confident. De Yong, this is Miss Zhou. Isn't she beautiful? The young man, who had been waiting impatiently, suddenly saw Zhou Chuchu and his eyes widened. He looked at her with admiration, almost drooling. Beautiful, really beautiful. Old Lady Luo was very pleased and said to Zhou Chuchu, Chuchu, this is my son. He's very caring, responsible, and has a manly vibe. You two should get to know each other. Zhou Chuchu's expression turned cold. What is Old Lady Luo up to? She got out of the car first, instructing Sam and Hema's people to start moving the things back home. A lush peach tree stood tall and wide, its branches touching her, sending some images into her mind. It was the scene where Fong Monru was talking to Old Lady Luo during the day, encouraging her. A cold wave swept through Zhou Chuchu's heart, and a fierce, bloodthirsty anger rose inside her. Fong Monru, just wait to die. And that Old Lady Luo, a scheming old woman with malicious intent, dared to target her. She really is despicable. Old Lady Luo was eager to introduce Zhou Chuchu to her son, thinking about the 5 billion yuan she got after her divorce. Now, seeing Sam and Hema's people carrying piles of supplies into the Qin family's house, her face turned green with envy. So jealous. Chuchu, people need to know how to live properly. Look at what you bought. Such waste. Really a waste of money. She walked over, trying to stop the workers. Stop moving things, everyone stop. Step back, step back. The worker from Sam looked uncomfortable, unsure of the relationship between Old Lady Luo and Zhou Chuchu, and looked at her for help. Zhou Chuchu made a firm decision. I have no relation to this old lady. She's just crazy. Don't mind her. Keep moving the stuff. Hearing this, the workers realized there was no connection. Wow, this person is really shameless, blocking everything, even stopping people from shopping. Truly a sight to see. Exactly. The world is big, and there are all kinds of weirdos. Everyone stopped paying attention to Old Lady Luo and continued with their work. Old Lady Luo was not happy. She frowned and crossed her arms, starting to scold Zhou Chuchu. How can you be so disrespectful to elders and children? I'm your senior, and you call me crazy? Zhou Chuchu responded without hesitation. Senior? You're not even qualified. My respect is for those with virtue. You're just a show-off. Inside you're just a pig or a dog. Calling you a pig and a dog is really too kind to you. Get lost. If you keep bothering me, I'll hit you. Old Lady Luo stared fiercely, ready to rush forward and grab Zhou Chuchu's face. You little brat, I'll tear your face off. She clearly forgot her original purpose. She had planned to first soothe Zhou Chuchu and her son to get to know each other, then divorce Qin Sun, have her daughter marry Qin Sun, and her son marry Zhou Chuchu. That way, Qin's money would be hers. She was already upset because Zhou Chuchu bought those things, and now being called a pig and a dog made her furious. Zhou Chuchu was waiting for her. The slap was already prepared. For such a troublemaker, not hitting her would be a shame. Old Lady Luo didn't rush forward. Her son Zhang Daong held her back. Mom, be nice to her. Zhang Daong looked at Zhou Chuchu and said arrogantly, Sister, you look really beautiful. He stared greedily at Zhou Chuchu's luxury car and the mansion behind her, like a fly seeing blood. Wow, this woman is really rich. If I marry her, all this would be mine. Even if she has a child, I wouldn't lose out. Zhang Daong, true to his mother's style, had the same thoughts. Zhou Chuchu was nearly disgusted by Zhang Daong. Her eyes turned cold, filled with icy anger. She was about to slap him, but her hand was dirty, so she was about to kick him instead. Someone was faster than her. With a long leg, Zhang Daong was kicked away like a broken kite, flying 3 meters and tumbling several times. The person who did it radiated coldness. Although his expression was calm, it made people think of a deadly assassin. Old Lady Luo saw her son being hit and let out a terrible scream like a pig being slaughtered. Son, my son. She wanted to curse Qin Ziyuan, but when she met his gaze, she shivered and her scream became much quieter. She quickly ran over to Zhang Daong and helped him up.
Puff.
Zhang Daong spat out blood, still wanting to act tough, but when he saw Qin Ziyuan, he felt a chill and realized he was dealing with a real tough guy.
Get lost.
Qin Ziyuan's gaze was as cold as looking at a corpse. The Zhang mother and son didn't dare stay any longer and hurriedly left. Zhou Chuchu looked at her husband with starry eyes. Honey, you're so handsome. Thinking about how old Lady Luo and her son were brought in by Feng Manru, she hesitated to speak. After all, there was no proof. Feng Manru was very good at pretending, and she was his admirer. Zhou Chuchu never hid this fact. The two families were said to be old friends. Could he believe her just because of her words? Qin Ziyuan kept his eyes fixed on his wife. Be careful of Feng Manru. Zhou Chuchu. Seeing that his wife didn't understand anything, Qin Ziyuan stopped speaking. He didn't want to add extra worries for her. Today, everywhere there were signs of Feng Manru. In the past, her behavior wasn't too bad, and he couldn't find a reason to get angry. He only warned her that he was a married man and to stop her advances. But now, she's even reaching out to his wife, and he can't tolerate that. I will deal with the Feng family. This trouble was caused by him, so naturally, he would handle it. Zhou Chuchu. What happened? Did she say something? Why does her husband want to target the Feng family? But this actually suited her well. She felt happy inside, even though she knew Qin Ziyuan wasn't doing it for her. If Feng family and Feng Manru got into trouble, she would be glad. She wasn't a saint who would be kind to those who harmed her. The worse they suffered, the better. Let's go inside and prepare a safe house. Qin Ziyuan looked in the direction where Zhang's family had disappeared and sent a message on his phone. After Zhang's family left, old Lady Luo's face turned fierce. Son, we've never been so wronged before. We can't just let this go. That little troublemaker dared to insult me. Her man even dared to hit you. Think of a way to make them pay. Zhang Daong also looked fierce. Mom, don't worry. I'll get that girl eventually. As for that man, if I get the chance, I'll kill him. Old Lady Luo was worried when she thought of that man who seemed like a killer. Maybe we should just forget about it. I think he's pretty fierce too. Fierce? I've gathered some brothers. If he can hit me, he can definitely fight a group of us. Old Lady Luo was overjoyed when she heard that. Yes, my son can think of a way. Anyone who dares to hit my son, just kill him. The mother and son planned together and walked further away. Unbeknownst to them, a small cabbage was following behind. This little cabbage had only 2 leaves. A thick branch of honeysuckle climbing the wall by the roadside suddenly swung fiercely at the back of their heads. It hit so hard they screamed like ghosts and devils, thinking they saw a ghost, and ran faster than rabbits. Husband, that old lady's son isn't a good person. Zhou Chuchu held her strong, muscular husband's arm and casually patted him twice. Qin Ziyuan felt a fire ignite inside him. His voice was a little hoarse but also had a relaxed, mischievous tone. How do you know? Zhou Chuchu sighed deeply, feeling strange. Why was Qin Ziyuan different from what she remembered? That made her heart feel uneasy. Looking up, Qin Ziyuan's sharp eyes, dark eyelashes, well-defined features, and smooth lines like carved by a blade caught her attention. A strand of black hair fell onto his forehead. His strong build was hidden beneath a down-like skin. He glanced at her slightly sideways, almost making her lose her soul. Gosh, when did he become so charming?
Gulp.
Zhou Chuchu nervously swallowed. Realizing this, she blushed. To hide her embarrassment, she quickly said, "This person has a cruel mind. He gathered a group of thugs and did some very bad things. He's a troublemaker." The son of old Lady Luo, after the apocalypse, kidnapped a wealthy young lady, kept her in a room, and a group of thugs. Later, the wealthy girl couldn't bear it and jumped to her death, so thin she was just bones, covered in scars. But by then it was already the end of the world. Humanity had fallen, everyone was busy just surviving. Even if there were righteous people, how could they fight against a group of villains? Later, Zhang Daong and his thugs occupied a building, bullying others and stealing their remaining supplies. Those who refused were thrown down from the roof, causing many tragedies. Although they later died in supply disputes and deserved it, their hands were indeed stained with blood. Qin Ziyuan naturally saw Zhang Daong in the future scene and knew that his wife was telling the truth. Don't worry, he won't cause any trouble. I've made arrangements. Prison is where he belongs. Zhou Chuchu felt something was off. She had a strange feeling that her husband seemed to know something. Could it be that her husband was also reborn? No, that's impossible. If her husband was a reborn person, he would hate her terribly. If he didn't kill her, that would be good enough. How could he be so kind to her? She dismissed these worries. Shaking off these messy thoughts, they went inside. The house was already full of supplies everywhere. The movers had left, leaving only 2 foreigners inside. The 2 foreigners were waiting. When they saw the 2 come in, they immediately approached. "Boss, your $1 billion custom plan isn't finished yet. Shall we continue?" Qin Ziyuan pointed at Zhou Chuchu. "My part is done. The rest, you ask the lady about her needs." She hesitated. Prioritize her needs. Zhou Chuchu was stunned. A $1 billion custom plan. Just building a safe house could match all her current money. And it's her husband. Picking up the safety house design description. The entire structure is made of 50-centimeter thick titanium steel plates capable of withstanding the impact of a 500,000-ton nuclear explosion. It has 3 layers of AM3 glass, as hard as diamond. It is waterproof, fireproof, cold-resistant, toxin-proof, and warm. Inside, there are various energy generation devices and a water recycling system. Outside, there are embedded camera lenses and hidden surveillance cameras, along with radio transmission devices. But even so, the more Zhou Chuchu looked at it, the more she felt that her husband's safety house seemed a bit strange. There are shooting holes that open and close all around, a balcony shooting platform, a mortar launcher, and an underground armory. Zhou Chuchu looked at Qin Ziyuan with complex feelings, wanting to ask if this safety house was really normal. Qin Ziyuan seemed to understand her thoughts. Building a safety house isn't about hiding like a turtle, it's about having the ability to fight back. That's what makes it safe. Thinking about the chaos of the end times, Zhou Chuchu strongly agreed with Qin Ziyuan's words. Yes, just hiding isn't enough. In critical moments, you must strike back with force. Husband, you really thought this through. But we common folks can't get these kinds of weapons. Qin Ziyuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." One foreigner, perhaps trying to flatter her, spoke. Madam, our country bans gun sales, and the boss, Qin Ziyuan, shot him a warning look. He immediately lowered his head and stayed silent. Zhou Chuchu felt uneasy, like a cat scratching her heart. What does that mean? The sentence wasn't finished. What's wrong with my husband? That foreigner, like a broken record, refused to talk about Qin Ziyuan anymore, awkwardly changing the subject and asking if she had anything to add. Qin Ziyuan looked at her puckered face and couldn't help but smile. Honey, do you have any ideas? Thinking about the situation in the end times, Zhou Chuchu decided not to pursue Qin Ziyuan's identity for now. After careful thought, she said, the kitchen's gas pipes are sturdy and can last for 100 years, and they should be easy to replace. The shower and water recycling systems need to stay stable during vibrations and also last 100 years, with easy replacement. The heating and cooling systems should meet the same standards. That's all I have. Compared to Qin Ziyuan's focus on fighting back, she cared more about the family's quality of life during the end times. The two foreigners listened carefully, but couldn't help but whisper to themselves. Boss and Madam's preparations seemed just like they're getting ready for the end of the world. However, with their professionalism, no matter how strange it was, they would make sure the safety house was built according to the requirements. Here is the corrected and simplified version of your text. Well, boss, during the construction of the safe house, there are many inconveniences. Please, you and your wife find another place to stay. Qin Ziyuan nodded to show he understood. Then we will start tomorrow. Goodbye, boss and madam. After they left, Zhou Chuchu quickly packed the supplies on the ground into her storage space. Qin Ziyuan already knew about her storage space. She bought a lot of supplies today and probably transferred everything into this unlimited space. But this was the first time he saw her use it directly. It was very different from the future scene he imagined, but it made him feel more certain. He wasn't sure if his wife would become like the future he saw, but he believed there would be some differences. The bigger the difference, the more the future would change. This made the dark clouds in his heart lift a little. Husband, can we live somewhere not too far from home? Zhou Chuchu asked. That way, she could come every night to water her plants. The small vegetables that ate the light orbs but didn't gain intelligence had already matured and needed to be harvested and replanted. The peach trees, bok choy, and others showing signs of evolution couldn't stop evolving. Qin Ziyuan nodded. He already understood the strange things about his wife. That green vine was probably a plant-type ability. The vegetables and peach trees in the garden emitted a different aura, which was likely her work. I bought the villa next door. While building the safe house, we can live there. Zhou Chuchu was very happy when she heard this. She ran over, jumped, hugged her husband, and kissed him on the face. Husband, you are so kind. She thought he was so considerate. The more she looked at him, the more she found him attractive and reliable. How was he so handsome? Qin Ziyuan gently held her small waist to keep her from falling. Hearing her sweet praise, he didn't show much change on his face, but his ears turned pink. Zhou Chuchu noticed and said, Husband, your ears are red. She was very curious and reached out to touch them. Qin Ziyuan shivered like he was electrocuted. His eyes flashed with fire, and he warned, Don't tease me. His tone was full of suppressed desire. He felt sorry for her. Yesterday, he was a bit reckless and worried her body couldn't handle it. But if she kept teasing him, he wouldn't be able to hold back anymore. Zhou Chuchu was warmed by his gaze. Yesterday had indeed been very wild. She felt her husband still held back a little. Thinking of her past life and her past mistakes, she felt a deep ache in her heart. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch his chiseled, handsome face. Husband, from now on, let's live our lives well. No matter what difficulties or dangers we face, we will face them together, she said seriously. Qin Ziyuan's eyes looked at her. Beneath his ocean-like gaze, a storm of strong feelings poured out, stirred by her words, causing huge waves. He said nothing, just held her and went to the bedroom. Zhou Chuchu was surprised and tried to jump out of his arms. Hey, husband, I didn't mean that. I didn't. Qin Ziyuan tightly held her. Now you want to run? It's too late. 2 hours later, Zhou Chuchu massaged her sore waist and sat on the sofa in the living room, pounding it. If she wasn't afraid that her in-laws and children would see them acting wild, she wouldn't want to stay here. But really, it was too hard to endure. Notification. Congratulations on successfully checking in. You received 200 million in cash and some fertilizer and nutrient agents. The system's voice sounded again, catching her attention. First, the cash from check-ins had increased. Yesterday, her husband transferred 200 million to her, and today she got another 200 million from checking in. It seemed the system's cash rewards were related to the amount her husband transferred. She suddenly became excited and found a way to exploit the system. But this method still needed to be tested. Without hesitation, she ran barefoot to Qin Ziyuan's studio. Husband, at this moment, Qin Ziyuan was in a good mood, holding a video conference. When he saw Zhou Chuchu run over, her cheeks were rosy, her skin white and smooth like jade. Her thick, shiny hair was a bit messy but still beautiful. She was wearing a silk slip dress with delicate red plum blossoms on her elegant collarbones. She was glowing. Qin Ziyuan's throat moved, and he glanced at the high-level executives from various countries on the video, all curious and listening intently. He immediately ended the meeting. He didn't want his lovely wife to show such beauty in front of others. This beauty was only for him to enjoy. After ending the meeting, the foreign executives were puzzled. Wow, our boss is acting like a tyrant? This has never happened before. Our boss never interrupts meetings for anything. That voice was so nice. Was that the wife? Isn't it said that the boss and his wife don't get along? Don't pry into my family affairs. Focus on doing what the boss has ordered. Oh my, with all these commands from the boss, I have a feeling the world is about to change. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuchu had already jumped into Qin Ziyuan's arms. Husband, can you give me more money? Qin Ziyuan replied simply and directly. How much do you want? His straightforward answer left Zhou Chuchu without a prepared excuse. Well, you see, husband, aren't you curious why I suddenly have an extra 300 million? From the day before yesterday to today, I got an extra 300 million. It's the money you and mom and dad gave me, plus a bit more.
Look.
Zhou Chuchu took out her phone and showed Qin Ziyuan the balance. Originally, after buying those things, she had 400 million left. Now, the amount has grown to 600 million. The new transfer was just made from an untraceable account. Realizing this had nothing to do with Sun Qixuan, he felt even happier. So, how much this mysterious money is depends on how much I transfer to you. Zhou Chuchu was practically glowing, already saying many times how great her husband was. Her eyes sparkled. We must make the most of this opportunity. Husband, can you transfer 100 billion to me? Even if I don't get rewarded for this money, it's okay. I'll transfer it all back to you later. No loss for us. She mentioned a number. It was quite a large sum. Her husband should have that much money, right? These past 2 days, I've been spending a lot, and my funds are a bit stretched, Qin Ziyuan explained. Zhou Chuchu nodded, feeling that she really did need quite a bit of money. It's okay, you can give a bit less. Qin Ziyuan gently played with her soft little hand. No, I mean I just need money. If 100 billion is too little, then 5 trillion. Before Zhou Chuchu could react, he made a call. After the call, 50 trillion was transferred to her. Zhou Chuchu looked at the transfer details on her phone, stunned by the long balance number. She reached out her finger to count. Wow, so many zeros. She counted several times before stammering, Husband, do we really have this much money? Qin Ziyuan was pleased to see Zhou Chuchu's surprised expression and felt a little proud inside. Don't you know how much money I have? Zhou Chuchu pointed to her fingers. Husband, you're so good at making money. I only know I have endless money, but I don't know exactly how much. Seeing Qin Ziyuan's meaningful expression, she quickly added confidently, no matter how much money you have, all this money belongs to me. Qin Ziyuan was delighted. Yes. Go ahead and work. I have a few more things to finish. Zhou Chuchu didn't disturb Qin Ziyuan's work and quickly left the room. The reward money will arrive tomorrow. I'll transfer all the money to you. She no longer knew how to spend it. Having too much money was also a headache. She decided to leave those worries to him to handle. After all, people who make money know how to spend it. Money in his hands is more useful than in hers. As for herself, she just wanted to keep a simple 1 billion yuan. A soft laugh came from the room. Okay. The video conference inside continued. Zhou Chuchu faintly heard words like arms and submarine in English. She didn't have the habit of eavesdropping, so she moved to the side. It seemed her husband had some mysterious identity. A transfer of 50 trillion yuan was completed instantly without appointment, which was quite thought-provoking. However, a series of setbacks in her past made him become quiet. His extraordinary abilities were not fully used because of a broken leg and disability. Later, he became the king of corpses. He still retained human wisdom and pride, and was ashamed to appear in front of others in a corpse state. Because of her and the child's influence, even though he had the power strong enough to destroy the world, he was constantly restrained by others. Memories from her past flooded in, and a coldness appeared on her face. Her heart was full of guilt toward him and anger toward her enemies. Finally, she became resolute. Such a good husband, she would never let go again. The most urgent task was to make herself stronger as soon as possible. Diligently cultivate her supernatural abilities. Look at this essence soil. See what the fertilizer does. Currently, her supernatural power came from the small vegetables in the garden. Her current energy was only enough to feed these small vegetables. She needed to understand their evolution first. Although she was eager, she knew that cultivating supernatural abilities couldn't be rushed. She had to take it step by step and steady. Fortunately, she had a system. She started developing her abilities 3 years earlier than in her past life, and her abilities were still S-rank. She went to the garden and communicated with the small vegetables. They were all transmitting joyful and happy emotions to her. This made her mood also rise. She took out bags of essence soil and spread them in the garden. The essence soil was blood red, soft and thick like meat, with a faint smell of blood. After spreading it in the garden, all the small vegetables were extremely happy. Such a warm, comfortable bed. I want to grow quickly, grow quickly. Master, Master, thank you for giving us such a good home. Wow, so comfortable and happy. Clearly, this nutrient-rich soil can provide a continuous supply of nutrients, helping the little plants to evolve better. The peach tree's expression is the clearest and most complete. My great master, this soil can make our evolution 3 times faster. Our nutrients are more complete now. Without special abilities, just covering the soil, Zhou Chuchu feels her physical strength increasing again, her body feeling sticky. She keeps going, spraying fertilizer on the plants. With each spray, the peach tree's leaves glow with a pinkish light. My great master, spray some more on me. I can evolve in new ways. Zhou Chuchu generously sprays some fertilizer again. She is very curious. What kinds of evolution do you have now? The peach tree, as it stretches its leaves, answers Zhou Chuchu. Here's the thing, Master, I have 6 directions for evolution. See the holes inside my body. One of my evolution paths is to turn them into internal spaces. Look at my bark. My second evolution path is to make it stronger and tougher. And my leaves, they will be used as weapons. My roots can move quickly on the ground. I will produce special ability fruits. Finally, I am trying to evolve into a wise tree to manage these little guys and reduce your burden.
Wow.
Zhou Chuchu exclaims excitedly. Amazing! Is plant evolution this intense? 1 evolution path isn't enough, so she goes for 6? Or is it only her plants that evolve this way? Zhou Chuchu sighs happily, patting the peach tree trunk. Good job, keep it up. The peach tree feels excited, its leaves swaying. Thank you, great master. I will work hard. Zhou Chuchu sprays some fertilizer on the faster-growing little plants. She also receives feedback from the plants again. A green gemstone-like glow flashes over her body, and she can control 3 vines instead of 1. Her body naturally emits a pleasant fragrance. Her previously heat-sensitive body feels cool and refreshing. Of course, her body is covered again with a layer of black mud. Quickly, she picks the unevolved little plants into her basket, then scatters some seeds on the empty ground. She rushes inside to take a shower. Now she feels fresh and fragrant again. It is already 5 p.m. now. Where are Lin and Chi? They haven't come back yet? Usually, her mother-in-law picks up the kids around 4:30. She disliked her mother-in-law picking up the children early in her past life, but now she always wants to see her children. She decided to go out and take a look. In the indoor children's playground of the community, Lu Jilin casually listened to her friend Shin Dan-hong's boring chatter, while her eyes kept watch on her grandchildren to prevent any accidents. Lin and Chi were playing with their friend's nephew, who was 2 years older than the two grandchildren and looked chubby and fierce. She was worried they might get hurt, so she planned to casually dismiss her friend and take the children away. But Shin Dan-hong clearly wanted to keep talking. Jilin, you see, we're about the same age. I'm only 2 months younger than you. Look at yourself, then look at me. I probably look 10 years younger, right? Ever since I had these two grandchildren, I don't do beauty treatments or play mahjong anymore. When we invite you out, you don't come. Taking care of grandchildren is so tiring. You're silly not to call your daughter-in-law's mother to help out. You dress so plainly. Your daughter-in-law really isn't good. She doesn't show you enough respect. I feel so sorry for you. Shin Dan-hong was dressed elegantly, with makeup and jewelry shining all over her. In contrast, Lu Jilin wore casual clothes, with no jewelry or accessories. Jilin said, "You don't have grandchildren, so you don't understand the joy of taking care of them. I think they're more precious than treasure, and I feel so happy when I'm with them. My mother-in-law wanted to help take care of them, but I didn't let her. I don't wear jewelry because the children are too young, and jewelry might hurt them. My daughter-in-law is a good person. She and my son are living happily, which is better than buying any jewelry." Jilin answered Shin Dan-hong carefully. Shin Dan-hong was suddenly speechless. She decided not to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Jilin, we should have arranged for Ziyuan from your family and Manru from my family to get married. It would have been great for our two families to unite.
Look at your daughter-in-law now.
She comes from a small family, and after suddenly becoming rich, she's lost her way. She's so wasteful. Today she spent 50 million on all sorts of random things at Sam's and Hema. She even had security stand in the sun to punish them, making those young men sweat under the heat. With such a cruel personality, you should be more careful." It turned out that Shin Dan-hong was Fong Manru's mother. She had long wanted to match Fong Manru with Qin Ziyuan, and even now, even though Qin Ziyuan married Zhou Chuchu, she hadn't given up. Anyway, as long as they want, there are many ways for a wife with no background to leave her husband and take her dowry. But strangely, Qin Ziyuan and Zhou Chuchu often argue and have cold wars, yet they refuse to divorce. Before, Zhou Chuchu was very honest and didn't need Qin's money, so that was fine. But today, she spent 50 million yuan, and that money made her feel distressed. Her daughter married Qin Ziyuan, and that money belonged to her daughter, to the Fong family. Zhou Chuchu spending Fong family money made her heart ache. Lu Jilin glanced at Shin Dan-hong and said, "I know what kind of person Xiao Man is. The money is hers. She can buy whatever she wants. I don't care, and I can't control her. Your Fong family is rich. Surely, you wouldn't come here to complain just because my daughter spent 50 million yuan, right?" Her meaning was clear. My wife spends money, and what does that have to do with your Fong family? You're meddling too much. As for Manru, don't mention her or my son anymore. My son only likes Chuchu and no one else. If you say those things again, don't blame me for turning hostile. Shin Dan-hong's face turned pale after being silenced by Lu Jilin. What does it mean that 50 million yuan is just a small amount? That's nonsense. 50 million yuan is a huge sum for her and for the Fong family too. The Fong family's accounts can't even cover that amount. It turns out, the Fong family is officially ranked just below the Qin family as the second largest family in Haishur, but they are just a facade, far inferior to the Qin family. Over the years, Fang Xixiang has invested everywhere, claiming to have invested hundreds of billions, with many titles, appearing on TV and giving interviews daily, constantly in the spotlight. But what good does that do? Most of those investments failed, and only a few made real money. Their reputation is loud, but only they know the true situation. They desperately want to connect with the Qin family to support Fang family finances. Also, Qin Ziyuan, although not very famous, has only appeared a few times in financial news, mainly as a scientist, but his position is very important. No one knows exactly how much wealth he has. All we know is that all the companies he's involved with are profitable. According to Fang Xixiang's guess, his net worth is at least 300 billion yuan. After saying this, Fang Xixiang looked regretful. He knew, and she knew too, that he envied the Qin family for having a good son. And she only had one daughter. Shen Danheng felt uneasy, resenting Fang Xixiang and Lu Julin. Initially, it was Lu Julin who married Fang Xixiang. If she had married Qin Zhuangming, Qin Ziyuan would be her son. Shen Danheng angrily thought, completely ignoring the fact that she looked down on the struggling Qin Zhuangming, stole Lu Julin's fiancé Fang Xixiang, and, even with the marriage agreement in place, got involved with him. Now she is blaming Lu Julin instead. Exactly, Aunt Lu, you also need to control your daughter-in-law. She spends too much money. Shen Danheng's niece-in-law, He Lizhu, jealously said. He Lizhu is very fat and loves to eat. She was talking while stuffing potato chips into her mouth, crunching loudly. Her small, bean-sized eyes kept darting around, as if she was planning something. If I were your daughter-in-law, I definitely wouldn't do that. I would save all the money. She said this while thinking about the things Zhou Chuchu bought. Those were from Sam's Club, just the mousse cake. A small piece costs over 100 yuan. But it's really delicious. She usually wouldn't buy and eat one herself. Zhou Chuchu bought several boxes of such cakes. Not to mention the Thai golden pillow, sugar cane chocolate, bursting beef patties. She bought whole boxes of each. She couldn't help but feel jealous. And those king, abalone, swimming Australian lobsters, blue, and hairy from Hema. She was drooling just thinking about it. If only she could be Qin's daughter-in-law. Lu Julin was speechless and ignored He Lizhu. Dealing with such a person would only lower her own class and taste. Shen Danheng also glared at He Lizhu, feeling disdainful inside. This lazy, greedy woman, relying on her son, kept coming over to mooch. Now she was openly saying such things in front of Lu Julin. Does she even realize her own worth? With her looks, she's only fit to be a sow. And she still dreams of someone like Manru. Every day, she drags her foolish son around, eating and drinking without shame. Lizhu, stop saying these things. Aunt Lu doesn't like you. He Lizhu was fed up and yelled at Shen Danheng, spitting potato chip crumbs and saliva onto her face. Why doesn't Aunt Lu like me? I'm strong and good for bearing children. I only had one son. Uncle said a wife should marry someone like me. Shen Danheng's face darkened. Is this fool mocking her for not being able to have children? Lu Julin was too tired to argue with them and called the two little ones. Lin and Chi-Chi, let's go home with Grandma. As a top luxury residential area, this indoor amusement park is built with grandeur and splendor, filled with all kinds of children's play equipment. Harry Zhu's son, Little Tiger, is walking on a 6-meter-high slide bridge behind two porcelain dolls. He thinks Qin Yueshi is as cute and lovely as an angel and wants to play with her, teasing her. But Qin Zihue stays close to his sister, which makes him very angry. Relying on his strength and tall height, he challenges Qin Zihue. Your mom is trouble, she doesn't know how to live, buys things randomly, wastes money. Children can't stand hearing bad things about their mom. Besides, Mom is the person Little Tiger likes most. The little man immediately refuses to accept this. Even though Little Tiger is tall and chubby, he is not afraid and vows to protect his mom. My mom spends her own money however she wants. Does your mom have a say in that? My dad earns money to spend on my mom. If your mom is unhappy, go ask your dad for money. The little guy's logic is so clear that it leaves Little Tiger speechless. His dad doesn't earn money for his mom. He only hits his mom. Qin Zihue ignores him, reaching out to hold his sister's hand. Grandma called us. Let's go home. The two kids are about to go down the stairs when little Tiger, behind them, suddenly glints with a fierce look and pushes them from behind. Without warning, one of them is pushed over the railing and falls from the 6-meter-high slide. Although the ground in the amusement park is padded with soft foam, falling from such a height would definitely cause injuries. Lu Jilin sees the scene and is so frightened she almost faints, running quickly. But she is a bit far from the slide, and no matter how fast she runs, she can't catch up in time. Just as the two children are about to fall, a red figure flashes past and catches them safely in her arms. The two little ones, held securely by their mom, forget their fear and only feel completely safe. Their round eyes sparkle with excitement as they look at their mom. Mom, are you a superhero? Mom, thank you for saving us. Mom must be a superhero because her hands seem to shoot out vines. It's amazing. The two little ones look at their mom with full admiration. Zhou Chuchu gently places the children on the ground and comforts them. Mom really is a superhero. But this is our little secret, okay? The adorable kids nod vigorously, very happy to keep this secret between themselves and their mom. This was so amazing. Mom is actually a superhero. Lu Jilin ran over, relieved to see the two children safe and sound. As she relaxed, she nearly fainted from the shock. She felt a wave of fear. She couldn't imagine what might have happened if her daughter-in-law hadn't caught the children. Manair, I didn't watch them properly, She felt very guilty. Zhou Chuchu helped her up and said soothingly, Mom, don't blame yourself. It was this beast who pushed them down. She suddenly looked at Xiao with a cold, stern gaze. The plants had evolved again, bringing her many benefits, including better eyesight. She could now clearly see distant objects and replay what she saw to analyze it. Time was urgent. She first saved the children, then began analyzing the scene she saw, seeing Xiao who pushed the two children. Although Xiao who acted quickly, at that moment, the children were about to go down the stairs, and it looked like they accidentally slipped. What? He pushed them? Lu Jilin instantly became angry. Lin and Chi were her precious children, her weakness, and anyone harming them would pay the price. Mom, Grandma, it was him who pushed us. Chi said softly, pointing at Xiao who, he even said that Mom is a troublemaker, wastes money, and can't manage a household. Lu Jilin's eyes darkened immediately. Kids don't understand these words. This must have been taught by adults. Xiao who pushed Lin and Chi. He was also scared when he saw Zhou Chuchu's cold, icy stare, and he started crying loudly. He Pingjua, chubby and fat, rushed over to hug him, then turned and shouted loudly, Stop talking nonsense. My Xiao who would never do such a thing. Shun Danhong also came over, acting like an elder, and said to Chi, Kids, don't lie. Lying isn't good. Chi looked upset. Grandma, I'm not lying. He really pushed us. Lin supported his sister, saying, She's right, he pushed us. He Pingjua slapped Xiao Hu on the. Are you going to admit it? Did you push them or not? Xiao Hu, unhurt from the light slap, immediately rolled on the ground and cried out, I didn't push them. I didn't push them. He Pingjua shouted loudly, See? My kid didn't push your kids. Shen Danhong, who already disliked Zhou Chuchu and saw her as someone who stole her daughter's fiancé, didn't pay much attention to whether Xiao, who pushed the children or not. In her mind, she only regretted that little Tiger didn't manage to seriously hurt or kill them. If they had died or been injured, how could Lu Jilin still feel proud? Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan would definitely divorce. Right now, she scolded Lin and Chi. You two kids are too careless. When you're up high, walk carefully. Don't fall and blame others. This is not how good children behave. She spoke with a gentle smile. The two children immediately looked sad. They felt uncomfortable and wanted to argue, but they were afraid that their annoying grandma and her good friend would get upset if they kept talking. Seeing this, Lu Jilin was so angry she almost burst with rage. Shin Danhong, what are you blabbering about? Lu Jilin, when young, was talented and brave, helping her husband build the Qin family's reputation. If she didn't have some authority and courage, she wouldn't have come this far. She was already furious from being scared earlier, and now hearing Shin Danhong spouting nonsense and insulting her grandchildren, she couldn't hold back. She grabbed Shin Danhong's clothes and slapped her twice across her well-maintained face.
Bang. Bang.
Shin Danhong was stunned by the hits. She was a wealthy lady, used to a life of comfort, and everyone was careful to please her. She had become proud and bossy, saying whatever she wanted. Lu Jilin, however, was the woman who had stolen her fiancé. She never truly got angry with her, instead telling her that a man who could be stolen wasn't truly hers. She then turned and ran to Qin Zhuangming, who was then a nobody. But now, Lu Jilin was truly furious. She didn't understand why Lu Jilin was angry. Was it just because she wasn't acting like a proper grandmother? Now she was hit and felt wronged and angry. She stared at Lu Jilin. You hit me? Do you dare to hit me? She lunged forward to grab Lu Jilin's hair, but Zhou Chuchu kicked her to the ground. Some mischievous kid had pulled a bag on the ground, and the staff hadn't cleaned it up in time. She fell right into the pile, rolling in it. Shin Danhong screamed in despair. Zhou Chuchu, with a cold face, kicked Shin Danhong after she was down, and then told the two children, "Remember, from now on, don't listen to these old people who don't even bother to show their faces. They're not true elders, and you don't have to listen to them." If she had come a little earlier, her children might have suffered a concussion. And this old woman still had the nerve to say her children fell by accident? Lin and Chi nodded, watching their powerful mother, feeling very safe. Zhou Chuchu finished treating Shin Danhong and went to Heeliju. Heeliju was so scared she hugged Xiaohu tightly and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Someone help! Someone is hitting someone." Zhou Chuchu looked coldly at Heeliju. "Word by word, as icy as ice, I can directly show the video to prove that your child pushed mine." Heeliju was stunned. She knew Xiaohu well and understood that Xiaohu pushed the two children. Revealing the video would clearly show the truth. But at this moment, she still wanted to argue, raising her neck and loudly saying, "It was your two children blocking my child's way. Besides, my child didn't mean to do it. It was just kids playing around. And your child isn't hurt, so why are you so aggressive?" Zhou Chuchu smiled coldly, with a fierce, bloodthirsty look. Scenes from the end of the world flashed in her mind, children dying painfully in front of her. She felt deep regret every day, blaming herself for not protecting the two little ones. Now that she was reborn, she almost couldn't protect them again. How could she not be angry? "I didn't show the video to call the police because even if I did, the matter would be handled quickly and they would just compensate me a few dollars. But if my children are harmed, what good is money to me? You, as a mother, raised your children to be animals, so don't blame others for treating your children like animals and hitting them." After saying this, Zhou Chuchu kicked Xiaohu, sending him 2 meters away. Xiaohu cried out in pain, clutching his stomach and crying heartbreakingly. This time, he was truly crying. He was hurt and scared. He often pushed others, bullied children, and relied on his weight and strength, often beating other kids until they bled. Others saw him as just a kid and got angry but didn't investigate further. This made him even more arrogant and bold. Several times, he caused minor disabilities among other children. He had become the little devil of his neighborhood, and other children avoided him. He thought no one could deal with him. Even if someone called the police, they usually just made him pay some money because he was young, and he faced no real consequences. He believed the police couldn't do anything to him. Pushing Lin and Chi was meant to kill those two little ones. But today, he met someone tough. She kicked him hard, and he was genuinely scared. "Mom, save me. Save me." Heeliju screamed loudly and rushed forward to fight Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu slapped her aside. She walked over, grabbed her hair, and slapped her again from behind. Smack, smack, smack. Zhou Chuchu's face showed a cold glow, and she kept slapping her face. This way of acting made several nearby mothers who wanted to persuade her stop and dare not approach. Even Shin Danhong, who was covered in dirt and crying loudly, stopped making noise, feeling her cheeks burning with pain. Little Tiger was also stunned with fear. Lu Jolin looked at the scene and sighed. Manhwa really has the style I had back then. She became more satisfied with Zhou Chuchu, a mother who can't protect her own child, and who remains indifferent when her child is bullied. Shame on her as a mother. Manhwa was a bit harsh, but just the right amount of harshness. The two adorable children saw their powerful mother, their eyes shining brightly, and their image of her became even more admirable. Zhou Chuchu threw aside Heeliju, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and wiped the blood foam off her hand. She walked over and hugged a child in her arm. Decisively, she left quickly. Heeliju, behind her, shouted unwillingly, "Ugh. I won't go back to Fenghua." SS. Lu Jolin walked over and looked at her coldly. "I will take down the video from the playground. Our Qin family has the best legal team. Just wait for the court summons." Heeliju stopped, full of regret. Lu Jolin was about to leave when Shin Danhong stopped her. "Jolin, this is just a misunderstanding. I don't blame your daughter-in-law for hitting me. Our two families are still old friends." Shin Danhong had already sobered up, fully aware of what losing Qin's support meant for Feng's family. Her daughter married into the Qin family, and her future prospects seemed even more bleak. So, she was filled with deep resentment, but still forced herself to ask Lu Jolin for help. Lu Jolin paused, her eyes no longer holding any friendship. "Shin Danhong, from today, our two families are completely severed." Shin Danhong could ignore her actions earlier, as they had a long history, but her grandchildren, her reverse scale, were a different matter. If she hadn't said those words earlier, perhaps the two families could have maintained contact. But ultimately, they would drift apart. And those words, her role as a grandmother, she would never forgive them, no matter what. On the way home, Zhou Chuchu said to Lu Jolin, "Mom, I'm sorry. I hit your best friend." In the past, she would never have apologized to her mother-in-law because they weren't family yet. But now she wanted to apologize. Not because she hit Shin Danhong, but because Shin Danhong was her mother-in-law's friend, and she wanted to consider her mother-in-law's feelings. Lu Jolin made a dismissive face when she heard this. Her? If she was hit, she was hit. I've already cut ties with her. In the future, you can hit her however you want. No need to tell me. Zhou Chuchu was very surprised. "Mom, you cut ties with her? Aren't you friends for decades?" Lu Jolin looked a little sad, but when she looked at her two adorable children, she became firm again. "I have different beliefs, so I can't work with her. Even if we've been friends for many years, it's nothing compared to my two grandsons. We are a family, but she is just an outsider. Outsiders are not more important than family." Lu Jolin remembered what happened earlier and felt a bit scared. "Manner, I should apologize too. If you hadn't caught the two kids this time, I shouldn't listen to that person's surnamed son." Lu Jolin felt very regretful. Zhou Chuchu was deeply moved by her mother-in-law's words. A family, yes, they are a family. In this life, and the last. But in her past life, she failed to protect them well. In this life, she would never allow them to be hurt again. "Mom, it's not your fault. They're just too malicious. You couldn't have known what would happen." Zhou Chuchu's eyes sparkled with cold light. This Shin Danhong often came to their house before, without caring about her, constantly talking about Feng Manru and Qin Ziyuan's childhood friendship, praising how well they matched, and sarcastically accusing her of scheming and trying to steal them. She dared to oppose Qin Ziyuan in her past life, but was usually gentle with others. Her words were harsh and hard to listen to, so she would leave if she didn't like it. Her mother-in-law had lost her temper with Shin Danhong several times and gradually stopped her from coming to their house, so she could have peace. In her previous life, after the end of the world, Shin Danhong's situation was very tragic. First, Heelijun and Little Tiger moved into her house. Later, disasters kept happening, and a plague broke out. She caught the disease and was abandoned by Heelijun on the balcony to die alone. She died within a few days. Her death was very miserable, with green-headed flies flying around, her body rotting with open sores, and maggots crawling all over. Now, thinking back, while He Lijun was cruel, she also deserved it. Back home, Qin Ziyuan and Qin Zhuangming were already waiting, each greeting his wife. Qin Ziyuan first checked his wife thoroughly, making sure she was okay. Only after seeing she was fine did he relax his cold, icy face. Then he checked the two children, confirming they were fine, and finally felt completely at ease. His eyes sparkled with a strange light, shining on Zhou Chuchu. She used to care very little about the children, not to save them, and if they were really hurt, she probably wouldn't feel sad or upset. Seeing the video sent to him from the playground, her quick action, her comfort to the child afterward, and her fierce scolding of Xin Danhong and He Liju, her clear love for the child, her genuine anger. That is a side of Zhou Chuchu he has never seen or understood before. Qin Ziyuan's chest trembled violently, a strange emotion flowing within him. He saw Zhou Chuchu softly speaking to the child, then smiling happily in response to the parents, and then turning back to smile brightly at him. It was as if he saw Zhou Chuchu glowing all over, walking out of darkness toward him, illuminating the darkness surrounding him. Colors, sounds, and light drew closer, then suddenly pulled away, only to return again. He called out, "Chuchu, my wife." "Yes," Zhou Chuchu responded, her voice full of emotion. She looked confused. This was the first time Qin Ziyuan had called her like that. Usually, he either used her full name or didn't call at all. In their rare, peaceful interactions before, they seemed like two parallel lines that never crossed. But she was quite happy to be called that by Qin Ziyuan. Her heart felt warm and fuzzy. It sounded so nice. She hoped he would call her that more often. "You're really cheesy, kid." Qin Zhuangming didn't notice his son's change. In his mind, his son was just a stiff block of ice, a simple, honest fool. Thanks to the Manor's quick thinking today, catching my two good grandsons in time, or, before he finished, his wife pulled him aside and pinched his palm. Lu Jolin, as a mother, was naturally more sensitive and attentive to details. She had already noticed her son's attitude change toward his wife. In the past, no matter how clumsy her son was outside, at home he was just a clumsy, straightforward guy. He couldn't talk well, couldn't make girls happy, and spoke as if words just jumped out one by one, making her anxious. When her son insisted on marrying Zhou Chuchu, she and her husband didn't care much about her background, but she could tell they didn't love their son much. They just accepted Zhou Chuchu as family after he married her. But their marriage and interactions didn't seem close or loving, more like enemies. Manhwa has many misunderstandings about her silly son, and he doesn't know how to explain. As for her, this mother-in-law, no matter how heartfelt her words are just out of maternal favoritism in her daughter's eyes. At that time, they often argued. To outsiders, she seemed like a fierce woman, but she could easily be emotionally influenced by her daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, the usually gentle daughter-in-law also seemed to be targeting the silly son, and they argued back and forth, each one nitpicking the other. Their two children were often scared and cried loudly because of this. Now everything has changed. Since yesterday, their relationship has undergone a huge transformation. This change is all because of the daughter-in-law. Her transformation is so great that it seems like she has become a completely different person.
But she is still her own daughter-in-law.
She is not a stranger, just someone who has had many experiences and suddenly realized some things. "Let's go. I'll start cooking." Lu Jilin plans to drag Qin Zhuangming to cook and give space to the young couple. Zhou Chuchu, meanwhile, can't stand Qin Ziyuan's increasingly intense gaze. Usually, he looks cold, but when he's passionate, he's very intense. It makes her feel shy. "Mom, I'll go with you." The vegetables in the yard are ripe. She quickly takes out the freshly picked vegetables. These vegetables, nourished by her special abilities, haven't evolved but grow very well. Lu Jilin was already very proud of Zhou Chuchu today, and when she saw her take out these vegetables, although she regretted not spending more time with her son, she found a new way to praise her. Manhwa, You grow these vegetables really well. I'm also from the countryside, but I can't grow such good vegetables. The younger generation is often spoiled and pampered. Not many can cook, let alone grow vegetables. But her daughter-in-law can grow vegetables and cook. Even though she has plucked all the flowers in her garden to plant vegetables and was mocked by the wealthy ladies and young wives in the neighborhood, Lu Julin thinks it's very good. Now, when she looks closely at these vegetables, each one, each row, each piece, they look even better than flowers. She is amazed. Talking about these vegetables, Qin Zhuangming also sighs. You haven't been to the garden these days. You didn't see those vegetables. Manhwa grows much better than those so-called experts. Exactly. I see other people's vegetables. They're sprayed with chemicals and fertilized, but they don't compare to Manhwa's vegetables. It's so hot, but these vegetables still look so lively. Having a daughter-in-law who can grow vegetables is really great. Lu Julin was sorting through the small vegetables. The cabbages, each one big and plump with thick, green leaves. The green beans looked fresh and bright, with firm flesh that seemed almost translucent. The potatoes were round and smooth, with thin skins and yellow flesh, smelling fragrant. The chili peppers looked like little lanterns, thick and small-seeded, spicy and fragrant. She liked them more and more as she looked. Lu Julin came from a rural area in Shandong. She had farmed when she was young, but she had never grown such good vegetables before. These vegetables are so good. Even if I had money, I couldn't buy them. I'll just make some to eat. Those people still laugh at Manhwa. I think Manhwa knows how to live a good life. The weather is getting hotter. It's so great that I can eat fresh vegetables without going out. Lu Julin went to the kitchen, quickly washing and choosing the vegetables, very skillfully. Zhou Chuchu was not idle either. She took out fresh prawns and lamb from the fridge and prepared each one. She was very happy, doing these chores with a strong feeling of happiness. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, she couldn't get enough food or stay warm. Sometimes, she only ate wild vegetables or pig feed for 10 days or half a month. Later, she was in a lab. The people there didn't want her to die, so they kept her alive with saline solution and nutrients. Day after day, her craving for food grew stronger and stronger. That's why she developed such a stubborn habit of hoarding supplies. Her desire for food reached its peak. Handling these foods carefully, she felt the joy of truly living and living with heart. She heated the pot, poured in oil, and started cooking. Sizzle, crackle, and bubbling sounds filled the air. Qin Ziyuan's gaze followed Zhou Chuchu all the while, watching her busy. A strange yet fulfilling happiness flowed freely. If only time could stop right here. Would she ever change back? Ziyuan, what do you plan to do with the Fong family? Qin Zhuangming asked seriously. He had watched the video of the children's playground, and only now, after a while, did his restless heart settle down. He looked at his 2 clever and obedient grandsons, filled with silent anger. If only we hadn't married into the Fong family back then. If we had such in-laws. Qin Zhuangming snorted heavily. Your mother has already stopped contact with Shun Danhong. You and Fong Monru. You'd better clarify things with her, so the man doesn't misunderstand. Qin Ziyuan sat steadily, not explaining or arguing against his father's questions. He said word by word, "This will not happen again." His gaze swept over the 2 children reading Pinyin, his wife busy in the kitchen. He was serious, as if making a vow. I will protect them and their mother. He squinted his eyes, determined that the tragic events about the future would never happen. The Fong family would also pay a price. Qin Zhuangming carefully looked at his son. Maybe it was just his imagination, but he felt his son seemed like a fierce ruler emerging from, ready to lead countless spirits to sweep across the world. It made him a little scared. But then he looked again. His son was still the same, speaking firmly, like a wooden doll. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get angry. He was upset that his son was so stubborn. It's good that you know. Be a bit sweeter. Learn to comfort your wife. Sigh, I really don't understand how I, who am so good at comforting my wife, ended up with a son like you. So sharp-tongued. If I were the eldest, I wouldn't be able to stand you either. Qin Ziyuan. Soon, the dishes were ready. Braised shrimp in oil, steamed crab, boiled mutton, stir-fried greens, shredded meat with beans, and braised potatoes with meat. All 6 dishes smelled very tempting. The family happily sat around the table to eat. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Zhilin ate the greens and were quite surprised. These greens are even better than those in 5-star hotels. Manner, how did you make them? Yes, the greens in those 5-star hotels are cooked with broth, but I think yours taste even better. They both marveled. After that, they enjoyed the shredded meat with beans and braised potatoes with meat, which were incredibly delicious. Qin Ziyuan also took a bite, eyes shining with delight.
Tasty.
He praised repeatedly, very delicious. The children, Chi-Chi and Lin-Lin, loved meat and were originally struggling with the boiled mutton. Seeing their grandparents and father eating greens, curiosity got the better of them, and they also tried some. Once they did, they couldn't stop. Their eyes brightened, and they eagerly praised their mother. "Mom, your cooking is so good. Wah wah wah, Mom, I feel so happy. From now on, I'll be a good kid who doesn't picky eat." Zhou Chuchu watched her family eat happily and felt a warm sense of happiness fill her heart. "Eat slowly. If you like it, I'll cook for you every day." Qin Ziyuan scooped some food onto her plate. Chuchu eat too. From the visions of the future, he saw how difficult their life would be with shortages of supplies. For Zhou Chuchu, who was preparing for the future, he felt very grateful. Not to mention, these small vegetables that could grow in high temperatures were a precious resource. In a post-apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy such fresh vegetables is a great happiness. Zhou Chuchu looked at her husband. Qin Ziyuan felt a bit uncomfortable under her intense gaze, then heard his wife say, "Husband, you actually picked vegetables for me. This is the first time you've done that." Qin Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you happy about that?" Zhou Chuchu smiled brightly, her eyes curved like the moon, full of light. "I'm really happy." After saying that, she took a few bites of food. "Husband, the vegetables you picked are so delicious. Pick me 2 more bites." Qin Ziyuan then picked 2 more kinds of vegetables for Zhou Chuchu. He casually picked up a green crab, scooped out the bright yellow roe, and placed it in the shell, then brought it close to Zhou Chuchu's mouth. Zhou Chuchu ate the crab roe happily, feeling very sweet inside. The 2 elders watched with joy as the family finished all 6 dishes cleanly. After the meal, the 2 elders suddenly noticed a difference in their bodies. "Wife, do you feel very comfortable and refreshed?" Lu Zhilin carefully sensed herself. "Yes, I feel especially good today, very relaxed. Even in hot weather, people feel uncomfortable despite the air conditioning. Plus, as the body ages, even if the parents-in-law are still relatively healthy, they often have minor issues like high blood pressure or slightly thickened blood. Their bodies feel like they're stuck in mud, especially in the heat, which makes it even worse. But now, they feel very comfortable, refreshed, and their minds seem clearer. Even their blurry vision seems to have improved a bit. Mom and Dad, we also feel very comfortable. Our bodies are so happy. So happy," the 2 little ones cheerfully said. Actually, compared to the 2 elders, the vegetables nourished by Zhou Chuchu's special abilities provided even greater benefits to the children's health. But since they're still very young, they can't fully express it. Qin Ziyuan once again looked at Zhou Chuchu. He naturally knew that these vegetables had special qualities. His feelings were even more obvious, more direct, and clearer. Zhou Chuchu smiled happily. It seems these vegetables, after being nourished by special abilities, greatly benefit the human body. Keep planting and nourishing them with special abilities to boost our family's nutrition. She secretly decided. She receives direct and strong feedback from the plants herself, which helps shape her body more effectively. She can freely use 3 vines, each up to 6 meters long, for both attack and defense, making her versatile. Apart from her special abilities, her strength has also reached an amazing level. She can flip a cow with 1 hand easily. Her speed and vitality have greatly improved as well. Her body is continuously clearing out impurities, making her look radiant and jade-like, light, and agile. Because of this, eating these small vegetables has some effect on her, but it's not very significant. My husband was paralyzed in his past life because he was betrayed by Sundog, and later he was mistreated, which damaged his foundation. His special abilities haven't awakened for a long time. My in-laws took the children back to the countryside, missing the golden period to boost their nutrition. They had the chance to awaken at least a B-level ability, but only awakened a D-level. My in-laws are old now. In his past life, it was already impressive that he could raise 2 children, but I ended up with health issues. I won't let these things happen again. I will upgrade my abilities, grow better and more useful vegetables, and strengthen my family's foundation. Chu-Chu confidently concluded that these vegetables could enhance her family's health. Filled with enthusiasm, she rolled up her sleeves and planted some more vegetables in the garden. Looking at the nearly 2 acres of lush greenery, she felt very happy. At night, she took advantage of the quiet to send sugar to the plants in her garden. Her abilities further improved, and her power limit increased again, allowing her to send more sugar to more plants. The fastest to evolve was the big peach tree, with steady progress in all 6 directions. Next was bok choy, which could now be pulled from the soil and move freely. She found this quite amazing. Because of the soil and fertilizer, the remaining vegetables, green onions, radishes, beans, peppers, mint, potatoes, and mushrooms, also developed noticeable bumps, indicating a higher level of evolution compared to the others. The seeds planted during the day had already sprouted into lush green shoots. This growth speed is really impressive. Looks like I won't have to worry about food in the future. Chu-Chu was delighted. Based on this growth rate, she might harvest a crop in just 3 days, achieving vegetable independence. She carefully stored the leftover vegetables from today in her space, keeping them separate from market-bought produce. These vegetables must be eaten first. After finishing her chores, she happily took a shower and planned to go to bed. But in her comfortable silk bed, someone had already slipped in ahead of her. A handsome man wearing silver-rimmed glasses, with deep eyes behind the lenses, is focused intently on a document. His cold aura makes others keep their distance. His appearance is so stunning it makes people feel inferior. Zhou Chu-Chu quickly glances and instinctively steps back out of the room.
Sorry to bother you.
After closing the door, she suddenly realizes that the man lying on the bed is her husband. She forgot her promise to let him come back and sleep with her last night. It's a big moment of embarrassment. After all these years, she is used to sleeping alone. In her past life, he was disabled and she took care of him, sleeping in the same bed. But back then they were distant and he was dirty and smelly, so there was no thought of intimacy, just survival. Seeing a man lying vividly on the bed naturally causes such reactions. In the room, Qin Ziyuan looks at the closed door. He pretends to read a document, but his gaze shifts over. He feels a bit annoyed. The document in his hand was usually his favorite, accompanying him through many days and nights. But now, he can't focus on a single word. He feels awkward too. Even though they had been passionately close twice, the scars from arguments and cold wars couldn't be erased in just a day or 2. The vivid images of their future together felt so real, yet they couldn't be easily wiped away. Outside the door, Zhou Chu-Chu, no, you can't do this. Yes, smile.
You should be glad.
The things from last life only happened to you alone. He didn't experience them, and the children didn't suffer. That's the best outcome. Having experienced the pain of being torn apart, feeling the agony that tore the soul and made one scream, she is just grateful that fate gave her a second chance to make up for everything and turn it around. Feeling motivated, Zhou Chu-Chu pushes open the door and pouts playfully. Husband Qin Ziyuan reaches out and presses her face away. What are you doing? He pushes her gently, and she tries to reach out again. He looks at her like a cat being forced to fish, and can't help but chuckle. The gloom in his heart suddenly lifts. He pulls her into his arms and holds her tightly. Chu-Chu, if you dare betray me, this time I will kill you. If you don't love me and betray me, I can let you go. But if I love you and you betray me, I will go crazy and completely hurt you. If you want to run, do it now. If you want to deceive me, you'd better deceive me for a lifetime. This sounds a bit frightening, but Zhou Chuchu nods deeply. Ziyuan, don't you understand? I have given you my life and everything I own. Zhou Chuchu quietly leans against her husband, just like in her past life. Even when he became the corpse king, he still protected her. He entrusted her with his life and possessions. In this life, it's her turn. Qin Ziyuan's heart trembles strongly at her words. He looks at her deeply, holding her tightly, without speaking. Yes, she told him everything about her special abilities and her secret transfer account without hesitation, trusting him with her life and future.
How about you? How are you?
The person lying on his chest asks softly. Even though he already knows the answer, he still wants to hear his thoughts from her.
Me?
Qin Ziyuan's gaze is deep like the ocean. After a moment, he says, "Never betray." After saying this, his ears turn slightly red. He turns his head slightly, feeling uncomfortable, but he doesn't move his body to avoid disturbing Zhou Chuchu. He wants to hear her reply, but he notices her breathing has become gentle and steady. It turns out Zhou Chuchu has already fallen asleep. In her past life, she suffered so much every day and night that she couldn't sleep. Now she feels refreshed and cherishes her sleep, falling asleep as soon as her head touches the pillow. Qin Ziyuan chuckles softly and adjusts her position to make her comfortable. He holds her tightly and closes his eyes. A dark, terrifying aura, as intense as life itself, radiates from him. But at this moment, he carefully suppresses this aura, allowing it to grow stronger and more powerful gradually. He knows very well that this is his special ability, awakened when he became the Corpse King. He can't speak about it now, not because he doesn't trust Zhou Chuchu, but because he himself doesn't fully understand what it is. He remembers the scene when he used his ability to destroy everything at her moment of death. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he would never risk putting Zhou Chuchu in danger. The person in his arms turns over gently, nestling close to him, leaning on him. There's nothing else, his body feels cooler, more comfortable than air conditioning. Zhou Chuchu sleeps soundly, but her phone suddenly rings with a series of WeChat video calls, waking her abruptly. Annoyed at being disturbed, she sleepily unlocks her phone and sees a message and video call from Lin Shuang. She immediately hangs up. Lin Shuang calls again. Messages keep coming in. Chuchu, help. Please help me. The loan sharks are after me. Only you can help. Help me. I will never forget your kindness. My husband has gone bankrupt. All assets are mortgaged to the bank. Are you satisfied now?
I'm sorry, Chuchu.
I'm already in such a bad situation. Please help me. If I don't pay back the money, things will get very bad. Zhou Chuchu glanced at the message. Song Siqing went bankrupt? Serves him right. Did loan sharks come knocking? Of course. Help her? Dream on. Forget about her getting out of bed comfortably to save this ungrateful traitor. She wouldn't have cut off her hands and feet for the loan sharks. That was mercy. She needed to stay strong and prepare supplies for the coming disaster, with no time to get involved with her. She ignored the messages on WeChat. Video calls kept coming in again and again. She was annoyed and simply turned off her phone. Looking at her husband's sleeping face, she had just made a request. He made Song Siqing go bankrupt, such efficiency. With Song Siqing bankrupt, he couldn't build a farm team to show off. Lin Shuang's backup plan was blocked, right? Her heart fluttered. She leaned down and kissed her husband's cheek.
Moi.
Just after the kiss, she plunged into a deep, dark ocean. Honey, are you awake? Qin Ziyuan propped his head with one hand and wrapped his arm around her waist. No, the phone was too loud. Zhou Chuchu leaned into his embrace. Sorry, Lin Shuang sent me a message. She said Song Siqing went bankrupt, and she's being chased by loan sharks. She told him everything. Husband, you caused Song Siqing to go bankrupt, right? I've already told you you're amazing. Not enough. Qin Ziyuan made a sound through his nose. Next he will face prison. Zhou Chuchu's eyes sparkled. It had to be him. Now, Song Siqing couldn't turn things around. Qin Ziyuan called her from behind and waited a moment. Seeing her secretly happy but slightly dissatisfied, He reached for the soft flesh at her waist. Not enough. This isn't enough? Do you want to kill Song Sicheng? The man chuckled softly. Not impossible, but there's no need for that right now. I mean, you need to say you're very powerful more often. That's not enough. Zhou Chuchu's heart suddenly fluttered as his deep, dark voice pulled her in. She covered her head with the blanket. A muffled voice came from inside. Honey, you're so powerful, so powerful. Even more powerful. Zhu. Feeling the hot, burning hands roaming over her body, she suddenly felt that something was wrong with this scene. This is not what I meant at all. Tonight will be very short for Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan, but for Lin Shuang, it will be very long. In a dark, chaotic environment, a group of people kneel on the ground, men and women mixed together, facing a man with a triangular eye, dyed yellow hair, and snake tattoos on his arms. A group of thugs armed with sharp weapons stand on either side, glaring fiercely at these people. Some of the men and women tremble with fear, others look anxious. Because the man kneeling there is the debt boss, known as Brother Hao. He is famous as the smiling tiger heartbreaker. When you borrow money from him, he greets you with a smile and a very friendly attitude. But if you fail to repay, he quickly turns vicious, with many ways to torment those who owe him. Now, at Brother Hao's feet, Lin Shuang is kneeling, frantically sending messages and making calls to Zhou Chuchu. Until the voice saying the number you dialed is turned off sounds, her anger rises and she refuses to accept it, feeling resentment grow. Turned off. That Zhou Chuchu dares to turn off her phone? At this moment, Brother Hao speaks in a sinister tone. You say you're best friends with Madam Qin? Looks like you're lying. Am I easy to fool? You really are something, using a bankrupt, unlucky person's property to fool me, stealing 32 million from me. Lin Shuang's face turns pale, her whole body trembling, sweat pouring down her. She hates Zhou Chuchu intensely, blaming her. If it weren't for her, how could her husband go bankrupt? And why is she now humiliated, kneeling at the feet of a she normally looked down on? All this is her fault. She sold those clothes and bags to her. If she had just given her those clothes and bags in the first place, none of this would have happened. I really am her best friend. Look, this is our photo together. And here are her past transfer records and gifts she sent me. She is very rich. Her parents-in-law gave her 6.8 billion. Your little money is nothing to her. Brother Hao's eyes suddenly gleam with greed. He stands up and points randomly at a few people in the crowd. This person owes me 300,000 yuan, with interest. Now he needs to pay me 500,000. What should we do? Send him to the little house. Exchange for his kidney. The man screams and wails as two tough enforcers drag him away. The rest of the debtors tremble with fear, shrinking back even more. This person owes me 150,000 yuan, but now they need to pay back 250,000 yuan. I am being kind by not cutting their kidneys and even introducing them to a good business opportunity. Send her to Gasang nightclub to be trained by her mother, working as a hostess until she pays off the debt. The woman pointed at looks pale and tears run down her face as she is taken away. Everyone becomes more afraid. Lin Shuang trembles even more. She is vicious, but Brother Hao is truly evil, really wicked. She is genuinely scared now. And this one, who has been in debt and refuses to pay, also cannot repay. If they cannot pay, that's fine. Cut off 10 fingers, one for each 10,000 yuan, and do it right here. Play some music to wake everyone up. A turns on his phone and plays a gentle tune. Then, the man is dragged out like an animal, pushed to the ground, and someone takes a knife and cuts off one of his fingers in front of everyone. Blood splashes onto Lin Shuang's face, and she screams sharply. The man whose finger was cut screams loudly and struggles desperately, blood flowing everywhere from his severed finger. It's very noisy. The who cut the finger covers the man's mouth with his sock and then cuts off the remaining fingers with a swift motion. The man faints from the pain. Some debtors kneeling nearby are so frightened they speak carelessly, while others can't hold back and, Miss Lin, Brother Hao looks at Lin Shuang. Now it's your turn. Lin Shuang is so scared she keeps kneeling and kowtowing. Brother Hao, give me some time. I will definitely pay back this money. She nervously reaches into her LV bag and pulls out a card, handing it over. There are 3 million yuan on this card. Please accept it first. I'll find a way to pay the rest. Brother Hao stares at her coldly, suddenly showing his yellowish teeth. You said earlier that your good friend has 6.8 billion yuan, right? Lin Shuang nods rapidly. Yes. Her husband is the richest man in Haisher, and her in-laws are very kind to her. This money was given to her by her in-laws. She says this with jealousy and hatred. Seeing the greedy look in Brother Hao's eyes, she immediately understands he has plans for this money. Brother Hao, if you want this money, I can help you. Brother Hao smiles like a snake. How can you help me? Qin Ziyuan is not someone to mess with. Lin Shuang's expression turns poisonous, as if she's poisoned. As long as he doesn't find out, I can trick her into coming out, give her a drink that makes her lose consciousness, and find a man. Take photos and videos throughout the process to threaten her. She will obey and do whatever we say. Just pay her as much as you want. Brother Hao looked at her deeply and clapped his hands. Miss Lin, you're really worse than an animal. As far as I know, she has helped you without any grudge. How could you plan such a scheme against her? Madam Qin has your best friend, and you're really unlucky to have her as an enemy. Lin Shuang didn't dare to argue and smiled sweetly. Hao Ji, after this is done, can my debt be forgiven? Hao Ji smiled faintly. Of course. It's late now. Take Miss Lin home. Lin Shuang left Hao Ji's place, feeling like she had escaped death, and took a deep breath. Thinking about how Zhou Chuchu would become ruined and miserable, she trembled with excitement. Zhou Chuchu, this is all your own fault. Why did you marry into the Qin family? Why are you so pampered? Why are you so rich? I will make you fall into the mud and be trampled on. I want you to lose everything. Lin Shuang curled her lips into a poisonous smile. After she left, Hao Ji's underlings gathered around. Brother Hao, can we really get the Qin lady's money? I heard that Qin Ziyuan won't fight back. Hao Ji said no matter how difficult he is, he's just a businessman. Businessmen are much more afraid of us. Even if we don't succeed in getting the money, that Miss Lin. Haha, some people just like to taste the feeling of being a young lady. We're not losing out. The underlings understood immediately. Boss is wise. Later, Zhou Chuchu slept peacefully through the night. In the morning, she got up as usual, but Qin Ziyuan was not there. There was some noise in the living room. The team renovating the safe house had arrived and was moving various expensive rosewood furniture to the neighboring villa. Only her room was left to be moved. After washing up, Zhou Chuchu was approached by her parents-in-law. Chuchu, we'll watch over this place. You go to your work. They had already told her parents about the renovation plans during dinner yesterday. Although they found it strange, they didn't want to interfere. They already sensed that their son and daughter-in-law were planning something big. So they quietly kept watch from behind. Be careful during the renovation. Don't ruin the vegetables my daughter-in-law planted. And this big peach tree must not be touched. Zhou Chuchu didn't hold back either and immediately drove out. She first went to the warehouse to store the 5 million cubic meters of water sent by the water plant, feeling relieved. The problems of future water use, bathing, and irrigation were solved. Next, she collected the 5 million dishes from 99 hotels and restaurants, featuring the top 10 cuisines and various flavors from home and abroad. This is the advantage of being in Haisher. If you have money, you can buy any delicacy. In 2 days, these hotels and restaurants prepared the food she needed. Only the 580,000 dishes from the Yun Hotel would take 3 more days to be ready. She paid the remaining balance for the water and dishes, spending 500 million. But Zhou Chuchu felt very happy and satisfied. Then, following the food guide suggested by the all-powerful online friend, she ordered 20 million servings of snacks from 1,000 small eateries. This cost another 400 million. Spending money like water. That's what it feels like. But this feeling is really great. Who doesn't like spending money freely and buying endless goods? Thinking that these supplies would help a family survive the end times without worries about food and clothing, she felt safe and fulfilled. Looking at her phone, she had spent 900 million in a short time, but compared to the huge 5 trillion figure, it was like pocket money. Is this what rich people enjoy? Thanks to my husband, I got to experience it firsthand. After I finish today's check-in, I'll transfer this money back. He and his wife decided to exploit the system's benefits, not knowing if they would succeed. But whether they succeed or not, earning 200 million daily from check-ins was guaranteed. A small eatery making 20,000 servings of snacks could finish quickly, in just one morning. She simply sat in the warehouse waiting for the deliveries. The scorching sun made cats and dogs hide in the shade, looking listless. The greenery in the landscaping was drooping due to lack of water. Zhou Chuchu was also hot, but whether because of her supernatural ability or her enhanced physical fitness, she felt the heat but could endure it. She took out ice cream from her storage space to cool down. Summer and ice cream really go well together. A single ice cream could save her life in summer. Although now it costs only a few yuan each, in the end times, the same amount of gold might not buy a single one. Unless she endured the scorching heat or buried herself in the cold, then everywhere would be icy and freezing. With nothing to do, she waited for the various snacks to arrive while browsing the headlines on Tomato Headlines. As soon as she saw it, her eyes widened. Shocking. Why is Xiancheng Group selling off profitable listed companies? Mr. Fong Xixiang, CEO of the Fong family, spent 500 billion to buy a company under the Qin family. Is this a sign of the Fong family's rise? Foreign supercar industry Tavis is suspected to be controlled by the Qin family. Song Ximin's evidence of illegal activities is solid. He has been arrested and taken into custody. Sun is suspected of illegal business practices and has filed for bankruptcy. The Qin family is making big moves, building a research facility in 32 remote mountain areas, with 300 scientists secretly heading there. Why is the Qin family selling company assets abroad in large quantities? The Qin family has reached astonishing purchase agreements with foreign suppliers. Wow! Zhou Chuchu exclaimed excitedly. Tomato Headlines, Sina Weibo, Baidu Baijia, and other major media platforms are dominated by her husband Qin Ziyuan's presence. 10 trending news stories, 8 are about him. Her phone also kept ringing non-stop, with transfer notifications shocking her eyes. Bank of China Agricultural Bank. Dear Ms. Zhou Chuchu, your bank account ending in 4773 completed a transfer of 500 billion at 9:35 a.m. on September 26, 2035. Your current balance is 5,638,200,653.32. Bank of China Agricultural Bank. Dear Ms. Zhou Chuchu, your account ending in 4773 completed a transfer of 2 trillion at 9:36 a.m. on September 26, 2035. Your current balance is 7,638,200,653.32. Bank of China Agricultural Bank. Dear Ms. Zhou Chuchu, your account ending in 4773 completed a transfer of 3 trillion at 9:37 a.m. on September 26, 2035. In a short time, Zhou Chuchu's account accumulated 27 trillion. No worries about fleeing with the money. Zhou Chuchu was stunned and sent a message to her husband pinned at the top. Darling, thank you for the red envelope. 3. Epsilon. How did I suddenly get so much more money? He quickly replied, just sold 2 or 3 companies. TSK. Look at his tone, just a few. She praised him generously. Wow, honey, you're so amazing and rich. I love you so much. Just these funds could buy 10 aircraft carriers, right? He responded seriously. These funds could buy 100,000 aircraft carriers. Zhou Chuchu was speechless. She tapped her finger on her phone. Hey, what's the point of buying that stuff? Even if you have the money, you probably can't buy it, right? He quickly replied. You can buy 10 units from abroad. I can buy them. Zhou Chuchu. No. Even if I buy 10 aircraft carriers, I wouldn't need that many. Zhou Chuchu was about to send a message, but Qin Ziyuan sent one first. Busy, talk at home tonight. Zhou Chuchu didn't bother him further. Thinking about it, he probably won't really buy 10 aircraft carriers, haha. Zhou Chuchu dismissed the thought, believing it was impossible, and stopped thinking about it, feeling her husband was just joking. But on the other side of her phone, Qin Ziyuan was multitasking, quickly issuing a series of commands, including one to buy 10 aircraft carriers. He was fully focused on managing various tasks when a commotion sounded at the door. Miss Fong, you can't go in. The assistant's voice sounded, but the door was pushed open. Fong Monru stepped in gracefully, with a light step and elegant posture. She wore a look of mild concern, with subtle expressions that didn't spoil her perfect makeup. Brother Zay, I heard you're selling the company. Did something happen? All those companies are profitable. She spoke while signaling the assistant to leave. The assistant stood there, hands at his sides, watching intently. As the secretary to the CEO, he knew that if the CEO didn't speak, he should leave immediately or risk losing his job. Seeing the cold expression on the CEO's face, the longtime assistant felt a wave of despair. He didn't stop her, otherwise, he would definitely lose his job, and a deduction in salary was unavoidable. The assistant stood there, making Fong Monru feel very annoyed. Every time she came here, he was always present, with no sense of discretion, ruining her plan to have a private moment with Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ziyuan looked very cold, speaking even more coldly. So what? Do I, Qin Ziyuan, need to report to you, Miss Fong? Fong Monru was speechless. She clearly felt a huge change in Qin Ziyuan's attitude toward her. He used to be cold and distant, but when she came to see him and cling to him, he still considered her a childhood friend's sister. Now his coldness seemed tinged with disgust. Fong Monru felt hurt and angry instantly. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, Brother Zay, you know, my mom has never been very smart, speaks without thinking, but she means no harm. Yesterday, my dad and I scolded her harshly. She'll apologize to Aunt Lu soon. Our two families have been close for many years. It's such a pity to break apart over such a small matter. Qin Ziyuan's eyes suddenly turned as cold as ice, releasing a terrifying aura he had never shown before. It was as if a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus was staring at Fong Monru, causing her face to turn pale, her heart pounding like thunder. She took several steps back, nearly tripping. The chief secretary silently lit a candle for her, knowing that only when facing enemies would the boss reveal this side. She wondered what terrible thing she might have done to anger him so much. He showed no mercy and simply thought to himself that the boss's presence had become even stronger. He rubbed his arms silently and moved away slightly to avoid being accidentally hurt. Small matter? My 2 children fell from 6 meters. Is that a small matter? Qin Ziyuan's voice grew colder and more icy, as if surrounded by ghostly soldiers. He now seemed like the king of himself. Fong Monru dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head nervously and trying to explain. Brother Zay, I didn't mean it like that. Later, sister-in-law caught the 2 children. Qin Ziyuan impatiently interrupted her. So you think it's nothing? Fong Monru was stunned. That was exactly what she thought. She naturally believed it was a trivial matter. Weren't the children fine? And how could such a small thing compare to Qin Ziyuan selling the company? She had prepared a heartfelt speech, like how he could turn to the Fong family for help if he faced difficulties, how she would stay by his side through any hardship, how she would encourage him not to lose heart, and that with his ability, he would achieve greatness again. But all her words and sincere feelings, the gentle affection she was about to express, were completely disrupted by Qin Ziyuan's few probing questions. No, Brother Zay, don't be mad at my mom. My dad spent 500 billion to buy your company. If you're willing, this company is still yours. Qin Ziyuan looked at Fong Monru with icy eyes, her voice growing softer until she couldn't speak anymore. Qin Ziyuan sold the company, and Fong Shixiang bought it for 500 billion, which was actually less than the company's real value. Almost like taking advantage of a fire sale. Yet Qin Ziyuan still sold it to him. If he hadn't encountered some huge difficulty, Would this usually calm and steady man really do such a thing? Her words, her heartfelt feelings, and the tender affection she wanted to share were all completely thrown into disarray by his few questions. No, I mean, Brother Zay. Don't be angry at my mom. My father spent 500 billion to buy your company. If you're willing, this company is still yours. Qin Ziyuan looked coldly at Fong Manru, her voice growing softer until she couldn't continue. He sold the company and Fong Shixiang bought it for 500 billion, which was below its actual value, almost like taking advantage of a weak moment. But Qin Ziyuan still chose to sell it to him. If he hadn't faced some major trouble, would this normally calm man really do such a thing? Her words, her sincere feelings, and her gentle affection were all disrupted by his few questions. Qin Ziyuan saw through Fong Manru's thoughts as clearly as a mirror. He naturally saw from the future scene that Fong Manru had various feelings for him. This woman who begged him before the apocalypse, claiming she loved him, and after seeing his miserable state post-apocalypse, immediately turned away. Even when Chu Chu begged her for medicine to save him, she mocked and refused. Of course, he never loved her. Her actions did not affect his mood. It was just human nature. What truly made him angry was her scheme against Zhou Chu Chu and her disregard for the lives of his children. Thinking about many details, he reached a terrifying conclusion. This woman had always been plotting against Chu Chu, both before and after the apocalypse. Their later experiences, children, parents, him, her, seemed all deeply connected to her. Even if those future events might not happen because Zhou Chu Chu changed, he wouldn't allow accidents. Not to mention, the things involving his children were enough to make him take action. He sold 500 billion from his company to Fong Shixiang. On the surface, it seemed like he gained a big advantage. But reorganizing the company would require all his effort and remaining money. When the apocalypse arrived in a month, the Fong family wouldn't be able to mobilize large amounts of money and resources like in the past, and finally, with those resources, they would connect with the base leader and live comfortably through the apocalypse. Seeing Qin Ziyuan silent and glaring at her with that terrifying look, Fong Manru gathered her courage. Brother Ziyuan, no matter what, I will always support you. I believe in you. Zhou Chu Chu can't do this. Don't tell her about selling the company. Don't give her the money from selling the company either. She just wants to divorce you. If you tell her these things, she'll want to divorce even more. Later, you should give her half of the money. She initially kept checking Qin Ziyuan's expression but grew more confident as she spoke, as if she was truly thinking of him. Until a loud shout interrupted her. Shut up. Secretary Zhong. Throw her out. Fong Manru wanted to say more, but Secretary Zhong Jinhui grabbed her arm. Miss Fong, my apologies. Leave now. He dragged Fong Manru out of Qin's building and threw her outside. He also ordered security and reception to treat her this way in the future. Fong Manru almost fell to the ground, feeling both angry and humiliated. She had never been treated like this before. She looked up at the Qin Corporation building, smiled, and brushed off her skirt, her anger gone. Are you angry, Qin Ziyuan? I don't believe that when you see her true self, you'll stay indifferent. In the office, Qin Ziyuan transferred a large sum of money to Zhou Chu Chu again, tapping his fingers on the solid wood desk.
Divorce?
She won't. His confidence came from the images where, despite his disability, she never left his side. Even at his worst, most dirty, weakest, and helpless, she stayed. Now, it's even less likely she would leave. As for the money, he had already transferred all of it to his wife's account. After eating 3 ice creams, Zhou Chu Chu watched the snack truck arrive one after another. Various snacks, grilled fish, grilled lamb chops, grilled chives, grilled eggplant, sour and spicy noodles, hot dry noodles, spicy hot pot, beef noodles, soup dumplings, shrimp dumplings, xiaomai, rice noodles, pancakes, fried dough sticks, spicy hot pot. All were hot and transferred into storage space. By 3 p.m., she moved all 20 million worth of snacks into her space. Even with her good health now, she felt a bit tired. Let's go home, let's go home. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. She had learned from experience that the check-in time and place were fixed at home. She wasn't sure what she could check in today, whether she could successfully exploit the system's benefits. In any case, everything would only be clear after she returned home. She couldn't wait any longer and immediately drove back. But at the entrance of the community, she encountered someone who made her stomach turn. Sun Qixuan, holding 99 roses, stopped her car, thinking he looked handsome and confident.
Eve compromised.
I realize I love you deeply. Let's start over. His face was swollen and red, and when he smiled at Zhou Chuchu, the swelling made his skin look purple and shiny. He didn't realize how ridiculous he looked, completely immersed in his romantic persona. Zhou Chuchu raised an eyebrow and without hesitation stepped on the gas, crashing into Sun Qixuan, who was blocking her way. Startled, Sun Qixuan rolled onto the ground, and the 99 roses were crushed into a mess of red petals under the wheels. She sneered Sun Qixuan. It seems your love for me isn't worth a penny. Sun Qixuan's face changed color. He wanted to get angry, but thinking about the Sun family about to go bankrupt, he came here to beg Zhou Chuchu, so he held back his anger. He touched his injured hand, then walked over to his sports car and said affectionately, "Do you remember this car? It was a gift from me on my birthday. Let me show off my good side in front of my friends. You still hope I'll take you to see the stars with this car? Today, I'll take you." He opened the car door, revealing 999 roses that caught the eye. 999 roses represent my everlasting love for you. He confidently looked at Zhou Chuchu. A sports car plus flowers easily stirs a girl's emotions, making people think of words like romantic. He often uses this trick to impress innocent girls. Once they fall deeply in love with him and he gets bored, he finds an excuse to break up, leaving the girl feeling insecure and confused. But Zhou Chuchu, who loved him madly, was no different from those girls. However, she didn't expect that now, after being reborn, she felt nothing for these superficial things. True love should be straightforward, like her husband giving real money, cash that's real and honest. She pushed aside her sunglasses, glanced at the sports car, and felt heartbroken. How could she have been so blind back then, giving away such a bad omen of a car? Oh, she remembered now, it was Sun Qixuan's birthday, the birthday of that young man from her memories. It was too long ago. She couldn't remember what that young man looked like. She only saw him as he was. But if that young man had turned into this, she would have completely despised him. You forgot, I also forgot, this car cost me 1.5 million. Pay me back. Now, every time she looked at the car, she felt disgusted. She had to pay back the money. Sun Qixuan's face darkened. He was here to get money from Zhou Chuchu, not to give her any. Chuchu, he softened his voice, trying to persuade her. Our family went bankrupt. You probably don't know that, right? Qin Ziyuan also suddenly went crazy, and now he's chasing after my family. This person has no humanity. Chuchu, being with him must be very hard for you. Sun Qixuan pretended to look pitiful. He secretly criticized Qin Ziyuan behind his back. I've realized, Chuchu, you're the best thing for me. I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I swear I will treat you well, even if you bring the kids over. I'll treat them as my own. Right now, I really need you, Chuchu. Sun Qixuan spoke affectionately, saying things even he didn't believe, hoping to move Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu took off her sunglasses, revealing her beautiful face like jade. Luxury cars and beautiful women. Nothing more. Sun Qixuan was surprisingly impressed, with a look that seemed genuinely sincere. It also appeared more heartfelt. Mainly because Zhou Chuchu is now very beautiful, even more so than before she had children, as if she's growing younger. Time has left no marks on her. Instead, she seems to be defying aging. People become more beautiful, but her inner spirit is completely different, mature and cold, creating a captivating charm. He was momentarily stunned, suddenly feeling that perhaps Zhou Chuchu is more attractive than Feng Manru. His mood warmed a bit as he looked at Zhou Chuchu with anticipation. But Zhou Chuchu felt disgusted and almost vomited. She seriously wondered what kind of madness made her see any value in this person. Are you crazy, Sun Qixuan? Are you planning to marry me? Are you still not awake? Would I give up a handsome, capable husband to marry someone like you, a loser?
Go eat dirt.
Without hesitation, Zhou Chuchu started her car and drove off. This time, no security dared to bother her. They were respectful and quickly opened the gate of the villa area for her. Chuchu. Chuchu. Sun Qixuan was stunned and quickly took a few steps to catch up. Zhou Chuchu turned back. Sun Qixuan immediately smiled. If you don't return the 1.5 million, I'll see you directly. You don't want to be a defaulter, right? Sun Qixuan's smile froze. Zhou Chuchu, are you really so ruthless? If the court judged him as a defaulter, he would be finished. Ruthless? Zhou Chuchu sneered coldly, giving Sun Qixuan a icy glare. There's even more ruthless. Keep going or don't blame me for slapping you. Sun Qixuan trembled under her gaze. He touched his cheek, feeling the pain and letting out a hiss. Finally, he realized that this woman, for some reason, had incredible strength. After those 2 slaps, he couldn't hold on. He was unwilling to give up just like that. He drove his car toward the community, but Lao Feng stopped him. Sorry, this is a high-end community. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter freely. Sun Qixuan still needed to pretend in front of Zhou Chuchu, but in front of Lao Feng, he revealed his true self. What are you? Just a security guard, and you dare to stop me? Lao Feng looked at Sun Qixuan calmly. I may just be a security guard, but if you try to force your way into the community, it's trespassing. Sun Qixuan's face changed colors, turning pale and red, and finally, he snorted coldly and drove away. Back home, the security house customization team was working overtime. Boxes of high-quality materials were secretly delivered to the villa. Zhou Chuchu watched as the secure house was continuously improved, feeling very happy. From now on, it would be her family's safe place to live and a true fortress of safety. After a quick tour, she nervously waited for today's check-in. Her husband had transferred a huge amount of money, 30 trillion renminbi. Would the system consider this money invalid? When the time came, the system started the check-in process. She heard the familiar ding sound, and her heart immediately tightened.
Her palms also started to sweat.
Congratulations on your successful check-in. You received 30 trillion renminbi in cash and 6 doses of strength-enhancing medicine. Yes. She had successfully taken advantage of the system, and her bank account now had 60 trillion renminbi. She quickly shared this good news with her husband. Screenshot sent. Husband, I did it. Praise me. Proud, proud. The man, who had planned to talk to her about it tonight, replied quickly after seeing her message. Chuchu, you're really amazing. Better than me earning money, the hard way. Zhou Chuchu felt a bit shy from the praise. She didn't know before that Qin Ziyuan could also praise people. She felt both proud and happy. Not really, it's because my husband is good at making money. If you hadn't earned this money, I wouldn't have anything to show off. She quickly transferred the money. This money included the funds from Qin Ziyuan selling his company. She didn't know exactly what he was planning, but it was definitely a series of big moves that required money. As for her, she was content with keeping 1 billion renminbi each day. Just 10 minutes after transferring the money, Qin Ziyuan sent her more. This time, 100 trillion renminbi. I sold 5 more companies abroad.
Wow.
Zhou Chuchu was stunned. This was really going all out to milk the system. But she liked it. Together, as a couple, milking the system was very satisfying. While happily counting how many zeros were in 100 trillion, she suddenly remembered something. Although she had shown Qin Ziyuan her infinite storage space and plant-based powers, she still found it hard to believe in the end-of-world scenario. Just a few words from her, and Qin Ziyuan dared to make a series of big moves, selling off companies that were still making profits. What's the difference between this and Rin Jingfei selling Huawei or Ma Huadeng selling Tencent? After the end of the world, these companies naturally shut down. Faced with harsh survival challenges, all global companies came to a halt. People are struggling to survive, so they have no time to run companies. These companies will be worthless in the future. But the end of the world is unpredictable right now. When everyone realizes something is wrong and tries to exchange money for supplies, it will be too late, like a mountain collapsing. Within a year, money's value drops repeatedly, and eventually, it becomes as useless as paper. What truly has value are survival supplies and crystal cores. Qin Ziyuan is so decisive and unhesitating, selling the company at the right moment, something she never expected. She fumbles with her phone and, instinctively, asks, "Dear husband, if the end of the world doesn't come in the future, will you regret selling those companies?" After asking, she stares at her phone, eyes fixed. There's no reply for a long time. She starts to regret asking that question. Why did she say something so silly? Just when she's about to give up, she receives a reply, "No regrets." If the disasters and calamities never happen, then it's a peaceful, prosperous time. It would be wonderful if the children could grow up happily in such a world. If there are no disasters, I'll be a relaxed, wealthy man, taking you around the world, Qin Ziyuan says.
Bang, bang, bang.
Zhou Chuchu can clearly hear her own heartbeat. So fast, so intense. She almost starts dreaming about traveling the world together, but sadly, her dreams quickly burst like bubbles. Traveling the world is impossible now, because the end of the world is inevitable. They can't put aside their current tasks to go on a vacation. They have elders to care for, children to support, and heavy responsibilities on their shoulders. There are tough challenges ahead. Noticing her mood, Qin Ziyuan sends a message. Starting tomorrow, a large amount of supplies will arrive from abroad. It will be hard for you then. Zhou Chuchu immediately pulls herself out of her disappointment and focuses on what Qin Ziyuan said. How much supplies did you buy? He used the word large amount, so it must be a lot. What kind of supplies did he buy? She's anxious and eager to know. But the person on the other side of the phone only replies with 4 words, dismissing her, "Talk at home." No matter how much she messages him, he stops replying. Zhou Chuchu. She stares at her phone, annoyed. Why do people like that always make her curiosity grow, then suddenly disappear? But his words do have an effect. Zhou Chuchu begins to wonder what he bought. While she was lost in deep thought, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. "What are you doing?" "No renovations allowed, do you hear me?"
No renovations.
"Your beautiful villa has been turned into a mess because of you guys?" At first, the voice sounded somewhat familiar, but as her memory returned and she saw the intruder, she immediately recognized who it was. It was the maid, Tang Ying. Her gaze instantly turned icy. Tang Ying, who was about 40, was wearing a silk dress, had dyed and styled hair, and wore delicate makeup. She also had a heavy gold bracelet on her wrist. When she entered and saw the dramatically changed villa, she acted like the owner, shouting loudly and even trying to stop the security team from working on the house. But these workers were working for the Qin family, so how could they listen to her? Moreover, they spoke a foreign language and Tang Ying couldn't understand them either. Seeing no one paying attention to her, Tang Ying grabbed a worker's welding machine. When the worker pushed her away, she started throwing a tantrum, screaming loudly, "Someone's been killed! Someone's been killed!" The worker looked confused and didn't know what to do with the tools. "Ignore her. You can go back to work," Zhou Chuchu said to the worker in English. The worker immediately relaxed and stepped away from Tang Ying, returning to work. Zhou Chuchu crossed her arms and looked coldly at Tang Ying, who was rolling on the ground. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Then she made a call to Old Feng. "Old Feng, someone broke into my house. Please come and drive her away." Tang Ying suddenly jumped up, eyes wide with anger, pointing at Zhou Chuchu. "I am the maid of this house. Brother Qin and Sister Lu didn't tell me to leave. Do you dare to kick me out?" Tang Ying had been working as a maid in the Qin family for a long time. Before she married in, she had already been working there. She relied on being an elder in the Qin family and being 15 years older than Zhou Chuchu. When her in-laws were home, she pretended to be obedient, but once they left, she started causing trouble, acting arrogantly and bossing around Zhou Chuchu. After Zhou Chuchu had 2 children, she secretly ate the bird's nest and sea cucumber prepared by her in-laws. She secretly took jewelry and accessories given by her in-laws. She also stole milk powder and nutritional supplements for the children. She fed the children spoiled rice and sour water. This caused the children to have stomach aches, get sick, and become weak. When no one was around, she would secretly pinch and hit the children. Seeing her, the children would cry loudly in fear. The child was too young at that time and couldn't speak, so she couldn't tell the adults about these things. It wasn't until Zhou Chuchu discovered the truth that she had a big argument with her. But instead of confronting her, she ran to her in-laws to complain, falsely accusing Zhou Chuchu of framing her. Fortunately, her in-laws believed Zhou Chuchu and quickly decided to send her away, taking care of the two children themselves. Because of this, Zhou Chuchu only felt disgust toward her. However, the events of the apocalypse completely shattered her sense of morality, making her feel intense hatred and anger. This Tang Ying, who is also from Shandong like her in-laws, lost her husband in a car accident and was left alone to raise her children. Her mother-in-law pitied her and invited her to work as a nanny at their home, providing food and accommodation and paying her 20,000 yuan a month. She was able to send her children to a prestigious school, drive luxury cars, wear high-end clothes, and enjoy delicacies. She became arrogant, forgetting her humble origins, and took her in-laws' sympathy for granted. She treated her as if she were the second lady of the Qin family. Zhou Chuchu, who married into the Qin family, was constantly mistreated by her. After she was driven away, her in-laws still compensated her with 200,000 yuan out of kindness, but instead of being grateful, she held a grudge against them. After the apocalypse, she often took her son to her in-laws' house to threaten them for money and supplies, and even beat her children. When her in-laws returned with the children, seeing the bruises and fresh wounds on their bodies, Zhou Chuchu felt heartbroken. In her past life, she was too busy protecting herself to retaliate. But in this life, she didn't even look for Tang Ying. She came to her willingly. Thinking of this, Zhou Chuchu looked at Tang Ying with a murderous intent. Tang Ying shivered under Zhou Chuchu's piercing gaze. But she quickly remembered that Zhou Chuchu was delicate and fragile, so she didn't need to be afraid. Her boldness returned. What kind of look is that? Are you dissatisfied? I tell you, according to the labor contract law, firing me without reason is illegal. I want your Qin family to pay me compensation. Zhou Chuchu was so angry she laughed. Then tell me, how much do we owe you? Tang Ying's eyes flickered as she slapped her palm. 50,000, no, at least 100,000 yuan. Zhou Chuchu sneered. How much have you done to deserve 100,000? Tang Ying shamelessly shouted. I don't care. Your Qin family has money, but you can't bully people. You have to give me an explanation. If you don't give me the money, I'll expose you and refuse to leave. She sat down on the ground. Zhou Chuchu looked coldly at this troublemaker, grabbed her arm, and dragged her outside. Tang Ying suddenly felt a jolt in her heart, never expecting that someone usually gentle and weak would actually hit her directly. She was a fierce and fiery person, immediately grabbing Zhou Chuchu's hair. You little brat, you dare to grab me? Watch me tear you apart. Zhou Chuchu didn't tolerate her and slapped her. The slap made Tang Ying's head buzz, her cheeks swelling up high, and she became obedient and scared. Zhou Chuchu grabbed Tang Ying and threw her out. She was strong and made Tang Ying fall hard, eating dirt like a dog. The Qin family's custom safety houses movement attracted a group of old men and women, bored socialites, and restless gossipers. They didn't know what was happening inside the villa and thought it was just renovation. Plus, Qin's Yuan scolding for buying the neighboring villa and moving furniture in early in the morning gave these people plenty to talk about. Now Zhou Chuchu pinched Tang Ying's arm and threw her out. These people, like flies seeing blood, became even more excited. Oh, isn't that Qin family's maid? What's wrong with her face? Was she hit? What is Qin family up to? Selling a company and buying a villa. What else? Just some spoiled rich kids. The Qin family's daughter-in-law is getting more and more arrogant, with no sense of morality. She hit Madame Fong yesterday, and the maid today. Exactly. I think if they keep acting like this, big trouble is coming soon. The Qin family maid is also an elder in their family, older than her. If she says hit, she hits.
Oh my.
Originally, Tang Ying, who had been quiet, heard someone supporting her and immediately started crying out loud. Oh, no justice. I've worked honestly in the Qin family for so many years, and what did I get? Help me judge everyone. Do people get bullied like this? Qin family has money, so they can treat people like this? The onlookers, whether Tang Ying's words were true or false, only wanted to hear what they liked and believe what they wanted, standing on moral high ground to criticize others. Tang Ying's words gave them a reason to attack Zhou Chuchu and criticize the Qin family. Young people these days are too violent. Society is going downhill. The Qin family is wealthy, but their end won't be good if they keep doing this. The two elders in the Qin family are fine, but their son and daughter-in-law are no good. The son is always looking around, and the daughter-in-law hits the elders and maids. The Qin family's daughter-in-law used to seem good, quiet and peaceful. People may know your face, but not your heart. This Qin family daughter-in-law isn't a good person. I saw her just now pulling and tugging with a man outside, probably someone else. The Qin family is getting worse with each generation. They had a successful company and sold it for 500 billion. How much? 500 billion? That's a lot of hard work from many people. As someone revealed that Qin Ziyuan's company was sold for 500 billion, the people present became more unsettled, feeling both envy and jealousy, and their words grew more intense. Tang Ying, pretending to cry loudly on the ground, heard this, and her expression changed several times. Her greed grew stronger. She thought, I worked as a nanny in the Qin family for nearly 10 years. I'm almost part of the family. But when I leave, they only give me 200,000 yuan. No, I must get a share of that 500 billion. At least 300 million, no, 1 billion. They have to give me 1 billion. She was convinced that the Qin family owed her and that they must pay her enough money as compensation. She cried even harder, tears and snot flowing, looking truly sad and wronged. I'm suffering, I'm wronged. Everyone, testify for me. This daughter-in-law of the Qin family hit me. I'm an orphan with no family. She's just bullying me. Justice will prevail. Karma is real. The Qin family's actions will eventually bring consequences to their children. Tang Ying cried and cursed. At first, Zhou Chuchu remained indifferent, unaffected by Tang Ying or the neighbors' words. Their words didn't stir any emotion in her. Until Tang Ying cursed the children, which instantly ignited Zhou Chuchu's anger. She quickly walked over, grabbed Tang Ying's clothes, and slapped her twice. Tang Ying screamed loudly like a pig being slaughtered, terrified and backing away wildly, but Zhou Chuchu kept hitting her with 2 more slaps. After Tang Ying was scared enough, Zhou Chuchu released her like she was throwing away a dead dog. She looked around, and everyone shrank back under her gaze, especially those who had shouted the loudest earlier. They avoided her eyes. They had been pampered for many years and had no courage left to face Zhou Chuchu. Seeing these people who had been so loud earlier silent now, Tang Ying became anxious. Despite being beaten, her greed was stronger than her fear, and she opened her mouth to falsely accuse Zhou Chuchu. She hit me. Everyone saw it. She hit me right in front of you.
Ugh, lawless.
Ugh, I will call the police and have her arrested. You want me to act as an English translator and editor. I will translate your text into simple, corrected English, removing any explicit or inappropriate content while keeping the overall meaning. Here is the improved version. You're supposed to testify for me hissing. Zhou Chuchu sneered coldly, refusing to accept the blame, and kicked the pot back at them. She didn't say much, directly showing several videos on her phone. When she played them, they showed Tang Ying secretly sneaking into the master bedroom, rummaging through boxes, and stealing a jewelry necklace from Zhou Chuchu. At this point, Tang Ying didn't cry out in pain or call the police. She was stunned, staring at the videos of Zhou Chuchu, speechless. Zhou Chuchu opened a few more videos, mostly showing Tang Ying stealing things, and some of her hitting or scolding children. She held up her phone in front of nosy neighbors who couldn't tell right from wrong, making sure they saw everything clearly. Open your eyes and look carefully. This is what this woman has been doing in my house. Every item she stole is worth over 300,000 yuan. We didn't send her to jail. We've been very kind to her. And now she has the nerve to come back and cause trouble. All right, call the police if you want. She won't report it, I will. Zhou Chuchu immediately dialed 110. The crowd's attitude quickly shifted. Turns out, she's been stealing from the Qin family. Such a nanny is really no good. She also hits and scolds children. The Qin family is unlucky to have hired such a bad nanny. We've all been fooled. She's just a bad person trying to shift the blame. Tang Ying's face turned pale and then red. She glared at Zhou Chuchu with hatred and turned to run away. She knew the value of the jewelry clearly. She had already sold it, and the money was gone. Once the police got involved, she wouldn't be able to deny anything. Not only that, if she tried to extort 1 billion yuan from the Qin family, she would end up in prison. There was no point in running anymore. But as she took a few steps, she tripped over a raised tree root and fell. She hurried to look, but there was no tree root, only cracked blue stone tiles. Ignoring how strange it was, she got up and tried to run again, but Lao Feng, who was rushing over, held her down. Uncle Feng, thank you, Zhou Chuchu said gratefully. If Tang Ying escaped now, catching her next time wouldn't be so easy. Once she returned to her hometown, she'd have to wait at least 5 years before they could deal with her again. But Zhou Chuchu didn't want it to be so complicated. I'll take her to the security room first. When the police arrive, I'll hand her over to them, she said. Zhou Chuchu nodded. Thanks for your help. Tang Ying looked defeated, struggling wildly, but Lao Feng's grip was like iron tongs. She couldn't break free. She suddenly knelt in front of Zhou Chuchu, repeatedly kowtowing. Mrs. Zhou, I beg you. Your husband is generous. Please let me go. I was just confused. If you release me, I will return the money to you. Zhou Chuchu looked at her coldly and scolded. When my in-laws sent you back and gave you some compensation, you should have felt ashamed and not appeared before us again. This way, you could have a good life for a while, but you are never satisfied. And now you dare to come in front of me and jump around. In her past life, Tang Ying did terrible things to her in-laws and children, which made her hate her deeply. Now she had walked into her own trap, and Zhou Chuchu would not let her go easily. The value of those jewels was enough for her to spend several years in prison. Uncle Feng, take her away. Old Feng nodded and took Tang Ying away, just as her in-laws returned from outside. Seeing hope, Tang Ying smiled at her 2 children, trying to use emotional appeal, Lin, Chi. The 2 children, seeing her, trembled in fear and clung to Zhou Chuchu. Tang Ying's expression froze, and she began to plead with her in-laws again. Brother Qin, Sister Lu, please forgive me. I have worked for your family for so many years. If I get caught and go to jail, what will happen to my children? Please be kind and forgive me once. I promise I won't do these things again. I will go back and make a longevity tablet for you, praying every day for your safety. Tang Ying begged tearfully, looking very pitiful. Her in-laws looked somewhat soft-hearted. Zhou Chuchu held the trembling children and played a video she hadn't shown them before. Seeing Tang Ying hitting and choking her children in the video, their faces darkened, and they no longer felt any sympathy for her. Tang Ying was taken away by the police. Zhou Chuchu held her 2 children and entered another villa next to her home with her in-laws. This villa was a bit smaller than their house, but they would only stay for about 20 days, so it wasn't a big problem. Once inside, her father-in-law Qin Zhuangming asked casually, "Did that brat sell the company and transfer the money to you?" Zhou Chuchu nodded quickly and said, "Yes, he gave it all to me." Qin Zhuangming finally relaxed and didn't ask more questions. He didn't mention how his son sold the company, or anything else. In his view, since he handed the Qin family over to his son, he trusted him completely to handle it. He had full confidence in his son. If he wanted to sell the company, there must be a good reason. The son is not someone who doesn't know how to judge situations. Moreover, Qin's family is where it is today entirely because of his efforts. As for Tanging, all three of them agree not to mention this ungrateful troublemaker. At night, Zhou Chuchu quickly starts cooking with the vegetables she grew. The two children see her cooking and run to the kitchen, one tiptoeing to ask, "Mom, are you making the delicious dish from yesterday again?" One grabs some vegetables to wash. "Mom, let me help you." Zhou Chuchu looks at the children with gentle love that naturally shows on her face. "Yes, Lin, I am making the vegetables I planted myself." "Chi-Chi, thank you. I really need your help. Please wash the mushrooms." Chi-Chi immediately grabs 2 large mushrooms, finds a basin, fills it with water, and begins breaking the mushrooms apart to wash them. Lin finds it fun and quickly grabs 2 large mushrooms to wash as well. The 2 kids playfully wash the vegetables, splashing water on their clothes without noticing. Zhou Chuchu smiles, confidently handing the mushrooms to the children. She then starts preparing other dishes. Her mother-in-law, worried she might tire herself, also comes in to help, chopping chicken pieces and splitting fish. While they chat and play, the dishes are ready. Steamed pumpkin, spicy stir-fried pork, vinegar-soaked shredded potatoes, hand-torn cabbage, steamed perch with scallions, and a jar of mushroom stew with small chicken. These dishes are colorful, fragrant, and delicious, with only the mushrooms being large or small. Nothing else wrong. Once the meal is ready, it's already dark outside, and Qin Ziyuan comes home from work. Dad, Mom is amazing. She made a whole table of delicious food again." Chi-Chi throws herself into Qin Ziyuan's arms, tilting her head proudly. Qin Ziyuan surveys the table, seeing his parents waiting, Zhou Chuchu smiling, and the 2 happy children. A warm and relaxed family atmosphere flows through the home. He pauses, and a firm light appears in his eyes. The future images of tragedy should not be his chains, but a shield to protect this happiness, reminding him not to make mistakes. He walks over holding the children. Dinner is over. Qin Ziyuan usually goes to work, and Zhou Chuchu initially wanted to ask him about supplies, but now it's not urgent. She begins ordering supplies online, shopping on Alibaba, JD.com, Pinduoduo, TikTok shopping. A series of swift, powerful moves. Suddenly, she feels watched. When I looked up, I saw the little treasures Lin and Chi-Chi, holding picture books and nervously looking my way. Seeing her look over, she seemed a little scared but mostly hopeful as she returned my gaze. These adorable twin siblings looked at each other and at me. Finally, their older brother Qin Ziheo stepped forward carefully and said, "Mom, the kindergarten teacher asked parents to read picture books to the children. Would you like to read for us?" Little Qin Yueshi quickly added, "It will only take a little bit of your time, just a little bit." The 2 kids looked worried, afraid that Zhou Chuchu might refuse them again. She had already said no many times before. If she refused again, they might never ask again. Seeing their shy and worried eyes, Zhou Chuchu felt a mix of sadness and guilt. She thought about all the mistakes she had made before. She felt she wasn't worthy of being these 2 little angels' mother. The children looked at her eagerly, but when she didn't answer, their bright eyes dimmed. Just as they were about to leave the room, Zhou Chuchu patted the bed and opened her arms. "Come here, I'll read you a story and tell you a story," she said gently. The children's eyes lit up, and they happily ran over, snuggling obediently on either side of her. Zhou Chuchu took a picture book and told stories about the 9-colored deer, Neza causing trouble in the sea, and Sun Wukong causing chaos in the heavenly palace. At first, the children listened very carefully, but gradually, they grew sleepy and fell asleep in her arms. Zhou Chuchu closed the book, gently laid the children down, and leaned close, smelling their faint milk scent. Soon, she too fell into a peaceful sleep. When Qin Ziyuan finished his work and returned to the room, he saw the 2 children sleeping soundly on the bed, and his face softened with tenderness. Whether in the past or in those imagined future scenes, she had never treated the children this way before. In the future scenes, the children had grown to 9 years old. Though they still loved her deeply, the hardships of the past 5 years had made them timid and afraid to show their love. Because they missed out on 5 years of growing up, they felt unfamiliar with her and didn't know how to express their love. They should have been a family full of love, but their interactions felt almost like strangers.
It was truly heartbreaking.
But now, the two children sleeping peacefully on the bed, cuddled together, had become his greatest source of happiness, something he would do everything to protect. I don't know how long he watched. Zhou Chuchu slowly woke up with sleepy eyes and naturally shifted her body, pulling him gently. Today, the kids are sleeping with us. Luckily, the bed is big. You should go back to sleep soon. After saying this, she yawned and fell back into a peaceful sleep. Qin Ziyuan responded with a smile, but she didn't hear him. She slept very comfortably. In her dreams, Zhou Chuchu finally escaped the endless nightmares. She dreamed of her family living vividly in the end-of-the-world scenario, which made her softly laugh and wake herself up. When she looked around, it was 4 a.m. Her husband was sleeping peacefully with his eyes closed, and the children were sound asleep. She tiptoed to lift the thin blanket and carefully covered her husband and children again, then went to the garden at home. After feeding the plants some sugar, she quickly returned to the room. As soon as she left, Qin Ziyuan opened his eyes. When she returned, he closed his eyes again. Zhou Chuchu got into bed, and he stretched out an arm to hold her. He wanted her to know he was awake. Zhou Chuchu naturally hugged his arm, and the two of them quietly shared a deep understanding in the dark night. She didn't mention feeding the plants with her special abilities, but he had already noticed. She wasn't hiding it intentionally. He knew, but he chose not to say anything, seeing it as a small, playful part of their marriage. Morning, drink the milk I prepared for you before going to the company. Each of us in the family gets a cup. I added body-strengthening medicine inside. She prepared 6 doses of the medicine to increase her family's chances of survival in the end of the world. Even though she had made such thorough preparations, she would never underestimate any natural disasters in the apocalypse. How terrifying are the disasters in the end times. Each one aims to wipe out humanity. Extreme heat, freezing cold, heavy rain, floods, earthquakes, typhoons, tsunamis. And later, the mutation of plants and animals, the tide of zombies. Any disaster could wipe out hundreds of millions or even billions of people. Before her previous life ended, less than 1/10 of Earth's survivors remained. Some countries, like island nations, sank completely into the sea after tsunamis. Even if humans awakened their abilities, their situation grew more difficult. A great prophet predicted that only a few million level A ability users might survive in the end. How cruel and tragic is that? With a population of 7 billion worldwide, only a few million can survive, even in today's countries. So, at the very least, she must improve her family's chances of survival to endure the despair of the end of the world. In such a catastrophe, besides fighting natural disasters, people also have to beware of others who have lost their morals. Without strong bodies and proper defenses, resources discovered by others will become their original sin, leading to complete destruction and theft. In her past life, she only planted some vegetables in her garden, but she was already targeted. Now, in this life, her large purchases have attracted attention. They might not know what she's doing now, but after the disaster, they will definitely realize. They will come to steal, rob, and seize. When survival is almost impossible, some people will do anything. Break into homes, burn, kill, loot, and even wipe out entire families. The horrors of the end times are countless. Just like in her previous life, her family also died in a very bloody and tragic way. Thinking about this, she deeply feels that no matter how many plans she makes, it's never enough. She needs more. With her mind full of worries, she sleeps for a while, then wakes up. Dawn breaks. She gets up, prepares milk for her family, and takes out the light blue body enhancement potion, which shimmers like starlight. She first adds a portion to her own milk and drinks it. After drinking the milk, her body feels slightly warm, but this warmth is different from the outside heat. It's a nourishing heat, as her cells release energy after being nourished. It's not uncomfortable. If you don't pay close attention, it's hard to notice. Looks like this body enhancement potion isn't very strong. It gradually improves the body. Now I can rest assured. Zhou Chuchu nods, trusting the system's products. They are indeed reliable. In her past life, her body had undergone many experiments, and she was very sensitive to the effects of medicines. She immediately knew this was definitely a good thing. If the medicine were too strong, it wouldn't be necessarily bad, but it would be dangerous and have big side effects. A gradual approach is better, nurturing quietly and subtly. Just as she was about to add other medicines into the milk, "Mom, you're awake. Mom, you look so pretty today." Two lively voices sounded behind her. Her two little ones had already gotten up. They had slept with their parents last night and now seemed even closer to her. "Yeah, come over quickly to drink milk and have breakfast," she called out. Chi-Chi wrinkled her little nose. "Mom, I don't like drinking milk." Lin was very straightforward. She immediately finished all the milk in her cup. This shows that these inseparable twins actually have different hobbies. Zhou Chuchu gently touched her daughter's small bun hairstyle and pointed at the milk, saying, "Sweetheart, there are little milk protectors inside. After you finish drinking, they can protect our bodies." Chi-Chi hesitated a bit. "Really, truly?" Lin, who had already finished her milk, nodded strongly. "Really, sister? I can already feel the little protector guarding me." Chi-Chi's eyes lit up at her words. She quickly gulped down her milk. The grandparents smiled and came over, not exposing Zhou Chuchu's small, kind-hearted lie. They also said, "Grandpa and Grandma will drink milk too, so the little protectors can protect us." The elderly couple finished their milk as well. They saw that Zhou Chuchu had prepared this carefully and naturally didn't refuse. Qin Ziyuan also dressed up and came out, glanced at the milk, and knew it contained the body-strengthening potion Zhou Chuchu mentioned last night. He picked up his cup, took a sip, and his eyes instantly deepened. Then he drank it all. He clearly tasted the powerful effect of the body-strengthening potion. His curiosity and gratitude towards Zhou Chuchu grew even more. This potion would completely eliminate his parents' hidden health issues, and the two children would grow strong and healthy. But this was something he
couldn't do.
She easily accomplished it. The vegetables she grew also contained various beneficial energies, which could long-term nourish the body and strengthen it. Combining both would have even better results. The family sat down to eat breakfast. "Chuchu, I need to go to work first. I'll be free at 3 p.m. and I'll come to pick you up," Qin Ziyuan said after finishing. He hugged the two children and then left the house. The grandparents also took the kids to kindergarten. Although the children wanted to stay with their mother, they were very sensible and understood that adults had their own things to do. Seeing how reluctant they were, Zhou Chuchu felt sad too. "Lin, Chi-Chi, after I finish my work, I'll take you to the amusement park, the zoo, and the aquarium to play." After the apocalypse arrived, these kid-friendly places were abandoned and no longer available for fun. The two children had never been there, even until their deaths. They heard other kids talk about it and felt very jealous. They kept this regret in their hearts until the very end. She promised herself she would fulfill her children's wishes in this life. Before the apocalypse, she would take them to play enough. The children's eyes lit up immediately. They hugged Zhou Chuchu and excitedly kissed her. "Long live Mom. Mom, you are amazing." The two little kids are full of excitement, skipping happily to school and frequently looking back. Seeing how happy they are, Zhou Chuchu thinks, "Maybe I should store some playground in the space. Just having playgrounds isn't enough. We also need various toys. We can't neglect studying either. I should buy some books. And practice workbooks, too." Like any caring mother, Zhou Chuchu wants her children to enjoy playing but also not to fall behind in learning and knowledge. So she quickly drives out again and starts shopping intensely. First, she clears out several large playgrounds, then she visits high-end toy stores and buys many toys. She also visits libraries, art stores, and music shops. She buys all kinds of practice workbooks, learning devices, and online courses. All for her children's education. She believes quality education is very important. All of this shows her deep love for her children. While Zhou Chuchu is busy shopping, Old Lady Luo's son, Zhang Deong, and a few thugs spot her car. They stare wide-eyed at her car parked outside the store, a very eye-catching sports car. It's a limited edition Maserati. One takes out his phone to search for the car and screams in amazement. Wow. A Maserati MC20, worth $3.86 million. Really rich. Brother Yong, what's this woman's background? Why does she have so much money? The thugs look curious and greedy. They are desperate for money, and Zhang Daong has found a big target. He's thinking about how much money he can make from this. Zhang Daong stands across the street, looking grim, but his greed grows stronger. He glances at the Maserati, his heart pounding fiercely, feeling that soon this car will be his, and he's so excited his face turns red. He watches Zhou Chuchu walk into a high-end musical instrument store. Soon, the store becomes busy. Musical instruments are packed into trucks and taken away. This has happened several times. Every time Zhou Chuchu enters, trucks arrive to pack and transport goods. They load one truck after another. This confuses the thugs following Zhang Daong. Brother Yong, what's going on? Is this woman buying all these things? Oh my god, how much money does she have? Even if she's buying junk, these items must be worth a lot. This music store was bought by a wealthy relative's daughter who spent $100,000 on a guitar or some kind of gadget. She was showing off everywhere. It probably wasn't her who bought it. Why would she spend so much? Zhang Daong was smoking. Every puff caused a sharp pain in his insides. It was from being kicked by Qin Ziyuan, and it still hurt. He overheard his friends talking and took a deep drag on his cigarette, feeling a tearing pain in his stomach. He coughed hard. After finally catching his breath, he saw Zhou Chuchu walk into the nearby study material shop, and the same thing happened again. He felt angry and sad, as if Zhou Chuchu was spending his money. Yes, that was his money. This reckless woman really spends too much. He decided he had to act quickly, or she would spend all his money. Brothers, when no one's around, we'll stop her. I'll sneak up from behind and use some tranquilizer to cover her mouth and nose. Then we'll take her to my rented place in the suburbs. After it's done, I'll give each of you 100,000. The gang members got excited at the mention of money. But seeing the trucks and the flashy sports car, they thought 100,000 was too little. No, Brother Yong, it's not that we don't want to help, but 100,000 is too little. Zhang Daong glared at the gang member. He didn't want to take any money, but he remembered that old lady Luo said Zhou Chuchu could get 500 million after her divorce. So, 50,000 wasn't too much to give. 50,000 is too much. At most 30,000. If you don't want to, I'll find others. The gang members got anxious. Come on, brother, just 30,000 is fine. Zhang Daong snorted coldly and said, she's just a spoiled woman. When she's alone, it's easy to drag her into our car. She won't be able to resist. This is such a simple job. Each of you can make 30,000. Are you crazy? He certainly didn't want to reveal Zhou Chuchu's identity. If he did, what if these thugs kidnapped her? Just then, Zhou Chuchu came out of the study material shop. They were standing far away and couldn't see her face clearly, only her graceful figure glowing white. The gang members' eyes immediately turned lustful. Yongji, you're not thinking of. This woman has money and a good figure. Brother Yong, you're good at choosing. After you're done, can you share some with us too? These troublemakers have done many bad things with Zhang Daong, including picking up bodies at nightclubs and dragging them to hotels with 5 people. When they were short of money, they even trafficked children. Now, they not only show no resistance to such actions, but also think Zhang Daong has found a very good target. Of course, Zhang Daong wouldn't agree. Zhou Chuchu has seen him before. Whether she has money or not, her beauty is so rare that only he can enjoy it. Unless he gets tired of her. Seeing Zhou Chuchu drive away, they quickly jump into the rented car and follow closely behind. Zhou Chuchu had noticed several malicious looks early on. She is very sharp in this regard, having experienced the zombie tide of the apocalypse. She is deeply aware of malice, which has become her instinct. She also awakened her S-level ability as a plant master. Although she didn't feed her powers to the plants by the roadside, they naturally approached her. She used the flowing wind to sense their closeness. This is how she noticed Zhang Daong and his group. To avoid alarming them, she pretended not to see and continued shopping for supplies. In reality, she took out her phone to contact her husband. "Honey, I'm in trouble. Mrs. Luo's son is after me. Very dangerous and scary. I'm so scared. What should I do? Honey, please come and save your wife, okay?" When Qin Ziyuan saw the message on her phone, a terrifying aura radiated from him. But he calmly replied, "Okay. First, turn on location sharing on your phone, then drive your car to this spot. I'll be waiting for you there." Zhou Chuchu looked at her husband's message, feeling a warm sweetness in her heart. She wasn't really worried about the troublemakers. Her vines were strong enough to handle the three of them. Even without vines, she could smash them with a steel pipe. But she appreciated the feeling of being cared for, protected, and valued by her husband. Besides, it was better for her husband to handle this situation than for her to do it herself. Her husband had the best legal team backing him, so she remained calm and drove at a speed that matched her ability to keep up. Soon, they led the troublemakers into a remote but open area. The car stopped. Zhou Chuchu got out of the car and looked around for her husband's figure. Seeing her step out, Zhang Daong and his group became excited, thinking this was a golden opportunity. They held cloths soaked with a special anesthetic and surrounded Zhou Chuchu from 4 directions. Initially, Zhou Chuchu wanted to pretend she was scared, but when she thought about her husband nearby, she couldn't keep up the act. Seeing Zhang Daong's greedy and vicious expression, she felt only disgust, not fear. "Zhang Daong, are you trying to go to jail with this?"
she asked.
But Zhang Daong thought Zhou Chuchu was bluffing and sneered as he approached her. "Go to jail? I can't go to jail. As long as you stay with me, we're married. Do you really want me to end up in prison?" Hearing this, Zhou Chuchu was furious and couldn't wait for her husband to act. Dressed in red high heels, she ran like the wind. She kicked up her leg and aimed at the same spot where Qin Ziyuan had kicked before, knocking Zhang Daong back 3 meters. Zhang Daong fell to the ground, clutching a handkerchief soaked with sleeping medicine, which flew out of his hand. He collapsed, curling up in pain. It was too painful. The pain from his stomach made him go numb instantly, and he was stunned on the spot. The other 3 thugs stepped back in shock, eyes wide open. Is this the woman Zhang Daong said was weak and harmless? Is this the woman he said was easy to handle? They felt a bit scared. Seeing Zhou Chuchu walking toward them, they backed away while trying to explain. Miss, it's all a misunderstanding." Zhou Chuchu was too tired to listen to their excuses. What misunderstanding? After staring at her for so long, there's no misunderstanding at all. She kicked another away, and the remaining 2 ran off. Zhou Chuchu was about to use her special power, but the 2 fleeing thugs were caught by 2 strong, well-dressed bodyguards. The 2 men in black looked at the howling thugs on the ground and gave Zhou Chuchu a thumbs up. "Madam, your kicks were amazing. That kick was as powerful as a professional bodyguard. I never expected such strength from someone so small." The 2 caught thugs stared with their mouths open, as if they could swallow eggs. It was clear they had hit a wall. The woman they were trying to fight had bodyguards behind her. They glared angrily at Zhang Daong, calling him a fool who had caused all this. They humbly said, "Big brothers, this has nothing to do with us. We were tricked too. Please let us go." "Let you go?" The 2 bodyguards sneered. "You dare kidnap the lady and still want us to let you go?" 2 troublemakers shouted loudly, "Unfair. We have no proof. We didn't do anything. How can you say we kidnapped the lady?" A man, still dressed in a suit despite the 39-degree heat, with gold-rimmed glasses and a sharp, slim face, stepped forward. "You are accused of ignoring a woman's wishes, forcing yourself on her, kidnapping 3 children, and extorting 8 million yuan. TSK, multiple charges. Looks like you won't get out of this easily." This man is the famous lawyer Feng. With his words, he can turn a death sentence into a life sentence, and with his usual skill, he can even make the judge look guilty. "My boss asked me to handle small cases like this. It's too easy for me, no challenge at all. After seeing Zhou Chuchu, he suddenly understood and said, "Oh, so I need to step in because of the lady." He wiped sweat from his forehead with a silk handkerchief. "Madam, the boss is waiting for you over there." He pointed to a nearby car, where Qin Ziyuan was sitting and looking over. Zhou Chuchu didn't care about Zhang Daong and the others anymore. She quickly lifted her skirt and ran over. Lawyer Feng glanced at Zhang Daong and the others, bored, and waved his hand. "Take them to the police station. I'll be there soon." The two troublemakers shouted loudly, "We didn't extort 8 million from anyone. If we had really kidnapped the lady for that money, why would we need to extort her?" Lawyer Feng paused. "Oh, kidnapping too? That's even more serious." The two troublemakers stared in shock. Husband Zhou Chuchu opened the car door and squeezed into Qin Ziyuan's side, pouting. "Husband, it was really dangerous just now. I almost got caught by them." Qin Ziyuan looked at Zhang Daong and the troublemakers, who were bent over and unable to straighten up, then at Zhou Chuchu. "Dangerous?" Zhou Chuchu instantly felt a bit guilty, but she quickly straightened her back and said confidently, "Of course it's dangerous. Without my husband, everywhere is dangerous." Qin Ziyuan was pleased and couldn't help but smile. The driver, seeing his boss's smile in the rearview mirror, almost trembled. Seeing the boss smile was even more surprising than witnessing one of the world's 8 wonders. And although the boss looked calm now, just moments ago, his driving was truly wild. Seeing the troublemakers surrounding the lady, his expression made it clear he was about to rush out and fight. In fact, he had already pushed open the car door and stepped out 1 foot until he saw the lady kick Zhang Daong away fiercely. Then he retracted his foot and closed the door. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror a bit too long and immediately received a warning look from the boss. He quickly looked away, focusing on his heart. "All right, you can get out first. I'll drive from now on," Qin Ziyuan ordered. The driver. "No way, boss." He just looked for a moment, and now he's being asked to leave? The driver obediently got out of the car. Qin Ziyuan sat in his seat and drove off confidently. The driver looked sad and disappointed. Lawyer Feng came over, patted his shoulder, and also looked regretful. "Let's go." "The boss didn't even let me go with you, let alone you. My car is here. Want a ride?" Zhou Chuchu was already taken by Qin Ziyuan to the port of Haishur. Haishur is a big, international-style city with a busy port. It has 80 trade routes and trades with over 200 countries. Looking around, the containers are neatly stacked all the way to the sky. Zhou Chuchu looked at the huge ships docked by the sea, countless containers, and sincerely exclaimed, "There are so many ships, so much cargo. No wonder it's the world's biggest port. Amazing." She wished she had better words, only able to say 666, a popular way to praise something awesome. After expressing her amazement, she asked Qin Ziyuan, "Husband, the supplies you mentioned, are they probably here?" "What are they?" Qin Ziyuan pointed at the large ship stock nearby. "Yes, I bought some grains and oils from abroad. Not much, just 3,000 ships carrying 900 million tons of supplies. Please, Chuchu, store them in the space." At first, Zhou Chuchu nodded in understanding. "Oh, grains and oils. Okay, no problem. Leave it to me." Suddenly, she realized something. She turned to look at her husband. "I think I didn't hear clearly. Honey, how much grain and oil did you say? 900 million tons? Huh, maybe I've been a bit distracted lately hearing things." Qin Ziyuan's deep eyes held a smile as he saw his adorable wife react this way. He almost couldn't resist giving her a kiss. "You're not mistaken. It's 900 million tons. The people here have already been temporarily cleared out. Let's move quickly." Zhou Chuchu let out a loud scream. "Husband, are you going to move all the grain and oil from other countries?" 900 million tons. Qin Ziyuan smiled patiently and explained, "Not all of it, of course. As you said, with the end of the world coming, the heat is unbearable everywhere. If we don't buy back these supplies, they'll all rot." Zhou Chuchu looked confused. "I mentioned all this?" She seemed to have described the apocalypse before, but she didn't talk much about the extreme heat. But our family can't finish so much grain and oil, she said. Indeed, Qin Ziyuan nodded with a smile. I have a big use for these supplies. Zhou Chuchu nodded. She didn't know how Qin Ziyuan managed to buy so much grain and oil, but since it had already been delivered, there was no way to send it away. Quickly, she packed everything into her storage space. Fill it all up. Even though Zhou Chuchu could transfer supplies easily, just by using her gaze to move items into her storage space, such a large amount still took her 3 hours to finish. After transferring everything, even she felt a little tired. It wasn't her body that was tired, but her eyes. She couldn't keep up with the sight. But once she finished, she felt truly satisfied when she saw the extra grain and oil neatly stored on the shelves in her space. This much food would be enough for the whole country to eat steadily for 4 years. It was even more than the country's reserve stock. On the way home, she felt dizzy and her cheeks were slightly red, feeling deeply shocked inside. Looking at the man driving, she started teasing him. Brother, you better not offend me in the future, or I won't give you any food. Qin Ziyuan smiled gently. Don't dare offend you. My life and wealth are in your hands. He added silently in his mind, and my future is also in your hands. From now on, every day at this time, we will transfer supplies here. Zhou Chuchu was surprised. What? Again? Is it still grain and oil? Qin Ziyuan replied, there aren't that many grain and oil for me to buy. It's other things, with unpredictable quantities, sometimes more, sometimes less. Zhou Chuchu reached out and grabbed Qin Ziyuan's sleeve. Brother, give me some details. What exactly are these things? I was really shocked today. She was so scared she called him brother. Qin Ziyuan didn't intend to hide anything from her. Hearing her question, he explained they are medicines, medical equipment, weapons, military supplies, scientific research equipment, ships, aircraft carriers, and similar items. Zhou Chuchu. Military weapons? Aircraft carriers? She looked at her husband with surprise. Are you planning to rebel? Wow, this is really something. This husband might be dangerous. Qin Ziyuan's gaze grew very deep as he said, when the apocalypse comes, the world will fall into chaos. Whoever controls absolute power will gain the right to survive. Chuchu, protecting your family isn't just about having strong abilities, but also about having a strong fist. Weapons are our fists. I don't have the desire to dominate, but when necessary, it's not impossible. Zhou Chuchu remained silent. All along, her only thought was to protect her family's safety, never imagining that her husband thought even deeper and further than she did. That's fine, that's fine. Her thoughts would never change. She still wanted to protect her family and ensure they survive in the end times. Having gone through many hardships in the apocalypse, her heart is very small, small enough to hold only her loved ones. But no matter what ambitions Qin Ziyuan has, she will always support him unconditionally and protect his safety. In that case, I need to become stronger, she said. Husband, your large purchases of supplies will surely attract others' attention. Later, we might face countless difficulties. Not to mention, just the fact that so many supplies disappear will raise suspicion. Even the 900 million tons of grain and oil Qin Ziyuan bought from various countries, and the ones she bought from Sam's and Hema, are being watched and discussed by neighbors. This alone will bring many troubles after the apocalypse. Qin Ziyuan was surprised by Zhou Chuchu's high acceptance, and also happy because he was worried about the consequences of transporting these supplies. He didn't hide anything from Zhou Chuchu and shared more details. Don't worry for now. I've made all kinds of arrangements. These supplies will flow to different places in a reasonable way. Of course, their large quantity will attract attention from all sides, which is unavoidable. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Zhou Chuchu nodded and said no more. If Qin Ziyuan can run such a big business, he must have his own methods. She doesn't need to know the specific details or how he operates, just trust him. Watching her husband drive, the neon lights ahead cast shadows on him. His side profile, changing with the flickering lights, became more handsome, and a powerful aura subtly revealed itself, very different from his previous life. Zhou Chuchu felt a bit dazed. In his previous life, before the apocalypse, he didn't seem to have this aura, did he? After the apocalypse, he first became weak from a high fever, then was paralyzed after being pushed down by Sun Qixuan. Later, he endured many hardships, and his supernatural powers never appeared. Back then, he was gloomy and silent, and he never shared any plans for the future with her. But now, he made her feel like he was planning to rule the world, with strategies spanning 100 years. Is this really him? If this is truly him, then after the suffering of body and mind in his past life, he was confined to a wheelchair. Later, she still had to gather food to feed him. How painful he must have been. Fortunately, he never has to go through those things again. Never again. He can soar high and pursue his plans and dreams. He can protect this family in his own way, just as she protects this family in her way. Brother, you're amazing. I admire you. Zhou Chuchu gives a thumbs up and praises him sincerely. After returning home, congratulations on your successful check-in. You receive 100 trillion renminbi in cash and 6 doses of stamina-enhancing medicine. On the 5th day of rebirth, the check-in is successful, and there are 25 days left until the end of the world. On the 6th day, Zhou Chuchu retrieves 40 generators, 20,000 liters of kerosene and natural gas, 5,000 tons of coal, along with cold-weather clothing, snowmobiles, sleds, kayaks, and small yachts from the small warehouse, entrusted by the manager. All 580,000 delicious dishes made by De Yun Hotel are prepared and transferred to the space. Qin Ziyuan sells 3 companies. He moves 9.8 million tons of various medicines and 60,000 units of general medical equipment from the port, transported from abroad. Check-in grants 150 trillion funds and a liquid polymer defensive wall. On the 7th day, Zhou Chuchu begins receiving trucks of supplies sent from various places, while Qin Ziyuan sells 4 companies. He moves 500 large ships, 2,000 medium ships, and 1,000 small cargo ships from the port. Check-in grants 200 trillion and 12 doses of mental strength-enhancing medicine. On the 8th day, Zhou Chuchu continues collecting supplies truck by truck, buying out Sam's, Yonghui, Walmart, and others. Qin Ziyuan sells 8 companies. He moves 80 million units of various scientific research equipment, some with recognizable names, others not. Check-in grants 240 trillion and 18 doses of vitality medicine, along with a 2,000-volt electric grid. On the 9th day, Qin Ziyuan has sold all domestic companies, with only 102 foreign companies remaining to be sold quickly. Early in the morning, Zhou Chuchu hears loud crying and shouting like pigs being slaughtered. She opens the window curtain and sees old lady Luo at the villa gate, rolling and making a fuss. Outside, steam rises and tears, mucus, and sweat stream down old lady Luo's face. She looks like a pig wallowing in mud, rolling and crying out, "What kind of evil star or demon is my son cursed with?" Accused and thrown into jail. They falsely accused my son of extorting 8 million yuan. Isn't that just lying blatantly? This is the Qin family, relying on their money to bribe judges and frame people. My son, my dear eldest son, I regret calling that little troublemaker from the Qin family to see you. Old lady Luo was shouting harsh words, her cries sharp and loud. Now, many neighbors gathered around to watch. Next to her stood a young woman with makeup, who looked somewhat like her. Hearing old lady Luo crying, she impatiently reminded her, "Stop yelling. Your brother asked you to plead with them. Your crying won't save him." She looked around and saw the villa being renovated and the current house they lived in, her eyes full of envy and jealousy. These 2 villas were worth 2 or 3 times more than that rich merchant's big house. That old man still wouldn't give her the villa, only letting her stay temporarily. Maybe once she lost her beauty, he'd kick her out. But after living in a big villa and getting used to being served, she couldn't go back to ordinary houses. She only wanted a better villa. When she heard her mother and brother talking about how they could get 500 million yuan from divorce, she became interested. She was pretty, had a good figure, and knew some things that good wives wouldn't. If she married into the Qin family. No, she didn't need to marry into the Qin family. She had met Qin Ziyuan early on. Such a man, she was willing to follow him without a title or status. So she didn't mind her mother crying and shouting, or her brother going to jail. She only worried that her crying might make Qin Ziyuan think less of her. At this moment, she curled herself into a clear S shape, hoping Qin Ziyuan would come out and see her as the most beautiful and eye-catching. But she didn't know Qin Ziyuan had already gone to work early. She was just showing herself off to those lecherous old men who surrounded her. Old Lady Luo's face looked bad. She had been crying here for a long time, and no one from the Qin family had come out. She was hot, thirsty, and exhausted. After crying for a while, she lost a lot of strength. Her sweat-soaked clothes stuck to her and were heated by the sun, making her feel very uncomfortable. She was already upset and angry about her son being in jail. Her mouth was blistered from the heat, burning painfully when she shouted. She yelled at her daughter. "Shut up. You useless thing. I told you to ask your man for some money to help your brother, but you hesitated, and now you're here causing trouble for me. I won't ask that little troublemaker for help. No way." Grandmother Luo was so angry she couldn't find a way to vent her feelings, so she acted like she was setting off firecrackers. Her daughter, Zhang Xiaomei, heard her mother taking her anger out on herself, and her face darkened. She had 8 million yuan, but why would she give it to Zhang Daong? This money was what she had saved over the years, earned from working hard for many men. It was her lifeline. Her eyebrows furrowed sharply, showing her sharp and harsh attitude, just like her mother. She shouted loudly, "If you dare say I'm useless again, I'll send you back to your hometown. Do you believe that?" This one sentence made Grandma Luo hesitate. She didn't dare to yell at her daughter anymore. She continued crying and rolling on the ground in front of the villa, but not as loudly as before. The people watching also discussed quietly, "Qin family has been in the news every day these days. I heard they sold all their companies. The Qin family must be in big debt. The economy is bad now. Making money isn't easy. Without those companies, how long can the Qin family stay rich? They'll just be sitting and waiting to lose everything. That daughter-in-law of the Qin family is just a troublemaker, always buying all sorts of useless stuff at home. She's hopelessly spoiled. Recently, she's been really arrogant. She used to greet people politely, but now she's rude. How long can she keep being arrogant? She's just bullying the weak. When the Qin family falls, she'll cry then." Exactly. Look at how she pushed that poor old lady to her limit. Oh, what a tragedy. Her son, I think he's a filial child. How could a caring kid do something bad? That's just because he's got a bad heart. They talked happily but didn't show much sympathy for Grandma Luo. They just wanted to use this chance to express their jealousy and gloat over the Qin family's misfortune. Yes, the Qin family sold their companies, but they could easily buy a villa worth tens of millions with cash. How could they not be jealous? In the crowd, Shun Danhong turned back home with a proud smile. The Qin family's decline was good, very good. That Lu Jilin was no match for her after all. She was old now. Her son had sold the company, and they went bankrupt. Haha, heaven is watching. Shun Danhong hummed a little tune as she returned home. Zhou Chuchu watched from the window for a while. Her phone kept ringing with transfer notifications. Her husband had sold his domestic company and was now aggressively selling his foreign companies. It was said that foreign groups like Morgan, the DuPont family, the Rothschild family, and the Rockefeller family were buying his companies. She didn't understand these things very well, but she listened carefully to her husband. She liked the confident and calm way her husband talked about these matters. Every time he spoke halfway, he would gently pinch her waist and say, "Today's check-in should earn us around $500 trillion, right?" Feeling the outside heat was too strong, she closed the window. After washing up, she had breakfast. On the table, a calla lily was gently blowing cool air, bringing a refreshing fragrance. There was also an orchid, slowly emitting calming waves that could help her psychic abilities grow and improve. In the past few days, her psychic power had increased 3 times compared to the beginning. Besides feeding the peach tree and vegetables, she whimsically fed her houseplants. These plants, used to beautify the environment and purify the air, had undergone some wonderful changes after being nurtured with her psychic energy. For example, this calla lily could absorb harmful substances and gases in the room and out a breeze that made the air clean, comfortable, and cool. It was much more comfortable than air conditioning. She thought that in a sealed environment with closed doors and windows, this plant could create a more comfortable living space. As for the orchid, its effect was even greater. Placing it in the room made her feel her psychic abilities increased at least 1/3 faster. With no distracting thoughts in her mind, even sleeping became much more comfortable. Wow, I've created my own perpetual motion machine? Zhou Chuchu smiled, planning to grow a few more plants to give to her parents and brother when they arrived. Outside, the noise was still loud but less intense. Seeing that the time was about right, she opened the door. Hearing movement inside, Grandma Luo immediately became alert, her cries rising higher and higher. Zhang Xiaomei quickly adjusted her S-shaped hairpin and looked over with captivating eyes. The neighbors around were also excited, eager to see the Qin family entangled with troublemakers and some messy incidents. But when they saw Zhou Chuchu leaving, they all froze for a moment. Grandma Luo saw Zhou Chuchu and wanted to rush forward to tear her clothes and hair, but remembering the 2 slaps she had received from her, she hesitated. Zhang Xiaomei saw her, and her exquisite makeup, fresh temperament, bright and elegant appearance, and well-proportioned figure completely defeated her. She looked down sadly but also unwillingly, hoping to see the handsome man behind her. Don't look anymore, my husband has already gone to the company. You want to block the door, but choose an early time. At this hour, besides me, who's a lazy sleeper, no one else is at home. Zhou Chuchu looked half-smiling, glancing at Grandma Luo and her daughter.
If you want to shout, go ahead.
I won't stop you. She simply refused to entangle with them. Grandma Luo tried to use this trick to pressure them, but it was useless. If she had the strength to shout, let her shout. Now, no one is at home. She can yell as much as she wants. Even if the family comes back, if she yells outside and the windows are closed, the sound will be blocked. Seeing that Zhou Chuchu didn't respond at all, Grandma Luo got angry and tried to grab her arm.
Wait.
You can't just leave like this. Take me to the police station and tell them my son is innocent. Before she reached Zhou Chuchu, she tripped over something and fell flat on the ground.
Mom.
Zhang Xiaomei rushed over to help her up. Are you okay, Mom? Grandma Luo's nose was bleeding, and now she was covered in tears, sweat, and blood. She looked very miserable. Oh no, what tripped me? She looked and saw a piece of blue brick lifted up. Her face was full of confusion. She thought something like vines had wrapped around her feet and pulled her back forcefully. Could it be a hallucination? Then she saw Zhou Chuchu's cold and sarcastic smile, and her heart suddenly felt a shiver. A chill ran down her spine. This woman was very evil. Anyone who tried to bother her seemed doomed to fail. A few days ago, that housekeeper was also beaten and covered in blood. She was scared now, afraid to shout or curse anymore. Feng Xiaomei was a bit surprised by her change in attitude, but didn't know why. She shouted at Zhou Chuchu. Hey, are you even human? Seeing an old lady crying so sadly outside your door, and you do nothing? How can your heart be so cold? Zhou Chuchu glanced at her, and that look seemed to see through all of Zhang Xiaomei's thoughts. What are you, to dare question me? You know what your intentions are, and I know too. That Zhang Daong, he women, trafficked children, and extorted money. If he doesn't go to jail, who will? And you think I can't handle Sam? But don't come out and smear me. Grandma Luo is no good herself, and her children are worse than pigs and dogs. Should I be soft on you? Then I might as well be a pig or a dog. Zhou Chuchu's straightforward scolding made Zhang Xiaomei's face turn pale and then flush. Everyone watching was stunned, angry, and confused. Some of them even felt sorry for Grandma Luo. They turned around and left. Some people who didn't hear Zhou Chuchu insulting them were still criticizing Grandma Luo and Zhang Xiaomei. Turns out the obedient son Grandma Luo talks about is like this. She dares to cry loudly in front of others' houses. If I were her, I wouldn't have the face to come out. Oh wow, I always thought her daughter wore too revealing clothes, but now I see. TSK. These days, there are so many shameless people. Shameless as a mother, and shameless as a daughter too. Most residents in this villa area are wives of the main husbands, and they dislike the third daughter, Zhang Xiaomei. Once her true identity is revealed, it will overshadow their hatred for the Qin family. Zhang Xiaomei was scolded so badly she couldn't show her face and forcibly dragged Grandma Luo away. Didn't I tell you not to come? You didn't listen. Now look at the mess you've made. It's so embarrassing. Zhou Chuchu also hurriedly drove away to pick up supplies from the warehouse. In the afternoon, she was going to the port with her husband. She had no time to waste on these trivial matters. Old Feng opened the door for her and casually said, "It's been very hot lately. Be careful when you go out, don't get heat stroke." Old Feng was worried because Zhou Chuchu went out every morning and returned at night. He had no children and worked as a security guard here. The salary was good, but he felt lonely. The others in the neighborhood looked down on him like an inferior servant, but Zhou Chuchu still treated him as an equal. Her two little kids were very kind. They always greeted him when they came back, calling him Grandpa Feng, which warmed his heart. Okay, I understand. Uncle Feng, take care of yourself too. I've heard some bad rumors lately. If you have time, buy some extra food and store it. Zhou Chuchu reminded him again. Old Feng watched her load up her car with supplies and thought, this girl is too timid. Never mind. There's nothing urgent. Buying some extra stuff now will save trouble later. After finishing at the warehouse, Zhou Chuchu started shopping along the street again. The shop owners had already heard about her generous buying spree, so they prepared everything well in advance, saving her a lot of time. During this, she received a few calls and ended up placing several orders for coal, gas, and other raw materials. By 3 p.m., her husband came to pick her up to go to the port, where they transferred 80 billion tons of cotton, various metals, and wood, and other basic raw materials. They finished later than expected, and by 6 p.m., they had completed the transfer. Suddenly, her WeChat vibrated. You have been added to the 30th Class Literature Department Alumni Group at Haisher University. A literature alumni group? Zhou Chuchu looked at the group with a complex expression. Welcome, campus beauty, to the group. Hooray. Hooray. Chuchu, my goddess. I haven't seen you in 5 years, and you're still so beautiful. Inhale. Inhale. Oh, come on, Lei. You haven't even met her. How do you know she's still pretty? Back then, Chuchu left the group, and I didn't add her for 5 years. I even refused to add her myself.
Great.
Since everyone is here, let's all go to the Star U Hotel in Haisher. Don't miss it. At Goddess Chuchu, you must come. We're waiting for you. A classmates reunion? So that's it. Everyone is excited because Chuchu has joined. After all, she's the school beauty. Although she left the group, many still follow her. They're also curious about how she's been these years. Everyone was praising her, but soon some unkind comments appeared. Oh wow, look at the charm of the beautiful Chuchu. As soon as she enters, you guys act like you're full of energy. Exactly, it feels like this reunion is organized just for her. She left the group herself back then. Probably trying to climb higher, looking down on us classmates. At He Hongqiao class monitor, some people still act the same as before. He Hongqiao at Goddess Chuchu. Chuchu, you've made me angry all these years. It's time to forgive. Just one thing. Why did you leave the group? I upset you, and I apologize. Chuchu looked at these teasing comments and smiled coldly. This group was created by class monitor He Hongqiao. She liked Sun Qixuan, and when she found out he was close to her, she used an excuse to kick her out. In the group, there are Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan. She didn't really like these two, and felt there was no need to stay in the group. After graduation, she married Qin Ziyuan, and they had nothing in common anymore. Her close friends from university also got busy with jobs and marriage, so they drifted apart. Even when they met, they barely talked. She didn't tell them about marrying Qin Ziyuan, fearing it would create distance. Even if she didn't say anything, they gradually grew apart. But among these people, there was one she had to see. Qin Ziyuan keenly sensed her unease, stopped the car, and asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Chu said, "I've been added to the classmates group." Qin Ziyuan nodded, "Okay, go ahead. I'll pick you up after the reunion." 5 years have passed, and everyone's life has become very different. Some are dressed in suits, talking about big national issues and world conflicts. Some are checking watches, excitedly discussing stocks and business, whether in a bull or bear market. Others have become small cogs in society, looking at those who can speak kindly with envy. Some are holding cups, mingling among classmates, flattering everyone. And some remain silent, quietly eating their food. Soon these people split into 2 clear groups. One lively group, full of jokes and cheerful atmosphere, clearly consists of successful people who are doing well. Many female classmates gather around them. The other quiet group, speaking softly about their own matters, mostly looks unhappy, and few women are with them. The lively group further divides into smaller circles, centered around 3 people, Sun Qixuan, Lin Shuang, and Dong Jian, who organized this reunion. Dong Jian, I never thought you were so low-key before, but it turns out you're the son of a coal boss. You went back right after graduation to take over the family business. Different lives, huh? This comment sparks everyone's enthusiasm. Since their statuses are now different, it feels a bit awkward to reconnect with old classmates. Someone takes the lead, and others follow naturally. Dong Jian is talented and follows his family's path. Unlike us, who would have to work a lifetime just to buy a house in Haishur. People are different. If we weren't classmates, we wouldn't be sitting at the same table as Dong Boss. A girl quietly asks, "Dong Jian, are you married? Your wife must be very beautiful, right?" As soon as she speaks, someone chimes in, "Everyone knows who Dong Jian's sweetheart is. He's been waiting for her all these years." Hearing this, everyone looks at Sun Qixuan. Long ago, Dong Jian secretly liked Zhou Chuchu for a long time, but she rejected him outright. People naturally assumed that Zhou Chuchu was waiting for Sun Qixuan because he was rejected by Dong Jian. Back then, Sun Qixuan was the school's top student, known for his good family background. Dong Jian, not revealing his identity, was seen as an ordinary guy. When he confronted Sun Qixuan, Sun, acting like a noble heir, told him, "I have nothing to do with her. I was just caring for her as a friend. If she misunderstood and thought I liked her, I can't argue." This made Dong Jian furious, and they fought. Now, standing in front of Sun Qixuan as a coal business heir, Dong Jian might have some revenge in mind. He glanced at Sun Qixuan and said, "In the past, I was young and naive, and I made a fool of myself." Seeing him so easy to talk to, someone dared to ask Dong Jian, "Are you back for the class reunion to see Goddess Chu Chu?" Dong Jian remained calm. Over the years, he had been with many women and no longer saw himself as the young man with limited vision. He did have some feelings for Zhou Chu Chu, but it was also to prove that she didn't choose him back then. "Of course, no. I just closed a deal worth 80 million yuan for coal, transporting 80,000 tons of coal. That's nothing special, nothing special," Dong Jian modestly said, and everyone gasped in amazement. An 80 million yuan deal. Wow, that's almost a small goal. At least 10 million profit from this. That's incredible. With my salary, not eating or drinking, I'd need about 50 years to save that much. Is Dong Jian the richest among our classmates? One by one, female classmates looked on silently, some bold enough to start talking. Lin Shuang held her wine glass, gently tapping it against his. She was beautiful, with a striking appearance, wearing a Dior dress she bought from Zhou Chu Chu, making her stand out among the women. She hated Zhou Chu Chu intensely, but still chose to wear her unwanted clothes. Only by wearing these clothes did she feel like a young lady again, not a debt-ridden pauper. Seeing that Dong Jian, whom she once looked down on, was now a wealthy man, she immediately became interested. Song Simin had gone inside, so she wasn't worried about him discovering the mortgage and loan situation. Anyway, All his assets had been confiscated as compensation, so no one could find out. But she really had no money. If she could get close to this coal tycoon, her future wouldn't be too bad. Mr. Dong, a talented young man. Chu missed out on you, and that's her loss. Her eyes were charming and full of allure. As adults, Dong Jian naturally understood her meaning and responded calmly. So, Miss Lin, the beautiful lady. You and Joda Xiaohua are good friends. I wonder how she's doing lately? Lin Shuang hated him deeply. 5 years had passed, and he still cared about that Zhou Chu. She pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, you didn't know? She's married now." Dong Jian's expression changed. Married? She's married?
When?
Who did she marry? After graduating, she got married, reportedly at her parents' request. Her husband. He's quite disappointing. He works as a low-level employee at Xiancheng Group, young but already bald with a beer belly. She's had a tough life. When Lin Shuang said this, everyone in the room perked up their ears. Of course, the men didn't believe it. Zhou Chu was like a dream girl from their youth, beautiful but out of reach. Really? A salary worker? That's worse than me. If I knew she was so easy to chase, I would have gone after her back then. She's like a flower planted in cow dung. I thought Zhou the school belle wouldn't marry the school heartthrob, but at least she'd marry someone rich. Why is her life so sad? Fate is so cruel, so unfair. The women were very happy and excited. I know Xiancheng Group. All its companies have been sold. Zhou Chu's husband must be unemployed now. The CEO of Xiancheng Group was quite generous, giving good compensation to employees, but how long will that last in Haishur? Maybe her husband will take her back to a 3rd or 4th-tier city. Her husband is even worse off than mine. Mine earns 22,000 yuan a month. Zhou Chu's beauty and achievements were very outstanding, making her a thorn in many girls' hearts. Now, hearing she was struggling so much, they felt a strange sense of balance. Only Sun Qishuan knew she was lying, but for some reason, he didn't expose Lin Shuang's story. Everyone in the room, except Su Jiao, felt pity when they heard about Zhou Chu's hardships. So, Zhou married such a man. No wonder she never mentions her husband. She's so proud. She must be feeling very hurt inside. A female classmate next to Su Jiao sneered. Forget it, Su Jiao. Why do you care so much about her? Everyone has their own fate. She's just a tragic beauty. Su Jiao immediately felt displeased. Feng Sha, shut up. If others can talk about her, why can't you? Remember when you had no money to eat at the end of the month? Who lent you money? Have you paid it back? Feng Sha called out, fell silent, and mumbled, well, that was her own choice. I didn't force her. Another female classmate tried to smooth things over, intentionally or not taking sides. Su Jiao, don't react so strongly. Feng Sha is just being quick-tongued. You're now a strong woman, very different from her. Right now, you're all about Zhou Chu, but she doesn't know that. Why bother? Su Jiao ignored her completely and directly said, our dormitory, who hasn't accepted Chu's help, who studied with you and highlighted important points when you failed your exams. Now you act like an outsider, but when your mother was sick, didn't Chu lend you 30,000 yuan? The female classmate's face instantly darkened, and she turned away to talk to someone else. The other 2 female classmates also kept their distance from Su Jiao. Su Jiao snorted coldly and didn't plan to talk to them anymore. Time passed slowly. Class monitor He Hongqiao raised her glass and approached Sun Qishuan, who kept looking toward the door. Big campus heartthrob, 5 years have passed, and you're more charming than ever. He Hongqiao's eyes shone softly as she looked at her Prince Charming, her voice trembling with excitement. Today, Sun Qishuan wore an expensive custom suit, a water ghost watch, and looked very stylish. His handsome appearance, combined with his former campus charm, made him even more attractive to the female students than before. Many unmarried female classmates were eager to approach him, but the class monitor He Hongqiao took the lead. Oh, it's the class monitor. Sun Qishuan seemed distracted. He had applied medicine to his face, and the swelling was gone. He looked handsome and well-dressed, with a relaxed, confident attitude among the flowers and grass. Under the natural filters of these female classmates, he looked even more charming than when he first entered university. They immediately felt a bit eager and started to talk to him. Big campus heartthrob, you're so handsome. Are you free recently? I know a restaurant with really good food. Do you remember me? You once said my photography was beautiful. Hongqiao felt a surge of anger. These little troublemakers. She quietly moved closer to Sun Qixuan, slightly bending down to reveal her deep cleavage. He didn't reject her approach and looked at her with a serious gaze. Same here, class monitor, you're getting more beautiful too. Hongqiao smiled proudly, feeling that her efforts had paid off. But her smile didn't last long. After chatting with her for a few minutes, adding her WeChat, Sun Qixuan's expression turned distant again as he looked toward the door. Recently, the Sun family's funds had completely run out. They were selling assets to cover debts, and if they didn't repay soon, all their property would be auctioned off. If that happened, he wouldn't be a wealthy heir anymore, just a fallen family member, a poor, broke man. He absolutely didn't want that to happen. Even if Hongqiao came to him willingly, he wasn't interested. His focus was entirely on Zhou Chuchu. Recently, the companies under Xinqing had been selling assets, earning at least several trillion yuan. That's a huge amount of money. Tens of trillions. All of it is visible and clear. If Zhou Chuchu successfully divorces Qin Ziyuan, the money she gets will be a real fortune, enough to help 100 Sun family members.
How could he not care about that?
Hongqiao also notices that Sun Qixuan is waiting for someone. In fact, most students are waiting for Zhou Chuchu. Lin Shuang's words have already stirred their curiosity. They want to see how badly this former school beauty is doing now. After all, hearing about it and seeing it are two different things. This makes Hongqiao feel very uncomfortable. She's already like that, yet she can still move these mean men's hearts. No, when she arrives, I will definitely mock her harshly. Thinking this, she checks her watch and exaggerates her expression. Why isn't Zhou Chuchu here yet? Is she deliberately late, trying to embarrass me? It was just a small misunderstanding back then, but she's held a grudge all this time. Or maybe we shouldn't wait for her. Let's eat first. Everyone's time is precious. When she arrives, we can leave her a plate. Several female classmates around Hongqiao, who had once isolated Zhou Chuchu, speak up immediately. She married such a poor guy. She probably lives very frugally and is stuck in traffic now. Dong Jian, the top student, and Miss Lin. What's their status? She really doesn't understand her place.
Exactly.
She still thinks she's in school, and everyone's just letting her do whatever she wants. She's so pretentious. She left the group over a tiny misunderstanding, and even the class monitor had to apologize to her. But she didn't care. Let's not wait for her. If she doesn't come, our reunion can still go on. She's really full of herself. Some male classmates agree, thinking that whether she's a school beauty or not, money is what matters. They don't want to miss out on connections with Dong Jian, Sun Qixuan, and Lin Shuang. Su Jiao steps forward. Zhou Chuchu said she would come. If they start eating before she arrives, it's just making her look bad. If that's the case, how can they invite her to the reunion? That would be embarrassing for her. A few female classmates fall silent after Su Jiao's words. Su Jiao has always had this temper. When she was in school, she was poor and not well-liked. Zhou Chuchu was the only one who approached her and helped her through tough times. Su Jiao is grateful and has always kept Zhou Chuchu in her mind. Hearing these comments, she naturally won't stay silent. Hongqiao was no longer happy after all. She was the one who suggested waiting for Zhou Chuchu. Su Jiao, what do you mean? The latecomer is her. If she didn't come, would we keep waiting? Su Jiao was about to reply, but Zhou Chuchu pushed open the door and entered. No need to wait anymore, I've arrived. She nodded to Su Jiao. She really had no intention of participating in this reunion. If she hadn't seen Su Jiao coming, she would have left the group immediately. Yes, she came for her this time. As soon as Zhou Chuchu entered, Everyone's eyes focused on her, full of curiosity. Some female classmates' gazes were like X-ray scans, from her hair, makeup, and appearance to her clothes, accessories, and shoes, examining her from all angles. They tried to find any sign that Zhou Chuchu was not doing well. But in fact, Zhou Chuchu looked visibly healthy. Thanks to her supernatural training and plant feedback, her body's impurities had been completely cleared. Her hair was like clouds, shiny black with a pearl-like luster, reflecting light. Her skin was fair and delicate, like high-quality sheep fat white jade, with a translucent beauty. Her eyes were bright and lively, and her lips had a faint pink hue. She looked naturally radiant without makeup, like a shining light source just standing there. Her face was strikingly beautiful and three-dimensional, often classified as glamorous, but she also had a mysterious, ethereal aura that made her beauty seem inviolable. Everyone was momentarily stunned by her beauty. There was not a single flaw to be found. The female classmates felt ashamed of themselves. Lin Shuang's hand was bleeding from scratching her palm, while He Hongqiao, this artificial beauty, was snorting in disdain. The male classmates, like Dong Jian, stared intently. Sun Qixuan was dazzled. Yet some girls still felt dissatisfied. Seeing Zhou Chuchu dressed casually in a sun protection suit and simple white sandals, they deliberately looked at her ears, neck, and wrists. They noticed she only wore a crooked, woven rope ring, showing contempt and sneer. After all, no matter how beautiful she was, her outfit was worth only a few hundred yuan. Compared to their high-end clothes and silk dresses, it was far inferior. But they didn't know that Zhou Chuchu had already sold all those expensive but useless clothes to Lin Shuang. Her current attire was purely functional. After all, the apocalypse was coming soon, and wearing pretty clothes that hindered movement offered no benefit. Su Jiao, long time no see. Zhou Chuchu ignored everyone and walked towards Su Jiao. Su Jiao saw that she looked very healthy and thought she was doing well. She was relieved that things weren't as bad as Lin Shuang had said. Zhou Chuchu, long time no see. You're still as beautiful as ever. Zhou Chuchu's beauty made this woman also admire her. Zhou Chuchu smiled and said, "You're not bad either. Too bad you don't dress up. You'd be stunning." A few words of greeting brought them closer. For Su Jiao, Zhou Chuchu was her college classmate and someone who helped her. For Zhou Chuchu, Su Jiao was a teammate she could trust with her back, a comrade through thick and thin. After extreme weather, animals and plants mutated wildly, zombies roamed freely, and cities were often besieged and destroyed. People had no choice but to leave their homes, forming migration armies. Each group had to include a special ability user to clear out monsters, mutated plants, and zombies. During this time, she met Su Jiao. They teamed up with a few others and fought together for 3 years. Until one mission went wrong due to bad information, and they encountered a very powerful mutant beast. Su Jiao was lost to the beast. Chuchu, Lin Shuang said, "You married a low-level worker at Xiancheng Group and are living poorly." Su Jiao didn't hide her curiosity and asked directly. Zhou Chuchu blinked and gave a half-smile, glancing at Lin Shuang. Seeing Lin Shuang nervous and others listening closely, she found it amusing. "My husband is indeed from Xiancheng Group. Well, Xiancheng Group was sold, so my husband lost his job." Everyone looked like they had guessed it, with some disdain in their eyes. Only Su Jiao sincerely said, "All right, I'll talk to my boss and see if your husband can come work at our company." Zhou Chuchu looked at Su Jiao seriously. She was still the same kind-hearted person, unchanged. But if her husband really went, her boss might change. So she politely declined. "He's been working hard all these years. Something big is happening soon, and he's preparing for it. So he won't come to your company." Su Jiao nodded and didn't insist. At that moment, Dong Jian left Lin Shuang and walked over, eyes shining as he looked at Zhou Chuchu. Big campus beauty Zhou, long time no see. His memory of Zhou Chuchu came alive in his mind. Even dressed plainly, she outshone all the internet celebrities and stars he had known. He looked at Zhou Chuchu with hope and expectation, estimating how much money he would need to win her over. After all, at this age, he had responsibilities, an elder and a young one, and life was very stressful, requiring money in many areas. Yes, long time no see. Zhou Chuchu casually responded to Dong Jian. Because he was an old classmate, she bought coal from him at a price higher than market value as a way to keep their 4-year friendship. That was all. Dong Jian saw Zhou Chuchu's cold attitude and frowned, then said politely, "Your husband is looking for a job. I can help. Although I'm not in Haisher, I still have some influence in big companies." He looked at Zhou Chuchu eagerly, hoping she understood his hint. Zhou Chuchu found him annoying and replied coldly, "No need. He doesn't need to work anywhere." Dong Jian's face darkened. Some classmates, both male and female, hoped Dong Jian would help them, but when he offered assistance, Zhou Chuchu refused. Her words showed she still cared about her husband, which made some people sarcastic. "Miss Zhou, your unemployed husband must have something big to prepare for? Maybe you haven't even bought a house? Xinqing Group pays well, but relying on salary to buy a house in Haisher is impossible without 20 or 30 years. The competition is fierce now. If you don't work, you'll be eliminated soon. Miss Zhou, listen to us. We're no longer in school. People need to learn to compromise." Lin Shuang approached, standing close to Dong Jian, her voice soft. "Chuchu, we're all doing this for your good." Zhou Chuchu's eyes immediately turned cold. "Lin Shuang, I told you I don't want to talk to you. Do you think you're someone special?" Her words were sharp and ruthless. Hearing this, the classmates were surprised. What's going on? Isn't Zhou Chuchu and Lin Shuang best friends? Why does it seem like they're enemies? Su Shuang immediately looked aggrieved. "Chuchu, there's really some misunderstanding between us. You've been too mean to me. Can we go back to how we were before?" Lin Shuang's attitude made outsiders think Zhou Chuchu was being too harsh. Someone immediately stepped forward to defend her, saying, "Zhou Chuchu, don't take yourself too seriously. Miss Lin Shuang cares about your friendship. She's lowering herself to accommodate you. Why are you still insulting her? Yes, that's too much. You are classmates and best friends. Zhou Chuchu, I think you should apologize to Lin Shuang." Zhou Chuchu crossed her arms and looked at the few girls talking, smiling playfully. Under her gaze, those girls instinctively looked away. Because Zhou Chuchu's eyes carried a strong, powerful presence, they felt like they were struck by lightning, their eyes hurting, afraid to meet her gaze. This made the room fall silent. Lin Shuang isn't even a real person to her, let alone a close friend. She doesn't deserve that. Only Su Jiao is truly her best friend. And Lin Shuang, stop pretending here. Don't make me expose your secrets. Lin Shuang trembled inside, feeling both hate and fear towards Zhou Chuchu. She was afraid Zhou Chuchu would reveal her plans with Dong Jian, ruining everything. She said nothing, but He Hongqiao jumped in to support her. "Zhou Chuchu, don't be so arrogant. Look at what kind of place this is." He Hongqiao acted as if she understood everything, trying to act clever in front of Zhou Chuchu. But Zhou Chuchu was no longer the same as before, having gone through life and death. She no longer played petty tricks or fought in secret. She glanced at He Hongqiao's fake makeup and scars. "I'm naturally confident because I am truly beautiful, beautiful enough to be proud. Unlike you with a fake nose, fake buttocks. You can't be proud even if you try." Her words made Su Jiao laugh. Her laugh triggered a chain reaction, and soon everyone in the room was laughing. He Hongqiao's face darkened like a black pot. Su Jiao looked surprised. Zhou Chuchu had changed so much. But compared to her quiet past self, her bold and straightforward attitude was more admirable. Seeing the tense atmosphere, a classmate good at lightening the mood quickly suggested, "Come on, everyone. We finally got together. Let's eat first." Zhou Chuchu and Su Jiao moved to a less crowded table. She had some important words to tell her, to prepare her for the coming end times. Because Zhou Chuchu had always felt sorry for Su Jiao. In her previous life, Su Jiao faced the end times unprepared, leading to food shortages later. Her older sister traded her body to get food, and was later eaten by a monster as a reserve supply. Su Jiao managed to kill the monster, but her sister could never come back. That was her forever sorrow. As they were about to sit down, Sun Qixuan and Dong Jian spoke at the same time. Chu Chu, sit next to me. This sentence came from the two wealthiest, most prestigious men in the private rooms, considered the most eligible bachelors in the eyes of women. Everyone in the room stopped what they were doing. Lin Shuang hated it. Zhou Chu Chu, you already have Qin Ziyuan, yet you're still flirting around here. But don't be proud. Very soon, you will lose everything. She clenched her hand around a small medicine bag, her eyes full of hatred. He Hongqiao was furious. Good job, Zhou Chu Chu. You're so poor now, and you're still fighting over men with me. You're just a married second-hand girl. How can you compare to me? Other female classmates either felt jealous or just watched the scene unfold. Only Su Jiao held her hand and shook her head at her. Don't go. Zhou Chu Chu naturally wouldn't go, so she sat down with Su Jiao. Dong Jian's face grew darker, and Sun Qixuan was annoyed that she wasn't showing respect. But Sun Qixuan knew Zhou Chu Chu's situation and was hoping her money could help revive the Sun family. At this moment, he wouldn't care about manners. Since she didn't come over, he simply moved closer. He approached with a handsome face and a flattering smile, directly trying to push away the man sitting next to Zhou Chu Chu, intending to sit beside her. However, Lin Jiao changed seats first. Sun Qixuan turned to the other side. Lin Jiao snapped at him. Sun Qixuan, are you tired? Chu Chu is married. Please stay away from her. At that moment, Lin Jiao also saw that Zhou Chu Chu didn't like Sun Qixuan. She clapped her hands happily. Back in college, she had already noticed that Sun Qixuan was not a good person, often playing hot and cold with Chu Chu. Chu Chu was such a good person, but she was deceived by him and was sad for a long time. Once she asked about it, and Chu Chu told her a little. After hearing what Chu Chu said, she instinctively felt that Chu Chu didn't love this guy, but was still longing for a young man from her memories, mistaking him for Sun Qixuan. Now that Chu Chu had broken free from her confusion and seen this guy's true face, she was happy. But Sun Qixuan, like a stubborn rash, clung on. He seized the chance to see Zhou Chu Chu and wouldn't give up. He looked at Su Jiao deeply. Su Jiao, where I sit is none of your business. Shut up. Zhou Chu Chu suddenly snapped. Get lost. She slapped him hard. The slap was so firm that Sun Qixuan was knocked flying and hit several tables and chairs. Suddenly, everything went silent. Everyone was stunned. Only Sun Qixuan fell to the ground, crying out loudly. Dong Jian initially wanted to step forward, but quietly pulled back his foot. Who would have thought that Zhou Chu Chu would jump in without hesitation? What surprised them even more was that Sun Qixuan was beaten, but instead of standing up to fight back, he covered his face, showing a twisted smile of pain, and muttered greasy words. Chu Chu, if you're angry with me, you can hit or scold me, but don't ignore me. It was my mistake before. I ignored you and made you sad. I promise to put you first from now on. Everyone in the box was stunned, completely stunned. They couldn't understand why Sun Qixuan, who had wealth and status, would be so eager to please a married woman. His attitude was so lowly. Young Master Sun. He Hongqiao rushed forward and hugged him, looking distressed. Young Master Sun, there's no need for this. Zhou Chu Chu is just a woman. How dare she treat you like this? Smack. He Hongqiao's words suddenly stopped. She touched her face in disbelief, her face distorted from the injection of filler, and her nose was crooked from the. Sun Qixuan shouted angrily at her. How Zhou Chu Chu treats me is none of your business. Get out of here. He pushed He Hongqiao forcefully. This was a heated push. After all, Zhou Chu Chu had hit him. He couldn't and didn't dare to hit back. He Hongqiao was just venting her anger, so he naturally didn't hold back. Moreover, his actions seemed to please Zhou Chu Chu perfectly. He carefully looked over but saw Zhou Chu Chu's cold and disdainful gaze. This slap from Zhou Chu Chu was truly shocking. Sun Qixuan's attitude was also quite telling. But anyway, after the slap, Everything was quiet and no one dared to gossip anymore. Zhou Chuchu was very satisfied with this result. Chuchu, you've really changed a lot. Su Jiao looked surprised. She didn't care much about Zhou Chuchu becoming more beautiful. She was already pretty, so becoming even more beautiful was no big deal. What shocked her was Zhou Chuchu's personality change. When they studied together, she was a goddess, quiet and perfect, but a bit lacking in popularity. Now, she was fierce, even more so than her, and she didn't hold back when she fought back.
It was so satisfying, just too satisfying.
Zhou Chuchu said, after experiencing some things, a change in personality is inevitable. Su Jiao, do you remember the topic we discussed before? How will we avoid disaster when the end of the world comes? Although Su Jiao found it strange that her friends would bring up such topics at a school gathering, she still answered her questions without hesitation. Remember, first find a safe and sturdy shelter, then stock up on supplies. These are basic steps, but there are many details that depend on the specific disaster scenario. As Su Jiao spoke about these, her expression became serious. It was originally a joke topic, but both of them had come up with various plans to handle different situations. Zhou Chuchu continued to guide the conversation, asking, if we experience extreme heat, 20 degrees higher than now, how would you respond? 20 degrees hotter than now? Su Jiao thought deeply. Sitting next to Su Jiao was a female classmate who shared the same dormitory, and she mocked when she heard this. This kind of situation is impossible. The sun's distance from Earth is constant, and the temperature from sunlight stays stable. It wouldn't change significantly for at least 1,000,000 years. Zhou Chuchu, it's rare for us to gather, so why are we talking about such unrealistic things? Zhou Chuchu ignored her and responded sharply. Did I ask you? Why are you answering so quickly? Do you think you know everything? The girl was caught off guard by Zhou Chuchu's words and fell silent, pouting. Others wanted to speak but hesitated, afraid of being rebuked, so they stayed quiet. School reunions often bring up memories of the past, and soon everyone was chatting enthusiastically. Zhou Chuchu and Su Jiao kept quiet, as there were too many topics to discuss, and they didn't want to focus on such vague, unlikely scenarios. However, Su Jiao thought for a moment and answered seriously. If the temperature really rose that high, it would cause droughts, forest fires, and damage to power lines in a short time. People wouldn't be able to go outside during the day, and society would slow down or stop functioning. This would lead to power and water supply systems breaking down. Food would spoil quickly and become unsafe to eat. We should prepare high-temperature resistant supplies and dig underground cooling channels in advance. As Su Jiao spoke, her face suddenly changed. Clearly, if the weather became so extreme, people's living environment would instantly turn from paradise to. At that time, young adults might manage, but the elderly and children would struggle to survive, and many could die. Seeing her expression, Zhou Chuchu understood. She was imagining the horrors of an apocalypse. However, the true end of the world is 100 times more brutal than we imagine. Those who have not experienced the harshness of the apocalypse often underestimate it, thinking that human strength can overcome nature. They are overconfident in their abilities, but do not realize that in front of nature's power, human civilization is just a joke. Zhou Chuchu saw Su Jiao listening carefully and changed the subject. I remember you have a sister named Su Xiao, right? Su Jiao, still lost in her thoughts about the end of the world, heard Zhou Chuchu mention her sister and casually replied, yes, that's right. Talking about her sister, Su Jiao's expression brightened, and she unconsciously smiled. Your sister Su Xiao, even though she is your half-sister, takes good care of you. The money for your college was earned by her working part-time. Su Jiao's face suddenly changed, and she looked at Zhou Chuchu with confusion. She might have told her about her sister before, but she never mentioned that they were half-sisters. In her heart, she felt closer to her sister than her own biological sister. So, how did Zhou Chuchu come to know this? Of course, these details were shared with her by her future self in the future, specifically, in her previous life. That time, Su Jiao was injured with a high fever, and in her dazed state, She mistook Zhou Chuchu for her sister and told her many things. Your sister was born blind, but she is optimistic and strong. She taught herself a good craft and took on factory work, saving money bit by bit. Your sister has a large birthmark on her hand. You look at her with such pity and want to earn money to pay for her surgery. I guess she has already had it now. After dropping this heavy bombshell, Su Jiao was suddenly jolted upright, staring at her college friend in shock, completely unaware of how Zhou Chuchu knew her secret with her sister. At the dinner table, everyone was busy chatting and reminiscing about university days. No one paid attention to her, and even if they did, they quickly looked away to talk to others. Su Jiao looked at Zhou Chuchu as if she saw her full time, sometimes distant, sometimes close. She couldn't hear the surrounding voices. Only Zhou Chuchu was there. Then she heard Zhou Chuchu say, "In 11 days, the temperature will rise to 50 degrees and the world will officially enter the first year of the apocalypse. At that time, food will rot, the land will dry up, and forest fires will break out. Society will start to collapse. Food shortages will lead to looting in stores and warehouses. People will fight over food, and human nature will deteriorate, with the law of the jungle playing out among humans. Your sister, in order to exchange for survival supplies, sold herself to the building boss Jiang Lijun. During the time when food was scarce, he treated her as food and shared her with his followers." Su Jiao heard this vaguely and was shocked, her whole body trembling. She couldn't believe it and also thought that Zhou Chuchu's words might be true. Because if she really faced such a desperate situation, her sister's personality would definitely lead her to do that. And in the building where she lived, there was indeed a building boss who was domineering and unreasonable. He kept a fierce Doberman dog, and no one dared to provoke him. She felt icy cold and quickly looked at Zhou Chuchu, only to find she hadn't spoken at all. She looked at others and saw no change on their faces, as if only she could hear those words. She couldn't care about anything else now. She pushed away her chair and hurriedly left the private room to go home. This matter must be carefully sorted out. Everyone else didn't mind her leaving, thinking she just went to the bathroom or something. They continued eating and drinking as usual. Only Zhou Chuchu's lips curled slightly. It turned out she had used the hanging plant in the private room to secretly pass messages to Su Jiao. This was her use of her special ability. I remind her like this, with her personality, whether the end of the world comes or not, she will definitely prepare for it. Then her sister can also survive. After doing this, Zhou Chuchu planned to take out her phone and call her husband to come pick her up. But she saw Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan walking over with wine glasses at the same time. Lin Shuang held 2 glasses of wine and handed one to her, looking at her pitifully. "Chuchu, if I've done anything wrong before, I hope you can forgive me and not hold it against me. I really know I was wrong. Please don't distance yourself from me, okay? We've been friends for 7 years. Are you really willing to give up this friendship? Drink this glass of wine, and everything from the past will be gone. We're still good sisters." Lin Shuang's words sounded sincere and heartfelt. People present didn't know the full story, so they only saw Zhou Chuchu as aggressive, while Lin Shuang appeared deeply emotional. Despite being a rich girl, she was trying to consider her old friendship and was so humble to a friend who married a poor man. Everyone looked at her with dissatisfaction. Zhou Chuchu's eyes were full of mockery. What was Lin Shuang up to now? From what she knew about her, every step she took seemed to be retreating, but secretly hiding a scheme. This time, she even apologized to her in front of her former classmates, which meant her scheme was definitely not small. She originally didn't plan to pay attention to Lin Shuang, but she kept bouncing around in front of her again and again, which was really bad for her mood. Thinking of this, Zhou Chuchu put her phone into her pocket and smiled as she asked Lin Shuang, "You said you knew you were wrong. Now I ask you, what did you do wrong?" Lin Shuang was speechless. Her saying I was wrong was just a casual remark. What did she do wrong? She didn't do anything wrong. If she was truly wrong, it was Zhou Chuchu who was wrong. Why does she treat herself this way? If she gave her clothes or bag, wouldn't everything be fine? If she was willing to share her billions, she wouldn't need to flatter Hao Ge or tolerate him taking advantage of her. If she pushed herself closer to Qin Ziyuan, creating opportunities for them, she wouldn't have to worry about Feng Manru's attitude. It's all her fault. All her fault. But she couldn't say what was in her heart now. She had to lie. I was wrong. I was wrong for not helping you when you argued with your husband. I was wrong for not comforting you properly and advising you to divorce. I was wrong because I didn't have enough ability to bring you better marriage prospects. After she finished, she looked at Sun Qishuan. Sun Qishuan understood and took a step forward, but Zhou Chuchu coldly glanced at him, so he didn't dare to get close, only forcing a dry smile. Chuchu, I swear I will never ignore you again. Lin Shuang is sincerely apologizing to you now, so please forgive her. Zhou Chuchu smiled and said, Oh, forgive her? You two are so close. It's no wonder your words are exactly the same. As soon as Zhou Chuchu spoke, all the classmates' eyes lit up, and they looked at Sun Qishuan and Lin Shuang with gossiping eyes. One more straightforward classmate exclaimed, No way, have they really been together? He quickly covered his mouth after speaking, but it was obvious he had revealed too much. Lin Shuang and Sun Qishuan's faces changed drastically. They never expected Zhou Chuchu to find out about their relationship. At that time, Sun Qishuan was hanging around Zhou Chuchu. He was handsome and boasted about being from a wealthy family, which naturally caught Lin Shuang's eye. Although Lin Shuang wasn't as beautiful as Zhou Chuchu, she was still a stunning girl. Every time Zhou Chuchu and Sun Qishuan met, she was with him. Over time, they became involved. Later, Lin Shuang discovered that Sun Qishuan was just a showy but useless person from a wealthy family, with little real strength. The so-called noble background was also mostly fake. Sun Qishuan realized that Lin Shuang was very ambitious and had strong desires, and since he couldn't control her, he quietly parted ways. Neither of them spoke about this, so no one knew about their secret affair. Zhou Chuchu knew about it because Lin Shuang herself told her when she came over to provoke her. Thanks to Lin Shuang, Zhou Chuchu finally understood everything before she died. Now she wanted to see how the two of them would explain this matter. Forgiveness was impossible and would never happen. She mainly wanted to see their faces as they made excuses. Lin Shuang and Sun Qishuan both had plans for Zhou Chuchu and naturally refused to admit anything. Suddenly, Lin Shuang knelt down. Zhou Chuchu raised her eyebrows, showing no mercy. But this one kneel caused all the students present to become excited. Without Lin Shuang saying anything, they all started talking. Zhou Chuchu, it's been years. Why have you become so cold and ruthless? Even though Lin Shuang is your close friend, can't you be a little more generous? She's dating the school's handsome guy, and they're both unmarried. Even if they're in love, it's not a big deal. You're being too harsh. Sun Qishuan didn't kneel. She looked surprised, as if she understood why Zhou Chuchu suddenly changed her attitude towards him. She couldn't help but feel secretly proud. His charm was truly unbeatable. Her confidence grew stronger. All she needed now was a formal step, making their relationship official. Then she could sit back and collect billions. She shamelessly raised her hand and swore, Chuchu, trust me. If I really have something with him, I'll be struck by 5 bolts of lightning and die a horrible death. Sun Qishuan's vow gave Lin Shuang a good lesson. She also raised her hand. Chuchu, I swear too. If I have anything with him, I'll be pierced by 1,000 arrows and die without a proper burial. Seeing both of them swear such deadly oaths, everyone believed they had nothing going on and grew even more dissatisfied with Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu looked at them with a smile, feeling that these two were really funny and quite amusing. Indeed, they were like a scoundrel and a dog, destined to be together forever. But they truly thought that swearing an oath was just a joke, like before, and nothing would happen. They were very wrong. The unknown energy from the black hole explosion had already begun to affect the Earth. It could bring 1,000 bad things, but also some good. One of the good things was that oaths became especially powerful. After the apocalypse, no one dared to swear casually because everyone who swore ended up dying in accordance with their vows. They strengthened their promises, drafted cooperation agreements, and used oaths as the highest standard. Once sworn, they could not be changed. The end of the world was tough, but there were fewer bad men and women. She clapped her hands and said, all right, you've made your plans clear, even about how you might meet your end. When the two saw Zhou Chuchu smiling, although the smile was a bit strange, they ignored the feeling and thought she believed them. Lin Shuang was already kneeling painfully and quickly raised her wine. Chuchu, if you misunderstood us because of these rumors, I accept the blame. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, you should drink this wine too. She finished her glass in one gulp. Sun Qixuan saw this and handed his glass over. Chuchu, if you misunderstand me because of this, I'd be very wronged. But I won't blame you. If you drink this glass, we can put this matter behind us. He also finished his wine. Zhou Chuchu looked at the two glasses in her hands, then at their expectant faces. She shook her glass and smiled, saying, let me forgive you too. If you drink these two glasses, I'll forgive you, okay? As soon as Zhou Chuchu said this, Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan's faces changed instantly. There's no way they could drink these two glasses. They had put something in the wine. They couldn't help but feel angry. How could Zhou Chuchu become so difficult? Things were already complicated enough. They were in this situation, yet they still wouldn't drink the wine.
Chuchu, this isn't right.
We're toasting you, just hoping you'll forgive us. You have to drink. Chuchu, if you don't drink, does that mean you don't forgive us? Each of them spoke one after the other. No one could see the cleverness in their words. They thought both were being very humble, yet Zhou Chuchu still played tricks, which was unfair. Since we're classmates, why are you being so aggressive? This is going too far. Are you seriously insulting us? Big Campus Belle Zhou Chuchu used to be gentle and reasonable. How did she become like this? Is it because she's too poor, her heart turning twisted? He Hongqiao had already straightened Sun Qixuan's crooked nose and sarcastically said, Zhou Chuchu, enough already. How much face do you have? Making Miss Lin kneel to toast you, and making Big Campus heartthrob Sun grovel to you? Zhou Chuchu had previously ignored these unrelated people and their words. Seeing them acting so arrogant and coming to judge her, she looked around at everyone and slowly said, as a former classmate, I kindly remind you all, don't rush to pick sides before you understand the situation. Otherwise, you will end up in big trouble. This is not a threat, but her last act of kindness. She turned her gaze to Sun Qixuan and Lin Shuang. All right, I've said enough. Drink these 2 glasses of wine, and I will forgive you. If you don't, that's fine too. I'm leaving now. She made a move to walk away. Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan immediately became anxious. Drink, we will drink. Yes, we will drink now. They each took the wine handed to them by the other and drank it. Then they asked eagerly, Now do you believe us? Zhou Chuchu smiled, and both of them felt a sudden chill, their bad feelings growing stronger. No way. I was lying to you. Feeling fooled, they got very angry, especially Lin Shuang, who rushed forward to hit Zhou Chuchu. She was kicked to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Sun Qixuan's steps paused as he rushed forward. Zhou Chuchu didn't bother with them anymore and turned to leave. She reached into her pocket and took out her phone to call. Husband, I want to go home. A gentle laugh came from the other end of the line. Come down. I'm waiting for you by the roadside. Zhou Chuchu was surprised. You came so quickly? Then she realized it wasn't that he was fast. It was that he had been waiting there for her after she arrived. A warm feeling swept over her, bright and beautiful like fireworks. Husband, I'm coming. She happily ran downstairs. Zhou Chuchu. Dong Jian rushed down to find her. He was still not willing to give up, trying to impress her with money and show off in front of her husband. But when he ran down, he saw a Lincoln parked by the road, the door opened, and a very intimidating man, clearly a powerful figure, stepped out. He reached out and grabbed his little wife, and they got into the car. He didn't take a step forward until the car drove away, because he recognized who Zhou Chuchu's husband was. All his pride shattered into pieces after seeing that man. When Zhou Chuchu returned home, It was already 10 p.m. Both children were asleep, and her mother-in-law had prepared chicken soup for her in the kitchen. While drinking the soup, she heard the notification sound.
Ding.
Congratulations on your successful check-in. You received 300 trillion megabytes. You gained the passive skill love and heartfelt bonds. She paused mid-sip. Forget about the money. What is this passive skill?
Check it out now.
Husband and wife in love, hearts connected. When you use this skill, anytime your minds are in sync, it boosts each other's abilities and skills. If you no longer love each other, the skill will deactivate itself.
Huh?
There's such a skill? It seems pretty good. Zhou Chuchu secretly looks at her husband, who is also looking at her. Seeing her mischievous smile, he laughs and says, "Your smile looks suspicious. Are you up to something again?" Husband and wife in love, hearts connected activated. Your abilities and skills are strengthened once. Zhou Chuchu clearly feels her special power pool has grown a bit, and she feels very happy. This skill is really useful. Qin Ziyuan also raises an eyebrow slightly, clearly noticing something. It seems his little wife has another secret she's hiding from him, but he doesn't expose her. Seeing her happy as if she's stolen candy from a hamster is quite amusing. Husband and wife in love, hearts connected activated. Your abilities and skills are strengthened twice. Zhou Chuchu's eyes widen. Is that even possible? Feeling her powers strengthen again, she nervously looks at her husband. She wonders if he's been boosted too. What has he been strengthened? Muscles? Physical strength? But her special power wouldn't be a superpower. The apocalypse hasn't arrived yet, and the influence of black hole materials on human evolution still needs years to develop. And in her previous life, her husband only awakened his powers after becoming the zombie king. He's not the zombie king now, and she definitely won't let him become one. Even if he doesn't awaken a superpower, that's okay. In this life, she'll raise him well, make him chubby and strong. What are you looking at? Maybe it's her imagination, but her husband's voice sounds a bit hoarse. I'm looking at your muscles. Husband, I think your muscles look even better now. Do you feel a bit stronger? Qin Ziyuan was always very disciplined and self-controlled, even at home, dressed neatly. But since he found out Zhou Chuchu liked to touch his muscles, it seems he unconsciously unlocked some switch, and after returning home, he changed into a deep V shirt that showed off his muscles, blending restraint and desire. Zhou Chuchu's eyes look up and stay glued, unable to move. Qin Ziyuan's voice becomes even more hoarse and deep. Just a little feeling, but I need to verify it. Zhou Chuchu. Qin Ziyuan walks over and cups her hands. Zhou Chuchu immediately understands what he means, and her face turns red instantly. You are a loving couple, and your hearts are full of many worries. Your abilities and skills have been strengthened 3 times. Zhou Chuchu was speechless. At this moment, such reminders should not be played. So, in the following process, these prompts appeared silently again and again. That night was long. Staryu Hotel, the party was still going on. After Zhou Chuchu left, Dong Jian, who chased after her, returned looking very upset. Lin Shuang did not harm Zhou Chuchu. Thinking of Brother Hao's threat, she shifted her focus to him. She took out a glass of spiked wine and handed it over. Dong Jian, I'm in a bad mood now. Can you comfort me? Zhou Chuchu. Before she finished speaking, Dong Jian snatched her glass and poured the wine over her head. Lin Shuang, you despicable woman. Your lies make me look like a clown. Dong Jian angrily left the private room. He was furious. If it weren't for Lin Shuang's lies, he wouldn't have lost such a great chance to rise in the Dong family. If Zhou Chuchu just said a few nice words for him in front of her husband, he would have endless money. But Lin Shuang's words made him think he could use money to buy her off. What a joke. He'd rather use money to buy her off. After Dong Jian left, the atmosphere in the room became even more awkward. Lin Shuang was soaked in wine and hurried to the bathroom to wipe herself. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and a strong desire overwhelmed her. Meanwhile, Sun Qixuan was in a similar bad state. They looked at each other, both realizing their drinks had been tampered with. They didn't care about arguing now and rushed out of the hotel together. Hongqiao's eyes flickered, and she quietly followed behind. She still had plans for Sun Qixuan and wouldn't let him just run away. Sun Qixuan looked out of sorts. Maybe she could take advantage of this. Sure enough, after running out, she saw Sun Qixuan pulling at his clothes and heading into a quiet alley without getting into a car. Hongqiao was stunned but followed behind. Deeper in the alley, she saw some women dressed provocatively standing by the street. With years of experience in the underworld, she knew what these women were doing. Her brow furrowed slightly. Although she was a troublemaker, she only targeted wealthy men and looked down on streetwalkers like these. Sun Qixuan coming here, could it be? In the dim red and yellow lights ahead, two overlapping figures on the street. Who else could they be but Sun Qixuan? Hongqiao immediately felt disgusted and almost wanted to. She remembered what Zhou Chuchu had said and now truly believed that he and Lin Shuang might have had an affair. She spat harshly at Sun Qixuan's back. I thought you were a real noble son from a good family, but it turns out you're just a beast. Thinking about how he could do such things with a street girl, she felt relieved that he might be carrying some kind of disease. She quickly covered her nose and mouth and took a few steps back. But then she thought retreating like this was too easy on him, so she took out her phone, turned on night vision, recorded the scene, and sent it to the group chat. Family members, no one understands. Sun Qixuan looks like a decent guy, but he's actually a beast who does things in public. The students still there curiously clicked on the video, and the group chat instantly exploded.
Wow.
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 Shock fear Sun Qixuan, the handsome school idol, actually did this? Crying uncomfortable shock that's disgusting. So gross. I used to secretly like him. Angry, furious people can look nice, but be bad inside. With his looks and background, he could find any woman he wanted. How embarrassing. No wonder Zhou Daxiwa isn't polite to him. She probably knew what he was really like long ago. Some students who disliked Sun Qixuan secretly shared the video on Weibo and Tomato, and it quickly got millions of views and countless shares. Even after the platform deleted it, Sun Qixuan became completely famous. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Shuang rushed out and wanted to find a hotel to relieve herself, but a troublemaker who was parked outside the hotel pulled her into his car. In the car, Brother Hao looked at her with a grim face. I gave you a deadline. Where is that person you mentioned? It turned out Lin Shuang had arranged with Brother Hao to bring Zhou Chuchu down after drugging her, but now it was Lin Shuang who came out, which naturally annoyed him. However, Lin Shuang was now confused and only wanted to get rid of the drug effects quickly. Her whole body felt like it was on fire. She cursed Sun Qixuan's ancestors in her mind. Hearing Brother Hao's words, her last bit of reason cried out in despair, but her body involuntarily leaned toward him. Brother Hao clearly knew her state and sneered as he pulled her into his embrace. I gave you a sedative, but you took something else, haha. Lin Shuang's thoughts were obvious to him, and he could only think this woman was truly vicious. She just wanted Zhou Chuchu to be a mistress. But instead of harming others, she ended up hurting herself. He calmly unfastened his belt, and the little brothers set up the camera. He doesn't show mercy or pity. If you owe him money, you must pay it back. If you can't pay, then you pay with something else. Late at night, Zhou Chuchu got up to feed her plants with her special energy. She saw a video posted in the group chat. She opened it to watch briefly. What more could she not understand? The drink Lin Shuang gave her was actually this kind of alcohol. It turns out that whether the end of the world comes or not, she always sees herself as a thorn in others' sides, determined to ruin her. And Sun Qixuan, what kind of drink did he give her? It seemed like he wanted to test her thoughts. Another video was posted in the group chat. Everyone look at what Miss Lin Shuang is doing. Is she being kidnapped? In the video, Lin Shuang staggered onto the street, trying to stop a taxi. Suddenly, two people with dyed yellow hair and big tattoos jumped out of a van, grabbed her, and threw her into the vehicle. Soon after, the car started shaking strangely. The group chat exploded with comments. What's going on? How did Miss Lin get into that car? What are they doing inside? I think she didn't resist. It looks like she knows those two. She's from the Lin family. How could she know such people? Come on, she's just pretending to be a noble lady. She married a man named Song to climb the social ladder, but he's already been prosecuted and detained. Really? That's a big scoop. I know those two yellow-haired guys. They're underground loan sharks in the city, known for being ruthless. If you don't pay back, the consequences are terrible. No way, what about Lin Shuang? Earlier at the gathering, everyone was fawning over Lin Shuang, but now they're all gossiping and distancing themselves from her. A few righteous and compassionate people wanted to go save her, but the car had already driven into the crowd, making it impossible to find her. Zhou Chuchu remained expressionless, exited the group chat, and turned off her phone. Sun Qixuan and Lin Shuang truly reaped what they sowed. She only wanted to cheer for their bad luck and felt no sympathy. She exhaled sharply, releasing the frustration that had weighed on her heart, feeling refreshed. Next, she would focus on improving her own abilities and helping her family. Recently, she had given her family energy-enhancing pills and vitality pills, mixed into milk, without them knowing. Every day, she used her powers to nurture small plants that couldn't evolve, continuously nourishing her family's bodies. As for herself, her ability is Plant Master, and her strength depends on how much her plants have evolved. The small vegetables in the garden have indeed evolved quite well. Radishes, cabbages, beans, green onions, mint, peppers, pumpkins, potatoes, corn, and mushrooms. These 10 types of vegetables, each have developed a particularly strong individual. Come out now, she commands. At her call, 10 vegetable soldiers pull out their roots from the soil, remove their disguises, and reveal their true forms before her. Yes, these vegetables have grown into small soldier-like figures. They have developed features, limbs, fists, and feet. But each vegetable is clearly different from the others. And each type has developed unique skills. The earliest evolved vegetable, a small bok choy, has turned into a cabbage boxer. It can punch objects within 4 meters in front and behind, delivering 50 punches per second. Its power is like a strong man swinging a hammer, very powerful and fast. After evolving into a cabbage boxer, its size increased tenfold, roughly reaching Zhou Chuchu's thigh. Next, among the vegetables that evolved, the leader is the green onion thrower. Its long, thin body has grown slender arms and legs. It can throw 3 sections of green onion within a 50-meter radius, which then turn into 3 clouds of strong, irritating gas when they hit the ground. These clouds block vision and can also be used for chemical attacks, temporarily impairing a person's sense of smell and taste. The pea shooter, hidden inside plum pods, can shoot 18 peas continuously from different directions. When these peas hit something, they cause a slight explosion, enough to hurt a hand. The explosion isn't very strong, but the attack range reaches 100 meters. The bright red carrot can track enemies and throw an exploding carrot. With a loud bang, it explodes with a power slightly less than a hand grenade. It's very powerful, but it can only be thrown 10 meters, and it takes 10 seconds to charge before it can throw a second exploding carrot. The mint trap expert can set traps made of leaf blades. Once stepped on, the trap immobilizes the target for 2 seconds. However, it can only deploy 5 such traps at a time. The flaming pumpkin can release a fireball that burns enemies within 10 meters in front of it. Corn engineer releases 3 tracking corn missiles that pursue enemies within 50 meters. Once locked on, the corn kernels quickly peel off and shoot rapidly. Demon chili, a chili pepper wearing a red cloak with 2 black horns, can spray chili flame with an effective range of 15 meters. After landing, the flames can burn for 3 more minutes. Potato wall, a chubby, silly potato, can throw out a giant potato 5 meters high and 4 meters wide every 10 seconds. It makes a good obstacle, and the potato wall can last for 10 minutes. Among these small vegetable warriors, the angel mushroom is the prettiest, pure white and cute. Its role is to energize allies within a 20-meter radius, making it a helpful supporting plant warrior. These plant warriors are large, like the flaming pumpkin, which is already 2 meters tall and looks bulky but runs quite fast. Smaller ones include the cabbage boxer, whose thighs are about the height of a person's head, and the bean shooter, with vines up to 5 meters long. The short ones, like the potato wall, can produce large potatoes, but look about the size of a volleyball. These plant guardians obey Zhou Chuchu and follow her commands easily. They act naturally without needing much effort from her. They are supported by a group of little soldiers, but these are less evolved. They can only dig up dirt and bounce around. After feeding them special energy, she makes them hide in the soil. Then she gives half of her energy to the peach tree, which evolves faster and more completely. The bark of the peach tree is as tough as iron, like dragon scales, and it's probably quite hard. Its leaves can be used as weapons, shooting out and flying back to the branches. She tested their power and found they can easily split fake rocks. The wormholes inside the trunk have evolved into spaces about 50 meters high, each containing thousands of square meters. Zhou Chuchu has looked inside, and the wormhole spaces are very smooth, perfect for emergency refuge. The branches bear 5 peaches, which, according to the tree, may have the ability to activate special powers when eaten. But no one knows for sure, as she has never eaten the fruit herself. Regarding its root system, according to its own words, now it can run as fast as a small car. Zhou Chuchu has no chance to verify this herself. If she really tried, her peach tree would have to be taken to an experimental lab. Anyway, you all need to stay low-key. Usually just stay buried in the soil like ordinary vegetables. As long as you don't threaten yourself or me and my family's safety, don't take action, understand? Zhou Chuchu repeatedly warned. For example, tripping up Guanning and Old Lady Luo, try not to do that unless I give the order. Unless you do it perfectly without leaving any trace, so no one can find you. These little vegetables are good in every way, but they are too naive and need proper guidance. She also doesn't want any accidents to happen to them, which could cause difficult problems. After all, they are now different from others. If discovered, it would be very troublesome. The little vegetables are very obedient, with no troublemakers. They all agree and pretend to be normal vegetables by lying back in the soil. Come on, turn the leaves a little yellow. Yes, the weather is too hot now. If you stay so green and lively, it's clearly abnormal. We need to be low-key and no different from regular vegetables. The little vegetables adjust themselves, turning their leaves yellow and curling. The peach tree doesn't need Zhou Chuchu to tell it. It immediately turns yellow and droops, looking listless. All the vegetables and the peach tree in this yard finally look no different from others. Zhou Chuchu confidently goes inside to rest. Holding her husband's arm, she dreams happily through the night. Day 10 of Rebirth. During the day, Zhou Chuchu continues to receive packages and transfer supplies, including coal and other materials. Compared to Qin Ziyuan, her scale is small, but she feels secure. Today, Qin Ziyuan will come to pick her up at noon. Why so early? Zhou Chuchu just finished transferring a warehouse of supplies and was surprised to see him standing at the warehouse door. All domestic companies have sold off, retiring early, Qin Ziyuan said, casually taking her small hand. No place to go, just came to see you. Zhou Chuchu, perhaps due to her feelings, always felt that Qin Ziyuan's hand was cool and very comfortable. Looking closely, it seemed he didn't sweat at all. Like discovering a new world, Zhou Chuchu exclaimed in surprise. Husband, I just realized you actually don't sweat. Now outside, it's 43 degrees Celsius, and you don't even sweat a drop. Reflecting on herself, even though her physical condition had improved a lot recently and her control over her body was stronger, she still felt restless and hot. Her clothes were always soaked with sweat. Compared to Qin Ziyuan, who was sweat-free, she found him quite extraordinary. Qin Ziyuan rarely made jokes. I usually don't turn on the air conditioning at work. Zhou Chuchu happily asked, why? Qin Ziyuan seriously replied, because they say I am an iceberg. Zhou Chuchu burst out laughing. Qin Ziyuan's serious joke was really funny. It was a big step forward. In his past life, he never had this skill. They're right. You really are an iceberg. This was perfect for such hot weather. When the world ends and the heat becomes unbearable, holding him would still feel comfortable. He might even turn on the air conditioning when it's cold. Qin Ziyuan held Zhou Chuchu's small hand, his deep gaze covering her, but after she noticed, he looked away. They spent the rest of the day moving packages from a few warehouses, then walked hand in hand to a nearby snack street for dinner. He was tall and imposing, she was bright and beautiful, an eye-catching pair. As they walked onto the street, many people looked at them. Soon, some recognized him. Wow, it's President Qin from Xian Chung Group.
Wow.
He's so handsome.
Who's the woman with him? His wife?
Probably not. Maybe a celebrity.
Impossible.
If she were a celebrity, she'd be famous already. Some girls eagerly wanted to approach him for his phone number but hesitated because of his presence, so they followed behind. Others hoped to gain some benefit from him and followed along. Qin Ziyuan frowned slightly. He didn't like showing himself off in public, but he endured because he didn't want to ruin Zhou Chuchu's mood. After all, such warm, leisurely days on the street would become fewer as the end of the world approached. Uncomfortable? Zhou Chuchu keenly sensed his discomfort. She tugged his hand and ran quickly in her high heels. Qin Ziyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, and they started running freely on the street. Love between husband and wife, heart knots activated, your abilities and skills are increased 12 times. A silent prompt appeared. Zhou Chuchu smiled brightly. Although Qin Ziyuan was running, it didn't stop him from enjoying his lovely wife's smile. In those future scenes, she had never smiled so happily before. She was gloomy, worried, fearful, regretful, self-blaming, heartbroken, and in pain. Only she had never smiled like this. Since that moment, she began to change, as if everything was shifting. She started to love her children, keeping them close. She began to respect her parents, getting along better with them than with her own child. She still kept some distance from Lin Shuang and even plotted against her. The biggest change was that she saw Sun Qishuan as an enemy, but instead, she was very affectionate and trusting towards him, showing her love openly. He admitted he was addicted. He didn't even realize how much he cherished her love. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he lost this love. Maybe it would be even crazier than the destruction in his past life. Choo-choo, if you don't let me get close, I won't hope for too much. Since you've let me taste such sweetness, I can't let go of you anymore. No matter what your purpose is, I accept it gladly. As long as you don't leave. Husband and wife love, the heart knot activation, your abilities and skills increase 13 times. Husband and wife love, the heart knot activation, your abilities and skills increase 14 times. Husband and wife love, the heart knot activation, your abilities and skills increase 15 times. What's going on? Zhou Chuchu was just feeling suspicious. She hadn't done anything, yet their hearts were connected 3 more times. After several twists and turns, she finally shook off those people and pulled her husband into a Shaw County snack shop. Boss, 2 steamed dumplings, 2 cold noodles, and 2 servings of old duck soup, please.
Got it.
Please wait a moment. The shop owner was a plump lady, quick and efficient, soon bringing the ordered food. Is that your boyfriend?
He's really handsome.
Zhou Chuchu had eaten here a few times and ordered 50,000 snacks, so the owner remembered her well. Hearing her question, she proudly said, "He's not my boyfriend. He's my husband. Our child is 4 years old now." Oh, I couldn't tell. You both look so good. Your child must be very cute. The owner sincerely admired. Zhou Chuchu smiled brightly. Yes, they are very adorable, like 2 little angels. The boss was busy with other customers, while Zhou Chuchu focused on showing off her cooking. Seeing a man across the table constantly looking at her, she took a pair of chopsticks and handed them over. Eat quickly. The snacks here are very authentic. This is a hidden gem I discovered by chance in the past few days. Qin Ziyuan took the chopsticks and watched her eat. The taste is pretty good. It's hard to tell if he was talking about the food or the person. Zhou Chuchu paused slightly before eating again, now more elegant. They had been married for 5 years, and with their past lives, they had known each other for 10 years. But they had never enjoyed a meal as relaxed and happy as this. The atmosphere was a little awkward and tense. Yet, both looked at each other with a sense of novelty. Despite being married for years, it felt like they were meeting for the first time. After finishing the meal, Qin Ziyuan took Zhou Chuchu to the port to transfer supplies. Zhou Chuchu leaned back at her chair, bored, playing with her fingernails. Qin Ziyuan looked at her delicate, white fingers, resisting the urge to hold them in his palm, and spoke up. The domestic companies have finished selling off their goods. There are still 87 companies abroad speeding up their sales, and it will take about 5 days to sell everything. The total sale price is around 300 trillion. Zhou Chuchu nodded. There was no need for her husband to tell her all this. She just needed to collect the money. Because we invested heavily in buying supplies from various countries, their prices have doubled. Zhou Chuchu finally shifted her gaze from her nails to her husband. Oh, that's serious. How much did you buy? Qin Ziyuan straightened slightly, raising his voice a bit. Today's raw materials come from the US, Russia, and India. We bought most of what they currently have. Minerals from South Africa and Australia will arrive in 5 days. Also, oil, ships, off-road vehicles, and other goods will arrive one after another. In 10 days, 3 batches of weapons will be anchored in the high seas near Myanmar, Malaysia, and Thailand. We'll need to go there. Zhou Chuchu. Oh. She continued to play with her nails. Suddenly, she reacted. Huh? Husband, how many weapons did you buy? 3 batches, and they need to go abroad to pick up the goods. Oh my gosh. So exciting. As ordinary people, we're going in empty-handed. Won't we get robbed or scammed? Qin Ziyuan looked confident and manly. Chuchu, I don't think I told you, I used to be a mercenary. I have a group of brothers who fought side by side with me. Zhou Chuchu's eyes widened in shock. Wow. She really didn't know about this. Next, no matter how she kept bothering Qin Ziyuan to talk about his matters, he only gave a few vague hints to tease her and refused to tell her everything. This made her so angry she didn't want to speak to him. He went to the port to collect 900 billion tons of various minerals and raw materials, but it didn't make her happy. She crossed her arms, turned her head away in anger. Qin Ziyuan found it both funny and a little helpless. When they reached the house, he got out of the car and opened the door. The tall man spoke carefully. Why are you still angry? Zhou Chuchu had been angry with him many times before, but those times were cold and emotionless, probably because she was upset about everything and it had nothing to do with him personally. But this time, she was angry with energy and passion because of him. Zhou Chuchu wasn't truly angry. She just wanted him to comfort her. Since he had spoken, she knew she should give him a way out. She was about to speak when she saw Shin Danhong and Fang Manru walking over. They had clearly heard Qin Ziyuan's words too. Shin Danhong immediately lifted her head higher, more proud than before. Fang Manru also seemed sure that Qin Ziyuan had gone bankrupt. Otherwise, how could such a proud man speak so humbly to his wife? It must be because of his bankruptcy that Zhou Chuchu looked down on him and argued with him. And because he was bankrupt, he couldn't lift his head in front of his wife. Fang Manru only liked strong men. She instantly lost interest in Qin Ziyuan. Shin Danhong glanced at Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan with a look that was almost like looking down her nose at people. She sarcastically said to Lu Jilin, who was watering the vegetables in the garden, "Oh, you're watering these broken vegetables? I thought the garden was growing flowers, but it turns out you planned to grow vegetables all along, expecting them to go bankrupt, right?" It turned out that last night, Zhou Chuchu had the vegetables disguised as ordinary ones, dried out and shriveled under the blazing sun. Seeing this, her mother-in-law, who was picking up the children, felt very distressed and immediately watered them. Coincidentally, she ran into Shin Danhong and her daughter, who were showing off arrogantly. Shin Danhong, when she was young, had stolen her mother-in-law's original fiancé, married into the Fang family, and became the young madam, but her life wasn't easy. She was oppressed by her evil mother-in-law and criticized constantly because she couldn't have children. She carefully chose her husband, who was taken from her by a mistress, and he turned out to be a useless, decorative pillow. He does business poorly, losing money each time, and he likes to flirt with other women. Over the years, she had endless affairs with mistresses, unfaithful women, and many other troublesome women. Her daughter also doesn't get along with her and always looks at her with a stupid look. She feels very frustrated inside. On the other hand, Lu Jilin married Qin Zhuangming, whom she looked down on, and their life became very prosperous. Although Qin Zhuangming was cast aside by the Qin family, he was naturally good at business. In a short time, he and Lu Jilin earned a lot of money. Their influence even surpassed the main Qin family. Later, Lu Jilin had a son, Qin Ziyuan, which was even more impressive. When he took over the Qin family, their development accelerated rapidly. The Qin family grew so much that even Feng Shixiang didn't know how big it had become. She also didn't know. Before selling the company, the Qin family was very low-key. Qin Ziyuan appeared on TV only a few times, mostly on financial channels, but not as a CEO. He was a scientist researching new materials. She didn't understand the value of that either. Before the Qin family went bankrupt, she and Lu Jilin kept in touch. One reason was to hope the Qin family would help the Feng family, and the other was to hope Feng Manru would marry into the Qin family. But only she knew how painful it was to see Lu Jilin showing off her grandson every day. It felt like she was being scolded for not having a son herself. She often went to see Lu Jilin just to watch Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan argue or see her and Qin Zhuangming look worried. She also tried to manipulate them, encouraging her to bully her daughter-in-law and kick her out. But Lu Jilin, being foolish, refused to listen to her. She treated her daughter-in-law better than her own daughter and even argued with her several times because of what she said. The most outrageous incident was when Xiaohu's child pushed her 2 children down the slide. But weren't her children unharmed? She only spoke a few words as an elder, and that little brat beat her up and rolled her in dirt. Her husband and daughter didn't come near her for days. Lu Jilin was even worse. She declared she would cut ties with her. Now look at the situation. Fate has turned. The Qin family went bankrupt. Her husband drained all the family's money and still owed a large bank debt, spending 500 billion to buy Qin Ziyuan's company. That company is a golden hen that lays eggs, with very good profits. The 500 billion yuan will be paid off soon, and her family will get better and better. What about the Qin family? I heard starting a company is very hard, with all kinds of debts and triangle debts. If the Qin family didn't owe so much, would they need to sell the company? I guess the money from selling the company was used to pay off debts. Shun Danhong became more and more proud the more she thought about it, feeling very happy. She even felt the hot sun wasn't so hot anymore. Oh, if only my family's Manru hadn't married into your Qin family, then we wouldn't be in debt now. From now on, we will have limited spending and can't go anywhere. Your 2 grandsons probably can't even attend a noble kindergarten now. That's right. Why bother with fancy kindergartens? Learning farming with you and her mother is good enough. Zhou Chuchu was so angry she wanted to roll up her sleeves, but Qin Ziyuan held her back. Let her leave it to my mother to handle. He covered her small hand with his large palm. So good. He had been wanting to do this for a long time. Can our mother do it? Zhou Chuchu was worried her mother-in-law might suffer. Lu Jilin first ignored everything, watering the vegetables and peach trees thoroughly. After putting down the hose, she grabbed a handful of wet mud from the ground, walking over calmly. When Shun Danhong mocked her, she shoved a handful of mud into her mouth. Who do you think you are coming here to? Your mouth is as foul as manure. I'll wash your mouth out. Shun Danhong couldn't speak because of the mud. Her face twisted in discomfort. She held her mouth, spitting and gagging loudly. Seeing her mother-in-law so fierce, Zhou Chuchu quietly nodded in approval. Feng Manru's face changed. She probably had never seen Lu Jilin like this before. Aunt Lu, how can you do this? That's so uncivilized. She wanted to help Shin Danhong, but seeing her covered in dirt, she stepped back in disgust. She secretly thought, luckily I didn't marry into this family. Her manners are so poor. Lu Jilin sneered. Civilized? Do I need to be civilized to someone who comes to my door to curse and block my way? And you still say I'm glad you didn't marry into my family? We never wanted you in the first place. Fong Monru's face darkened. She had always considered herself high and mighty, working hard to marry into the Qin family. But Qin Ziyuan quickly married a girl from a small family, Zhou Chuchu, which made her furious. She thought Lu Jilin and Qin Zhuangming would bully Zhou Chuchu like her grandmother bullied her mother, but instead, they cherished this daughter-in-law. Her beloved Qin Ziyuan was only fixated on Zhou Chuchu, whom she looked down on. Her mood became unbalanced. Now Lu Jilin told her openly that she didn't like her, and her face darkened with clouds. Her heart thundered. Aunt Lu, that's really funny to say. Your Qin family sold the company. Now you're just an ordinary family with a bit of money. How can you compare to my golden phoenix? As the saying goes, a phoenix doesn't land on an ordinary branch, and a good woman doesn't enter an unlucky door. I didn't marry into the Qin family because they don't deserve me. Fong Monru revealed her true nature with these words. Zhou Chuchu couldn't hold back and confronted her directly. Just you? A golden phoenix? Stop flattering yourself. How thick-skinned must you be to say such things? Our husband is lucky and fortunate, so he didn't marry you. If he had, haha. Zhou Chuchu's words were filled with old and new hatred. A few sentences didn't matter much. Her family bought her husband's company and then came to show off, but they didn't realize that company was their curse. When the apocalypse arrives, they have no cash. What will they do to seize supplies? Sell their ancestral property and see how they can return to the old home to escape danger, relying on the good feng shui there to live well. Fong Monru was furious after Zhou Chuchu's retort, but thinking about her future status compared to Zhou Chuchu, she sneered, You're quite sharp-tongued, but who knows if you can still be so arrogant in the future. Zhou Chuchu sneered coldly, hinting at something, You don't need to worry about that. You should worry about yourself. Fong Monru was like a wasp sting, poisonous and malicious. But all her actions were carried out through others. Before the apocalypse, Sun Qixuan and Lin Shuang were her tools. After, the Tomorrow base became her backing, and more people listened to her commands. She was reborn, perhaps able to change many things, but as long as Fong Monru didn't die, she might still hook up with the leader of Tomorrow base. It's said that the leader fell in love with her at first sight and chased her relentlessly until he got her. Zhou Chuchu's eyes grew colder. In any case, in this life, she must first cut off Fong Monru's wings. After the apocalypse, if she dares to provoke her again, killing her won't be a crime. Zhou Chuchu's cold, dead-looking gaze startled Fong Monru greatly. She always felt that the woman she looked down on was undergoing a terrifying change, as if turning into an unpredictable, uncontrollable mad person. She quickly grabbed her mother, who was about to argue with Lu Jilin, and said, Let's go. Xin Danhong was not willing. She came to show off her pride. But instead of feeling proud, she ended up with a mouthful of mud. She couldn't accept this. Monru, I must. Fong Monru shot her a stern look. Xin Danhong didn't dare oppose her and obediently followed. Zhou Chuchu's eyes were deep and focused on Fong Monru's back for a long time. She was quite flexible. Chuchu, if you want to kill her, now is not the right time, Qin Ziyuan whispered beside her. Ha! Zhou Chuchu playfully pushed him. I'm not that violent, really. I'm a kind, generous, beautiful, and lovely woman. She looked bright and cheerful, with no hint of gloom. But does anyone truly stay sunny after losing everything and suffering years of cruel torment? Her only remaining goodness was pulled from her heart, reserved only for her family. Qin Ziyuan's deep, ocean-like gaze covered her, but did not expose her. Yes, you are the kindest, he said, trusting her words. Manner, you little brat, why are you still standing there? Come inside. It's too hot today. Lu Jilin softly told Zhou Chuchu, then scolded Qin Ziyuan, Man, her skin is so fair and delicate. Do you want to ruin her by exposing her to the sun? Qin Ziyuan replied, Mom, I am your own son. Lu Jolin took Zhou Chuchu's hand and led her inside. Go away, you're not my son. Lu Jolin was happy inside, watching her son and daughter-in-law get along well. She was so pleased. You little brat, sell the company now and do more work. Your dad and I have been feeling pretty good lately. You and Chuchu can have another one, and we'll bring it to you.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully signing in. You received 400 trillion megabytes. Since you've signed in for 10 days, you are rewarded with an S-grade plant warrior ability. Another S-grade ability? She didn't know what this S-grade ability could do. She couldn't test it openly in front of her in-laws and children. As her thoughts raced, a cold mechanical voice sounded again. S-grade plant master and S-grade plant warrior can merge into a 2S ability. Do you want to merge 2S abilities? Zhou Chuchu was greatly surprised. Superpowers are ranked from G, F, E, D, C, B, A to S. Before her death in her previous life, she had never heard of anyone with a 2S ability. Maybe after her death, when her soul was wandering, she saw Qin Ziyuan, who became the Corpse King, destroy the world with a 2S level ability. Her emotions were stirred, but she didn't choose to merge immediately. She was afraid that some unpredictable event might scare her parents-in-law and children. I'll go to my room to get something. She entered her room, thought for a moment, then climbed out. I'll go help Chuchu. Qin Ziyuan also followed. He wasn't worried that Zhou Chuchu was hiding something from him. Mainly, he was afraid she might be in danger. This villa area was very well maintained, with a small park inside, full of ancient trees hundreds of years old. Thanks to good care, these old trees remained lush and green even under the scorching sun, making the area very lively and full of greenery. Seeing no one around, Zhou Chuchu finally calmed her mind and said, Merge. Congratulations! You have merged an S-level plant warrior and an S-level plant control master, gaining the 2S level plant control master ability. Plant control master? What is the difference between a plant control master and a plant control expert? As this thought crossed her mind, the green light sphere on her body spread out in all directions through her hands. A gentle green breeze suddenly blew, bringing coolness to the hot weather. Her body slightly floated, and patches of flowers grew, forming a carpet around her, extending outward from her feet in all directions. She suddenly felt that as long as she wished, these plants and trees would serve her, becoming her soldiers. However, without her ability to irrigate them, these ordinary plants would immediately crumble and die after use. Plants that had been irrigated with her ability could be stimulated to superphysic in a short time, greatly increasing their combat power. As for herself, her changes were also significant. First, her ability pool increased 20-fold compared to before, meaning she could now irrigate 20 small vegetable gardens at once. If she combined this capacity into one garden, the boost to those plants would be incredible. And that's not all. She could now use all the skills of the plants. She waved her hand. The skill of the bok choy boxer was activated, punching out a series of strikes, with a whooshing sound tearing through the air. The vines she controlled with both hands increased from 3 to 18. Is this what a plant control master can do? This is so awesome. And this was only the beginning. The potential of level 2 superpowers is astonishing. As I continue to develop and use these abilities, I believe more and more powers will be discovered in the future. Since the superpower pool has expanded so much now, I should also keep some backup plans. Zhou Chuchu looked around at the 100-year-old trees here. It would be a shame to turn them into ordinary plants instead of transforming them into plant warriors. In the apocalypse, plants also suffer greatly. Many 100-year-old trees have been destroyed in this catastrophe. She couldn't save all of them, but she could help these ancient trees in the villa area to evolve. First, they could serve as a secret weapon to protect her and her family. Second, she would rescue as many of these trees as possible. Having been deeply hurt and betrayed before, and having experienced many kinds of human cruelty in the apocalypse, Zhou Chuchu no longer trusted people much. But she trusted these plants completely, pure and loyal, never betraying. She immediately began to release her superpower from the pool, pouring it into these ancient trees to help them grow. Circles of glowing superpower spheres spread out. The ancient trees in the villa's green belt were planted by developers to attract wealthy residents. They spent a lot of money to bring these trees from deep mountain forests. There were about 200 of them. She couldn't water them with as much superpower as she did with old peach trees, but luckily, her superpower pool had grown 20 times larger, and it would keep expanding. Now she could nurture these trees just like she nurtured peach trees. She had plenty of time. Thanks to her upgrade to the Master of Plant Control, not only had her superpower pool increased in size, but the quality of her superpower had also improved fivefold. The faint green glow of her superpower spheres turned a richer green. As she spread them out, each of the 200 ancient trees received a good amount. These trees stretched their leaves, absorbing Zhou Chuchu's superpower spheres. Then, they formed a natural, close bond with her. Different sounds with various vibrations echoed in her mind. Thank you. Thank you, Master. Oh, beautiful and great Master. Thank you for your care. Yummy, yummy, I want to evolve. I want to transform. Master, I will evolve well. Sending love. Sending love. The trees swayed towards Zhou Chuchu, their leaves rustling softly. It looked like a breeze was blowing, moving them gently. But at this moment it was extremely hot, and there was not a single gust of wind. Fortunately, because of the hot weather, everyone was reluctant to go outside and stayed indoors with air conditioning. The place was silent and empty. Otherwise, seeing this scene might have caused a shock. Zhou Chuchu was worried about her two children. She was afraid they might come out too long and go into the room to look for her, so she hurriedly left. The trees in the group swayed, as if saying goodbye. Zhou Chuchu quickly reminded them, stay well and be yourselves. From now on, I will come every day to water you. Rustling sounds. The trees responded at the same time, then stood quietly. They looked the same as before on the outside, but in fact, huge changes had taken place. A crackling sound of falling insects was heard. These ancient trees had some bugs on them, but now all the bugs had been shaken off and wrapped around by the roots, dragging into the soil. The predator system on these old trees had completely collapsed and no longer affected them. Instead, they had become the bugs' enemies. Birds nesting on them were not harmed. In fact, they were well protected. 2 security guards on patrol came here and heard the rustling sounds of bugs falling to the ground from the forest, which made them a bit nervous. What's going on in this forest? What's that sound? Let's go check. They looked into the woods, but saw nothing. Only the branches and leaves gently swaying, bringing a cool breeze. Oh, it's just the wind. It scared me. This wind feels great. So cool. Yeah, especially since it's almost October, and it's getting hotter instead of cooler. Let's finish our patrol and go back to turn on the air conditioning. It's too hot. They crossed the forest again, and the heat wave hit them once more. Although they found it a bit strange, they didn't think much of it, assuming the forest would be cooler. Behind a large tree, Qin Ziyuan stepped out. He looked at the flower carpet Zhou Chuchu had just stood on, then reached out with a blade that flashed black. The flower carpet silently shattered and disappeared. Noticing the person rushing back had returned, he hid behind the big tree again. Zhou Chuchu ran over to deal with the flower carpet. When she got close, she saw that the carpet had already vanished. She communicated with the trees, who helped me with the flower carpet. Qin Ziyuan pressed his hand on a tree. The tree responded. Master, I'm sorry, I was threatened. The group of trees didn't answer, but they didn't show any warning signs either. She was full of questions. Could it be that this flower carpet has a time limit and will disappear on its own after a few minutes? She muttered to herself and quickly ran back. Qin Ziyuan chuckled softly. He turned around and disappeared behind a tree, then suddenly appeared inside the room. Just then, he saw Zhou Chuchu climbing over the courtyard wall and peering inside through the window. When she saw him, Zhou Chuchu looked a bit embarrassed. Haha, husband, what are you doing in my room? Qin Ziyuan asked back, Choo-choo, it's almost mealtime. I came to call you for dinner. Did you go outside?
E.
I was exercising before dinner. Exercising before dinner, hee. After saying this, Zhou Choo-choo hit herself lightly. What a lie. So tiring. Well, I actually went out to test my plant superpower. She climbed through the window and explained this way. She secretly glanced at her husband, whose expression was unreadable. Feeling a bit nervous, she hesitated and reached out to tug at Qin Ziyuan's sleeve. Husband, about this, I really didn't mean to hide it from you. I just don't quite understand my superpower. Won't you be angry? Qin Ziyuan replied. Let's eat first. Then he turned and left. Zhou Choo-choo froze. What does that mean? Is he angry or not? No. How can a man's thoughts be so hard to understand? Feeling confused, Zhou Choo-choo followed Qin Ziyuan out. She normally wouldn't guess a man's mind, nor did she see the need to, right? Back then, she didn't love him at all. She only fell in love with her husband after she died and became a spirit, seeing him go completely crazy and destroy the world because of her death. So, guessing a man's thoughts, especially Qin Ziyuan's, was naturally something she lacked experience in. Just like she didn't understand why he would destroy the world after her death. Husband, are you angry or not? No, I'm not angry.
Oh.
The family happily finished dinner. The two little ones came over to cuddle her. Mommy, you smell so nice. Mommy, you feel so comfortable. Since the two kids found out that their mom liked them, they couldn't wait to come over and cuddle every day. When the time came, they would definitely come to snuggle and sleep. Sometimes, they even ignored their dad's resentful face. Like today. Qin Ziyuan wanted to enjoy some tender moments with his wife, but the two little ones took his place, each lying in their mother's arms. This made even a man who loved children a little jealous. Chi-chi, Lin, Mommy has been tired all day. You two should go to your little rooms and sleep. The two little ones pouted in protest. No, Dad, you've occupied Mom all day. I want to sleep in the same room as Mom. Qin Ziyuan's face immediately darkened. Zhou Choo-choo chuckled softly, haha, Qin Ziyuan, even you have times when you can't handle things. She hurriedly comforted the two little ones. Kids, go to the small room to sleep first. Mom will pick you up from kindergarten tomorrow. Hearing this, the two children reluctantly left. Mom, you must come pick us up tomorrow. Promise me, okay, Mom? After the children left, Zhou Choo-choo was pulled into a wide, cool embrace. Choo-choo, I want to comfort you too. And this comfort lasted for 3 hours. Zhou Choo-choo rubbed her lower back, feeling exhausted. It's unbelievable. If she hadn't merged her dual S abilities and her physical strength hadn't improved again, she really couldn't handle it. Something's not right. Something's wrong. This guy is usually very reserved, so why? Her face turned red. It's so strange. Qin Ziyuan wasn't like this in his past life. She doesn't usually have such needs. After feeding the vegetables and peaches in the garden, Zhou Choo-choo returned to her room to continue sleeping. On every night, she went out to water the plants, and she was really sleepy. In her past life, she suffered many torments. Every night she couldn't sleep, her body in terrible pain. Every moment a torment. Back then, she often wished she could sleep peacefully and painlessly. Now that she's reborn, she can finally lie comfortably in bed and sleep well. But because she gained plant abilities and wanted to protect her family and become stronger, her desire to sleep fully was completely overshadowed. No matter how tired she was, she would get up on time to water the plants and train her abilities. After exhausting her body, she would lie down and fall asleep instantly. While she was sleeping, Qin Ziyuan opened his eyes and quietly watched her sweet sleeping pose. He couldn't help but lean down and gently kiss her tender lips. Zhou Choo-choo let out a soft sound, licking her lips. He jumped back like he was electrocuted, feeling guilty, and looked around. Seeing that Zhou Choo-choo was just unconsciously acting, he found it amusing. At this moment, a pair of slender, delicate arms wrapped around him. She shifted her hips, her legs draped over him, and her upper body pressed close to him, holding him tightly. Qin Ziyuan helplessly pushed aside his wife's small hand and remained still. Originally, Zhou Chuchu, while asleep, consciously searched for a cool source that made her feel safe and comfortable. Once she found it, it was not so easy to get her to let go. "Really no way to handle you." He said this aloud, but inside, he felt quite pleased. Zhou Chuchu slightly moved her hand away, but he quickly reached to hold her small hand. Wife snuggling close is really nice. However, his comfort didn't last long. He looked at his beautiful sleeping wife, his face gradually darkening. He wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Zhou Chuchu had a good night's sleep. Except for one thing that wasn't quite right. A stiff stick kept poking her waist all night. Her bed partner had already gotten up. Even though he was now retired, he still maintained high discipline. Sure enough, he was in the study handling various international affairs. Her account was credited with another 100 trillion megabytes. Now, she no longer felt much about these endless numbers. She even turned her phone to silent mode. During the transfer of supplies, those items could excite her, make her feel safe and happy. Using simple ingredients to make soup base, she cooked 2 bowls of rich beef noodles, then went to knock on the door and call her husband for dinner. "Husband, come eat noodles." In the study, Qin Ziyuan was in a video conference worth billions. On the screen, over 100 foreign executives were waiting for his further instructions. After hearing Zhou Chuchu call out for breakfast, Qin Ziyuan didn't hesitate to pause the meeting and walked out with a smile. Top executives. Some who understood Chinese exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Just a bowl of noodles? A bowl of noodles is more important than our billion-dollar meeting?" A seasoned executive nodded. "Yes, buddy, don't be so surprised. It's not the first time. As long as that lady calls him boss, he immediately transforms from a divine being into her exclusive angel." In the dining room, Zhou Chuchu happily ate her noodles. Suddenly, she noticed her husband's eyes slightly reddening. "Husband, did you not sleep well last night?" Qin Ziyuan stopped eating and looked at her intently. "What's wrong? Do I have dirt on my face?" Zhou Chuchu inexplicably touched her face. Nothing was there. Qin Ziyuan. "Forget it. Hey, husband, don't just stay silent. If you're having trouble, just tell me. Is it because selling the foreign companies ran into problems? Is the purchase of supplies blocked? We can't help much, but we can offer you words of comfort. If you're in trouble, just say so." Qin Ziyuan's such a good wife, but it's a pity she has a big mouth. "Eat noodles."
Oh.
After breakfast, Qin Ziyuan continued with his video conference. His face looked visibly displeased. After a heated negotiation, he managed to raise the company's sale price by 12 points. By the time Qin Ziyuan finished handling everything, it was already noon. The two of them had lunch, and then went out under the blazing sun. Outside, cicadas were loudly chirping, and under the scorching heat, people just wanted to stay indoors. But they had to go to the warehouse to collect various parcels sent from all over the country. No matter how hot it was, they had to go out. Otherwise, all these supplies would go to waste, and she would be heartbroken. Fortunately, Qin Ziyuan was like a big block of ice nearby. Within a meter of him, it felt like his cool air radiated out, making it not so uncomfortable. The car passed the security booth, and after the gate opened, a few security guards sat in the air-conditioned room eating sunflower seeds. Through their distorted, heat-wave-blurred vision, they saw the luxury car driving away. It looks like the Qin family is really bankrupt. Yeah, even we don't want to go out in this terrible weather, but they still go out. If they weren't bankrupt, would they do this? This woman is so arrogant, making us stand in the sun. She won't be so cocky for long. Let them be in the sun. Let them suffer. It's only right. Hearing these malicious words, Lao Feng, who was patrolling, sternly scolded. "Stop talking behind people's backs. You can't even keep your mouths shut when eating." A few security guards looked surprised but didn't dare to argue with Lao Feng. Although Lao Feng was old, he was the best fighter among them. Since retiring, he hadn't lost his skills. He practiced martial arts every day. Beating 4 or 5 of them was easy. So, even though Lao Feng didn't get along with them, they didn't dare to argue with him. Security Captain Li Jun rolled his eyes and asked, "Brother Feng, I see you've been going to the supermarket every afternoon to buy rice, flour, and dry food. What's that for?" Lao Feng didn't lift his eyes. "There are some poor relatives in the mountains. Their family is starving, so I buy some stuff to send to them."
Oh?
"Brother Feng, you still have relatives?" Lao Feng replied irritably. "What? Did I jump out of a stone?" Li Jun chuckled, but said nothing. But when he turned away, his face darkened. "Old man, you still have poor relatives? I've been flattering you, just trying to get some money from you. You've already spent it all on those things. What am I supposed to get?" It turned out Li Jun was secretly hoping Lao Feng would die, so he could take his money. Recently, Zhou Chuchu finished transferring the packages to the warehouse, and the two of them went to the port to move various machines, raw materials, off-road vehicles, and dozens of cruise ships. At 4:30 p.m., Qin Ziyuan had an urgent matter to handle and drove away. Zhou Chuchu took a taxi to pick up the two children. The children attend the Haisher International Kindergarten, which offers elite education and is open only to wealthy families. In this land where every inch is valuable, the kindergarten covers about 100 acres. It features European-style architecture, resembling a palace. After verifying their identities, Zhou Chuchu waited in the pickup room for her children to come out. Although called a pickup room, it is about the size of a basketball court, and many parents are already waiting inside. As soon as Zhou Chuchu entered, the parents' eyes focused on her. Some were impressed. Others were sizing her up and scrutinizing her. A woman with high cheekbones, heavy makeup, and a somewhat glamorous but worldly appearance was staring at her constantly. Zhou Chuchu glanced at her and recognized her as a popular actress from a few years ago, who later retired after marrying into a wealthy family. Her influence still remained, and many people surrounded her like stars around the moon when she came to pick up her children. As Zhou Chuchu entered, everyone's attention naturally shifted to her, which annoyed the woman. She raised her voice and said, "Ordinary people and celebrities are worlds apart. Some ordinary people look good, but they can never become stars. They just don't have that vibe." She kept her eyes on Zhou Chuchu, clearly knowing exactly who she was talking about. It was obvious she was just being petty. Zhou Chuchu ignored her and just wanted to pick up her children and go home. Seeing that Zhou Chuchu paid no attention, the woman glared at her and felt quite displeased. A few boastful moms around her, flattering her, asked, "This mom looks unfamiliar. Which child's mom are you? Have you joined our mom club? Which school did you graduate from? Which company do you work for now? Our mom club only accepts outstanding moms, no ordinary ones. This is our leader. You've probably seen her on TV. Her husband is the president of the Yellow River Business Association." Zhou Chuchu rolled her eyes and stepped back a little. The woman, annoyed at her indifference, crossed her arms and snorted, but she didn't bother Zhou Chuchu anymore. Soon, the children were brought out, and Zhou Chuchu immediately saw her two kids. They were so outstanding, standing out like a crane among chickens. As soon as they appeared, they caught everyone's attention. "Lilin, Chi-Chi, Mom is here." The two little ones heard her voice, saw her, and their eyes lit up like small lamps. They broke free from the teacher's hand and ran over quickly.
Mom.
"Mom, you're here to pick us up." The two children looked proud and happy. Just then, the woman's child also came out. He was tall, dark, and chubby. He saw his mom and ran over quickly, but he saw her eyes were coldly staring at Chi-Chi and Lilin. A dark cloud of sadness appeared on the children's faces, which was not typical for their age. He hurried forward and pushed hard at Lilin and Chi-Chi. That chubby, dark-skinned boy was much taller than Zhou Chuchu's two children, about a head taller. He was in the senior class. He pushed so hard that Lilin and Chi-Chi were pushed forward, almost falling on the hard marble floor. Zhou Chuchu's heart tightened. In a panic, she was about to use her plant powers, but the children suddenly steadied themselves skillfully, avoiding falling. It was thanks to the energy-boosting and mental-strengthening medicines they had taken before, which greatly increased their physical strength, reaction speed, and overall fitness.
Mom.
The children didn't seem bothered. Their focus was only on their mom, unaware of the deliberate push from behind. Zhou Chuchu hugged her children tighter, finally feeling relieved. She looked sternly at the boy who pushed them. Why did you push them?
Apologize to them.
The chubby boy denied loudly. I didn't push them. They didn't walk properly. But his eyes were fixed on the children with obvious malice. He was angry because he didn't succeed in knocking them down and decided he would punish them severely tomorrow. Seeing his attitude, Zhou Chuchu was sure he was a troublemaker by nature. She didn't spoil him. You didn't push? Then let's check the surveillance to see if you really did. The boy, used to bullying in kindergarten, immediately started crying loudly. I didn't push them. I didn't push them. You're an adult. I'm just a kid. You're accusing me wrongly, and you're bullying me. His attitude made it seem like Zhou Chuchu was at fault. The child's mother, the woman who is hostile to Zhou Chuchu, quickly stepped in to block the child. Instead of correcting his mistake, she falsely accused Zhou Chuchu, saying, "What is wrong with you? Why are you bullying my child? Your child can't walk properly and you're blaming my child for it?" Originally, Zhou Chuchu just wanted the child to apologize to her own kid, and perhaps this matter would have ended there. But since the other parent was so unreasonable, she decided not to tolerate it. Whether it's your child's fault or not, we have video proof. No need to argue. Let's just call the police. Hearing about calling the police, Yu Yan's face changed. She exchanged a glance with some other parents nearby, who immediately understood and started to attack Zhou Chuchu together. Are you the mother of these two children? You look strange, not from a good family. I've never seen you come to pick up your child before. Are you really the mother? Your child is careless walking, and you're blaming others? Could it be that you want to take advantage of Yu Yan, who is a star? These parents kept arguing loudly, attracting the attention of others. Some people, unaware of the full story, might think Zhou Chuchu was trying to cheat Yu Yan. Yu Yan looked proud, raising her head and glancing at Zhou Chuchu, enjoying the feeling of superiority. The two children sensed the adults' hostility. They didn't cry or make trouble. Chi hugged her mother tightly, watching these adults cautiously. Lin, like a little man, stood bravely in front of his mother and said clearly in a child's voice, "It was that older brother who pushed me and my sister just now. If we hadn't been eating well and exercising with Dad recently, we would have fallen because of him. Doing wrong means admitting it. If he doesn't admit it and keeps lying, that's not right. You're helping them slander my mom. You're grown-ups who don't understand." Lin is only 4 years old. He doesn't know many words, but he understands that what these people are saying is very bad. Like a little chick protecting its mother, he spreads his tiny wings to guard her, not letting anyone speak badly of her. His honest words touched everyone's heart. The people who were hostile to Zhou Chuchu looked uncomfortable. Zhou Chuchu felt a mix of sadness and happiness. She hugged her brave little boy and her courageous little princess. Lin, you said it very well. Chi, thank you for protecting Mom. The two little kids, receiving Zhou Chuchu's praise, had bright eyes full of courage. Yu Yan frowned and stubbornly said, "Your child is lying without even thinking, and my child is tall and strong. If they really push them, could they hide from it? Still talking about training with Dad? That's funny. Can physical strength really be improved just by exercising?" The surrounding parents looked at the sizes of the 3 children and agreed with Yu Yan. Star Yu Yan makes a good point. Her child is tall and strong. If he really wanted to push someone, these 2 little kids couldn't escape. Maybe she's a famous star, but she wouldn't lie just for a small matter, right? Mom, you might be mistaken about the child. Children's words shouldn't be taken seriously. He might be lying. Zhou Chuchu's face darkened, and her hand itched to respond. Yu Yan proudly lifted her head. The chubby, dark-skinned child, hearing the attention turned to him, grinned mischievously and pointed at Lin. "Mom, I want to fight him. If I win, his mom has to apologize to us. He said he could dodge my push, right? If he can beat me, That proves he's right. Yu Yan patted his head and said, "Oh, my son, that's a good idea." She looked provocatively at Zhou Chuchu. "Let's do as my son says. If the two kids fight and my son wins, it proves you're lying, and you have to apologize to me and my son." She smirked and added, "Not only in real life, but also on social media like Weibo and headlines, you have to apologize to us." Yu Yan claimed she was leaving the entertainment industry, but she still kept close ties. She often appeared in public, took her kids to family shows, and knew well that traffic equals wealth. She was experienced in using topics to stir up attention. Now she had a perfect topic ready, even with a catchy headline in mind. Unbelievable. Some people are so desperate for fame. Some moms who followed her and couldn't tell right from wrong added fuel to the fire, provoking Zhou Chuchu. "Yeah, if you want to prove your kid didn't lie, just let them fight. If your kid wins, he has to apologize to you. Talking nonsense won't work. The kids have to fight to settle this." Zhou Chuchu looked around at everyone and sneered coldly. "Are you joking? Did her kid push or not? Just check the video, and it's settled. You're all just making excuses and trying to distract attention. Let her kid fight that chubby, strong kid? What kind of foolish idea is that?" She didn't want to argue with these people and took out her phone to call her husband to borrow his strength. Lilin tugged at her sleeve, saying, "Mom, I can fight him." His eyes shone with determination. "Mom, I can beat him." He was very confident. Since he was pushed down the slide once, his dad had been teaching him and his sister martial arts every day. He trained very well. His dad said these martial arts shouldn't be used against weak people, but the big kid in the older class, who was taller and stronger, wasn't weak, right? He was a little man, wanting to protect his mom and sister. Zhou Chuchu squatted down, level with the child's eyes. "Lilin, have you decided? Even if you get beaten up and end up with a bruised face, will you still be happy with your choice?" The little guy clenched his fists and nodded firmly.
Yes.
"I won't regret it, Mom. And I will never lose." Zhou Chuchu's eyes brightened. She didn't mind if the child fought. Soon the world would end, and kids needed to be a little fierce. Since the child had made up his mind, regardless of winning or losing, she would support him. If things had come to this point, her kid deserved a chance to play. "I can let my kid have a fight with yours. If he loses, I'll apologize. But if he somehow wins, I don't want your apologies. I just want to slap each of you once. How about that? Fair enough?" Yu Yan and others were completely surprised that Zhou Chuchu actually made such a condition. They looked at each other, feeling the pressure. Yu Yan's expression changed instantly. She knew her child very well, whether he pushed someone or not. The worst part was he pushed someone but didn't knock them down. Maybe her son didn't push hard, or maybe those two little troublemakers dodged away. Seeing her hesitation, her son immediately lost interest. "Mom, agree. I won't lose. I want him to see how strong I am." Yu Yan looked at her chubby, well-fed child, then at Lilin, who was of normal build. There was a big size difference between the two kids. Thinking about her own child, who was ruthless and aggressive and had never lost a fight since he was little, she finally agreed to Zhou Chuchu's proposal. "Okay, let's do as you say." Everyone moved aside to give space. The chubby, tall kid swaggered around confidently. Lilin quietly walked over. The kindergarten teacher saw things might get out of hand and tried to stop it, but Yu Yan directly told her to back off. The chubby boy waved his arms aggressively, with a fierce expression, threatening and scolding Lin. "How dare you come up here, little kid? Watch me make you bleed from your nose. You're so small, I can slap you away with one hand. Wait a moment, I'll push you to the ground and make you cry." Lin paid no attention to his threats, calmly staring at him. To the little guy, this chubby kid was just a bit taller but full of weaknesses. His behavior surprised some watching parents who praised, "This kid is really impressive, like a little general. Look at how he's growing up early. He's destined for success."
Whose kid is this?
His confidence is amazing. Yu Yan's face darkened when she heard these comments. She didn't need others to tell her. She knew her own child was just a silly monkey jumping around, while the other child was calm and steady like a young tiger. The difference was huge. She shouted sternly at the chubby boy, "What are you waiting for? Hit him." Hearing the praise from others, the chubby boy grew even angrier. He already disliked Lin's cute and handsome look and the special attention and care from the teacher. Wherever Lin went, he was like a star surrounded by fans. This made him very annoyed. His mother was a famous star, and he believed he deserved that kind of treatment. Now, hearing the praise and his mother urging him, his anger boiled over. He swung his arm and punched at Lin. Lin turned sideways, ducked his head, avoiding the punch. He kicked out his leg, causing the chubby boy to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Lin quickly jumped on him and punched his nose. Blood immediately flowed, and his nose was sore and painful. He was so scared he started crying loudly. "Mom, Mom, help, help me." After making him cry, Lin didn't hit him again. He calmly asked, "Did you win or did I win?" The chubby boy wanted to cheat, but Lin raised his small fist and hit him again. He was crying and wailing loudly, Okay, I lost. Mommy, help me." Yen was so angry she was trembling, her face turning pale. "You're useless." She strode forward and kicked at Lin with her high heel. Zhou Chuchu, who had been protecting Lin, saw her shameless and violent act and rushed over quickly. She kicked her in the thigh, knocking her down and sending her flying. Yen was kicked to the ground, her leg hurting as if broken. She was both shocked and furious, cursing loudly and foully. "You're a worthless." Before she could finish her curse, Zhou Chuchu grabbed her collar and slapped her 4 times, left and right. After the slaps, she stormed toward the woman who had been provoking earlier. Those women usually bullied Yen, teasing this and that, but they had never met someone as stubborn as Zhou Chuchu. When she decided to fight, she fought without hesitation, no holding back. Yen, covered in blood and lying on the ground, was crying out in pain. They were all stunned and scared. Some quick-witted ones immediately tried to run away. But Zhou Chuchu didn't let them go easily. Whoever tried to run first would be caught and slapped twice. Suddenly, the sound of slaps filled the room. The people who were beaten were angry and shouting, "We will call the police." "You hit someone. Everyone, testify." "She hit someone." Just as they shouted, the police arrived. Accompanying the police was a well-dressed man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, even in the hot weather. Everyone was stunned. Who called the police? Zhou Chuchu hugged Lin and Chi and walked toward the police.
"I did," she said.
She nodded to the man with glasses. "Lawyer Feng. We meet again." Lawyer Feng pushed his glasses up and smiled with a hint of surprise. "Madam, you really surprise me every time we meet." Last time, he kicked Zhang Daong hard, this time even more fiercely, fighting 6 against 1, making a group of troublemakers cry and beg for mercy. "Well, it's a bit complicated. There's a celebrity involved."
"Can you handle it?"
Lawyer Feng said, "Xiao Kusi, I've already obtained the school's video footage. I also recorded the scene of your bet with my phone." He looked around with a strange smile on his face. "So, here's the question, madam. Do you want them to serve a few years in jail?" At this moment, someone recognized Lawyer Feng, and they looked shocked. "That's Lawyer Feng. Wow, he's famous for being hard to hire. My boss spent 5 million yuan to hire him for a case, but he couldn't get him." "That's normal. Lawyer Feng is one of the top lawyers in the industry. Many people want to hire him." Lawyer Feng is known for picking fights in court. Who is this mom, and why did she manage to hire him for such a small matter? Not just hired. Did you hear how Lawyer Feng called her madam? Everyone was suspicious and started guessing Zhou Chuchu's identity. No wonder they couldn't guess that Lin and Chi-Chi's school registration was handled by their grandparents. Their grandparents are low-key and wouldn't boast about their son being the richest man in the city. Zhou Chuchu was upset, but had no intention of arguing with these people. She looked around, noticing that the proud mothers became scared after everyone learned that Lawyer Feng was involved, their eyes full of pleading.
"There's no need for jail time.
If they apologize, We can put this matter behind us." As she finished speaking, the proud mothers happily came forward to apologize. Yuyan's face looked as sour as if she had eaten something bad. She arrogantly said, "Don't think only you can hire a lawyer. I also have one. This matter won't end easily for me." Lawyer Feng was initially feeling discouraged but suddenly cheered up upon hearing this. "Oh, do you have a good lawyer for lawsuits? Come on, call him over quickly. Without you and him going in, this case won't be interesting." Yuyan. Really, was that necessary? She was just joking. With Lawyer Feng stepping in, Zhou Chuchu naturally didn't stay any longer and hugged her 2 kids to leave the school. She saw a familiar luxury car parked outside, waiting for her and the children.
"Dad."
The 2 kids ran excitedly toward their father. In the car, the 2 little ones excitedly told Qin Zizhen about school, one talking while the other listened, animatedly describing everything. Qin Zizhen smiled as he drove, occasionally responding to his little treasures, and sometimes glancing at Zhou Chuchu through the rear-view mirror. "Dad, is Mom really amazing?" Lin asked happily. "I just hit 1, and Mom hit 6. Qin Zizhen couldn't help but laugh and teased. "Mom is indeed impressive. She dared to hit people in public." Zhou Chuchu felt embarrassed and quickly said, all right. Thank you, dear husband, for sending Lawyer Feng to handle my big problem. I'm very grateful." The family chatted and laughed as they drove home. Along the way, they saw someone selling balloons, dinosaurs, dolphins, and rabbits. The 2 kids couldn't take their eyes off them. Zhou Chuchu didn't hesitate and took the kids to buy balloons. "Boss, how much for all these balloons?" The balloon seller was very happy. 500 yuan. "If you want all of them, I can give you a 50 yuan discount." "Okay, make them up for us." "Sure, just a moment." While waiting, they suddenly heard a loud dog barking. There was the sound of sticks hitting and scolding. "Good you dog. Look at you, relying on my kindness, huh? Dare to steal food from my shop. I will beat you to death." The owner of a bun shop was hitting a large tabby dog with a stick. The dog was big but didn't fight back or bite. Instead, it lay on the ground whimpering and crying. Just as the balloon was about to burst, Chi-Chi tightly grabbed Zhou Chuchu's hand. She looked at the bleeding tabby dog with pity and said, "Mom, this dog says it hurts a lot and is very hungry. It's sick.
Can we help it?"
Zhou Chuchu wasn't very moved. In the end of the world, she was used to seeing death. Many people had died, so a dog didn't matter much. But Chi-Chi had a kind heart. She pulled Zhou Chuchu's hand again and said, "Mom, I don't want the balloon. I don't want toys or Barbie dolls. I also don't want my New Year's money. Mom, please save it. It's about to die." Chi-Chi was so anxious that tears filled her eyes. Zhou Chuchu could ignore the dog's life or death, but she didn't want to see Chi-Chi cry. She walked over, stopped the bun shop owner, and casually gave him 100 yuan. "We want this dog. Bring me 10 meat buns." The owner paused, smiling happily, and went to prepare the buns. "Are you planning to keep this dog? I see you're rich, probably keeping expensive dogs like huskies, Labradors, or Akitas. But this dog isn't worth it. It's just a stray mutt, very low class. Look at how dirty it is, full of fleas, and its flesh is rotting. You can't save it." Hearing this, Chi-Chi almost started crying. Zhou Chuchu's face turned cold. She snatched the bun and said, "Whether it lives or dies, that's none of your business." "Shut up." The bun shop owner awkwardly crossed his arms, looking at them with a hint of mockery. Chi-Chi took out a bun and offered it to the dog.
"Good dog, eat the bun."
Zhou Chuchu was afraid the dog might bite her, so she didn't let Chi-Chi go forward. But the little girl confidently said, "Mom, don't worry. The dog said it won't bite me. I'll go feed it the bun. After eating the bun, it will have strength." Seeing the innocent, bright eyes of the child filled with hope, Zhou Chuchu softened her heart. She let Chi-Chi approach the big dog but stayed alert. If the dog showed any signs of aggression, she would immediately stop it. Not only a dog, but if a person threatened her child, she would never show mercy. However, when Chi-Chi approached, the tabby dog did not show any intention of attacking. It looked at Chi-Chi with a gentle, human-like gaze, showing gratitude. It nudged her small hand with its nose and carefully ate the bun she offered. During this time, Chi-Chi gently stroked its dirty, messy fur, showing remarkable patience and kindness. Good dog, don't be afraid. You'll get better. The tabby dog stared steadily at Chi-Chi, with one gold eye and one blue eye reflecting her image, as if it wanted to remember her forever. It didn't bark or make noise, obediently eating the bun Chi-Chi fed it. Zhou Chu-Chu watched with mixed feelings. She was worried that Chi-Chi's kindness might put her at risk in this harsh world, but she also treasured this precious act of love. In this apocalyptic world, people no longer behaved like humans, turning into beasts. Under the collapse of human morality, this rare shining light of humanity was very bright. She sighed and thought, well, I might as well protect her more. If Chi-Chi wanted to keep this dog, she wouldn't refuse. But looking at its injuries, she doubted it could survive. She looked again at the tabby dog and was slightly surprised. Perhaps it was her illusion, but the dog seemed much more spirited, with a strong vitality flowing through its body. Even its once dull fur looked shinier. The rotten flesh had scabbed over, and its emaciated body had gained some flesh. After eating 5 buns, it even wobbled and managed to stand up. The owner of the bun shop, who had been expecting a joke, was shocked and dropped his cigarette on the ground. Only he knew that he had used a deadly force to hit the dog. If it hadn't been killed instantly, it was lucky to be alive, and how could it stand so easily? This dog is a bit strange. Of course, this dog was strange. Zhou Chu-Chu recognized the dog immediately. Due to the influence of black hole material, after the apocalypse, humans began to evolve. But animals and plants evolved even faster than humans. In the apocalypse, there was a top-tier evolved dragon dog, standing at the apex of mutated beasts. It hated humans extremely and had organized many attacks on human bases. Its destroyed base was among the top 5 most devastating, earning it a fierce reputation. This terrifying dragon dog was said to have evolved from a tabby dog. Its eyes are one gold and one blue. She still needed to confirm whether this dog was that apocalypse dragon dog. But it was certain that this dog had problems. Before he could react, Zhou Chu-Chu took a balloon and called the 2 children to get in the car. Kiki was reluctant to part with the brindle dog and issued an invitation. Good dog, if you have nowhere to go, come home with me. I will take good care of you. After a moment of hesitation, the dog surprisingly obediently got into the car. At this point, Zhou Chu-Chu couldn't possibly make it get out. Strangely, Qin Ziyuan didn't ask much and simply drove home. Once they arrived home, the dog's injuries had already healed, leaving only bloodstains on its fur. It was full of life, with bright, unusual blue and gold eyes that sparkled with energy. Its gaze was cautious and wary of people, except when looking at Kiki, where it was gentle. Zhou Chu-Chu thought, this dog really has a problem. Her in-laws saw them bring home a dirty dog. Instead of scolding the children, they were quite happy. Her father-in-law praised, this brindle dog is really beautiful and strong. It's just a bit dirty, which is no big deal. Just give it a wash. Brindle dogs are good for guarding the home and loyal to their owners. Not many good dogs like this anymore. Kiki is lucky. Qin Zhuangming said this and tried to take the dog for a bath. The dog took a few steps back, avoiding him. When he tried again, it moved back another 2 steps, looking at him with a mix of caution and disdain. Qin Zhuangming sighed. My wife, look at this dog. It looks down on me. He threw himself into his wife's arms, sobbing. Lu Zhulin, feeling helpless, comforted him. All right. You're a person, and it's just a dog. It doesn't need to compare itself to you. Qin Zhuangming nodded. Yes, I understand. But, wife, I feel like your words are a little off. Zhou Chu-Chu kept watching the brindle dog, increasingly convinced it resembled the legendary apocalypse dragon dog. That thing is very dangerous. Maybe I should find a reason to send it away. The brindle dog seemed to understand her thoughts. It lowered its head and let out a soft whimper, with its 2 bright eyes seeming to beg. Little Kiki immediately hugged the dog's neck. Mom, don't send it away. It said it's very good and will protect Kiki. Zhou Chuchu's eyes grew deeper. Kiki's behavior earlier was a bit strange. The 4-year-old girl, usually talking to her plush rabbits and kittens, greeting birds and small animals, but this time, her words seemed very targeted, almost as if she could understand dog language. Could Kiki have awakened some special power? This doesn't seem right. In a past life, Chi-Chi's awakened special ability was to make her arms longer and harder, but that's not the case now. Also, the tiger-striped dog, suspected to be a beast from the end of world, is actually just an ordinary dog before the apocalypse. It was often beaten by humans for stealing food and almost eaten by others after the disaster, which made it deeply resent humans and stand against them. It led many mutant beasts to attack cities and destroy human bases. But now, its recovery ability has improved so much that even the owner of a bun shop notices it. How could it be just an ordinary dog? Could there be some mistake in the information? Little Tiger, the mutated dragon dog. Zhou Chuchu was lost in her thoughts when Qin Ziyuan held her hand gently to comfort her.
Keep it, he said.
Zhou Chuchu was still worried.
But
she hesitated, not wanting to keep such a fierce beast like the end-of-world dragon dog in the house. It was too dangerous. She wanted to keep anything that threatened her family outside. But she didn't know how to explain her concerns to her husband. Should she keep pretending it was just a dream? Qin Ziyuan squeezed her hand and looked at the tiger-striped dog. If it wants to leave, I won't stop it. But if it dares to hurt any of you, I will make it regret coming into this world, he said, as if speaking to Zhou Chuchu and the dog. The tiger-striped dog's fur bristled when it saw him, but it didn't bark or attack. Instead, it lowered its head in submission. With its golden and blue eyes, it saw Qin Ziyuan and everyone else differently. The terrifying figure, like a prehistoric T-Rex, with energy radiating all around, and its 2 eyes like eternal suns. Noticing its nervousness, Chi-Chi quickly comforted it, gently petting it. Good dog, don't be afraid, stay calm. As she stroked it, white light seeped from her palms into the dog's body. It truly calmed down, turned to look at Chi-Chi, and stuck out its tongue to lick her hand. Chi-Chi giggled happily. Good dog, let's go. I'll take you for a bath. You smell really bad. She pointed toward the bathroom, and the tiger-striped dog obediently followed. Lin was so envious. She ran after them. I want to go too. I want to go. Zhou Chuchu still felt uneasy, and decided to follow. Grandmother Lu Jilin said, I'll go first. Manor, I understand what you're worried about, but this dog seems very intelligent. It's destined to be with Chi-Chi, and it won't hurt her, Zhou Chuchu said. She didn't go herself, but kept glancing toward the bathroom, ready to rush over at any moment. Laughter and cheerful voices echoed in the bathroom, occasionally interrupted by 2 dog barks. Soon the children brought out the clean dog, and the 2 kids also took a bath. The clean tabby dog had a shiny coat and, despite being thin from long-term malnutrition, seemed unusually lively and intelligent. Grandpa, who also loved dogs, looked at it with great affection. This dog is so beautiful, let me pet it. The tabby dog skillfully avoided his touch. Qin Zhuangming. Lu Jilin chuckled and reached out to pet the dog's back. The dog resisted a little but ultimately didn't dodge. Zhou Chuchu thought for a moment and reached out her hand. The tabby dog took a few steps and rested its head on her hand. Qin Zhuangming. Lu Jilin laughed and said, Our family's younger brother is clearly arranged by it. Qin Zhuangming was not convinced and pointed at Qin Ziyuan. This naughty kid is actually my family's younger brother. Qin Ziyuan glanced at the tabby dog.
Really?
The dog, with its paws on the ground, covered its eyes with 2 paws. You're making things difficult for me. I'm just a dog. How about I roll around a couple of times to cheer you up? The dog rolled twice on the ground. Qin Zhuangming was stunned. Has this dog become a spirit? Lu Jilin patted her surprised husband and said, Yes. When you took the college entrance exam, it was sitting right in front of you. After some playful teasing, the family accepted the new member, who was named Little Tiger by Chi-Chi. Although Little Tiger didn't quite like Grandpa, Grandpa happily built it a doghouse, planning to enjoy training it to eat and go to the bathroom. Surprisingly, the dog not only went to the bathroom by itself, but also knew how to press the flush button. That evening, Zhou Chuchu cooked a big bowl of beef and brought it to Little Tiger. The dog's eyes stayed on her for a long time, and its eyes looked a little moist. Only after she urged it several times did it quietly finish the beef, leaving nothing behind. Congratulations on your successful sign-in. You received 450 trillion megabytes, 1 pet tiger bone for strengthening muscles, and 5 doses of plant-based plasticizer fertilizer. A round, rolling ball, seemingly floating with a roaring tiger inside, spun around in the storage space. Is this the pet tiger bone for strengthening muscles? Zhou Chuchu felt something was strange. The family had just gotten a dog, and she immediately received a sign-in reward? The money was based entirely on how much Qin Ziyuan paid her, and she didn't care that she was taking advantage of this rule to get a lot from it. Exactly what is the connection between the sign-in rewards and my family members? What is the family's attitude towards me? Are they adding new members? Or something else? It seems there are many things still to explore. Initially, the system rewarded her with unlimited space and a new member gift on the first day. But the rewards from subsequent days were dull. Until she and Qin Ziyuan started taking advantage of the system, receiving large payments, and the types and amounts of potions in the rewards increased. Until yesterday, the system rewarded her with a supernatural ability of an S-level plant warrior, which fused 2 S-level abilities into a 2S-level master of plant control. Why did this happen? Could it be that she uncovered Lin Shuang and Sun Qishuan's plan and, by coincidence, tricked them, causing the system to reward her? System. Is that really what I'm thinking? The system remained silent. Zhou Chuchu was prepared and didn't lose hope. Asking questions daily without expecting answers was fine. If one day it answered, she might find a way to take advantage of it. No, she was using the system correctly now. Looking at the plant-strengthening fertilizer, it was bright red and slightly glowing, looking like animal fat, and it had a faint fishy smell. She couldn't tell exactly what it did, so the best idea was to feed it to the old peach tree, and then let the old peach tree tell her. When Zhou Chuchu entered the garden, it became lively with cheers. Master, the master is here. Look at me. Master, look at me. I love the master. Master. 3. I've learned a new skill. Master. The little vegetables showed their love openly, without holding back. They didn't say one thing and do another like humans. Their words and actions matched. Zhou Chuchu fed them abilities and went to see the old peach tree. After several deep evolutions, the old peach tree became more steady and wise. My great master, usually you feed me sugar first, but today you put me last. Is there something I can help with? Zhou Chuchu didn't hide anything and took out a portion of the plant-strengthening fertilizer. Try this fertilizer and tell me what it does. Whoosh! The old peach tree immediately stretched out 2 branches and took the fertilizer. Rustling. Its leaves trembled. It looked as excited as a dying person seeing a century-old ginseng that could save their life. My great master, you are truly kind and generous. Even before tasting this fertilizer, I can feel its powerful energy. It will greatly benefit me. Thank you, my master. After finishing her words of gratitude, the old peach tree carefully placed the fertilizer at its roots and gently curled around them. Only then did it bury its roots underground. A few minutes later, red lines appeared along its roots, gradually spreading to the branches and leaves, then converging onto the large peaches it bore. The old peach tree's actions made Zhou Chuchu feel both nervous and hopeful. How is it? Master, this fertilizer can strengthen a certain ability of ours and improve it to the next level. For example, if I use it to enhance my internal space, my current 1,000 square meters could become 10,000. If I strengthen my roots, they will become stronger and have a terrifying ability to regenerate. Or, if I boost my attack power, the leaves I shoot out might each have the power of a small bomb. Zhou Chuchu nodded to show she understood. It seems like you've strengthened the fruit? The old peach tree said, because the master granted us the ability to evolve, I also want to do my best to serve the master. My special ability fruits contain special energy factors. After enhancement, they are very likely to catalyze advanced abilities. I want to offer these fruits to the master. Zhou Chuchu was surprised that the old peach tree had such thoughts and stood silently for a long time. After a while, she went to the green belt to feed 300 ancient trees. Just as she was about to return, she saw a dog walking not far behind her. It was Xiao Hu. In the dark night, its two eyes flickered with blue and gold light. Seeing it suddenly was a bit frightening. Zhou Chuchu stopped. The dog sat still. She walked on, and it followed at a steady pace. Until their figures disappeared into the night behind a tree, Qin Ziyuan, dressed in pajamas, came out. Confirming his wife's safety, he vanished instantly. When she returned to the house, he went to the doghouse Qin Zhuangming built for it to sleep. Zhou Chuchu understood its intention.
So it was protecting me.
Back in her room, Qin Ziyuan was sleeping with his eyes closed. Under the soft night light, his features were deep and well-defined, with long eyebrows and eyelashes like small fans. I didn't realize your eyelashes are so thick. It's really enviable. Zhou Chuchu reached out and touched them. She felt her hand tremble slightly, afraid he might wake up. She quickly curled up in bed and fell asleep instantly. After falling asleep, her hands and feet automatically found the cool, comfortable spots and climbed up on their own. In the following days, the weather grew hotter. Zhou Chuchu continued her daily task of delivering packages, but some food supplies had stopped being shipped. The amount of supplies she needed to transfer also decreased. On Qin Ziyuan's side, they transferred 9 billion cubic meters of water from Russia, 500 million cubic meters of oil, 8 tons of gold, 10 tons of silver, and various minerals whose names she couldn't recall. There were also 8 million tons of seafood. The sea temperature was lower, so the high temperatures hadn't affected it yet. Seafood was quickly frozen after coming out to ensure it could still be transported, but this was the last batch of seafood they managed to get before the end of the world. Qin Ziyuan's overseas companies had all been sold, and daily earnings from sign-ins remained at 5 million megabytes, which was enough to use. The rewards from sign-ins were becoming more abundant and numerous. They included 25 units of Type 2 physical enhancement agents, 30 units of Type 2 mental strength enhancers, and 28 units of Type 2 vitality boosters. There were 18 units of plant growth fertilizer. They also had 2 multifunctional greenhouses with temperature control and 5 powerful natural energy collectors. Zhou Chuchu persisted daily in watering the garden vegetables and ancient trees behind her house with her special abilities, further expanding her ability pool. She also continued to cultivate plant warriors. She fed 5 units of plant growth fertilizer to her brother's second batch of evolved demon peppers, potato walls, angel mushrooms, bean shooters, and green onions. It was the 13th day before the end of the world countdown when her brother Zhou Xingyang arrived in Haishur and called her.
Sis,
Tall and handsome Zhou Xingyang wore a white tank top, carrying a bag of oranges, walking along the station while talking on the phone. Yeah, I got it, sis. I'm not a kid anymore. I know how to find my way. His features were sharp, and although his skin was tanned from the sun, it didn't detract from his good looks. Instead, it made him look vigorous and spirited. His muscles were tight and well-defined, radiating a wild, untamed energy. This was the result of years of planting and growing fruit. Compared to the tired, underweight office workers with dark circles, bags under their eyes, and balding heads, he had a unique charm. Many young women on the way threw flirtatious glances at him, some brave enough to come over and ask for his WeChat. But he walked too fast, leaving the women behind in a blur, their shadows disappearing quickly. Some women stomped their feet and sighed. Unaware that he had already cut off many romantic opportunities, Zhou Xingyang reached the exit of the station and looked around. Sis, I've arrived at the exit. Where are you? Zhou Chuchu looked at the black coal in front of her and, feeling speechless, jumped up and slapped him across the face. Where are you looking? Your sister is right here. Can't you recognize me? Zhou Xingyang looked at the dazzling, glowing Zhou Chuchu and was stunned. No way, sis. Did you get plastic surgery? Such a big change. I'm telling you, don't waste your brother-in-law's money. Men work hard to earn money. And, plastic surgery isn't good for your health. It might look fine now, but it could cause problems later. Zhou Chuchu, speechless, jumped up again and slapped him. What nonsense are you talking about? Her sister's 2 slaps made Zhou Xingyang feel the love from his real sister again. The years of distance seemed to disappear in those 2 slaps. Zhou Chuchu looked behind him but didn't see her parents. She grabbed Zhou Xingyang's shirt. Where are mom and dad? Why didn't they come? Did something happen to them? Zhou Xingyang was pulled off balance by Zhou Chuchu and hurriedly explained, Sis, let go.
Don't get so excited.
Mom and dad are fine. They're in the mountains, looking at the supplies you gave me money for. Zhou Chuchu was stunned. She gave her brother money to survive the 5 years of the end times, but she didn't expect those supplies to stop her parents from coming to Haishur. Those supplies aren't that special.
Call mom and dad over, she said.
Zhou Xingyang quickly waved his hands. What do you mean, those supplies? They are. He leaned close to Zhou Chuchu and whispered, so only she could hear. Those are 50 million worth of supplies. 50 million. Zhou Chuchu said, but they are not more important than mom and dad. Zhou Xingyang looked at his sister seriously, his expression becoming very steady. Sis, with what you just said, mom and dad have no regrets. Zhou Chuchu remembered her foolish actions and felt a bit sad. She, as a daughter, had let her parents down many times. Clack, clack, clack. Zhou Xingyang shouted loudly, shaking his phone and teasing, Sis, I recorded what you just said. When I go home, I'll play it for them. Zhou Chuchu instinctively kicked him. Are you crazy?
Delete it.
Zhou Xingyang dodged quickly. Hey, I won't delete it. I won't delete it. They played around until Qin Ziyuan came over, holding the 2 kids. Zhou Xingyang immediately turned his attention to the little ones, abandoning his sister. Brother-in-law, he greeted first. Qin Ziyuan nodded, still looking somewhat cold. But this was also the most gentle and warm expression he could show towards Zhou Chuchu and the children. As for Zhou Xingyang, he was pleasantly surprised. He knew his brother-in-law's personality well. Just getting a nod or a small response made him very happy. Uncle, hello. Hello, uncle. The 2 little ones politely called out, their eyes wide with curiosity as they looked at Zhou Xingyang. Zhou Xingyang's heart melted when he heard the 2 little bundles of joy call him. He threw aside the orange, opened his arms, and hugged the 2 babies. Ah, my little treasures. Uncle wants a hug. Last time I held you, you were just born. Now look at you, so big already. Come on, Uncle will take you on a plane ride. He held the 2 children, imitating the buzzing sound of a plane taking off, and started running. The 2 little ones giggled nonstop, having so much fun playing with him. It was truly amazing how deep family bonds can be. After a while, Zhou Xingyang remembered his oranges. Annie, Uncle, I brought you some oranges. I grew them myself, they're very sweet. Zhou Xingyang grinned, showing his white teeth, full of pride and happiness. Our fruit farm had a big harvest this year. I'm known as the fruit king around here. Zhou Chuchu looked at him with pride. Her brother was able to rise from the lows of family bankruptcy and work hard growing fruit. That was truly impressive. If the world hadn't ended, her brother would definitely be a famous fruit king nationwide. On the way to the car, Zhou Xingyang, the lively chatterbox, kept talking nonstop. Brother-in-law, our parents heard you sold the company. They said if you have any trouble, just tell them. We're family, no need to be polite. The driver, Qin Ziyuan, paused slightly and sincerely said, thanks to mom and dad. Zhou Xingyang waved his hand confidently and said boldly, why talk about these?
Just say you need help.
And you, sister, I'm not joking. If brother-in-law has difficulties, you should spend less of his money and learn to manage your life. Zhou Chuchu's happiness faded, replaced by frustration. She just wanted to slap her head. What kind of brother is this? Forget it. But Qin Ziyuan, not wanting his wife to feel awkward, defended her and said, my sister can spend my money freely. Once it's gone, I'll earn more. Zhou Chuchu felt sweet inside and proudly told her brother, "Did you hear that? I spend money, and my husband doesn't care. You're the one in charge now." Zhou Xingyang chuckled, grinning widely, exchanging a glance with Qin Ziyuan without any objection. When I got home, my parents-in-law had prepared a big table of delicious food and warmly welcomed me. After eating and drinking well, Zhou Chuchu took me to see the safety house under renovation. As soon as we stepped into the yard, my attention was caught by an old peach tree. I quickly walked over, touched the trunk, and praised it. Skin like turtle shell, dry like ancient pillars, with a posture like a flying dragon. "Sister, this old peach tree in your yard is amazing." Zhou Chuchu smiled and looked at her younger brother. "You still understand this?" Zhou Xingyang proudly replied, "Of course. Just look at what I do. Compared to the trees in my mountain area, this peach tree is the best. Hundreds or thousands of years old trees can't compare to it." Zhou Chuchu's heart moved. "You have many ancient trees there? Are some of them 1,000 years old?" Zhou Xingyang said, "Yes, quite a few are 1,000 years old. In the deep mountain valleys, the oldest 2 ginkgo trees are about 3,800 years old. Look at this photo. It takes at least 5 people to hug it." Zhou Chuchu looked at the photo and was shocked. Maybe because of her special abilities, she could see deeper into these 2 ginkgo trees. Colorful ribbons, auspicious signs surrounding them. "Let me show you something shocking. 3,000-year-old ginkgo trees on Wudong Mountain. Let me show you something shocking." Zhou Chuchu was stunned. Because of these 2 old ginkgo trees, she thought of something she had never considered before. "Maybe my previous understanding was wrong. I thought plants only started evolving after the end times, but clearly that's not true. These 2 old ginkgo trees have already undergone deep evolution. But I haven't been there myself, so I don't know how far they've evolved." She looked deeply at her brother. Zhou Xingyang felt uncomfortable under her gaze. "Sis, what's wrong? Your eyes look strange." The sense of awe and grandeur she felt suddenly collapsed. She rolled her eyes upward. That unlucky brother knew how to make her lose her composure. She crossed her arms and pointed at Zhou Xingyang's chest. "You're the one with the strange eyes. These 2 ginkgo trees are much better than that old peach tree in my yard, you know. What kind of eyes do you have? If you keep giving me false information, I'll beat you up." Zhou Xingyang was a little scared. "I won't dare anymore, sis." At this moment, he saw the climate control greenhouse in the garden again and became excited. "Sis, these 2 big greenhouses are awesome. Where did you get them made? Make me two later. Exactly what I need to grow seedlings." Zhou Chuchu watched him fumble around and finally couldn't bear it anymore. She grabbed his ear. "Come here. I have a question for you. Did you bring the shopping list?" Zhou Xingyang called out. "Yes, I did, sis. Be gentle." He showed Zhou Chuchu the shopping list he had taken photos of. "The list is too long. Bringing it all looks strange and might reveal our plans. I took pictures of everything instead." Zhou Chuchu looked at it and saw that his purchases were very reasonable. Food, drinks, supplies, warm clothing, cooling devices, and various generators, sleds, kayaks, and small boats. She felt a little relieved. Zhou Xingyang leaned in. "Sis, I also bought 20 land hunting guns and 15 large machetes with blades." Hearing this, Zhou Chuchu looked at her younger brother in surprise and gave him a thumbs up. "Did anyone notice what you bought?" Zhou Xingyang patted his chest confidently. "I handled everything, don't worry. I transferred these supplies across 3 mountain passes, changed vehicles several times, and finally, Dad and I drove to hide them in a natural hollow mountain cave. Only my parents know about it, no one else." Zhou Chuchu nodded and let out a breath of relief. Only then did Zhou Xingyang finally speak his mind. "Sis, now you can tell me. Why did you make me buy all this stuff?" Zhou Chuchu didn't answer. She first pulled her brother into the safe house. The safe house was mostly finished. Zhou Xingyang looked at the 50-centimeter thick titanium steel plates surrounding the entire villa, including the basement and roof. It had triple-layered explosion-proof glass and various facilities for warmth, cooling, fire prevention, poison resistance, shockproofing, and radiation shielding. His eyes widened in amazement. Sis, are we going to fight a war? That's too extreme. Zhou Chuchu looked seriously at her brother. A war? What we're about to face is even more terrifying than war. People here are noisy and careless. Come with me. I'll tell you everything. Zhou Chuchu took her brother back to their villa. Qin Ziyuan gave them the study so the two siblings could talk privately. Xingyang, every word I say next is no joke. You must remember it clearly. It might sound crazy, but it's the harsh reality we're about to face. In 12 days, the end of the world will come. Zhou Xingyang's mouth opened wide in shock. He was about to ask if Zhou Chuchu was joking, but Zhou Chuchu, predicting his move, pulled him into an infinite storage space. Zhou Xingyang was deeply shocked by his older sister's words. The next moment, he saw a vast shelf filled with countless supplies. He was completely stunned.
Wow.
What's going on? Zhou Chuchu brought her brother in to tell him everything clearly, without hiding anything. These are my special space supplies. What you see are the materials my husband and I prepared to survive the end of the world. With the coming apocalypse, hot summers, cold winters, floods, storms, earthquakes, zombies, and mutated plants and animals, these disasters will happen one after another. No one can escape. I can't do it alone, and neither can you. We must prepare early and face it actively. Zhou Xingyang felt a chill run down his spine. His sister's words hit him like a heavy stone, making his mind go blank. He didn't want to believe it, but seeing his sister present such unbelievable scenes forced him to accept it. He fell silent. Chuchu didn't rush him, giving him time to process everything. After a while, he looked up with firm eyes. Sister, what else do I need to do? How can I protect Mom and Dad? Seeing how well her sister and brother-in-law had prepared, he didn't worry too much about them. But what about their parents? Chuchu spoke seriously. I've already made thorough plans. I've prepared some items for you. Follow my instructions and take them back to use. Chuchu took out various potions, strengthening physical ability, mental power, and vitality, along with 3 special fruits from the old peach tree. After explaining their uses and how to use them, she said solemnly, You must convince Mom and Dad to come to Haishur City. Our family will face the end of the world together. I'm already building a safe house. If we live together, I'll feel more at ease. Hearing this, Zhou Xingyang hesitated. Sister, our parents' temper is tough. Even if the end of the world comes, they probably won't bother to come. And even if I tell them the end is near, they won't believe it.
Chuchu was prepared.
She took out a pot with demon peppers, a wall of potatoes, angel mushrooms, bean shooters, and a leek thrower, along with a pot of orchids. When they see these plants, they'll believe what I say. Zhou Xingyang was lost in thoughts about the apocalypse, and when he saw his sister bring out 5 small dishes and a pot of orchids, he froze again. Sister, you're talking about something serious, and you're just showing off these small dishes? Chuchu looked serious. Stop interrupting. Take a good look at these 5 small dishes. Zhou Xingyang immediately started observing and truly noticed the differences. Don't say, sis, you really are something. Your planting skills are impressive. With your talent for growing, you should try it on my fruit trees, bang. Zhou Chuchu, unable to bear it any longer, gave Zhou Xingyang a hard knock on the head, stopping his observations. He simply didn't have that kind of intelligence. Stop pretending it's just ordinary vegetables, and give this fool a task. Hee. Zhou Xingyang suddenly laughed. Sis, you look so serious, it's funny. Do you really think planting vegetables in a pot will make them understand what you say? Whoa. He stared in shock at what was happening before him, almost popping his eyes out. He saw the devil chili turn bright red, glowing as if it was on fire. Puff, 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 it opened its tiny mouth and spat out 3 flames. The flames burned on the ground for 3 minutes, making him even hotter, already feeling the heat. No, wait. Sis, it's got a mouth now. The chili has a mouth. Zhou Chuchu sneered. He not only has a mouth, but also eyes and hands. Now it looks down on you. It even wants to jump over and slap you. Zhou Xingyang closed his mouth tightly, then saw the potato wall foolishly open its mouth, stretch out 2 hands, and push out a wall of potatoes. The potato wall was 5 meters high and 4 meters wide, looking very sturdy, great for smashing or as cover. Oh my gosh! Zhou Xingyang shouted again. Zhou Chuchu, lower your voice. No need to make such a fuss. Zhou Xingyang was still crying out loud, sis. My dear sister. It's hard for me not to scream. Anyone would shout when they see this. Zhou Chuchu. Haha, good dog. Next, the broad bean shooter opened its pod and snapped out a bunch of small green peas, shiny like tiny beads. Zhou Xingyang tried to pick one up, but Zhou Chuchu quickly grabbed his hand. Don't touch, they might explode. Zhou Xingyang quickly pulled back his hand and saw the peas flying back into their pods with a whoosh, and the pods even winked at him. 3. Epsilon. Zhou Xingyang. Sis, it winked at me. It's winking. Wow, it can even recall the peas back into the pod. There were so many strange things happening. He didn't know which to complain about first. Zhou Chuchu calmly snapped her fingers. It's normal for it to blink once, isn't it? The peas might explode. If you don't pull them back in, you'll crush them, and who will be responsible if I get damaged? Zhou Xingyang. Sister, you make so much sense I am speechless. Feeling the disdain from my own sister, Zhou Xingyang reached out his hand. Sister, I am professionally trained. No matter how shocking the situation is, I promise I won't be surprised anymore. Zhou Chuchu looked at him with a doubtful eye. Really? Yes, yes. The onion-throwing hand climbed out of the flower pot, waving a bunch of scallions in front of Zhou Xingyang like a pair of nunchucks. Music played as the onion-throwing hand performed swift martial arts moves. Zhou Xingyang was completely stunned. He stared blankly at his sister and asked, If I say wow, will I seem uncultured? Zhou Chuchu sneered and asked back, What do you think? Zhou Xingyang glanced at the quiet white jade mushrooms in the flower pot, thinking these mushrooms are so calm. They probably won't cause any trouble. He straightened his chest. No doubt, sister. This time I can definitely hold my ground. Zhou Chuchu smiled but said nothing. The white jade mushroom straightened up from the flower pot, wearing a big mushroom cap, with long white hair and white butterfly wings behind it. It looked at a few vegetable friends, then waved a shower of pink crystal dust. After receiving the pink crystal dust, the vegetable friends clearly became happier and more energetic. Zhou Xingyang. Sister, maybe I've been single for too long, and I think a mushroom looks handsome? Zhou Xingyang was completely, utterly shocked. Compared to these plants, he felt that surviving the apocalypse was nothing. Zhou Chuchu, in her sisterly way, helped her reluctant little brother accept the coming apocalypse. Then she continued, I give you the potion, and you and Mom and Dad each take one every 10 days. After taking the potion, eat the supernatural fruit. If there's an emergency, eat the supernatural fruit first to activate your powers. These 5 pots are for you to carry around. Usually, they look like ordinary small dishes, but if you and Mom and Dad are in danger, they will activate immediately. Use them to tell Mom and Dad. If they still refuse to come, I will entrust them to you. You must protect them. If there's an unavoidable danger, hold them and Mom and Dad and go to those 2 ginkgo trees. Zhou Chuchu set up 3 layers of protection for her parents and brother. If her parents come over, everyone will stay together to face the difficulties. But just like her brother understands their parents, she does too. If they have any way out, they would never accept living under someone else's roof. This stubborn old man and woman are very tough inside. If not for that, they would have accepted their husband's help when they went bankrupt, instead of moving to the mountains to grow fruit. With their personalities, even if they knew the end of the world was coming, they wouldn't come. She has deeper reasons. In her past life, her parents didn't die from lack of supplies but from serious illness. They had underlying health issues, and in such extreme conditions, without proper treatment or care, they couldn't survive. But with these strengthening agents, their bodies will gradually become stronger, and their underlying illnesses will disappear. If they take the supernatural fruit and gain special powers, their lifespan could increase significantly. For safety, there are 5 small vegetable warriors that use plant-enhanced fertilizer. As long as there are no disasters like landslides, they should be able to protect themselves. Even if they can't, the 2 old ginkgo trees are the last safety net. She faintly feels that her supernatural power has a natural attraction to plants. The evolved small vegetables will surely catch the interest of the old ginkgo trees, leading them to protect her parents and brother, and in exchange, she can negotiate with them. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. Another important reason is that she senses that her rebirth has brought unpredictable changes, which might make it impossible to take care of her parents and brother at the same time. She feels that everything is safe now, or that her parents are no longer safe. No matter what method, even if she has to tie them up, she will bring them here. This phone is for you.
Contact me anytime.
Zhou Chuchu handed Zhou Xingyang a dull-looking black phone. But don't be fooled by its plain appearance. It connects to a satellite communication system. It's a high-tech product from Xian Citigroup. Even if the ground communication facilities are destroyed later, it can still be used to contact others. Why satellite communication? Don't ask. It's because her husband prepared for the end of the world by launching 10 satellites into space. Her husband has made many preparations. She only knows about 32 laboratories built deep in mountains underground or in deserts, and a large amount of supplies is being sent there. Of course, her husband mentioned some specific plans, but she wasn't very interested and fell asleep while listening. Zhou Xingyang took the phone and said seriously, "Sister, I will do my best to persuade our parents to come here. But if they refuse, sister, don't worry. I will do everything I can to protect them." Zhou Xingyang only stayed in Haisher for 2 days before leaving in a hurry. With the end of the world approaching, he was worried about his parents. His 2 little siblings were very attached to him. Over the past 2 days, Uncle played with them happily. They really liked Uncle. Zhou Chuchu also didn't want him to leave, but she was worried about her parents. Since Zhou Xingyang was going back to check on them, she felt a bit more at ease. When Zhou Xingyang left, he called Qin Ziyuan into the study for a talk between men. They didn't say what they discussed, but after coming out, Zhou Xingyang told her, "Big sister, I was really worried about you here. After all, you're in Haisher, and the situation there is much more complicated and dangerous than in those remote mountain areas. But with brother-in-law here, I'm not worried about you anymore. As for mom and dad, you don't need to worry.
I'll do my best."
When Zhou Xingyang left, he also left her a precious gift. It was a collection of videos of him and their parents from the past 5 years. In these videos, their parents recorded their life planting fruit trees in the mountains and expressed their longing and blessings for her. These videos gave Zhou Chuchu strength. Every time she watched them, she felt more empowered. She was determined to survive the end times and reunite with her parents and younger brother. Soon after her brother returned, he called her on video. On the screen was the face she missed so much, her parents. Seeing their faces, she couldn't help but cry. "Mom and Dad, come over. Let's be together as a family." Her parents looked at her with deep affection, their eyes full of comfort. But they shook their heads. "Near, we understand your feelings, but we can't come. If we come, it will only add to your burden and stress. You have your in-laws to take care of and children to protect. If we come, it might distract you. Besides, we're in the mountains, and it might not be less safe than where you are. The mountain's interior is cool and refreshing, not afraid of high temperatures, and supplies here won't spoil. Even if there's a flood, it won't reach here. During cold weather, the mountain keeps warm naturally. The most important thing is there are few people around here, so we don't have to deal with malicious people. If we face difficulties, we have the tree spirit to protect us. Near, don't worry about us. Instead, you must take good care of Ziyuan, really take care of him." Tears streamed down Zhou Chuchu's face. Her longing for her parents was like a rushing flood, overwhelming her heart. Even though she was prepared, she still secretly hoped her parents would come. "We're doing very well. Both he and I have awakened special abilities. We have stored a lot of supplies. We will be fine. Mom and Dad, don't worry, don't worry." Despite all the conflicts and arguments, our loved ones' hearts are still connected in the end. When Mom saw her daughter's tears, her heart softened. She pushed the old man aside and gently advised her daughter, don't worry. Your dad and I will do our best. We've also awakened our abilities now. When we become stronger, your little brother won't be a burden anymore. He can help you out. When that time comes, even if you're annoyed with us, we'll still stick together. Mom and Dad are willing to show our best side to become close like family. Zhou Chuchu's tears started flowing again. She nodded repeatedly more and more. Today is the 11th day before the end of the world. The first wave of extreme heat has hit Earth. The temperature in Haishur soared to 45 degrees Celsius. High-temperature alerts sounded around the world. Droughts also appeared everywhere. People started receiving extra allowances for the heat, and many reduced going outside. Some companies allowed employees to work from home. Most families kept their air conditioners running 24 hours a day to fight the heat. On the news broadcast, reports of accidents caused by the heat, sunburns, heatstroke, and so on began to appear. Fear and unease grew among the people. The host urged everyone to stay at home as much as possible, trust the country, and work together to get through this tough time. Experts labeled this heat wave as a once-in-a-century or a millennium event, trying to show it was just a sudden fever of the earth. They said it would pass quickly. But only Zhou Chuchu knew that until the cold arrived, each day was actually colder than the previous one. The end of the world was revealing its fierce claws, ready to strike at the very earth that sustains us. On the 10th day before the end, Zhou Chuchu boarded Qin Ziyuan's private plane, heading to the high seas near Korea. She also saw a different side of her husband, no longer the usual calm and commanding man, but someone with a bold, heroic look, sharp and capable. Qin Ziyuan usually looked like a powerful boss, meticulous and commanding, as if holding the whole world in his hands. But now, he looked like a general about to go to battle, full of courage and determination to conquer everything. As for her, although she wore practical sportswear and her hair was high, and combined with her strong aura from past battles, she looked quite capable. If only she didn't hold that small dish of vegetables in her hands. There are vegetables in the flower pot, including cabbage, radish, mint, angel mushrooms, and chili peppers. The small dish looks fresh and tasty. Holding this small dish, she appears very innocent and harmless. The private plane has already taken off into the sky. Zhou Chuchu sits properly, ignoring the curious glances from others. Finally, a handsome young man with blue hair can't help but approach her and start a conversation. Big sister-in-law, why are you holding a small dish? Are you worried the plain food won't suit your taste? Before boarding, her husband told her about a mercenary group called Songlong and shared detailed information about its key members. He explained that these members are different from ordinary people and shouldn't be treated the same way. Zhou Chuchu remembers that this young man is named Ji Fuxing, a computer genius. She points to the small dish and says, I can make up an excuse to fool you, but there's no need. I can only tell you the truth now. She leans forward and whispers, you can't tell anyone, okay? Ji Fuxing eagerly nods, yes, yes. Zhou Chuchu moves the small dish closer and says, they are my plant warriors. When I'm in danger, they will pull out their roots from the soil and fight desperately against enemies. Ji Fuxing. Big sister-in-law, are you trying to trick me into thinking you're a child? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that. Zhou Chuchu feels helpless. These days, no one believes the truth. If I carry this dish, I can use the flower pot to hit someone in danger. Ji Fuxing's eyes sparkle. Cool. Zhou Chuchu. Her conversation with Ji Fuxing attracts the attention of a few others on the plane. A young man dressed in black, playing with 2 throwing knives, which move obediently in his hands like spirits. This young man is Wu Shichen. Zhou Chuchu's impression of him is very deep. In the apocalypse, he awakened an S-rank ability to control throwing knives, capable of killing targets from thousands of miles away and chopping zombie heads like watermelons. She saw him in action during a zombie siege. At that time, he was a super ability user hired by the leader of the Mingri base, Zhang Haohui, at a high price. He is famous and is said to be a lone wolf who never joined any base and has been wandering alone. She never expected that he would actually be one of her husband's mercenaries. A silent, heavily bearded man with a very strong build, yet he doesn't seem bulky. Instead, he gives off a light and agile feeling, a strange contradiction. His name is Chiu Bupo, skilled with heavy rifles, capable of headshots from 300 meters away. A young man with a gentle expression, wearing a white coat, named Lin Shuang, is a famous doctor. After the apocalypse, he became well known for healing bones and even reviving the dead. He is always accompanied by a beautiful woman with an expressionless face, said to be transformed from a zombie, who feels no pain and is very strong in combat. Because of his unmatched medical skills, no one dares to challenge him. There is also a young man sitting still, holding a sword like a clay sculpture. When he sits with his sword, he seems invisible and is easy to overlook. His name is Song Huai, a genius swordsman. In his past life, Zhou Chuchu never met him, but she heard that in the south, there was a sword-wielding psychic who defended a city multiple times against zombie attacks. Maybe he is the same person. Honestly, Zhou Chuchu was a bit confused at first about her husband's two future top experts. Thinking back to her past life, her husband never told her about these people, nor did he seek them out. Although he didn't say anything, she guessed the reason. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a scarred face, a fierce yet steady aura, suddenly spoke. "Boss, the situation has changed. Lockheed, Raytheon, and other American arms companies, as well as French Dassault and Italian Beretta, have violated the agreement and sent weapons cargo ships to South Korean international waters. They are meeting with Japan's sailing company in open seas, and they have entrusted this entire deal to the Venom Scorpion mercenary group, which is hostile to our Songlong. Japanese Johan mercenaries and Korean Crimson volunteers are voluntarily acting as the Venom Scorpion's wings. This is a declaration of war from the Venom Scorpion against our Songlong, a challenge from the tyrant, to you, boss. This is trouble." Everyone on the plane heard the name Venom Scorpion Tyrant and froze for a moment, a tense atmosphere spreading out. Ji Fuxing suddenly punched the seat, his face full of anger, shouting, It! This madman actually came after us." Wu Shichen sheathed his flying knife, leaning forward defensively. That's not surprising. The tyrant sees our boss as his biggest rival. His Venom Scorpion has been undefeated internationally, but he keeps losing to our boss. Do you think he's willing to accept that? Lin Shuang, though expressionless, spoke with a much deeper voice. "The boss has returned to the country to start a business. I, Songlong, am lurking. The tyrant is actually searching the world for the boss. This time, the boss is buying weapons. He must have received news. It's strange if he doesn't get involved." Chiu Bupo raised his rifle and aimed. "If he wants to fight, then let's fight." Song Huai didn't speak, but tightened his sword grip. Zhou Chuchu was confused. Who exactly is this tyrant? How could he make these famous, powerful fighters in the end-of-world scenes so nervous? From their words, it seems he has some grudge against her husband, and this person seems very strong. All the famous arms companies in the world have entrusted him with their weapons. Mercenaries from Korea and Japan are willing to work for him. Noticing her confusion, Qin Ziyuan held her hand and said, "The tyrant's real name is Chris Toller. He is a Christian pastor and the leader of the world's second mercenary group, Poison Scorpion. When I led Songlong years ago, I fought him several times and always won. But he is a very strong opponent. Since I returned to take over the family business, he has never stopped improving, expanding, and developing. His influence now covers Europe and America." Zhou Chuchu opened her mouth wide. "Wow, that's so intense. Husband, does that mean you're even more powerful than him?" Her eyes sparkled, as if she had discovered a new world. Qin Ziyuan was a bit surprised by her reaction. Normally, shouldn't she be afraid? But without a doubt, her reaction made him feel happy and pleased. At this moment, a middle-aged man responsible for communication and intelligence, Wu Fifan, spoke in a deep voice again. "Boss, the tyrant hijacked our signal and sent a video call. Do we answer?" Qin Ziyuan's eyes were deep. Answer. The video opened. A handsome man with silver hair, blue eyes, and a look that combined charm and sanctity looked at them. It was as if he was facing Qin Ziyuan from thousands of miles away. His expression was joyful, but also a little crazy. He spoke fluent Chinese. Long time no see, Black Emperor. I've been looking for you for 7 years. Finally, I found you. Come to the high seas of Korea. Let's have a showdown, with those weapons and warships as stakes. If you win, take the weapons and leave. If you lose, stay forever and become a corpse. The tyrant. Qin Ziyuan looked at him and said, "These weapons were originally purchased by me. Using them as stakes is not enough." The handsome foreign man was momentarily stunned, then his smile grew even brighter. "You're right. Buying these weapons isn't enough to save your life," he said. "All right then. I'll use most of the poison scorpion weapons, plus the ones you bought, as a bet. Is that enough?" Qin Ziyuan's eyes were deep and calm. "Yes." The handsome man, the tyrant, clapped his hands loudly. "Black Emperor, you have guts. Come on, I'm waiting for you." The video ended here. Zhou Chuchu stuck out her little head, angry. "Is this idiot too confident? He wants your life." "Impossible. It's just not possible." She was angry just thinking about it. This guy actually used the weapons her husband bought as a bet to gamble his life. She held a flower pot filled with small vegetables. He's talking nonsense. The tense atmosphere eased a little because of Zhou Chuchu's words. Qin Ziyuan hugged his wife and nodded. "You're right, honey." Even so, in his mind, images of tyrant Chris Toller flashed. Those images finally froze. In the picture, Zhou Chuchu was leading her team on a mission to exchange for basic supplies. He sat in a shabby, low house in the Tomorrow base, waiting. His legs had been completely rotten and amputated. His battered body was wasting away from long-term malnutrition and abuse. Despite that, he still tried to awaken his special powers. No one knew the deep pain inside him, as vast as an abyss. He didn't want to be useless, nor did he want to be a burden to Zhou Chuchu. While practicing, a white light flashed. A fancy door appeared before him. Chris stepped out of the bright white light. Seeing him, his eyes showed both pity and arrogance. "Let me see who this is. My greatest rival, the famous Captain Songlong, the fierce Black Emperor? How did you become like this? You've really changed? I won't kill you, Black Emperor. No, you're just a pitiful weakling now. Let you struggle to die. That's the greatest insult to you, and my biggest victory." Qin Ziyuan clenched his fists. He was right. His transformation was indeed the greatest insult to him. But he would never let the scene in the picture happen. He spoke calmly. "I have defeated the tyrant several times. This time, I won't be an exception." Hearing Qin Ziyuan's words, the originally tense crowd relaxed. That's right. This is their team leader, their spiritual guide. He only needs to stay silent. As long as he speaks, something will happen. Never an exception. Even intelligence agent Wu Fifan casually added at this moment. Here's another piece of news. Zhang Haohui from the Zhang family in the imperial capital has also gone to the Korean high seas, trying to compete with the boss. With a tyrant in front, mentioning the renowned leader of the Tomorrow base in this apocalyptic world is just a side note. On a luxury cruise ship in the Korean high seas, an extraordinary and alluring performance is underway. Beautiful women from around the world, dressed in elegant clothes, are performing stunning dances. Celebrities from all over, often seen on international news, gather here. Between toasts and conversations, huge deals are often made. The rising heat affecting the world doesn't reach here. It feels like paradise on earth. Fong Monru, dressed in a diamond-studded gown, her hair elegantly up, revealing smooth, fair skin, holds a glass of red wine. Even though she is trying to stay calm, the excitement in her eyes gives her away. Who would have thought? Fong Monru's luck has turned around, and she can attend such a grand event. It's all thanks to the man beside her. Without Qin Ziyuan, she now has a better pursuit. From the imperial capital's Zhang family, a wealthy and powerful old family with deep roots beneath the surface. Their influence is astonishing. That is the true noble family. Compared to the Qin family, what are they? Looking at the handsome man in front of her, Feng Manru is determined to win him over. Manru, are you satisfied with this sea trip? Zhang Haohui looked at the dazzling beauty before him, full of admiration. It was just a business trip to the sea, yet he met such a top-notch beauty. Feng Manru did not flatter or fawn over Zhang Haohui like other women. Instead, she maintained a cool, distant aura. She knew well that men dislike women who are too eager, as they tend to discard them easily, once they get what they want. Thank you, young Master Zhang. I am very satisfied. She raised her glass and clinked it with Zhang Haohui's. Zhang Haohui wore a polite smile, about to say more to win her heart, when his female assistant hurried over and said, "Young master, Bell from Thor Corporation agrees to see you. Bell, the CEO, wants to meet me." Zhang Haohui's face suddenly changed. He no longer cared about whether the woman was beautiful or not. To him, his great cause was more important than any woman. As long as his goal was achieved, what woman couldn't be replaced? He quickly tidied his clothes and went to meet Bao Bell, the president of Thunder God Arms Company. He didn't even say hello to Feng Manru. Hearing about Thunder God Company, Feng Manru felt very excited. This was a famous American arms company, and the Zhang family actually had a partnership with them. She knew she had made the right choice. If she succeeded in marrying into the Zhang family, her social status would rise immediately. Soon, she would become a true socialite. Seeing her eager expression, Zhang Haohui's beautiful and capable female assistant warned her, "I advise you to stop your thoughts. I've seen many women like you, and wishful thinking won't do any good. You won't be the young master's first woman, and you definitely won't be the last. The young master is like an eagle soaring in the sky. You don't match him." These words were almost insulting. Anyone else would be upset, but for Feng Manru, who was ambitious and focused on her goal, it was a declaration of war. She raised her chin, lifted her wine glass, and accepted the challenge. The female assistant's eyes darkened. She looked at Feng Manru deeply, then left. Feng Manru enjoyed herself, taking a small sip of red wine. There are some people in this world who are born to be the main characters. They are destined to succeed and shine among all beings. And I am one of them. Like Zhou Chuchu and others, they're just decorations for me, a joke to be laughed at. Just after she finished her boast, she saw Zhou Chuchu walking in with a canvas bag, dressed in functional sportswear. Feng Manru spat out her wine uncontrollably. She strode over and questioned Zhou Chuchu, "How come you're here?" Zhou Chuchu looked surprised to see Feng Manru. Then, thinking about Zhang Haohui being here too, she understood. She couldn't help but marvel at the power of fate. Even after living again and changing many things, some events still followed the path of destiny. For example, the meeting of Feng Manru and Zhang Haohui. In a different place and time, they would still meet. In her previous life, Feng Manru's actions, whether Zhang Haohui was involved or not, led to her family's destruction and her death without a proper burial. This time, she was aware of their schemes, and she was not in the dark. She was their mortal enemy. The other person asked aggressively, as if they were about to break down. Zhou Chuchu rolled her eyes and retorted directly, "I love where I wanted. Do you have the right to ask?" Feng Manru still couldn't accept it. "This isn't the place for you. Qin Ziyuan went bankrupt. You should be in the slums, not here." Her husband's plans went wrong, and Zhou Chuchu was in a very bad mood. Feng Manru then appeared to cause trouble, looking for a fight. She couldn't let her have the chance to vent her anger. She snapped back fiercely, "Are you crazy? If you're sick, go take medicine. Who are you to tell me where to go? Even a police in the Pacific can't control you. Is this your ship? My husband went bankrupt, but so what? Even after going bankrupt, he's 1,000 times better than Zhang Haohui." Zhou Chuchu wanted to say more, but suddenly a familiar voice sounded. "Are you the wife of the Black Emperor?" Even with her back turned, she felt a strong, oppressive gaze sweep over her head. Zhou Chuchu remembered that voice. Wasn't that crazy person someone else? She desperately called out in her mind to her husband, "Honey, your dear wife has met your enemy. Come quickly." But her husband didn't appear out of nowhere. The person behind her was already walking toward her. The Black Emperor actually married? Unbelievable. Let me see what kind of woman is worthy of him. Zhou Chuchu didn't turn around, but she saw Fong Monru staring mesmerized at the man approaching her, even unaware that her dress was splashed with red wine. However, that man wasn't interested in Fong Monru at all. He didn't even glance at her, but instead showed great interest in Zhou Chuchu. "Turn around, beautiful wife." This venomous scorpion's voice seemed to have a special magic power, making people unconsciously obey his words. Strangely, although he was incredibly handsome and his appearance would surely cause a sensation, Zhou Chuchu didn't notice his arrival until he spoke. "What is this thing? Turn around, turn around, turn around." A voice urged inside her mind, like a hypnotic spell. It was like when you're very sleepy and someone sings a lullaby in your ear, pulling you into a dream. But Zhou Chuchu had endured many hardships in her past life, and her mental strength was extremely tough. She had also taken a mental strength potion, making her a level 2 superpower user. She immediately broke free from the voice's temptation, suddenly pulling Fong Monru away from her obsession and smashing her behind her. A white wall of light suddenly appeared on Chris. Fong Monru hit the wall and let out a heavy thud, falling onto the deck. Her back of the head hit again with a loud bang, causing 2 large bumps to form on her forehead and the back of her head. She had already fainted from the... "Quite a surprise, little sweetheart. You actually managed to break free from my desire barrier. No wonder the Black Emperor values you. I'm even more interested in you now." The voice behind him was very playful, like a cat teasing a mouse, calm and confident. Strangely, whether it was the man's attitude or Fong Monru's stiff fall, the people around seemed to have no reaction at all. It was as if they didn't see anything, as if they had disappeared from sight. However, I guess the Black Emperor might just be using you. Otherwise, how could he trust such a lovely lady to be under my watch? Chris's words sounded like a devil's whisper, making people want to trust him, submit to him, and bow before him. Clearly, he was a master at manipulating people's minds. But when Zhou Chuchu heard this, she felt very annoyed. She turned around, her sharp eyes, black and white, looked at Chris without a hint of confusion or temptation.
Her hand quietly unzipped her canvas bag.
"Are you really familiar with the Black Emperor you mentioned? That is my husband?" Chris was momentarily surprised by Zhou Chuchu's true appearance, but the amazement quickly faded. If he was more beautiful or enchanting than anyone else, he was even more so. "I do know him." Zhou Chuchu shook her head. "Just based on the few words you just said, I can tell you don't really understand him. Are you even worthy to be his rival? I heard your bet. Chris, is that your name? Let me tell you the result of the bet." Chris smiled gracefully. "Oh, and what is the result?" Zhou Chuchu spoke clearly, one word at a time. "You will definitely lose." Chris still smiled, but his smile now carried a hint of madness. A terrifying pressure suddenly spread out, like a giant venomous scorpion lurking in the shadows, ready to strike it deadly. "That's not necessarily true. What if I catch you and use your life as leverage?" He stepped closer to Zhou Chuchu. Her heart was pounding wildly. She had faced zombies before, but she had never been this nervous around Chris. Yet she tried her best to stay calm, so much so that no one could tell. This was a skill she had developed through repeated near-death experiences, a way to shift her emotions. Her voice was steady. "All you rely on is your special ability. Everyone has some kind of special power." After she finished speaking, ripples spread through her body. 18 vines roared out and slammed hard toward Chris. Chris was truly surprised this time, but he remained calm. A white light wall appeared again around him. However, since Zhou Chuchu is a level 2 supernatural ability user, unlike an ordinary person like Fong Monru, the 18 vines caused the light wall to show signs of breaking. Chris's blue eyes suddenly became deep. His attitude toward Zhou Chuchu changed immediately, from seeing her as an insignificant target to viewing her as a worthy opponent.
Whoosh.
At this moment, a Japanese woman in a cheongsam jumped down from the second floor. She lightly landed on a wealthy merchant's wine glass, then gracefully descended like a dragonfly. She slowly drew a long sword and aimed it at Zhou Chuchu, blocking her escape route. She asked Chris in Japanese with some confusion, "Ruler, has she received a divine message or a blessing from the gods? Otherwise, how could she use divine powers?" This Japanese woman is Haruka, the leader of the Japan heavy-duty mercenary group. For some unknown reason, she harbors intense hostility towards Zhou Chuchu. Chris didn't react and seemed to dismiss her question. From the shadows, a man wearing a fong-shaped mask stepped out. He dragged a 1-meter-long metal hammer covered with spikes, with strips of meat hanging from it. The hammer was stained dark red with blood. This man is Jin Guangzhou, the leader of the Crimson Mercenary Group. He tilted his head and said in Korean, "Whether she can use divine powers doesn't matter. Catch her, smash her, swallow her. Then you can get her divine power." Zhou Chuchu couldn't understand what these two were saying, but she clearly felt a strong sense of malice. Both of these people had supernatural energy fluctuations, at least level I. She was shocked. "It seems I was narrow-minded in my previous life. There really are people in this world who awaken their powers before the apocalypse." What she experienced and saw in her past life was only the tip of the iceberg. Below the surface of the sea, in places ordinary people don't know, true horror lies. Zhou Chuchu was outnumbered 3-1, which naturally made her tense. But she didn't feel afraid. She might still have the strength to fight. Suddenly, an explosion and loud noise erupted outside. On Chris's side, a loud, commanding voice in English rang out, "Tyrant, the Dark Emperor is attacking us. Our people have been mostly defeated. Please send help quickly." The sounds of explosions seemed to be a response to Chris, awakening those trapped in his desire barrier. What happened? Why are there explosions?
What's going on?
What is happening? Chaos erupted at the scene. These famous politicians and celebrities from different countries looked like headless flies. Snapping his fingers, Chris smiled brightly. The actors are in position. The show is about to begin. He spread his arms, bathed in a glow that looked like holy light. He walked toward a floating platform, as if about to transform into an angel. Transparent white wings slowly unfolded from his back. Everyone was stunned by this scene, staring in shock. Haruka Sakura and Jin Guangzhou looked excited and worshipful, kneeling before Chris. When they knelt, a group of people followed suit and knelt down too. Soon, only Zhou Chuchu remained standing in the banquet hall. Chris's enchanting, powerful voice rang out again. "God says, the end times are coming. God will cleanse the world with disasters. A new order will be established, and a new rule will descend. Fire of the gods sweeps across, and the divine will establish an eternal heavenly kingdom in this corrupt world. And I, Chris Toller, am the only gatekeeper of this divine realm. Those who believe in the divine realm will enter and gain eternity. Those who do not will have no place to rest in death." The tyrant Chris's voice was full of charm, combined with the white glow rising around him. With his white wings fluttering, he looked like a true angel descending. This scene, along with his magnificent and perfect appearance, could be called divine. Everyone was bewitched and bowed down in worship. Among those kneeling were many powerful arms dealers, including Bel from Thor's army, all full of devotion and fanaticism. Leading the group was Chunhwa Sakura and the fiery red leader Jin Guangzhou from Korea, some of the most passionate among them, because they had already received the divine gift and gained divine skills. Zhou Chuchu glanced at the people worshipping Chris and falling into madness. What a perfect opportunity! The demon chili pepper, crawling out of the canvas bag, opened its mouth and spat 3 fiery chili flames at Chris. The flames clung to his glowing wall and burned fiercely. Although the light wall blocked the flames, the spicy smell of the chili peppers penetrated it, covering Chris's face and giving him a face full of the mysterious Eastern Chili's attack. Suddenly, Chris's face turned bright red, and he couldn't help but hold his nose and cough wildly. Cough, 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 cough. The sacred image he had created collapsed instantly.
Good job.
Zhou Chu praised the devil chili. The devil chili showed a silly smile. Bakayura. Haruka Sakurako was furious and swung her sword at Zhou Chu. Ultimate triple cherry blossom. 3 sword flashes cut toward Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu responded instantly with vines. The sword flashes cut the vines, but she had already stepped back 4 or 5 steps. She turned and ran away quickly. Haruka Sakurako lightly leaped, jumping 5 or 6 meters, ready to swing her sword again, but her foot was stuck by something and pulled back from the air, so she couldn't strike. She looked down angrily and saw 5 patches of mint green, leaf-shaped traps on the ground, which she had stepped into and couldn't move.
Bang, bang, bang.
In the next second, her head and body were hit by a series of rain-like strikes. The speed and force of these punches were faster and stronger than Tyson's. She was knocked dizzy and bloodied instantly. She wiped the blood from her eyes and saw a cabbage attacking her wildly. She was stunned. She had eaten too many of these before and never knew they could attack back so fiercely. Jingguangzhou saw her being pressed down by a mint plant and a cabbage and felt it was absurd. But as the Crimson Leader, he was naturally violent and bloodthirsty, killing without mercy, with battle instincts carved into his bones. He quickly judged that Zhou Chu was controlling these plant warriors. The shadow beneath his feet stretched and extended, covering Zhou Chu's shadow, and he disappeared into the shadow instantly. In the next moment, he appeared behind Zhou Chu, and his steel wolf Fong club swung toward her without hesitation. Zhou Chu's back hair stood up in fear.
Bang.
However, Jingguangzhou's club didn't hit Zhou Chu but struck a potato wall. It turned out Zhou Chu had more than 5 small vegetables. She buried herself in the dirt with a potato wall and pushed out a wall to protect herself at a critical moment. Jingguangzhou was quite surprised but acted like a madman, smashing the wall with loud bangs. He quickly shattered the potato wall. He tried to hide again with his shadow tricks, but stepped into a mint trap. A chubby white carrot rolled out, and he precisely shot a carrot bomb.
Boom.
Golden light exploded, knocking him 7 or 8 meters away, scattering tables and chairs, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. After the carrot defeated Jingguangzhou, he aimed at Haruka Sakura and shot another carrot bomb. The cabbage boxer quickly dodged, and Haruka Sakura's shadow foot was trapped by a mint trap. Despite her efforts to slash at the carrot bomb still exploded.
Boom.
Haruka Sakura was blasted away again, tumbling on the ground, knocking over several kneeling people, and falling next to Fong Monru, who is still unconscious. Well done. The little vegetables celebrated their first victory. They worked well together and showed strong fighting power, even defeating 2 mercenary group leaders. This was something she never expected. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. Chris looked at her with amazement and excitement, walking toward her step by step. As he approached, an invisible force swept over, pushing everything, people and objects, away from his path. Although Chris's eyes were red from the chili, his handsome and charming appearance was unaffected, making him look even more mysterious. Such powerful special ability. I thought I was the only one blessed by the gods, but I didn't expect your ability to be. He looked at the little vegetables surrounding Zhou Chu, trying to protect her, and found it hard to describe her ability accurately. Forget it, that's not important. He spread his hands and looked at Zhou Chu gently, but his words sent a chill down the spine. For the arrival of the divine kingdom, sacrifices are needed. Kill her, and you will be qualified to enter the divine kingdom. The ordinary people on the ship fell into a frenzy again. They seemed to see some illusion, and each of them looked at Zhou Chu with malicious intent, as if eager to skin her alive and tear her apart. Holding knives and forks from the dining table, they rushed toward Zhou Chu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The potato wall launched high walls, but these people stacked and climbed over the walls, rushing toward her. Their crazy behavior was almost no different from zombies. The little vegetables fought with all their might. When their abilities ran out, fairy mushrooms shone brightly and gave them a boost, and they started fighting again with loud cries. They stayed close to Zhou Chuchu, protecting her with all their strength. Zhou Chuchu used vines to pull these people away and quickly broke through the crowd to escape. She casually used her small plant skills, either knocking nearby people away, setting traps to trap them, or using dirt walls to block their way. Occasionally, she threw a potato wall to keep them at bay, and then a radish bomb to them away. In short, she absolutely could not be caught or defeated by Chris. The two children cannot be without their mother, and Qin Ziyuan cannot be without her either. Chris followed slowly and calmly, with a strong sense of pressure. His blue eyes were full of amazement. You can still use your special plant abilities. This power is really impressive. Are you only able to use these few plants, or can you use all plants' abilities? It's hard to rest assured with someone like you helping the Black Emperor. So, please accept your fate and die. After saying this, Chris opened his hand, and a bright white light gathered into a shining arrow with wings. It emitted a terrifying wave of energy. Zhou Chuchu immediately felt herself being locked down, a huge sense of threat rising in her heart.
Run.
She desperately ran outward. Chris didn't chase her, seeming confident she couldn't escape. My winged arrow uses most of my special powers and can lock onto a target automatically. You can't escape. I originally planned to use this on the Black Emperor, but your threat even surpasses him. He released his hand, and with a flap, the winged arrow chased out of the banquet hall after Zhou Chuchu. She dodged several times, but it immediately turned around and aimed again. Zhou Chuchu tried to block it with her potato wall, but it easily pierced through. Seeing it rushing toward the back of her head, she had nowhere to hide. She simply turned to face the arrow, shouting inwardly, "My life is over." But in the next second, she was caught in a broad, strong embrace. The familiar scent made her instantly relax, leaning against the person. Qin Ziyuan held his wife, and his eyes flashed with concern. He opened his hand, and terrifying energy surged around him, forming two black dragons. He reached out and firmly caught the arrow. The arrow struggled and trembled in his hand, trying to escape. Next second, bang! The arrow was crushed in his grip.
Joe, Odeo.
Husband, when did you become so strong? The troublesome arrow she was worried about was crushed by her husband like that? Her husband was simply too powerful. Qin Ziyuan sighed helplessly. I told you. Every time I talk to you, you fall asleep. Zhou Chuchu. Is that so? How embarrassing. Fortunately, Qin Ziyuan did not seem to blame her. He looked toward the banquet hall, then reached out and hugged Zhou Chuchu. They've finished over there. Let's go collect our things.
Okay.
Wait a moment. Zhou Chuchu opened her canvas bag and waited until each small dish jumped into the bag before speaking. We can leave now, but how should we go? I'll carry you there. Zhou Chuchu was surprised. Qin Ziyuan explained with action, and he carried Zhou Chuchu as they disappeared from the spot. Next to the luxurious cruise ship, there were hundreds of large cargo ships and 15 warships. On the cargo ships and warships, there were bodies everywhere. Signs of explosions could be seen all around. It was clear these places had experienced fierce fighting. When Qin Ziyuan appeared on one of the cargo ships carrying Zhou Chuchu, Wu Shichen, Qiu Bupo, Ji Fuxing, and others, who were resting on the ship, stood up. Their expressions showed shock, excitement, and silent admiration. Even though they knew their leader might have some terrifying powers, even though they had seen him kill most of the mercenaries from Poison Scorpion, Crimson, and Heavy Shot, they still couldn't help trembling with shock when they saw him suddenly appear holding Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu also looked shocked. What's going on? When did her man become so amazing? He can wield light arrows and teleport. He doesn't have this supernatural ability, does he? Wait, isn't this the power awakened by her husband turning into a zombie king? Has her husband turned into a zombie? Zhou Chuchu couldn't help but touch her husband's hands twice. They felt very good. Although his body temperature was a bit low, it was definitely not the cold, silent feeling of a zombie. Qin Ziyuan pinched her mischievous little hand, lowering his gaze. Stop fooling around. If you want to touch, wait until we get home. Zhou Chuchu obediently curled up, like a little quail. Okay. The main members of the Azure Dragon gathered around. Boss, we've already taken down the enemies. The tyrant won't let us take the weapons. How are we supposed to move them? Boss, what should we do next? Even if each person drove a cargo ship with all these weapons, they wouldn't be able to carry much. And with Chris's crazy attitude, even if he spoke nicely, he might prefer to up the weapons rather than let them be taken away. Zhou Chuchu knew it was her time to act. She tugged at her husband's sleeve. Husband, take me to the top of that sail. I've checked. That's the highest spot. According to the rules of space transfer, as long as it's within her line of sight, she can transfer herself into the space. Qin Ziyuan did not speak but hugged Zhou Chuchu and disappeared again. The next moment, he was standing on the top of the sail. Your couple's love and complex feelings activate. Your abilities and skills increase 69 times. Zhou Chuchu smiled softly, seeming to have thought of the same thing as her husband. Chuchu, is this enough vision? Qin Ziyuan felt a little flutter in his heart from her smile. He awkwardly turned his face away, his ears slightly red. Zhou Chuchu smiled again and looked at the cargo ships and warships. As her gaze fell on them, the cargo ships and warships disappeared from the sea surface. Yes, she not only took the weapons loaded on those cargo ships into the warships but also accepted those huge cargo ships and warships. The main members of the Qinglong group on the cargo ships were once again shocked. Is this too incredible? Are the boss and his wife really like gods? After Qin Ziyuan brought Zhou Chuchu down, he immediately ordered Ji Fuxing. Bring the helicopter over. Let's go. Ji Fuxing's eyes lit up, like a boy chasing after light-seeing Ultraman. He nodded vigorously. Okay. He took out a silver remote control, operated it a few times, and the helicopter hovering over the high seas suddenly flew over with a whir. A soft ladder was dropped from the helicopter. You go first. Everyone didn't hesitate, quickly climbing up the ladder and entering the helicopter. Qin Ziyuan hugged Zhou Chuchu and instantly appeared inside the helicopter. Zhou Chuchu looked at the last cargo ship below. That ship also completely disappeared from the sea surface. On the lonely luxury cruise ship in the high seas, a nearly frantic roar erupted. Dark Emperor. Chris's eyes turned crimson as he stared fixedly at the departing helicopter. His silver hair flew wildly, and he raised his hands to form a long light sword, which howled as he slashed toward the helicopter.